Imagine being the most hyped genius in a top-tier hunter academy, only to get folded by a guy who was literally yawning 5 seconds ago. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't just win, he broke the entire power scaling of the modern world. While everyone else is out here screaming about family legacy and constellation blessings, our guy is looking at them like they're NPCs in a tutorial zone. Because 300 years ago, he was the martial god. And in his eyes, humanity hasn't just stagnated, it's devolved into a circus. Welcome to Valhalla, the Ivy League for people who want to kill monsters for a living. The admission rate is a nightmare, and the graduation rate is even worse. Essentially, if you aren't a mutant or a trust fund baby with a god on speed dial, don't even bother showing up. Meet Instructor Lee. He's seen it all, but even he's impressed by the crop of geniuses this year. Especially Yu Soyeon. She was using mana at age 10. At 13, she was enchanting swords. By 16, she was soloing her own family members. Rumor has it she can actually talk to her family's guardian constellation. In this world, these constellations are the ultimate cheat code. The sword god, the spear saint, the fist king. If you have a contract with one, you're basically playing life on creative mode. Lee pulls up the monitors for the entrance exam expecting a masterclass from Soyeon, and she's ready. Katana drawn, aura flared up like a discount Sephiroth. And her opponent? This guy, Kim Joo-hyuk. He looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. He's cracking his neck, yawning, looking at her like she's a particularly annoying fly. Soyeon lunges. She's fast. Like, don't blink or you'll miss the frame fast. Joo-hyuk doesn't even move. He just waits. Bam. One punch. The genius is face down on the floor and Joo-hyuk is just confused. Why is everyone so weak, he asks. Is this really 300 years in the future? Flashback time, boys. 3 centuries ago, the world was actually ending. Barsh, the god of destruction, was treating the planet like a stress ball. And the only one standing in his way was the martial god, Kim Hyuno. They fought until the ground turned to glass. Hyuno wins, clears the tower, and realizes he's bleeding out. He spent his whole life grinding. No vacations, no benefits, just 24/7 demon slaying. He dies thinking he finally gets to rest. But the universe has a sense of humor. He wakes up in the body of a 17-year-old kid. Same memories, new hardware. He's ready for a life of luxury and leisure. Until, ding, the system pops up a message, the tower returns in 5 years. Prepare yourself. Our guy is livid. He just wants to be rich and lazy, but now he has to save the world again. The system tells him he needs to find his old weapons and memories hidden inside Valhalla. So, he joins the entrance competition. Next up on the menu, Oh Se-hyuk. Instructor Lee is watching, starting to realize that Joo-hyuk isn't a fluke. Se-hyuk is the eldest son of the Osun family. He's built like a brick wall and has the personality of a wet one. He tells Jo-hyuk he's going to QD him. Jo-hyuk asks what that means. Quickly destroy, the meathead says. Jo-hyuk smiles and tells him fuck. The match starts, and Se-hyuk is glowing. This man didn't study, he didn't learn martial arts, he just hit the genetic lottery and got a god-tier physique. He's the kind of guy who thinks being strong is a personality trait. He charges in, absolutely mauling because Joo-hyuk is still holding up a middle finger. Joo-hyuk analyzes him in a split second. Physique? A+. Technique? 0. Joo-hyuk dodges a punch that would have leveled a building. He observes the flow, finds the opening, and crack. Se-hyuk is kissing the tiles. If your body and mind aren't in harmony, Joo-hyuk sighs, this is what happens. Winner again. He walks off like he just finished a boring grocery run. Up in the VIP booths, the family heads are starting to sweat. Oh Chulshin, the Fist King, is calling everyone ignorant. He saw what happened. Jo-hyuk didn't just dodge, he baited the attack, shifted his center of gravity, and moved faster than a human should be able to. This isn't just talent, it's monstrous. Suddenly, everyone wants a piece of the newcomer. But first, we have the finals. The crowd is screaming for Choi Ah-rin. She's the Nuna of the entire academy. Silver hair, lightning aura, and a fan club that needs to go outside and touch grass. She's smart. She doesn't rush in like the last 2 idiots. Joo-hyuk walks toward her. She masterfully sparks her lightning. She thinks she has him. A lethal strike, lightning fast. But she hits nothing? Joo-hyuk is right behind her. If you show me where you're gonna attack with your eyes, it's too easy. He strikes. She barely manages to block with her sword, but the weight of the blow is insane. Her arms are vibrating like a tuning fork. Try dodging this as well, Joo-hyuk says, with a smile that says I'm done playing. Boom. Finals over. Rank #1, Kim Joo-hyuk. He walks out of the arena, probably thinking about lunch. But the reporters are waiting. Guild scouts are screaming offers, contracts, and promises of fame. The internet is currently having a collective meltdown over our guy. The forums are calling him a crazy psychopath for cursing out the country's top guild scouts. Usually, you beg for these offers, but Juyuk treated them like spam calls. Half the comments think he's a legend for deglazing the big families, and the other half are just boomers complaining about kids these days having no respect. Welcome to Valhalla. It's the first day of school, and while most kids are nervous about making friends, our MC is just trying to stay awake through the welcome speech. He yawns right in the middle of a proud 100-year history monologue. If boredom was a dungeon, he'd be the final boss. He feels eyes on him. He realizes he might have stood out a bit too much yesterday during the exam, but honestly, that's a tomorrow problem. Suddenly, the blue window pops up again. The system gives him a very specific objective: reclaim his weapons and memories from the 3rd floor, 5th room, the room of the Constellation. He figures he'll just grab his gear and dip. School is for people who don't already know how the world ends. Ceremony over. Time for the actual work to begin. The class moves to the virtual combat simulation room for their first practical lesson. Meet Kim Lee-gun. He's 24, a former guild head, and currently looks like he hasn't slept since the original tower appeared. He's looking at his class roster and realizing he's been handed a nightmare. He's got Yu Soyeon and Choi Arin in the front row. He's got Oh Seyuk, who is basically a mountain of muscle in a school blazer, staring him down from the middle. Lee-gun is panicking. Classes are supposed to be random, but somehow 3 of the biggest geniuses in the country ended up in one room. And then he sees him, the glitch, the guy who humiliated everyone yesterday. Lee-gun decides he needs to establish dominance immediately. He coughs to clear the air, trying to regain his cool teacher persona. He introduces himself and gets straight to business. No icebreakers, just combat. He hits a button on the console, and the entire room dissolves into a digital landscape. The students are confused, but for Ju-hyuk, this is just another Tuesday in a different life. Lee-gun draws a training sword. He tells the class that to be a hunter, you need to be able to handle bloodlust. A massive horde of orcs and goblins spawns out of the digital ether. The regular students are already shaking. Even for a simulation, the pressure feels real. Seyuk estimates there are at least 100 monsters. The monsters snarl, their eyes glowing red with programmed aggression. One goblin leaps forward, but hits a glowing hexagonal wall. The barrier keeps the students safe for now. It's a look but don't touch situation designed to test their nerves. Lee-gun smiles. The barrier is working, and the students are properly terrified. All according to plan. Then he calls out our guy. Kim Ju-hyuk, come here. The MC walks up to the podium, hands in his pockets, looking like he's waiting for a bus. Lee-gun throws out a challenge. He asks if Ju-hyuk can take care of all these monsters alone. Ju-hyuk clarifies, you mean the ones running over here right now? Lee-gun says yes, expecting a no. The MC goes quiet for a second. Lee-gun thinks he's finally won. He assumes the kid is scared because regular students have only seen monsters in textbooks. He's mentally preparing his humility speech. He wants to break the MC's ego so he can actually teach him. But Ju-hyuk starts smirking. Lee-gun's face drops. Are you laughing? Ju-hyuk tells him, of course I can handle them. Lee-gun is fuming now. He thinks the kid is just a master tier bluffer and tells him to give it a go. Our guy isn't doing this for free though. He notes that since this is a test, there should be a prize involved. Lee-gun agrees. He's so confident the MC will fail that he's willing to bet whatever it takes. The deal is simple. If Ju-hyuk clears the horde, Lee-gun will do whatever is in his power as an instructor. Ju-hyuk accepts. He's already thinking about that 3rd floor room key. Lee-gun starts explaining that these monsters attack like the real thing, but Ju-hyuk cuts him off. He just wants a sword. He points at the horde. You expect me to fight them with my bare hands? Lee-gun reaches behind him and hands over a standard non-magical training sword. No buffs. No enchantments, just a piece of steel. Ju-hyuk steps through the barrier. He's alone against 100 monsters. Lee-gun watches, convinced he's about to see a very expensive lesson in arrogance. The geniuses in the class are holding their breath. Even they wouldn't try this without their constellations helping out. Ju-hyuk grips the hilt. He moves. The first swing isn't just a hit, it's an absolute burial. The MC's eyes glow. He's not even trying to be subtle anymore. One horizontal slash clears the front line. It's like watching a lawnmower go through overgrown grass. He spins the blade, his movements fluid and efficient. He thinks to himself that it's been 300 years since he held a knife, but it's not bad. He remembers the old days. During the apocalypse, they didn't have blessings. They used pickaxes, shovels, and whatever they could find to survive. He feels a presence behind him. An orc tries to sneak a overhead swing, but Ju-hyuk isn't even looking. He just steps to the side, letting the heavy club smash the dirt. He notes that the attack patterns are simple. He realizes these are just well-made fake monsters. To him, this isn't a life or death struggle, it's a minigame. Inside the barrier, the room is dead silent. All they can see is a blur of blue uniform and steel. Lee Gun is actually sweating now. He knows that sword has zero magic power, yet Ju-hyuk is cutting through monster hides like they're made of wet paper. To the instructor, it looks like the sword is sucking in the monsters. In reality, it's just perfect weight distribution and timing. Soyeon and Sehyuk look like they've just seen a ghost. Their genius status is currently undergoing a massive market crash. Arin watches from the back. She isn't just shocked, she's analyzing. She sees something in his movements that her Tao King constellation never mentioned. The MC finishes the job and immediately checks his inventory. He's focused on the prize. The simulation ends. The digital monsters vanish, leaving Ju-hyuk standing in an empty room with a bloody training sword. He turns back toward the barrier as the landscape resets. He looks Lee Gun right in the eyes. "You will keep your promise, right?" Lee Gun is speechless. He just ends the class right then and there, telling everyone to go to their dorms and rest. The students file out, but Ju-hyuk is the one who looks the most defeated. He slumps in his chair. He can handle 100 orcs, but sitting through a long class is apparently his greatest weakness. He thinks about how he never went to school in his first life. He was too busy stopping the world from ending to worry about homework. He walks through the campus reflecting on the information he gathered, specifically the story of the Constellations. In this era, constellations are the source of everything. They are ancient figures who established great fortune and ascended. Valhalla is famous because it holds the largest collection of holy relics, items left behind by these gods. Ju-hyuk decides he needs to get serious about training this new, weak body. He needs to rebuild his mana circuits from scratch. He hears a voice. Choi Arin is standing in the middle of the courtyard, waiting for him. Meanwhile, Lee Gun is hiding in the office with a coffee. Lee Sancheol enters, noting that Lee Gun looks like he's been through a war. Lee Gun admits it's more of an embarrassment than a hardship. He tells Sancheol that Ju-hyuk killed 120 monsters alone. Sancheol listens carefully. He's the one who realized early on that Ju-hyuk is a monster that hasn't even hit his peak yet. He asks if there's anything special in the kid's background. Lee Gun pulls up the files. Ju-hyuk is an orphan. He grew up in a small orphanage in a highly dangerous area. They wonder if he's a forger, someone who fakes their identity, but they dismiss it. No forger would be this loud and disruptive. Lee Gun mentions the MC's prize. He wants access to the room of the constellation. Sancheol decides to allow it. He's curious. He says he'll talk to the headmaster and get him into the first basement floor early. But Lee Gun is still worried. Not just about Ju-hyuk, but about the balance of the school. He already has 3 heirs from the top 5 families in his class, which is a political powder keg. Sancheol tries to comfort him, but then drops a name that makes things 10 times worse. The Ventric family. There is an exchange student coming. Rockdil Ventric. Lee Gun remembers the name. Rockdil was kicked out of a British academy for being a complete menace. He realizes that no matter how hard he works, his life is just going to get more complicated. He takes a seat, feeling a weird sense of relief that at least he isn't the instructor for the other class. The sun is setting. Arin is staring at Ju-hyuk with a look of pure determination. The MC is confused. "What's up all of a sudden?" She takes a deep breath, her face flushing slightly from the intensity of the request. "Teach me," she says. "So, we're back." Arin is standing there looking like she's about to ask for a prom date, but instead she drops a heavy-duty request. Ju-hyuk's brain is currently processing the audacity of this girl. She tells him straight up that she saw his swordsmanship during the exam and she wants it. All of it. Our guy gives her the most legendary response in the history of reincarnation, nah. He's literally picking his ear while a top-tier heir begs him for lessons. She's stunned. Nobody says no to a Choi. He tells her he just doesn't want to. It's not deep. It's not a test. He just doesn't feel like working. He starts walking away because he has a date with a shovel and a hidden treasure chest. But Arin isn't used to being ignored. She repeats herself like her key is stuck. Ju-hyuk turns back, wondering if she has a hearing problem. He's already dealt with enough geniuses for 1 week. He tells her to piss off. It's a very polite way of saying, "You're wasting my manaless time." He leaves her standing in the sunset, probably thinking about how she's never been rejected this hard in her entire life. She just stares at his back. This isn't over. You can see it in her eyes. She's not a fan. She's a predator who just found a better prey. Next morning. Valhalla looks peaceful, but the school is basically a VIP lounge for international drama. Jo Hyuk is in class, but his mind is 300 years in the past. He's sitting there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how much he hates being a regular human again. He realizes this body is actually better than he thought physically, but the lack of mana is like having a Ferrari with no gas. He needs that thing he buried. If he gets his notes, he can force this body to produce its own energy. Suddenly, the room temperature drops by about 10 degrees as the new exchange student enters. Meet Rockdil Ventric. He's accompanied by his attendant Yuria. They look like they walked off a high-fashion runway just to mock the commoners. Rockdil walks straight up to Juhyuk's desk. He doesn't ask for permission, he just occupies the space. He insults Juhyuk for being uneducated because the MC doesn't recognize the Ventric family name. Then he pulls the ultimate main character move. He holds out a hand and asks, "Don't you want to be strong?" Expansion Trigger 2. Here is why Rockdil is a problem. Most hunter families rely on bloodlines. If your dad was a hero, you get a god. But the Ventrics use a loophole. They signed a contract with the Beak Mask Constellation. This god doesn't care about lineage. It lets anyone sign a contract as long as they are chosen by the family. This makes the Ventric branch lines as powerful as the main ones. Because of this merit-based power, the family basically owns half of Europe, and Rockdil has grown up thinking he's a literal god among sheep. But even in Europe, he was too much. He got kicked out of a British academy for a commotion, which is noble speak for he probably hospitalized a teacher. Rockdil doesn't care about being kicked out. He thinks he's too big for one country anyway. He's a man who always gets what he wants, and right now, he wants the shiny new toy of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk. He watches his attendant Yuria with a look that says, "You're next if I get bored." He tells Juhyuk that being under him is a shortcut to the Ventric family's secret constellations. He's already planning how to use Juhyuk to impress that person, someone even higher up the food chain than he is. Juhyuk looks up and drops the hammer. "So what, you idiot?" The entire room freezes. Rockdil's brain literally blue screens. Yuria looks like she's about to witness a murder. MC calls him out for being a show-off who isn't actually interested in people, just his own ego. He's 100% right. Rockdil loses it. He starts screaming about Juhyuk being an uneducated, filthy brat. He's about to throw hands, but a voice from the door shuts him down instantly. Instructor Lee Sang-kyol is standing there, arms crossed. He's not impressed by the European title. He reminds Rockdil that this is Valhalla, not England. "Here, you obey the instructors or you leave." Rockdil grinds his teeth so hard you can almost hear them cracking. He storms out, telling Juhyuk they'll meet again later. That's villain speak for "I'm going to ruin your life tomorrow." Juhyuk watches him go, annoyed that his morning was wasted by another loudmouth NPC. He walks outside, thinking about the guild scouts and school politics. He hates all of it. And who is waiting for him again? Yep, Choi Ahrin. Still silver, still purple, still asking for lessons. Juhyuk's face says it all. He's actually starting to feel bad for her, but mostly he's just annoyed. Later that night, we're at the Valhalla dorms. This isn't a normal dorm. This is a higher classroom. It's bigger than most people's houses. The interior is all mahogany and gold. It looks like a museum. A glass lamp shatters against the wall. Rockdil is having a total meltdown. He's pacing around the room like a caged animal while Yuria stands there, silent. He can't stand that a lowly orphan humiliated him. He tells Yuria to call Desera. He's done playing nice. Rockdil is breathing heavy. He looks like a classic Discord mod after losing a league match. He calls out to Yuria, but his voice is full of venom. She doesn't answer immediately. She's just staring at the floor, probably counting the seconds until he hits her. He grabs her by the hair. It's a brutal move. You can see her scalp being pulled. He's screaming at her to answer him. He's completely unhinged. He mocks her for being the eldest daughter of the palace family, reminding her that she's nothing now. He threatens to throw her out of his family entirely. To her, that's a death sentence. He shoves her to the floor. She hits the carpet hard, not even making a sound. He repeats the order, contact Desera. There is someone that needs to be taken care of. He also mentions a second year from the Rise family. He's building an army of lackeys to jump the MC. Meanwhile, back in Juhyuk's room, the vibe is way more chill. He's sitting on his bed, surrounded by a faint blue mana aura. He's trying to circulate mana, but he's hitting a wall. The sweat is pouring off him. He's breathing hard. He calls this body garbage. He can't even draw out basic magic without struggling. He realizes he's stuck. Without his old methods, he's just a kid with good reflexes. Cut to the campus grounds. Juhyuk is walking toward the dorms, hands in his pockets. And Shocker, Arin is behind him. She's been following him for 30 minutes. He stops. He's had enough. He asks her how much longer she's going to parrot the same request. He decides he needs a way to get rid of her permanently, something so expensive she'll have to give up. 10 million won, he says. That's about $8,000. He tells her that's the cost for one lesson. He expects her to laugh or walk away. Arin goes quiet. She's processing the price. Ju-hyuk turns to leave, thinking he's finally won. You can't afford it, right? Then she says something he didn't expect. Give me your phone. Ju-hyuk is genuinely confused. He hands it over without thinking. She starts typing on his screen with lightning speed. She says she's putting in her number to make it easier to send the money. She hands the phone back with a look of pure victory. Ju-hyuk looks at the screen. A notification pops up. He didn't get 10 million won, he got 100 million won. Roughly $75,000 just dropped in his account in 3 seconds. She asks him again, will you teach me now? Ju-hyuk smiles. It's the first time we see him genuinely amused. Nope, I won't. He refused the transfer. The ultimate troll move. Back in his room, he's thinking about how a student could even have that much pocket change. He decides it doesn't matter. Money is temporary, his old power is permanent. He grabs his gear. He puts on his sneakers. It's time for the night shift. He's dressed in a hoodie and carrying a shovel. He looks like he's about to bury a body, but he's actually digging one up. His own. The Valhalla campus at night is massive. It's surrounded by a dense mountain range. He heads deep into the woods, far away from the dorm lights. He remembers that 300 years ago he hid 4 notes. Most were destroyed when the world changed. He estimates there are only 3 left, and they are all hidden somewhere in these mountains. He stops in a clearing. He begins to channel his tiny bit of mana. He's sensing the marble he left behind. It's like a magical GPS that only responds to his specific frequency. A blue light starts glowing under the dirt. He's found the first spot. The glow intensifies as he gets closer. He starts digging. It's slow work. He's panting, cursing his weak body for getting tired after 5 minutes of manual labor. He realizes he should have buried it in a shallower place. Reincarnation is really hurting his back right now. Expansion Trigger 4, he reflects on why he did this. 300 years ago, the Tower of Destruction was winning. He didn't have room for his riches or his research, so he scattered them. He's worried the contents might have rotted, but the seals should be god tier. The sun is almost coming up. He's been digging all night. His hands are shaking, but then, clink. He clears the dirt away. He's found it. It's a massive metal slab. He searches the surface with his hands. He finds a tiny circular keyhole. A regular key wouldn't fit here. It requires a specific mana signature. He creates a string of magic and forms it into a key shape. This is high-level mana manipulation, something no other student could even dream of. He inserts the magic key and turns it. The mechanism clicks. It actually worked after 3 centuries. The slab slides back, revealing a dark tunnel. The air that rushes out is cold and smells like old magic. Ju-hyuk jumps in without hesitation. He lands on a pile of something crunchy and metallic. He looks up and his eyes widen. It's a massive treasure vault. Gold, artifacts, weapons, everything he needs to take back the world. So, our guy is standing in a vault that would make Scrooge McDuck jealous. Now that he has basically infinite money, he can stop worrying about tuition and focus on the real loot. He spots something glowing among the piles of gold. There they are. The storage stones. These aren't just pretty rocks, they are high-density mana batteries the MC charged up 300 years ago. He knew this new body would have a garbage mana capacity, so he prepared these as a quick-charge solution to keep his techniques running. He picks one up, and it starts glowing with a violent blue flame. The feeling of actual power flowing into his veins is a massive W. He finally looks like the martial god again instead of a tired student. The mana is overflowing. He's basically a walking power plant right now. He decides to leave the heavy gold bars for later and just pockets the light jewelry and the stones. Efficiency is king. Next morning at the dorms. Our guy is absolutely cooked. His muscles are screaming because his god-tier mind forgot he's currently in a 17-year-old body that isn't used to digging all night. He realizes that if he keeps making secret notes in every life, he's going to spend his entire existence just digging holes. Suddenly, a wild Arin appears at his desk. She's back with the parrot energy, asking him to teach her the art of the sword again. Ju-hyuk is genuinely impressed by her persistence. Most people would have taken the piss off from yesterday as a hint. He wonders why she's so obsessed. Her family, the Choisin, are literally the kings of swordsmanship in this era. He tells her she can learn way more from her own family than from a random orphan student. But Arun isn't buying it. She's seen him move, and she knows the official family style is just a discount version of what he's doing. He brings up her father, the head of the family. Surely the Sword King is a better teacher? Arin's face goes still. There's some family trauma or a skill gap there that she doesn't want to talk about. The conversation gets cut short by the instructor, Lee Sangxiol, entering the room. He tells Jo-yuk to follow him to the teacher's room immediately. It's regarding the request the MC made. The key to the basement. Jo-yuk's mood does a complete 180. The lute is calling. He stands up and follows the teacher, leaving a very confused Arin behind. She tries to reach out, wanting a proper answer. She looks like her puppy just told her to get good. 6 a.m. tomorrow, Jo-yuk says without looking back. Come to the training grounds. He's finally accepted her as a disciple, or he's just tired of her following him. Arin freezes. She actually got a yes. Jo-yuk notices she's standing there like her brain just buffered. What? You don't want to? She shakes her head so fast it's a blur. She's definitely going to be there at 5055 a.m. Our guy smirks. Teaching a genius might be a good way to pass the time while he waits for the world to end. Teacher's room. The air is thick with principal's office vibes. Sangxiol sits down, looking exhausted. Being a teacher for the top 5 kids is basically a high-stress management job. He tells Jo-yuk he'll speak fast because he has a class soon. The good news? Access to the Constellations room has been approved. The catch? It's in the basement, and he's strictly forbidden from going lower than the first basement floor. Jo-yuk just nods. All right, understood. When can I go? Sangxiol tells him tonight is fine if he's ready. He's surprised by how chill the kid is. He expected the MC to make a fuss or argue for more access. He doesn't realize Jo-hyuk is already planning the heist. They head out. The teacher is doing everything by the book. Jo-hyuk follows him, but you can see the red glow in his eyes. He's not going there to look around. Night falls. The academy looks like a high-security fortress under the moonlight. They arrive at a massive industrial-looking structure separate from the main building. This is the pride of Valhalla, the Constellations room. It's where the most powerful relics are stored. Jo-hyuk scans the perimeter. He's looking for the weak points. The guards are wearing suits and masks. They look like they belong in a John Wick movie. The MC realizes the security here is tighter than at the main gate. They're using radios and mana detection scanners. This isn't just a museum, it's a vault. Sangxiol explains that this room is why Valhalla is considered one of the 3 great academies. It's a literal goldmine of power. Jo-hyuk looks at the exterior walls. The building is wrapped in glowing red chains of magical runes. This isn't just for show, it's a full-spectrum defensive seal that blocks all teleportation and spatial magic, meaning the only way in or out is through the front door. Jo-hyuk asks a hypothetical question. How would someone get down to the 2nd floor? Would it be a crime? Sangxiol tells him he wouldn't become a criminal because he'd be expelled before the police even arrived. Plus, he adds that Jo-hyuk would lose his mind before even leaving the stairs. On the 2nd basement floor, the mana of the stored relics runs rampant. It creates a mental pressure zone that shatters the psyche of anyone without an S-class rank or a divine blessing. Most students who wander down there come back as complete vegetables. Jo-hyuk just grins. Madman, expulsion understood. Sangxiol starts sweating. He realized he just gave a set of instructions to the one kid who doesn't fear anything. He tries to convince himself the top student wouldn't do something that stupid. He's wrong. He gives the MC 30 minutes. Come out before the timer hits 0 or I'm coming in after you. Jo-hyuk waves him off and steps inside. The system window pops up immediately. He's inside the main hall. It's all high-tech screens and glowing blue lights. He doesn't care about the rules. He came to this school specifically for this room. He decides to head straight for the 3rd basement floor. No point stopping at the tutorial levels. He starts walking down the stairs, passing through massive clockwork gears and ancient machinery. His footsteps echo in the dark. He stops. The air has changed. The hallway looks like a high-security prison for ghosts. He figures the important stuff is deeper. He keeps moving, ignoring the mental pressure that would kill a normal person. Suddenly, a blue screen flickers in the air. Jo-hyuk blinks. This wasn't part of the tour. The world around him distorts into a static-filled void. A voice echoes from the darkness. It's been a while, Kim Hyono. Standing in the center of a white void is a figure in blue and teal robes, wearing a horned mask. Jo-hyuk's face goes from bored to murderous in 1 second. Barshe? The spirit laughs. It's been 300 years since their last meeting, which ended with the MC killing him. The spirit starts a speech about their reunion, but the MC just teleports a fist into his jaw. The system notification is still hanging in the air, but the MC is too busy committing assault. Barsha is still trying to process why he's getting punched while being a ghost. The void shakes with every hit. Ju-hyuk is letting out 300 years of frustration on this guy's face. The spirit tries to call out his name, but he can barely get a word out. Barsha is floating there, looking completely pathetic for a former king of destruction. Jo-hyuk is breathing hard. He's genuinely furious. The spirit asks if this is how he treats an old friend. The answer is a straight right to the teeth. The MC screams that the spirit destroyed his comfortable future. Barsha is begging for his life now, waving his hands and trying to call a timeout. Finally, they both take a breather. Barsha is face down on the ground, smoking. The MC admits he isn't usually the type to lead with his fists, but this was a special case. He yells about his lost wealth, his honor, and all the time he spent training disciples just for it to be erased. Barsha quickly tries to shift the topic. Aren't you curious what this place is? Ju-hyuk looks around. It's just an endless white room. There's nothing here. Barsha explains that this is an imaginary world, a mental subspace created by a high-rank relic. It's basically a private server where time doesn't flow normally, allowing spirits to maintain their consciousness without a physical body. Specifically, it's the space inside a relic. The Barch we see is just a backup file. His real body was deleted 300 years ago by the MC. He confirms he's been trapped in this relic the whole time, waiting. Jo-hyuk realizes the implications. Barsha gives a creepy, knowing grin. He reveals the ultimate irony: he has become a constellation. Ju-hyuk's reaction is to just punch him one more time because that news sucks. Back in the real world, Sang-kyol is pacing outside the basement. He's looking at the clock. The 30 minutes are almost up. The heavy vault doors begin to creak open. Ju-hyuk walks out, looking completely normal. The guards immediately run a scanner over him to make sure he didn't steal anything. Sang-kyol asks if he did anything weird. The MC just shrugs. I just looked around. Couldn't go down further because of the mind-shattering magic. The instructor is relieved. He tells the kid to head back to the dorms and sleep. Ju-hyuk walks away, hands in his pockets, looking like a total model student. He's walking through the campus, but his internal monologue is a mess. He's still talking to Barsha, who is now floating invisibly next to him. He tells the spirit he doesn't care about his constellation status. He wants answers. He asks if Barsha is the one who created the transparent notification window. The spirit says he has no idea what that is. Jo-hyuk grabs the air where the spirit's collar should be, ready to start round 2. Barsha swears he's telling the truth. He's been powerless inside the relic for 3 centuries. Jo-hyuk lets go. If Barsha didn't do it, then there's a bigger player on the board. Barsha reveals that he received a notification too. The spirit received a message to contact the reincarnated Kim Ju-hyuk. This message is what restored his memories of his past life. Without it, he would have just been a mindless spirit serving the academy. This means someone, or something, is orchestrating this entire timeline. Barsha wonders if it's the work of him, the mysterious entity that originally made Barsha the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Ju-hyuk freezes. Who is this him? The spirit says he doesn't know. His memory of that entity was wiped. It's like a redacted file in his brain. Barsha asks what the MC's notification said. Jo-hyuk remembers the prompt about reclaiming weapons and memories. He's confused because he didn't lose his memories and he still has his knowledge of the tower. Barsha points out that since he's already found the weapon, the memories will probably unlock naturally later. The MC blinks. Weapon? I found it? Barsha explains that the white void they were in was the inner world of the village sword, a relic the MC used to own. The MC is fuming. He used his legendary sword to help create a constellation for his enemy. He verbally unloads on the spirit again. The irony is killing him. He continues walking, but his calm night is about to get interrupted. He's reflecting on the fact that he now has his old enemy as a roommate inside his own sword. He considers destroying the sword just to get rid of him, but the weapon is too valuable to lose right now. He realizes that leaving Barsha unattended is a bad idea anyway. It's better to keep the King of Destruction where he can see him. Oi! A voice calls out from the shadows. A group of guys blocks the path. They look like they haven't slept, and probably haven't showered. This is Lyric Sunrise, the second-year senior. His family, the Sunrises, are loyal lackeys to the Ventrics. He's been tasked with welcoming the MC to the school, which in Valhalla terms means an unrecorded beating to show him the hierarchy. Lyric insults him for being fearless and not greeting his seniors properly. One of the lackeys steps forward, carrying a staff. Lyric tells him to go easy. The lackey starts a monologue about the difference between a first year and a second year. Joo-hyuk kicks him in the face before he can finish. "Stop chattering and come at me, you gangster bastards!" We open mid-swing. The senior's ribs are currently having a very loud conversation with the MC's foot. Joo-hyuk is moving like a glitch in the Matrix. He lands a heavy strike right on the chin. This isn't a welcoming ceremony, this is a one-man demolition crew at work. The seniors are flying through the air like Team Rocket. Bodies are hitting the pavement with a sickening crunch. One guy ends up headfirst in a crater. The ground itself is giving up before Joo-hyuk does. Labyrinth is standing back, staring at the carnage. He finally realizes that the guy he tried to jump isn't a student, he's a hazard. His eyes go wide. He notices the sword. He's confused because Joo-hyuk definitely didn't have that a second ago. Our guy is just vibing with the grip. It's been 300 years since he held a proper weapon and the muscle memory is hitting like a freight train. He gives them a choice. Come at him now, or he's going to start hunting them. Flashback to 3 hours ago. Rockdale is sitting in his VIP lounge, looking like a budget anime villain. He's telling Labyrinth to take care of the freshman. He promises a reward that will help the Sunrise family. It's the classic do my dirty work for a promotion quest. He tells him to specifically target Kim Joo-hyuk. Rockdale even gives him permission to use weapons. He doesn't care about the mess, he just wants the MC deleted. He gives Labyrinth that creepy, shadowy smile. Labyrinth accepts. He looks like he thinks this is going to be the easiest money he ever made. He walks out of the lounge full of confidence. Labyrinth is thinking about the power gap. In Valhalla, a second grader isn't just someone who survived a year, it's someone who has formed a contract with a constellation. This gives them access to divine mana and skills that regular freshmen can't even dream of. He assumes Joo-hyuk, being a nobody with no family blessing, is basically a level 1 NPC. He remembers his own contract ceremony, the feeling of a god bestowing power. He's convinced that divine mana is the ultimate win condition. He thinks he can beat the MC with one hand tied behind his back. Back to reality. Joo-hyuk's sword is moving faster than the animation frames can keep up with. Impact. Steel meets magic, and the magic is losing. The lackeys are panicking. One guy pulls a glowing red dagger. It doesn't matter. Joo-hyuk hits him with a palm strike that sends him into orbit. The MC's eyes are glowing, he's not even breathing hard. Another senior tries a jumping overhead strike. He screams die because he thinks he's in a shonen battle. The strike hits the ground. Joo-hyuk isn't there. He's standing behind the guy looking disappointed. Didn't hit, huh? He cracks the guy over the head with the scabbard. Another body added to the pile. Labyrinth is looking at his fallen team. He's the only one left standing, and he's currently rethinking every life choice he's ever made. He's having a crisis. How is a first grader with no constellation wiping the floor with contractors? He doesn't understand the swordsmanship. It's too efficient, too perfect. It looks like Joo-hyuk is just taking a casual stroll, but everyone he walks past ends up unconscious. Joo-hyuk stops. He points the sword at the remaining guys. Didn't I say I'd crush the heads of anyone who stayed still? They're backing away. The bullying hierarchy just collapsed in 5 minutes. Labyrinth tries to rally them. He's screaming that it's just one kid. Joo-hyuk mocks his spirit. Oh, the gangster boss is getting fired up? Labyrinth lunges with his sword, screaming for the MC to shut up. He's desperate. He knows if he loses this, his reputation is cooked. Joo-hyuk just thrusts the scabbard into Labyrinth's gut. The impact sends a shockwave through the senior's body. Boom! Blue mana explodes outward as Labyrinth is pinned against the wall. He's gasping for air. He didn't even see the MC move. Labyrinth hits the dirt. Game over. Joo-hyuk stands over him. He slaps him awake. Wake up, brat. He wants names. Who sent you? Labyrinth tries to play the I'm your senior card, but it's hard to sound tough when you're bleeding on the pavement. Joo-hyuk isn't falling for it. He points at the bodies. Is this a common thing for seniors here? Labyrinth claims they just wanted to break the nose of the top freshman. He's lying through his teeth. The MC just laughs. The loyalty of gangsters, I'm tearing up. He picks up his bag to leave. Labyrinth tells him to wait. The senior threatens him. He says if this gets out, Joo-hyuk will be expelled for attacking his upperclassmen. Joo-hyuk doesn't even pause. Whatever. He flips the script. He asks Labyrinth if he'd really be comfortable telling people he got swiped clean by a single freshman. The MC's eyes turn blood red. Think wisely if you want to join a guild later. This is a career-ending threat. Joo-hyuk walks away into the night, leaving the seniors to contemplate their life of failure. It's 9:28 p.m. Rockdale is still waiting for the mission accomplished call. The phone rings. It's Labyrinth. Rockdale answers with a smug grin. Did you give him a moderate beating? Labyrinth's voice is cold. I'm taking my hands off this job. He hangs up. Rockdale's smile vanishes. Rockdale is stunned. He can't process that his loyal dog just quit. Larrick's final words echo, "Stay away from anything related to Kim Joo-hyuk." Rockdale is mauling. He thinks Larrick is a coward. He's screaming into the dead phone trying to get an answer. He considers reporting the MC to the administration. He figures visible injuries on the seniors would be enough evidence. He's willing to offer even more money to make the Sunrise family a branch of the Ventrics, but then he realizes it wouldn't matter. The seniors are limping back, looking like they just crawled out of a wood chipper. Their honor is gone. Rockdale is left staring at his phone. He is shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. He smashes the phone on the ground. Another phone bites the dust. He's sitting on the couch, head in his hands, while Yuria watches from the shadows. He calls out to her. He's done with the school kids. He asks if she's contacted Desera. She confirms he's on his way, but it'll take time. "Where the hell is he?" Rockdale asks. "Mexico. Aripia Academy. The room is full of unconscious bodies. It looks like a slaughterhouse." Desera Ventric is sitting on a pile of people checking his phone. He reads the request to take care of Kim Joo-hyuk in Korea. He sees that the reward is already prepared. He gets a terrifying shark-like grin. What a great turn of events! He's been looking for a reason to kill someone new. Next day, 6 p.m. Valhalla training room. Joo-hyuk walks in, looking around. He's impressed by the size of the gym. It gets him in the mood for a workout. A voice startles him. It's Barshay. He's talking to him through the sword. Joo-hyuk warns him that if he manages to get out, he'll just beat him up and drag him back in. Barshay looks terrified. The MC opens his locker. He's ready to get to work. He starts his stretches. Barshay asks if everything is okay. Joo-hyuk clarifies that he replaced the legendary sword in the basement with a replica. Barshay is worried about the quality of the fake. The spirit reveals he's had the ability to make perfect replicas since he gained consciousness. He doesn't know why. Joo-hyuk just sighs. You don't know quite a lot. A pair of eyes appears upside down in the frame. It's Arin. She's literally hanging from the ceiling or a bar to get his attention. She's actually here. She didn't miss the 6 a.m. deadline. She's eager to learn sword techniques. Joo-hyuk shuts her down. No, we're starting with stamina. She has the biggest confused bunny reaction. He tells her she can leave if she doesn't like the curriculum. She quickly changes her tune. Start with stretches, he commands. Joo-hyuk is analyzing the modern world. Hunters today focus entirely on mana capacity and divine blessings, completely ignoring physical conditioning. They think magic is a substitute for muscles. Even Arin, a top-tier genius, has the stamina of a regular high schooler. To the MC, that's a fatal flaw. She finishes stretching. Then let's get to the real training, Joo-hyuk says. Push-ups. Arin is already shaking. Squats with weights. Joo-hyuk is handling a massive barbell like it's a toothpick. Dumbbell lunges. Arin is sweating bullets. She collapses on the floor, gasping for air. Joo-hyuk just looks down at her. We're just getting started. He tells her to stop lying down and get up. We still have 20 km of running left. Arin's soul basically leaves her body. Classroom 1A. Joo-hyuk is at his desk, feeling great. He thinks Arin has potential. Arin is sitting next to him, looking like she's about to pass out. Instructor Lilia enters. She announces a simple written test. It's about dimensional monsters. She expects them to have self-studied. The test is about how to deal with specific monsters efficiently. Soyeon is focused. Sehyuk is struggling. Arin is literally vibrating from exhaustion trying to hold her pen. Joo-hyuk is already done. He looks bored. Lilia checks her watch. Time's up. Pass them forward. She explains this won't affect their grade but will determine their placement for the simulation class. Next class is the official virtual combat lesson. She leaves the room. Joo-hyuk is just sitting there, arms crossed. Barkay asks if he's sure he can write his answers like that. Joo-hyuk realized Barkay was reading his mind. The spirit clarifies he can only hear thoughts regarding him. The MC says he just wrote the answers as he knew them. Teacher's lounge. Lilia is grading the papers. She stops at one name. Kim Joo-hyuk. She's crumbling the paper in rage. Our guy is just trying to enjoy a morning coffee and mind his own business. But he hears something, a very specific sound. It's the sound of an academic's soul leaving their body. Lilia is at her desk, grading papers, and she looks like she's about to have a stroke. Joo-hyuk leans over the cubicle wall like a nosy neighbor. He asks if those are his class's test papers. Lilia sighs. She explains she made them take a simple written test on monster slaying to prep for the next simulation. She says most of the genius heirs did great. Then she looks at Joo-hyuk with a face that says, I'm not mad, just disappointed. He just gives her a good luck with that and starts to walk away. He takes a nice long sip of his coffee, peace and quiet, until she screams his name so loud he nearly does a spit take. She is shaking. Her mana is literally leaking out of her because she's so triggered. She cannot believe he had the audacity to turn this in. He plays it cool. Did I not put enough effort in? Effort? Lilia says he's straight up mocking the entire curriculum. Jo-Yuk is genuinely confused. He thought he was being efficient. She stands up, clutching his paper like it's a personal insult. She vows to thoroughly educate him in front of the next class. She crumbles the paper. She's determined to prove that monsters aren't as easy as he thinks they are. 1 week later, the simulation lab. The whole class is gathered, and the vibes are tense. Lilia stands at the podium. She tells the class they did well, but then her eyes turn into daggers. Kim Joo-hyuk, come forward. He walks up with his hands in his pockets. Total NPC energy. The other students are already whispering that he's cooked. He stands in front of her. The teacher versus the student who knows too much. She shoves his test paper into his chest. Check the grade. A big, fat 0. The questions are standard. How do you handle a rock goblin, and what do you do against 8 jungle goblins? She asks him in front of everyone if he actually took the test seriously. I did, he says. He's not even blinking. She starts reading his answers out loud. Question 1. The best way to take care of a rock goblin. He wrote, you shank it in the stomach. Lilia looks like she wants to facepalm through her skull. Question 2. 8 jungle goblins charging you. What is the tactical response? His answer? Starting from the ones in front, you stab them each and send them to hell. The class is dead silent. Lilia is done. She says even if he had just tried to act like he studied a bit of strategy, she'd have given him partial credit. She breaks down the meta. Rock goblins have B+ defense. Normal sword aura won't even leave a scratch. You need high-tier magic or specialized armor-piercing gear. Yes, he says, and it's over in 1 strike. She's fuming now. To her, this is just peak freshman ego. She thinks he's just spouting absolute nonsense to look cool. She hits a button on the console. If he's so confident in his shank them strategy, she's going to give him a live demonstration. The holographic field activates. The rock goblin materializes. It's a massive gray-skinned tank with teeth like jagged rocks. It towers over him. The students in the back are actually worried he's going to get flattened. Lilia gives him a smug look. Kill it exactly like you wrote on the test, and she'll regrade his points. He scratches his head. Okay, I get it. He puts the test paper down. This is the ultimate hold my beer moment. He walks over to the weapon rack and picks out a standard mass-produced training sword. No enchantments, no blessings, just basic steel. He walks toward the monster. He looks like he's going to buy groceries, not fight a B-rank threat. The goblin roars. It's a mountain of muscle and stone. Lilia thinks to herself that he might be talented at killing fodder orcs, but a rock goblin is a hard counter to physical swordsmanship. The goblin lunges. Joo-hyuk doesn't even move until the last millisecond. Lilia blinks. Wait, what? 1 hit. The blade doesn't bounce off the stone skin. It slides right through the stomach like it's warm butter. The simulation shatters. The goblin dissolves into data fragments. The training sword clatters to the floor. It's broken. He used so much force and precision that the cheap steel couldn't even survive the follow-through. He looks back at her. There, shanked him in the stomach, just like I said. The geniuses are losing it. Arun is smiling because she knew her master was built different. Se-hyuk looks like he's reconsidering his entire life. Lilia's mouth is just open. She demands to know how he did it. There's no way a normal sword can penetrate that defense without mana. Joo-hyuk gives the most skill issue response in history. Didn't you see? I just stabbed it. She's spiraling. She explains that normally, you'd need to be an A-rank contractor to pull that off with a sword. The physics shouldn't allow this. He doesn't care about her physics. He just asks if his answer is correct now. She's not giving up. She hits the button for the second question. Next question! The room shifts again. The floor becomes stone tiles. The lighting goes dark. The scenery transforms into a damp, dark dungeon. Jo-hyuk is standing at the entrance of a narrow corridor. He asks what this is supposed to be. She tells him to pay attention. This is a high-difficulty scenario. Footsteps. Heavy, wet footsteps on the stone. Jungle goblins. These things look like regular goblins, but they have red war paint and way more aggression. Lilia explains they have massive anger issues. They are incredibly hard to take care of in groups. Here is the gimmick. If you don't kill the leader instantly, it lets out a howl that alerts every other goblin in the dungeon. You'll be swarmed in seconds. She says standard procedure is to use a high-level mage to wipe them all at once, or just run away. She notes that his sword speed is slow according to his previous records. He only sees 3 in front, but there are 5 more waiting for him to mess up. Joo-hyuk smiles. Slow? He doesn't do slow. The sword moves before she can finish her sentence. The first goblin's head is gone. The second one tries to scream, but the blade is already through its jaw. He stands over the pile of data. It took about 3 seconds. Lilia looks like she just saw a ghost. Her entire textbook just got lit on fire. I got that one right too, right? He's basically asking for his gold star at this point. The next morning, Treadmill City. Arun is struggling. She's breathing like she just finished a marathon, and she probably has. The timer hits the goal, 13 minutes and 20 seconds. She collapses. She's done. Her silver hair is a mess, and she's questioning why she signed up for this. Joo-hyuk hops off his treadmill without even breaking a sweat. He looks like he just woke up from a nap. He asks her why she's struggling. Didn't she train back at her famous clan? She gasps out that she doesn't normally push herself like this. He stares at her. Then how are you going to fight real monsters? She says the most typical modern hunter thing ever. She can just borrow strength from her constellation. Why use muscles when you have a god's credit card? Joo-hyuk's face goes flat, as expected. He realized the problem a long time ago. Modern hunters focus 100% on magic power because the constellations make it easy. But he knows the truth. The risk is too high. He imagines a scenario. What if you're in a dungeon with a magic restricting field? Or what if you run out of mana during a long boss fight? What if your constellation just gets bored and stops lending you power? Then what? You're just a squishy human in a room full of monsters. She looks up at him, confused. He asks her if she thinks these stamina exercises are actually meaningful to her. She stands up, trying to regain some dignity. Of course, she reminds him of the deal. If she does the training, he teaches her his swordsmanship. She's only doing this because she knows his illegal moves are better than her family's. He chuckles. So she's only doing it because he told her to. No personal drive yet. She blinks. Huh? He tells her to head to the academy. They're done for the morning. She asks if he's coming. I'm going to do one more set. This guy's a literal grind set meme. He asks if she wants to join. She turns into a literal crying bunny in his mind. Never mind, just go. She doesn't need to be told twice. He gets back to the weights. He's doing bench presses that would make a gym bro weep. Barshe appears in spirit form, floating over him. He asks if Arun Choi is the girl's name. Barshe notes that she's actually keeping up with the training without complaining too much. For a modern girl, she has some grit. Joo-hyuk says he only took her on because she kept pestering him. Barshe asks if he's ever actually shown her his real swordsmanship. Not really, Joo-hyuk says. She just noticed it during class. Barsha finds it amusing that she could even recognize its strength just by looking. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the bench. A heavy weight is lifted easily. It's Oh Se-hyuk, the gym bro genius from Chapter 1. He's working out too, and he looks like he's trying to reclaim his ego. He looks over at Jo-hyuk. The two geniuses are just sitting there, sweating in silence. Jo-hyuk asks how long he's been there. Se-hyuk says it's his routine to exercise before class every day. Se-hyuk gets up and leaves. Jo-hyuk watches him go. He notices that Se-hyuk has martial bone, a natural physical talent for combat. Barsha asks if he's interested in that man. Jo-hyuk says maybe. Se-hyuk is at least smarter than the ones who only train magic power. Then he asks what the other Constellation bastards are even doing lately. Barsha goes silent. He admits he doesn't know. He's been locked in a basement for 300 years. He's technically a Constellation now, but he's been isolated from the group chat. But then Barke mentions something interesting. A new quest just popped up in Joo-hyuk's system tab. Joo-hyuk stops mid-rep. The new quest, it gives a specific location. Valhalla's room of the Constellation's 3rd underground floor. The clear condition involves something called Valhalla's Eye. Jo-hyuk remembers hearing about that place in class. It's a high-security survival zone used for upperclassmen. He realizes that if it weren't for this quest, he'd just grab his stuff and dip. But the system is forcing him to stay. Barshe teases him about being stealthy. Barshe points out that Joo-hyuk just caused a massive riot by beating up those seniors. He's about as stealthy as a brick through a window. Joo-hyuk sighs. He has to clear this quest to unlock the secrets of his reincarnation. He's stuck at school for now. London. The United Kingdom. We're inside a massive mansion. The walls are covered in creepy plague doctor masks. This is the House of Ventric. The aesthetic is Victorian Gothic horror. A man is kneeling at the end of a long, expensive table. A woman's voice speaks. Cold. Regal. This is Adilia Ventric, the Vice House owner. She's sitting on a throne looking down at the report. The butler reports that the labyrinth on the outskirts of Reading has been cleared. She smiles. Good work. Anything else? He mentions he's found some competent men along the way, a survivor from the ruined Roberts clan. She tells him to test their capabilities and send them her way. If they're strong enough, they deserve the Ventric blessing. The butler hesitates. There's one more thing. It's about Rockdale. Adilia's eyes sharpen instantly. She asks if something happened with her little brother again. The butler drops the bomb. Rockdil called Desera into South Korea. Adilia's face goes dark. The name Desera clearly carries a lot of weight. Meet Desera Ventric. This man is the definition of a problem child. At 19, he deleted 5 students at the England Academy because they started an argument with him. By 20, the Ventric family had enough of his PR nightmares and cut him off completely. Adilia is sitting in her London throne room thinking about the fact that this absolute psycho is currently meeting with her little brother Rockdil. She tells her butler to keep Desera under surveillance on behalf of the family. The butler looks a bit nervous, which is fair considering who they're talking about. Adilia makes it very clear if Desera gets caught doing anything weird, which is his default state, he's getting removed from the family for good. The butler bows, finishes his report, and prepares to head out. Adilia stares at the closing doors, probably wondering why her family tree is full of idiots. She sits there in the silence of the mansion. She starts monologuing about how all these bastards are wielding power they haven't earned themselves. In her eyes, that kind of power isn't meant for trash. She's got that look in her eyes, the one that says she's planning something much bigger than a school rivalry. Her philosophy is written right above her door, ALLFORONE. But for her, one isn't a team effort. It's just her. Everything in the end is for her benefit. She looks at a portrait on the wall and asks, right? The portrait is of a guardian constellation wearing a plague doctor mask. This is the entity she's contracted with. We're in class now, and the teacher is giving a lecture on the etymology of evildoer. In this world, evildoer isn't just a mean word, it's a technical term for people who use constellation powers for evil. The teacher explains that while most operate alone, they sometimes form organizations. The most notorious one is the One God group. Jo-hyuk is sitting in the back, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. He's looking at his hand, thinking about his new body. He can feel himself getting stronger just from basic gym sessions. It's much better than his original body from 300 years ago, even if it's not quite genius level yet. But something is bothering him. He remembers his first day after reincarnating. He could barely finish a chi circulation because his mana was lower than a normal person's. He nearly passed out just from a bit of light shoveling. With a body that has this much latent talent, there is no logical way it should have been in that bad of a condition. He wonders if something happened in the past to this kid before he took over. Then he just shrugs it off. No point in stressing over it now when there's loot to sell. He's tapping his desk, bored out of his mind. Suddenly, he feels a presence nearby. It's Yu Soyeon, the girl who used to be the class ace until our guy showed up. She slides a note onto his desk with the stealth of a cat that's clearly failing at being a cat. Jo-hyuk stares at the folded piece of paper. It just says, hey, quality communication right there. Our guy looks genuinely annoyed. He's got enough on his plate without dealing with high school drama. The instructor interrupts, announcing that students are permitted to leave the premises this weekend if they submit an application. Class dismissed. Jo-hyuk is already thinking about his market trip. Leaving the premises is exactly what he needs to sell his vault junk. He fills out the form. Reason for leave? Want to take a walk outside? Absolute legend. Barke pops up in his head, asking if he's actually planning to go out. Jo-hyuk confirms he's headed somewhere specific. As he's walking down the hall, he gets jump scared by a loud, "Hey, why?" It's Soyeon again. She's standing there looking like she's about to start a fight or ask for a date, and she doesn't know which one yet. Jo-hyuk just looks at her. Tell me, is it a muse after muse? He's mocking her because she didn't even write a full sentence in her note. He tells her to hurry up because he's busy. Soyeon starts stuttering. The genius is currently malfunctioning. Jo-hyuk calls her a freak for getting angry for no reason and tells her to just say what she wants. She's offended. Freak? Why am I a freak? They start bickering in the hallway like a married couple. Jo-hyuk points out that making someone angry for the heck of it isn't exactly normal behavior. She freezes. She clearly has something she wants to ask. She's flashing back to the simulation where he one-shotted the rock goblin. She remembers the impact. The way the stone skin just split like paper. The fact that he did it with a basic sword and zero magic is living rent-free in her head. It goes against everything she's ever learned from her elite textbooks. She wants to ask him how he did it, but her pride is taking massive damage just by standing there. She bites her lip, trying to force the words out. Suddenly, Instructor Lilia teleports into the conversation with the energy of 1,000 caffeinated scholars. Lilia is literally glowing. The monster expert has officially joined the Jo-hyuk fan club. Jo-hyuk is just done. Where the hell did she just pop out from? He asks Lilia why she's butting in. He thought she hated him because he embarrassed her in front of the whole class. Lilia just laughs it off. She realized that her old one way to kill monsters belief was wrong, and he showed her the light. She looks at him with a predatory academic grin. Do you want to become my assistant? Jo Hyuk doesn't even hesitate. I'll have to decline. She starts chasing him down the hall, begging him to help her write a world-changing research paper on monsters. She offers to personally fund whatever he needs. Soyeon is just standing in the background, completely forgotten and probably dying of cringe. Soyeon sighs. She's realized her chance to ask him anything is gone. She walks away, muttering that she didn't need to know anyway. Classic tsundere behavior. The next day, Jo Hyuk is out of the academy, wearing a hoodie and looking low profile. He arrives at the market. It looks like a city stuck in a permanent, eerie twilight. Flashback to the Valhalla dormitory the night before. Jo Hyuk is at his desk, doing some deep web research. Barca asks what he's looking for. He explains he needs info on the place he's visiting tomorrow. He needs to find a trading forum where he can sell the high-level artifacts he borrowed from his own 300-year-old vault. He finds the site. It's simply called The Market. It's a black market that operates outside the law. He reads through a forum post by a user named Typing Cat. The market is global. It's where evildoers and high-ranking officials trade anything freely after paying an entrance fee. The reason this place is even allowed to exist is because it was created by a guardian constellation called the Hidden Ruler. Governments don't crack down on it because even the people at the top use it to buy things they shouldn't have. Since it's so open, finding a guide on how to enter it is actually super easy. He figures he'll use it as his personal ATM for a while. The method is surprisingly modern. Go to a link in the comments, make a reservation, and you'll be given a location within 50 km. Jo Hyuk scrolls down to the comments. Suddenly, his phone pings. It's a message from Choi Ah-rin. She sends 4 consecutive crying bunny emojis. She's spamming his notifications. She tells him she can't make tomorrow's training because she has to go out. Jo Hyuk is relieved he was going out anyway. He just replies, KK. Ah-rin is sitting at home, staring at her phone in shock. She sends and he just tells her to have a good trip. Total dry texter energy. She starts spamming more emojis and he just thinks, stop. He's got work to do. He wonders why she keeps sending him stuff, then gets back to the reservation link. He clicks the link. Time to go shopping. He's walking through a rundown part of the city. The GPS tells him to find an old abandoned cafe. He finds it. It looks like a place where dreams go to die, covered in cobwebs and dust. He steps inside. The furniture is trashed. He walks through the wreckage with zero hesitation. According to the guide, he just needs to head to the corner. There's a door that shouldn't lead anywhere interesting. He grabs the handle and turns. He steps through and the world completely changes. He blinks at the view. Is this it? Welcome to the market. It looks like a medieval city mixed with a cyberpunk back alley. The atmosphere is heavy. Smoke rises from the chimneys of old stone buildings. The most striking part is the sky. It's a deep, unnatural purple. Jo Hyuk stops in his tracks. This feels weird. It's his first time here, but it feels familiar. That purple sky and the cloudy moon, it's the exact same sky he saw during the apocalypse 300 years ago. A voice interrupts his thoughts. Is this your first time here? A man in a sharp leather suit is standing there, looking way too professional for a black market. Jo Hyuk remembers the post. Look for an employee in an anachronistic leather suit and pay the 2 million won entrance fee. Jo Hyuk hands over a thick stack of cash. That's roughly $1,500 just to walk through the door. The employee takes the money with a smile. Business is good. Jo Hyuk is basically broke now. He used up all his prize money from the entrance exams, but he knows he's about to make it back 10 times over. The employee asks if there's anything else he needs. I want to sell some jewels I own. Where should I go? The employee asks if he wants an auction. Jo Hyuk just wants a quick sale. He's got school on Monday. The employee recommends heading to the 3rd district to see a guy named Morris. Apparently, Morris has the best prices for gold and gems. He points down an alleyway. Walk straight ahead until you see the split path. Jo Hyuk turns to leave, but the employee stops him. One more thing. He hands Jo Hyuk a black cat mask. I highly recommend you use this. In this place, everyone wears a mask. You don't want people seeing your face when you're trading illegal artifacts. He calls it a small freebie. Jo Hyuk puts on the mask. He looks like a low-budget superhero, but it works. He heads into the 3rd district. The place is packed with masked figures. Everyone is suspicious of everyone else. He finds Morris. Morris is a grisly-looking man wearing a white cat mask, currently examining a diamond with a jeweler's loupe. Jo Hyuk asks, "Are you Morris?" Morris looks up. "Yes, I am." Jo Hyuk gets straight to the point. He's got goods to sell. Morris tells him he can process jewels quickly. He looks bored, like he's seen 1,000 kids trying to sell their mom's necklace. Jo Hyuk reaches into his backpack. He pulls out a small black pouch. He drops it on the counter with a heavy clink. Morris opens the pouch. Are these perhaps rings? He pulls one out and looks at it through his loupe, expecting a cheap gold band. Morris's jaw literally drops. He starts sweating. Wait, this is... The ring starts glowing with a violent purple energy. It's an artifact from the era of destruction. Morris is currently having an existential crisis over a piece of jewelry. He picks up another ring, his hand shaking like he's holding a live grenade. The entire pouch is glowing with that ominous purple mana. These aren't just pretty trinkets. He confirms it. Every single one of them is an artifact from the era of destruction. This is like finding 8 original Charizard cards in a trash can. He looks up at Ju-hyuk, finally realizing the kid in the hoodie might be the most dangerous person in the room. Our guy isn't here for the drama. He just wants to know the price tag. Morris stares into the bag, trying to do the math in his head while his brain melts. He's judging Ju-hyuk by his voice, guessing he's in his early 20s. He can't fathom where a college-age kid got a collection that could buy a small country. He finally cracks and asks where the hell these came from. Ju-hyuk hits him with that deadpan energy. I heard those questions weren't asked here, was I mistaken? Morris immediately backs off. In the black market, asking about a source is a great way to get your shop burned down. He apologizes, admitting he almost tarnished his reputation by being a nosy neighbor. Ju-hyuk just shrugs. Honestly, he doesn't even know the modern value, he just knows they were expensive 300 years ago. Morris drops the bad news, he can't process these. He literally doesn't have enough liquid cash in the building to buy them all at once. He points toward a massive building in the distance, the auction hall. That's the only place big enough for this level of loot. Ju-hyuk asks how long an auction takes, usually 2 to 3 weeks. There's a wait list of people wanting to sell their cursed swords and illegal potions, and since he needs to be verified to receive the payout, he'd have to keep coming back here. Our guy is already over it. This sounds like too much paperwork for a man just trying to buy some gym equipment. He asks Morris for an estimate anyway, just to see what the quick sale loss would look like. Morris pulls out a tablet and starts typing. He's calculating based on historical trends and current Evildoor demand. He shows Ju-hyuk the screen. Even Ju-hyuk, a man who once ruled the world, blinks at the number. That's a lot of zeros. He knew they were valuable, but he didn't realize the modern world was this desperate for his old junk. He asks Morris how much he's actually short. Morris says even if he sold his entire shop and everything he owned, he'd still only have about 3/4 of what the rings are worth. Ju-hyuk stares at him through the cat mask. Then I'll just take that much. He's literally willing to walk away from a fortune just to save 2 weeks of travel time. Morris is stunned. This is either the richest man on earth or the most impatient person alive. Here is why these rings are a big deal. They are artifacts from the era of destruction, which was basically the apocalypse 300 years ago. Modern constellations, the gods who give hunters power, weirdly love items from that age. It's like divine nostalgia. Morris recalls a story about a regular guy who used an artifact like this to sign an S-rank contract with the Alchemist Zone. That guy is still one of the top hunters today. The rings are basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a top-tier player. Morris looks closer. The mana flow is perfect. The magic lingering inside is still fresh, even after 3 centuries. Morris can't believe he's getting these for a 25% discount. He starts packing them away, probably thinking about early retirement. He's literally calling it his lucky day. Then the air in the room goes cold. Morris's eyes go wide. He's sensing a presence that shouldn't be here. A man in a sharp purple suit stands behind him. This is Black Cat, the owner of the entire market. The purple moon hangs over the city as Ju-hyuk heads for the exit. He finds the door back to reality. He steps through the portal and back into the dusty abandoned cafe. He rips the mask off immediately. That was so uncomfortable I thought I was gonna die. He confirms he's back where he started. The transition is seamless. He checks his bank account on his phone. The transaction cleared. His money issues are officially solved for the next 3 lifetimes. He walks out the door, knowing he has a literal mountain of more loot waiting in storage if he ever feels like buying an island. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing. It's a random number. He doesn't have many friends, so this is already suspicious. He answers, "Hello?" A familiar high-pitched scream hits his ear. It's Instructor Lilia, and she's demanding he go get food with her. He asks how she even got his number. She just says, "I'm a Valhalla instructor, don't ask stupid questions," and tells him to meet her at the gym. She hangs up before he can even say no. The monster expert is now a professional stalker. Ju-hyuk stares at the screen, contemplating if he should just block her, but then he figures he might as well leech a free meal offer since he's already in the area. Black Cat is still standing over Morris. Morris is sweating through his white mask. Why are you here? Black Cat asks if their relationship is really that bad. He sounds smooth, but you can tell he's the guy who owns the room. Morris points out that a low-level merchant doesn't usually get house calls from the big boss. Black Cat admits he likes Morris because he's honest and respects the hierarchy. He puts a hand on the counter. He knows Morris just filed an anonymous application for an auction. He explains that anonymous doesn't mean much when your Constellation is the one who built the servers. He can see everything. He asks to see the items Morris just listed. Morris hands over the pouch, wondering why the big boss is suddenly interested in some old rings. Black Cat looks into the bag. Morris tries to play it cool, saying they should go for a lot. Suddenly, system Windows starts spamming Black Cat's vision. His Constellation is literally screaming in all caps that it wants those rings. Black Cat holds a ring up to the purple moonlight. Even he looks startled. Back at the Academy restaurant, it's significantly nicer than the student cafeteria. Lilia is currently attacking a plate of spaghetti. She's twisting the pasta like she's trying to solve a monstrous puzzle. She takes a massive bite, looking entirely too happy for a woman who was just screaming on the phone. So good! Jo-yuk is just sitting there, judging her silently. He looks like he's wondering if she's actually an adult. She asks why he isn't eating. He's just confused why the school has a 5-star restaurant in the first place. She explains that they need ordinary restaurants for the faculty and high-ranking guests who don't want to eat mystery meat with the freshmen. He takes a bite of his shrimp pasta. He's still not impressed. He gets straight to the point. Why did she drag him here? She wipes her mouth and gives him a serious look. Be my assistant! Jo-yuk's response is instant. I don't want to. She stands up, begging him to think about the benefits. She's promising him a scholarship and research grants. Jo-yuk just keeps chewing his pizza. He knew this was coming. He asks what kind of benefits we're talking about. Scholarships, money, and the honor of co-writing a thesis with her. She says if they publish together, he'll be famous in the World Monster Research Association. Glory, wealth, and a career path. Most students would kill for this. Jo-hyuk just wants to know if there's any dessert. The final big benefit, he can go out twice a week instead of once a month. Lilia thinks she's nailed the closing argument. Jo-hyuk tells her she has an overinflated ego if she thinks working with her is a benefit. She starts malding. Just be my assistant, okay? Internally, Jo-hyuk is calculating. None of this helps his real goal. He needs to get to the Eye of the Great Forest. It's only accessible during the Grade 1 performance assessment. An instructor's assistant status won't help him skip that. He gives her a final no. Lilia sighs, then switches tactics. How about we trade intel? She offers to give him information that piques his curiosity in exchange for his monster-slaying secrets. The bait, she has info about Choi Arun. Jo-hyuk tries to act uninterested, but then she drops the bomb. Arun might be disowned by her family soon. The table goes quiet. Even the martial god realizes that's a heavy hit. He stands up to leave. Lilia is confused. She thought the drama would keep him there. He's done eating, and the gossip isn't worth the price of admission. She demands some information in return for the leak. He points out that he didn't really care about the info, she just shouted it at him. But before he walks out, he asks her one thing. For someone who acts so childish in private, why is she so brutal to the students in class? Lilia's expression changes. The childish teacher is gone. She explains that monster attacks are survival math. If they can't memorize the basics in her class, they'll be a statistic in the real world. She's harsh because she wants them to stay alive. Jo-hyuk asks if it's just an ideology. She calls it an instructor's duty. He actually smiles a little. That's cool. He waves goodbye, leaving her with the bill. She yells after him to pay her back with info later. He just hits her with a, yeah, I don't want to. Sihung. A massive traditional estate. This is the Choijin family home. It looks like a fortress from a historical drama. Inside, Arun is kneeling across from two men. The man at the head of the table is Choi Jansok. He's the head of the family and a legitimate power player in Korea. The guy next to her is Choi Jinjan, the eldest son. He looks like every arrogant trust fund kid you've ever wanted to punch. Arun looks tiny in this room. The pressure is suffocating. The father grabs his sword. He explains the deal. Pass the sorting test and you get to form a contract with the sacred family relic, the Cheong Waldo. It's the ultimate proof of a successor. But if you fail, you're disowned. Kicked out of the family, stripped of the name and left with nothing. He asks them both if they're willing to take the risk. Jinjin says yes, instantly. He's confident because he already has a contract. Arun takes a breath. I'll do it. The father stands over them, his aura literally darkening the room. All right, the test is in 3 weeks. They're dismissed. As they walk out, Arin tries to keep her head down. Jinjin stops her. Hey, can't you take a hint? He's mocking her. He thinks it's hilarious that she's even trying. Arin just looks at him, exhausted. He brings up their father's expression. It was a face of disgust. The flashback confirms it. The father didn't look at Arin with pride, he looked at her like a mistake. Jinjin asks why she even wants to be the head of the family. He drops the slur, an illegitimate child. He's telling her she's not even a real Choi. Arin grits her teeth so hard you can almost hear them crack. He laughs at her menacing face. He tells her not to delude herself. He points out that she doesn't even have a constellation blessing. In his eyes, she's an NPC trying to fight a boss. He stands over her, relishing the moment. He tells her to just give up and leech off the family money until she's kicked out. He leans in. See you in 3 weeks. He's already won in his mind. He walks away, leaving Arin alone in the cold hallway. Arin's mother is in a hospital bed, looking frail. Little Arin is crying, holding her hand. Her mother tells her one thing: you must become the head of the family, accomplish that goal, and be free to do whatever you want. Back in the present, Arin's eyes aren't crying anymore. They're cold. Welcome to Class 1A. The atmosphere today is about as heavy as a graveyard. Jo-hyuk is sitting at his desk, leaning back and looking like he's already planned his weekend. Barke pops up in his head, absolutely baffled that Jo-hyuk is worried about midterm season. He tells the MC that if he just stayed still, he could hear the teacher explaining it. Jo-hyuk's response? I don't usually pay attention. Typical Smurf behavior. The homeroom teacher clears his throat. He's got that "I'm about to ruin your life" look that only teachers have. He explains the stakes. In Valhalla, midterms and finals are everything. If you get the lowest score in the class, you aren't just getting a bad grade, you're getting kicked out of the school immediately. It's a literal survival of the fittest. He tells him not to fail right off the bat. Jo-hyuk isn't worried about the practical test, that's just hitting things until they stop moving. The written test, however, is a problem. He has to stay in the school to get to the Eye of the Great Forest, but he has zero interest in memorizing modern monster lore. He calls out to Barche. He asks the spirit if he's been listening to the lectures. Barche admits he has. Then you take the test instead. Jo-hyuk is literally outsourcing his midterms to a demon king. Barche is speechless. He's a world-conquering entity, not a Chegg subscription. Barsha points out that this is a proxy test and it's quite unfair. Jo-hyuk gives him that demonic, glowing red-eye stare. He tells Barsha that he'd be telling him the answers anyway, so he might as well just do it himself. Barsha realizes he's not a partner, he's an unpaid intern. Class ends. The students are all scrambling, but our guy is just packing his bag. He's ready to head to the gym, but a voice stops him. It's a run. She looks serious. More serious than usual, which is saying something for a girl who runs 20 km for fun. She asks if they're training today as well. Jo-hyuk asks if she wants to stop. He's giving her an out, but we all know she isn't taking it. She says that's not it. She wants to actually learn his swordsmanship. No more running, no more weights, she wants the illegal moves. Jo-hyuk realizes it's time for the talk. He notes that even with all her training, she probably can't even use a blade properly yet. He tells her it's not just swordsmanship, it's about how you fundamentally hold a weapon. He's going to show her the secret technique of the martial god. Plus, he figures it's about time he practices with his own weapon again. It's been a while since he's cut anything that wasn't a holographic orc. Arin lights up like she just won the lottery. She's finally getting the main character training. They head to the Valhalla training room. Empty, quiet, perfect for a beatdown. He points at her sword and asks how long it's been since she last used it. A day and a half. She's been so focused on her cardio that her blade is probably getting lonely. He asks if she practiced every day before meeting him. She says yes. Then unsheathe your sword. The sound of steel sliding against the scabbard rings through the room. She stands in her family's traditional stance. It looks perfect on paper, but Jo-hyuk sees the leaks. He gives her a tip that sounds simple, but changes everything. Put strength into your ring and pinky fingers, and grab the hilt firmly. Arun is confused. Ring and pinky? Most modern styles focus on the index and middle fingers for control. She adjusts her grip. She squeezes the hilt with her bottom 2 fingers. Her eyes go wide. The blade starts humming with aura. A massive blue pressure erupts from her body. She's shocked. She didn't even put magic into the grip, but it feels 10 times more secure and stable than holding it with both hands. This is fundamental combat physics that the modern world completely forgot. Jo-hyuk draws his own training sword. Now come at me with everything you've got. She nods. No more student and teacher, it's time to spar. She moves. The floor tiles crack as she launches herself forward. She unleashes a lightning-charged slash. The impact is violent. Sparks are literally flying across the room. She's surprised by her own speed. Her feet are moving faster than she can think. Joo-hyuk parries her effortlessly with one hand. He tells her she's become much faster. But, he adds as he easily sidesteps her, don't put more magic into your feet than needed. He's calling out her mana spam. Modern hunters think more mana equals more power, but Joo-hyuk knows it just makes you predictable. She resets, panting. Okay. She adjusts her grip again. The ring and pinky trick is a game changer. She plants her feet. She lunges again, lower this time. She swings with a wide horizontal arc that covers the whole training area. Joo-hyuk just leans back. That advance was good, but when you stop, rotate your body a little bit more. He blocks her swing with a dull thud and redirects her momentum. She's stumbling, her muscles screaming from the sudden shifts. Joo-hyuk rolls his shoulder. He's starting to enjoy this. Go on, come at me, don't rest. She takes a breath and dives back in. Steel meets steel, creating a constant rhythmic clang that echoes through the halls. She's pushing her limit, her silver hair whipping around like a storm. Joo-hyuk is moving like a ghost. He isn't even looking at her blade, he's looking at her center of gravity. He delivers a counter thrust that stops an inch from her throat. They freeze. Arin is drenched in sweat, her lungs burning. She looks at him with a mix of awe and desperation. She realizes the me right now is much stronger than the girl who entered this academy, and it's all because of his insane training methods. She locks eyes with him, and for a second she's not a student, she's a warrior. The sun sets over Valhalla. We're in the training hall, hours later. The two of them are still at it, though the floor is now covered in scorch marks. Aran is huffing and puffing, her body shaking from exhaustion. She looks like a character who's out of stamina but refuses to hit the continue button. Joo-hyuk checks the clock. Has it been an hour already? Let's call it a day. She collapses onto the floor with a heavy thud. She watches him as he calmly puts his sword away. He isn't even breathing hard. She thinks to herself that her current swordsmanship is sharper than ever. It's incomparable to the amateur she was during the entrance ceremony. But still, she couldn't even reach him. Not once. She gave it everything, used her family's secret techniques, and she couldn't even make him move his feet. She stands up, wiping the sweat from her face. She knows she's learning, but the gap between them feels like an ocean. Joo-hyuk! She asks if he'll spar with her again next time. She's addicted to the progress. He scratches his chin, playing it cool. I don't know. Actually, he's having the time of his life. He realizes it's helpful to spar with her, and she has enough talent to make it fun to teach. He noticed during the entrance ceremony that she uses the huffing technique, but it felt off. Sparring with her is helping him find his own old senses. 300 years ago, she would have been a talent worth making his official disciple. But he thinks he doesn't have the freedom for that right now. He's got gods to kill and secrets to find. He looks back at her. She's waiting for his answer with those big, hopeful eyes. Should I joke around a bit? He thinks. Then he just hits her with a deadpan, I don't want to. Arin turns into a literal chibi bunny with a shocked face. She's genuinely hurt for a second. Joo-hyuk is surprised she gave up so fast. But then she just smiles. Because you're right. She knows that if she follows his words, she will definitely become even stronger. She's reached absolute trust level. Joo-hyuk is actually the one taken aback now. Because you're right, this girl is built different. Well, okay, that's it for today. See you next time, Joo-hyuk. 2 weeks later. The skip we've all been waiting for. The Valhalla Stadium is packed. Yoo So-yeon is there, looking tense. It's her first time back at the stadium since the entrance ceremony where she got folded like a lawn chair. Oh Se-yuk is there too, arms crossed, muscles bulging. He's surprised by how many students are actually still in the running. Arin stands in the crowd, her hand on her hilt. She looks much more composed than she did 2 weeks ago. Joo-hyuk is just standing there with his hands in his pockets. Huh? Why are we gathered? He literally forgot midterms were today. Barshay sighs in his head. Your homeroom teacher told you about it 2 weeks ago. Joo-hyuk's internal memory is just a not-found error at this point. Instructor Lee Sang-chil stands on the platform with Instructor Lilia and the rest of the faculty. He announces the midterm practical evaluation, Dungeon Attack. The students start buzzing. This is a classic hunter trope, but in Valhalla, it's a meat grinder. Suddenly, the stadium floor starts vibrating. Massive holographic doors emerge from the ground. These are portals to artificial dungeons. Lee Sang-chil explains the rules. You are free to make any team. He recommends 8 people for a balanced party, but you can increase or decrease that number. The catch? You are evaluated only on your contribution to the dungeon attack. And here is the criteria for disqualification. A massive timer appears. Oh 5 million tro. If you cannot clear the dungeon within 5 hours, you're out. And out means expulsion. It's over, Lee Sanchil says, his voice cold. The dungeon difficulty is set to F+. This is basically a skill check for freshmen. Now let's start the exam. The timer starts ticking. Total chaos. Students are screaming names trying to recruit dealers and tanks. It looks like a high-speed LFG chat in an MMO. Lee Sangshul watches the flustered students. He wants to see who keeps their cool. His eyes land on a specific group. Soyeon is already making moves. Her team says their dealer isn't good enough. She steps up. I can do it. She's being strategic. She thinks she doesn't need to pick someone better than her. 5 hours is plenty of time for 8 people in an F+ dungeon. She realizes that if she has a team of 6 highly skilled people instead of 8 average ones, her personal contribution score will be much higher. She's playing for MVP, not just a pass. Let's go, guys! Her team disappears into the portal. Lee Sanchal is impressed. She's a child of the 5th generation. She grasps the point of the exam instantly. He watches the rest. Some are going in as groups of 20 because they're terrified. Others are sticking to the recommended 8. He notes that if a team isn't well balanced, they'll start fighting each other before they even see a monster. It's as much a social test as a combat one. He tells the staff that in 30 minutes everyone will be in, and they should get ready to score. Joyuk is still standing in the middle of the stadium, looking like he's waiting for a bus. He wonders if the students who entered early are already being graded. Then he notices something. Arun is still standing there too. He walks over. You still haven't gone in? He notes that almost everyone has already entered. What are you going to do? She looks up at him, her face full of determination. I'll do as you say, Juhyuk. Juhyuk is actually confused for once. Huh? He thinks to himself that she's been following his words like a literal sword ever since their last training session. He didn't even tell her what to do for the exam. I'll go in alone, he says. So go. He's solo leveling, obviously. Arun blinks. So, I'll enter alone too? Johyuk just shrugs. Whatever. It doesn't look difficult. Juhyuk turns around and walks into his portal like he's entering a convenience store. Arun watches him go, taking a final deep breath. 2 students nearby notice her. Hey, isn't that Choi Arun? They're confused why she's alone. Doesn't she have a team? In their eyes, going in solo is academic suicide. A guy walks up to her. You're Choi Arun, right? He's being friendly. He says they have exactly 7 people and they'd be 8 with her. It's a perfect balanced offer. Arun looks him dead in the eye. Sorry, I'll go in alone. The guy is horrified. Solo? Don't be crazy! You'll get disqualified! She walks toward her door. I can do it. Juhyuk said that it's not difficult. The guy is left reaching out, probably thinking she's lost her mind. Arun steps through the door. Welcome back. While everyone else is playing a survival horror game, the adults are back at the Valhalla Stadium monitor room, trying to figure out if this year's batch of students is actually cracked or just lucky. The staff are glued to their tablets. They're tracking every movement, every kill, and every mistake. On one screen, we see a group of students struggling against a single monster. Yoon Kyung-yoon, 2 points. Basically a participation trophy. Bae Yeji, 3 points. At least she's trying. Yoon Jin-soo, 1 point. This guy might as well have stayed in bed. Then we have Lee Sangshul. He's flipping through the feeds like a pro gamer reviewing VODs. The other instructors are watching him because, as we know, this man is the legendary clear master. He's grading these kids with a level of accuracy that's honestly kind of terrifying. He sees a foot out of place or a wasted swing and points are gone instantly. You have to remember, Sangshul isn't just a teacher, he's a legendary contractor with a 99% dungeon clearing rate. If he says you're doing it wrong, you're doing it wrong. There's no, but my Constellations said, no, shut up. He knows better. He stops on a specific feed. It's a pretty good year overall, he says, which is basically a standing ovation coming from him. He's looking at the top prospects. The 5th generation of hunters is actually looking competent for once. And then he mentions the one name that everyone expected to see at the top, Yoon Soyeon. While our guy is out here soloing like a madman, Soyeon is doing the correct thing. She's leading a full party. She's got the shielded tanks on the front line taking the hits. She's shouting orders, keeping the formation tight. This is what the Academy calls a standard attack. She signals the archers to provide cover fire from the flanks. An orc lunges, but she's already moving. She doesn't just watch, she enters the fray when it's most efficient. 1 clean slash. The monster dissolves into mana fragments. Total efficiency. 0 wasted movement. Sangshul is impressed. This is exactly how a future S-rank is supposed to act. She's managing her team's roles and ensuring the dungeon clear while maximizing her own point contribution. It's a masterclass in party leadership. He figures it's only a matter of time before she's back at the very top of the rankings. He remembers the entrance ceremony though. If it hadn't been for Kim Joo-hyuk, her record would be flawless. Speaking of which, he decides to check in on our guy. He types Kim Joo-hyuk into the search bar. Nothing found. The system just blinks at him. Sangshul freezes. This search machine tracks every student currently inside the dungeon. If he's not in the search results, it usually means one of two things. Either he's dead, or he checks the artificial dungeon clear list. There's only one name on it, Kim Joo-hyuk. Cleared. Alone. Without a party. But it's the time that makes Sangshul's jaw hit the floor. 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Even for a legend like Sangshul, that's not a human time. That's the system is glitched time. He needs to see the recording. He hits play on the VOD. The footage starts. Joo-hyuk is just standing there in the hallway with a training sword. He looks bored, like he's waiting for a bus that's 5 minutes late. Then a literal tide of goblins and orcs rushes him from the darkness. Joo-hyuk just stretches his shoulder. He doesn't even draw a stance. He moves. The goblins don't even see him pass. He's not fighting, he's harvesting. One swing, two heads. Cut! A jungle goblin tries to drop from the ceiling. He doesn't even look up. He just pivots and slices it mid-air. Jungle goblin! Cut! He lands perfectly. No heavy breathing. No sweat. Two massive orcs block his path. They swing their clubs simultaneously. The impact shatters the floor, but our guy is already behind them. He steps off the wall using the momentum for a horizontal slash. Orc! Cut! He's literally narrating his own speedrun. Cut! 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 It's a rhythmic slaughter. Back in the monitor room, the instructors are speechless. This isn't a student, it's a glitch in the matrix. Then, the final boss appears. A massive armored golem. Sangshul notes that this specific golem was buffed to handle a party of 8. It's a brick wall with legs. The golem throws a punch that looks like a falling building. Joo-hyuk just smiles. That, I miss this kind of smile. He leaps, his sword glowing with just enough mana to be lethal. He drives the blade through the golem's core. The massive machine just stops. It starts to pixelate into data. Golem! Cut! Sangshul is just whispering, "Ho," to himself. He can't even process the level of disrespect. The results are in. It's not even a debate. First place for the Valhalla midterms belongs to the guy who didn't even break a sweat. Kim Joo-hyuk. The dungeon doors open and the survivors start stumbling out. Some are celebrating because they didn't die, others are boasting about kills they definitely didn't make. Yoon So-yeon walks out looking calm but focused. She did her job perfectly. Rockdale Ventric is there too, looking like he's trying to maintain his main character energy despite probably being carried. And then there's a run. She's covered in scratches, her uniform is torn, and she looks like she just went through 10 rounds with a blender. She's staring at Joo-hyuk's back. He's already walking away, hands in his pockets like he just finished a grocery run. Cut to the teacher's break room. The official rankings are on the tablet. First, Joo-hyuk. Second, Ahrin. Third, So-yeon. The younger instructor is sweating. This list is a political nightmare. Sangshul walks in, looking like he's aged 5 years in the last hour. Kim Joo-hyuk came in first, the assistant says, stating the obvious. Sangshul just crosses his arms. That is quite unexpected. He expected to win, sure. But beating that high-spec dungeon solo without taking a single scratch? That's not a student record. That's a statement. Sangshul says if this kid actually enters the industry, Korea might finally take back the title of The One. The assistant is shocked. The One? You mean the world's strongest contractor? Sangshul realizes he's getting ahead of himself, but you can see the light in his eyes. He hasn't seen talent like this in 300 years. Literally. But he points out something else. Something arguably more confusing. Choi Ah-rin. Joo-hyuk being a god is one thing, but how did a girl who was average a month ago beat So-yeon for second place? She also challenged the dungeon alone. Just like Joo-hyuk, she took a lot of damage, but she cleared it. She forced her way through using raw willpower and that pinky finger grip Joo-hyuk taught her. The assistant remembers her as a quiet, hard-working type, but soloing a dungeon isn't just about hard work. It's about a total shift in mindset. He explains that if the exam focused on teamwork, So-yeon would have won easily, but since it was based on raw contribution, the two solo players just broke the scale. Sangshul warns that he wouldn't recommend this to other students. It's not a strategy, it's a suicide mission that only these two managed to survive. The assistant looks at Ahrin's name and thinks back. He remembers seeing her at the Choijin Guild. She was just a model student who practiced standard swordsmanship. There was nothing monster about her. He wonders, could it be because of Kim Joo-hyuk? He shakes his head. No, that can't be. What am I thinking? He decides to stop overthinking and just get the grades ready for the assembly. The next day, the sun rises over Valhalla, but for some people, it's the start of a very dark arc. The results are posted on the main board. The crowd of students is losing their minds. Jo-hyuk and Arin are 1 and 2. The status quo has been officially deleted. Rockdill is staring at the board, his face twitching. He's at 8th. For a Ventric, 8th place is a public execution. He turns to Julia. Is Desera in Korea right now? She says yes. He tells her to call him instantly. He's done playing fair. Cut to Seoul Jamsil, the high-end district. We're at a luxury restaurant, the kind where the appetizer costs more than your rent. Rockdill and Julia walk in. Rockdill looks nervous, which is rare for him. He approaches a table where a man is eating. Oi, brother! Meet Desera Ventric. He's got the blonde hair, the gold, and that massive cross-shaped scar that screams, I have a high body count. He doesn't even look up from his steak. He's eating with a level of intensity that's actually unsettling. The silence at the table is heavy. Julia is shaking. Desera finally pauses. So, this guy you want me to take care of, Kim Joo-hyuk, what does he do? Rockdill tries to play it cool. Nothing much, just a brainless freshman from a nursery school. He claims Joo-hyuk disgraced him because of his humble background and asks Desera to pay him back. Desera's eye glows. That predatory, red tint. Can I kill him? Rockdill smirks. That's for you to choose, brother. Desera goes back to his food. So this is different from the last time. I have to prepare the board properly. Rockdill is confused. A board? Desera points a finger at Julia. He mentions a big fight he had with the Palace family a long time ago. Julia is visibly trembling. This man isn't just a hunter, he's a monster who enjoys breaking people. He explains that Valhalla is different. It's hard to get in there and make a mess without the authorities noticing. Rockdill nods. He's fully committed to this. I'll set the stage for you, Rockdill says. Desera just grins. All right, prepare a nice reward. 1 week later, Jo-hyuk is walking through the halls with a backpack and a permission slip. Barsh pops up in spirit form. Going out again? Jo-hyuk explains that top students get extra leave time. He doesn't want to waste the opportunity. He has to find his remaining notes. Barsh asks the obvious question. Where are you going? Suwon. Cut to a hiking trail in Suwon. It's quiet. Too quiet. Jo-hyuk is checking his phone, following old coordinates from his memory. I think it was here. A voice cuts through the air. Hey! Jo-hyuk turns around. Desera is standing there glowing with killing intent. He's already in range. He's already smiling. Before we get back to the woods, we've got to check in on Area 7 of the market. While our guy is out here taking walks, the black market economy is currently in a state of absolute meltdown. The current manager, our guy in the cat mask, is looking out the window trying to keep his composure. He's exhausted. Dealing with top-tier artifacts is a high-stress job, and the pressure is starting to mount. Suddenly, his system starts screaming at him. It's a direct message from a constellation. They're asking about the ring, the one Joo-hyuk sold earlier. The black cat tries to be professional, telling the god that the item is following normal portal procedures. The constellation responds by spamming the chat. The ruler of the other side says you have lost your mind. Over and over again. Our manager is sweating under the mask. This isn't normal behavior, even for an eccentric god. He's been researching if these are actually Era of Destruction artifacts, and the system's reaction is unlike anything he's ever seen. The portal in his office lights up with a violent blue mana. A high-security black case emerges from the rift, surrounded by electrical discharges. Finally, it's here. He figures if he hands this over to the constellations, they'll stop blowing up his notifications. He opens the case with a click. The ring inside isn't just an accessory, it's venting a purple aura that looks like it belongs in a final boss room. He holds it up, announcing to the constellation that the package has arrived. But the silence on the other end is deafening. Then, a single message, it's here. The constellation starts spamming the screen again, but this time it's different. They're not just interested, they're terrified. Back in the woods, the vibe is significantly more grounded, or at least it was until the psycho showed up. Jo-hyuk stares at the blonde guy with the scar. Who are you? Desera just gives him that, I'm the villain of this arc smirk. Do you really need to know? Our guy isn't in the mood for riddles. He assumes the guy wants something, and it usually involves violence. Desera laughs. He thinks it's obvious why a high-rank killer would find a freshman on a remote mountaintop. Jo-hyuk cuts through the fluff. Does that something have to do with getting rid of me? Desera's grin gets wider. He thinks Jo-hyuk has good senses, which is adorable considering who he's talking to. Joo-hyuk starts taking off his backpack. He's moving with the casual energy of someone getting ready for a light gym session. He drops the bag. It hits the ground with a heavy thud, and Joo-hyuk admits he figured out the hit was coming a few days ago. Desera is officially triggered. He doesn't like being read like an open book by a teenager. Desera charges, thinking Joo-hyuk's rank is just a fluke. "Don't disappoint me!" He throws a massive haymaker. Joo-hyuk isn't there. He just steps to the side. Desera's fist buries itself 3 inches into a tree trunk. The wood splinters and cracks under the raw force. Joo-hyuk is standing 5 feet away, looking completely unimpressed by the property damage. Desera pulls his hand out, claiming Joo-hyuk just had good luck to evade that hit. Good luck? Joo-hyuk blinks. "No, I dodged that because it was slow." He's not being arrogant, he's being a critic. He notes that Desera is strong, probably around the level of Oh Se-hyuk, the instructor he bullied earlier. But Joo-hyuk knows his current body is still frail. Stopping a fist like that with raw muscle would be a bad trade. The strategy is simple. He turns and starts running. Desera's brain short-circuits. "You're running away?" He starts laughing, thinking he's already won. To him, running is what prey does when it knows it's cooked. He powers up, his body glowing with a red mana as he prepares to chase. Joo-hyuk stops on a dime. Before Desera can even process the change in momentum, Joo-hyuk is in his personal space. "Are you using your brain at all?" One punch, right to the solar plexus. The shockwave ripples through Desera's body. He hits the dirt hard, all the air leaving his lungs in one go. He tries to look up, his eyes wide with the realization that he just got countered by a runner. Joo-hyuk doesn't let him breathe. He follows up with a heavy kick. Desera barely gets his arms up to block, but the force sends him sliding backward through the brush. Joo-hyuk is already on him again, moving like a shadow. Desera is sitting in a crater of his own making, gasping for air. He looks at Joo-hyuk, the arrogance finally starting to leak out of his face. Joo-hyuk just looks down at him with a cold smile. "You've got good luck. You dodged that, huh?" Desera is mauling. This is the first time anyone has ever returned his own dialogue to him. He demands to know what Joo-hyuk did. He can't understand how a student is moving like this. "Don't you already know?" Joo-hyuk asks. "I was ranked first at Valhalla." Desera whispers the name like it's a curse. He's starting to realize Rockdale might have left out some very important details. He's trying to figure out what kind of drugs Joo-hyuk took to become this strong. We see a shot of the Ventric family estate, a dark, imposing place. Young Desera is drinking a glowing purple liquid. His parents are standing behind him, watching him like a science experiment. His talent is revealed. He has an innate propensity towards elixirs. Desera's whole childhood was basically a biology lab. While other kids were eating vegetables, he was chugging liquid magic. He drank those potions like water. His parents fed him elixirs worth hundreds of millions per bottle just to see how far they could push his limits. The results were explosive. Literally. His mana was constantly overflowing, forced into his veins through artificial means. By 16, he had the physique and power of a high-tier adult hunter. He was the perfect weapon. His parents were thrilled. They wanted to use him to gain standing in the Ventric family hierarchy. They saw him as a tool, a golden ticket to the top. They never asked him what he wanted. But Desera wasn't just strong. He was observant, and he was starting to enjoy the feeling of being the apex predator in the room. He decided he didn't want to live under their control anymore. He was tired of being an investment. So, he handled it the only way he knew how. Blood on the floor. With his overwhelming power, he realized he didn't need a family name or their recognition. He was the recognition. We see a shot of a woman, likely the head of the family who eventually kicked him out. Desera became a thorn in their side, a rogue element they couldn't control. He became a mercenary. Money solved his problems, and being severed from the family just made him more dangerous. When Rockdale offered him the job to kill Joo-hyuk, he wasn't interested in the money. He was interested in the rumor of a madman at Valhalla who disrespected all the top guilds. He thought toying with a high schooler would be a fun way to pass an afternoon, but now he's sitting in the dirt, bleeding from his nose, wondering what the hell is happening. Joo-hyuk is just standing there, wreathed in a calm, oppressive aura. "Oi," Joo-hyuk says, snapping him back to reality. Desera wipes the blood off his face. "What kind of drugs did you take to get that strong? An orphan like you couldn't buy anything decent." Joo-hyuk's face goes still. Then, he just starts laughing. It's that deep villainous, you have no idea laugh. "Drugs? Steroids?" Joo-hyuk repeats, wiping a tear from his eye. Desera's eyes narrow. He's convinced Joo-hyuk is just a drug-abusing cheater like himself. "So what?" Desera asks. "Are you saying you didn't use elixirs?" "Of course not, you junkie," Joo-hyuk says, cracking his knuckles. "I became this strong through difficult training and exercise." He notes that in a way, Desera is like the instructor Oh Se-hyuk, all artificial power and no actual soul in his movements. But Jo-hyuk decides that comparing a naturally built warrior to a boy like Desera is actually insulting to the instructor. Desera has heard enough. He reaches behind his back. He draws a high-rank magic sword. It pulses with a dark violet energy that actually makes Jo-hyuk pause. That mana, it's not normal. It's dense, ancient, and aggressive. Desera can feel the power of the blade flowing into his arm. He thinks he's about to have a main character power-up. Kim Jo-hyuk, he starts, beginning his villain speech. Jo-hyuk doesn't let him finish. He leaps mid-sentence. One kick, straight to the jaw before Desera can even raise the sword. Are you a nuthead? Jo-hyuk asks while Desera is still reeling. What kind of idiot waits for their opponent to charge up? Desera takes another hit, his teeth clattering together. Jo-hyuk follows it up with a punch that would turn a normal student into paste. Desera is being bounced around like a pinball. All that elixir-boosted durability is the only thing keeping his skeleton inside his skin. He can barely groan out a "Kuh." He reaches out a hand trying to signal for a timeout. There are no timeouts in a fight against a martial god. Jo-hyuk grabs him by the hair and yanks his head back. You can't go losing your mind just yet, Jo-hyuk says, looking him dead in the eye. You elixir-chugging idiot. He tells Desera he might have forgiven him if he was just picking a fight, but he said he was going to take care of him. That's a death threat. Anyway, Jo-hyuk has something to ask. He pulls back his fist. It's glowing with a concentrated mana that makes the air vibrate. Keep your teeth clenched, he unloads. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Rockdill is relaxing on his sofa. He's looking at his watch, figuring Desera has already finished the job. He knows his brother's personality. Jo-hyuk is likely a corpse by now. He's thinking about how much of a pain it is to clean up after his brother, but he's relieved it happened off campus. He looks at Julia. Julia, get a car. He's ready to celebrate his return to the Hag 1 spot. His phone starts buzzing on the table. Desera is calling! Rockdill lights up. This is the mission accomplished call he's been waiting for. He answers immediately. Yes, Hyungnim. Did you take care of him? Silence on the other end. Just heavy breathing. Rockdill's smile falters. Hyungnim? Suddenly a sound of absolute agony comes through the speaker. U-A-A-G-H? E-U-A-A-A-double-A-G-H. Rockdill's jaw drops. Then a different voice comes through. I bet you have no idea what's going on, right? Back in Suwon, Jo-hyuk is sitting on a rock, holding Desera's phone. The psycho is slumped at his feet, unrecognizable. Jo-hyuk tells Rockdill he'll translate what his brother is saying since he's currently unable to use words. If I die, I want you to burn 2 incense sticks for me. Jo-hyuk's eyes glow a cold, lethal red. So wait for me, Rockdill Ventric. Our guy is just standing there in the middle of a crime scene, casually asking if Rockdill is still on the line. The phone clicks. Rockdill hung up without saying a word. Honestly, it's the only smart move he's made all day. Jo-hyuk just looks at the phone like he's disappointed in the service quality. Then he looks back at the trash he has leaning against the tree. Desera is still breathing, but his ego is definitely in the ICU. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Julia is pouring tea. Her hands are shaking so hard, the cup is basically a percussion instrument. She tells Rockdill the tea is ready, but she looks like she's expecting a slap for even existing. Rockdill is just sitting there in total silence. He snaps at her to shut up and get lost. The mask is completely off now. He's not the charming heir, he's a cornered animal. He's shaking. Not because he's sad about his brother, but because he just realized he's next on the list. He keeps repeating Jo-hyuk's name like a horror movie chant. He can't process how a student beat Desera, especially after what happened with Instructor Oh Se-hyuk. He's desperately trying to figure out a way to win. He's convinced Desera must have talked. He calls his own brother a trashy bastard for failing a simple assassination. He realizes if this gets out, the Ventric family head is going to have his head for the bad PR. Then he has a thought. Jo-hyuk is a commoner. In Rockdill's twisted head, that means Jo-hyuk shouldn't have the reach to actually damage the family. He decides to just go quiet and keep an eye on things. He thinks if he hides, the problem will just go away. Back on the mountain, Jo-hyuk is walking through the woods. Barshay pops up to complain. He's wondering why Jo-hyuk didn't just kill Desera and save everyone the paperwork. Jo-hyuk explains that 300 years ago, he would have. But right now, he has to play by the rules of being a high schooler so he doesn't get expelled. Barshay isn't convinced, but he shifts the subject to something that actually matters. He's thinking about the magic Desera used. That dark purple mana wasn't just high rank, it felt wrong. It felt strangely familiar, Barshay says. For a spirit that's been around for centuries, that's a red flag the size of a stadium. Jo-hyuk stops walking. Familiar is a dangerous word when you're talking about the era of destruction. Barsha reminds him that 300 years ago, the monsters used to sacrifice cattle and dogs to fuel that specific brand of black magic. Ju-hyuk just tells him to shut up. He knows. He just doesn't want to admit the world is getting that messy again. They wonder if the hidden side of the blade, the constellation Desera mentioned, is actually connected to the old demon army. Ju-hyuk walks back to where he left the junk. He asks Desera who told him to look for him. Desera just groans. He's trying to speak, but his face isn't currently a functional tool. Jo-hyuk realizes he accidentally dislocated the guy's jaw earlier. He says it like he's apologizing for forgetting his car keys. He reaches out and grabs Desera's face. He pops the jaw back into place. It's the kind of sound that makes you want to cover your ears. Desera screams. It's a messy, painful sound. Jo-hyuk waits for the screaming to die down. Now who gave you the order? Desera is sweating. He's looking at Jo-hyuk like he's seeing a monster for the first time. Jo-hyuk stares him down with those red eyes. He notes that he fixed the jaw so Desera could talk, but if he doesn't, he'll find other things to fix. He grabs Desera's hand. He asks if staying silent is really the correct move here. Desera is confused. Why are you holding my fingers? Crunch. Desera's voice hits a frequency that probably alerts every dog in the province. Jo-hyuk crouches down, calm as a monk. He tells Desera to spill it before he starts on the other hand. Desera breaks. Rockdill Ventric ordered me. Jo-hyuk isn't surprised. He knew it was the brat from the midterm exam. Desera is genuinely curious now. He wants to know who Jo-hyuk is affiliated with, because a student shouldn't have this kind of interrogation training. Jo-hyuk just gives him a cold grin. You'll find out one way or another. He asks if Desera wants him to break 2 more fingers for the road. Desera flinches like he's been shot. Desera starts talking about his background. He's part of the first species. Ju-hyuk calls him out. Being a mercenary is just a fancy way of saying he's a bully who gets paid. Desera claims Ju-hyuk is just lucky, still clinging to the idea that he's the superior warrior. He starts explaining his contract with the hidden side of the blade. He's convinced that if he had 30 more seconds to charge his mana, he would have won. It's the ultimate coping mechanism. Jo-hyuk is bored. He tells him he would have let him go if he just shut up, but the blabbering is annoying him. He grabs Desera's face again. Sound better silent, Ju-hyuk says. Ju-hyuk is back in the city, scrolling through Tree Wiki. He confirms that the first species is known for being a group of evil people who worship the blade. He's annoyed because he wasted time on a hitman and didn't find his notes. Plus, Rockdill is still out there being a nuisance. He thinks about how to screw over the brat. In this day and age, I need modern techniques, he says. He's learning. He pulls up his voice recorder. He's got Desera's full confession on tape. Now he just needs a way to make sure the whole world hears it. His phone starts buzzing. It's Instructor Lilia. She's at home, looking like she's working on her own research. She answers with a huge smile, hoping Ju-hyuk is calling to finally become her assistant. Ju-hyuk doesn't even say hi. The internet doesn't just catch fire, it nukes itself. Articles are flying everywhere. Attempted murder on a Valhalla student by the Ventric family. The bulletin boards are in absolute chaos. Someone posted a full breakdown of the incident. The comments are pure gold. People are calling Rockdill a silver spoon bastard and laughing at how he failed so miserably. Jo-hyuk is being hailed as a legend. Jo-hyuk is sitting in his room, scrolling through the salt. This is what a modern war looks like. Barsha is impressed. He notes that for a guy who died 300 years ago, Jo-hyuk adapted to internet culture incredibly fast. Jo-hyuk admits he spent a lot of his early reincarnation days just scrolling and watching news. It's honestly kind of wholesome, the martial god learning how to use a smartphone so he can ratio his enemies. He says it's a pity though. He was only trying to ruin Rockdill, but the journalist went ahead and scorched the entire Ventric family. He's almost worried about them? Not really. He's more surprised that the reporter Lilia introduced him to was such a heavy hitter. The Ventric family holds a formal announcement. The cameras are flashing like crazy. Eleonora Ventric walks up to the podium. She bows. It's the "I'm very sorry for the bad press" bow. She offers a formal apology to the student and Valhalla Academy. Then, she drops the hammer. She says the attack was an act of insubordination by Desera. She claims Desera has been excommunicated. She even says that his confession about Rockdill giving the order was just a lie to save his own skin. The family's official stance is that they had zero part in it. It's a classic one bad apple defense. She says they'll take moral responsibility to make amends, which is code for "we're going to throw money at this until it goes away." She promises to visit the victim herself and apologize in person. As for Rockdill, She says while he's not implicated, he might be connected, so they're summoning him back to England for an internal investigation. They're effectively pulling him out of the school before more evidence can surface. She bows again. The performance is perfect. The reporters start shouting questions, but she's already leaving the room. He's watching the stream on his phone. His hand is shaking so much he might drop it. He's terrified. He knows internal investigation in his family doesn't involve a cozy office and a lawyer. His phone starts ringing. It's his father. He answers, sounding like he's about to faint. The voice on the other end is cold. Rockdill, come back to England for a while. It's a direct order. Rockdill has no choice. Understood. He slumps onto the couch looking like his entire world just collapsed. Julia watches him from the shadows. He unloads a string of curses. He's lost everything because he tried to pick a fight with a nursery schooler. The next day, Valhalla Academy. Joo-hyuk is checking the news again. There's a video of Desera being taken away. He's sticking to the family script. The Ventric family is right. I was the only perpetrator. Joo-hyuk is walking through the halls. He's impressed that Desera is actually swallowing his pride to protect the family. He still can't stand the Ventrics, though. They're too good at the game. He's also not looking forward to the head of the family coming to apologize to him. It's going to be awkward as hell. He stops in front of a door. The teacher's room. He's got a favor to ask, and he knows exactly who is in there. Lilia is sitting there, glowing with excitement. Joo-hyuk sits down, takes a sip of his drink, and says, "No." Lilia jumps up. She didn't even get to ask the question yet. How did you know what I was going to say? She's complaining that she's a busy person, but she's clearly enjoying the banter. She asks if he called her here for a date. Joo-hyuk just tells her to wake up from her dream. She notices he's not even using formal speech with her anymore. Joo-hyuk just looks at her. Well, that's how we've been talking for a while now. He thanks her for the reporter contact. It really saved him a lot of trouble. To pay her back, he offers to give her some information on dealing with monsters. She lights up. To her, that's more valuable than gold. In exchange, he asks her to help him get permission to leave school grounds this weekend. She says that's easy. She even tries to bribe him into being her assistant again, but he shuts it down instantly. Somewhere far out at sea, a massive prisoner transporter ship, AL-08, is cutting through the waves. Desera is sitting in a dark cell. He's fuming. He hates being treated like cargo, but he's already thinking about his retirement. He knows he's being transferred to the prison tower. The place is a legend, a fortress in the middle of nowhere. It's an S-grade dead zone. Once you step inside, you lose all your powers. You're just a regular guy. Desera doesn't care. He figures if he stays silent, the Ventrics will buy him out in 5 years. 5 years is nothing, he says, leaning back. He's already planning his return. He hears something in the shadows. A voice comes out of the dark. What an ugly face. Desera snaps his head around. There shouldn't be anyone else in this corridor. A flash of steel. Desera doesn't even get to scream. Blood sprays against the bars of the cage. One hit, we open on the prison ship, and Desera is currently having the worst retirement party in history. He's choking on his own blood, and the gold chains he loved so much are just catching the light of his final moments. The assassin is just standing there with a high-frequency blade. He didn't come here to talk. He came to hit the delete button on the family's biggest liability. Die, you fool. The assassin's eyes glow a lethal red. He tells Desera that the first species has no use for a guy who gets caught by a student. It's cold, but in their world, failure is a capital offense. Desera's head hits the deck. The primary witness against the Ventrics is officially out of the picture. The assassin vanishes into the shadows, leaving behind a mess that the authorities are going to have a fun time explaining. Meanwhile, at the Ventric mansion, the vibe is impending execution. Adilia Ventric is sitting at her desk, and her face suggests someone is about to get fired from life. Rockdill and his father Eden are standing there like they're waiting for the principal to tell them they're expelled. Rockdill, the kid is sweating buckets. He managed to survive the martial god, but he might not survive his aunt. She asks him what he plans to do next. He just blinks, his brain completely stalled out from fear. The father tries to bow and apologize for his son's mistake, but Adilia isn't buying the family discount today. Is that it? Her voice is like ice water. She asks if a simple apology is supposed to fix a global PR disaster that wiped billions off their family's valuation. She demands a detailed explanation of why he thought attacking a Valhalla student was a good career move. So, Rockdill tries to explain that he just wanted to take care of Joo-hyuk. Adilia slams her hand on the desk. The mana flare is insane. She's showing him exactly why she's the head of the house and he's just a kid with a golden spoon. She calls him out on his pride. He didn't act for the family, he acted because he couldn't handle coming in 8th place. Because of his ego, the Ventric name is being dragged through the mud on every forum and news site on the planet. She leans in close. What should we do with you, Rockdale Ventric? He looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He begs for a chance to restore the family honor, promising to do anything. Adilia just gives him a look of pure disgust. The only way to recover is by excommunicating you. The father, Eden, finally grows a temporary backbone and asks if that isn't too harsh. Adilia turns on him instantly. She asks if he wants to be expelled from the family too. She admits that she'd rather have Rockdale killed right now to save herself the headache. But if he dies or gets kicked out now, the media will know for sure that he gave the order to Desera. She smirks, realizing she has to play the long game to protect the brand. Rockdale is still trembling on the floor, probably rethinking every life choice he's made since the midterm. She tells him he won't be expelled for now. He's to return to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. She's going to meet Kim Joo-hyuk personally to see what kind of problem they're actually dealing with. Rockdale bows so hard his head probably leaves a dent in the carpet. She dismisses them like they're trash she's waiting for the maid to pick up. As they walk out, the tension finally starts to drop, but only slightly. Eden tells his son to stay quiet and not do anything rash. Rockdale asks if his father heard what Adilia said. He knows he's getting excommunicated the second the cameras are turned away. He's already dead to the family. When things quiet down, I'll release that. He's still got a hidden card, typical side character behavior. He's got that crazy look in his eyes again. He thinks because he's already lost everything, nothing can slow him down. He tells his father he needs help. Eden looks like he's regretting parenthood. Whatever it is, keep it quiet. The dad officially enters the conspiracy. A few days later, back at Valhalla Academy. We're in the interview room. The instructor, Lee Sang-shul, is looking stressed. He tells Jojuk that the Ventric family head is arriving soon. Jojuk is just sitting there with zero concern. He points out that Adilia already said the incident had nothing to do with the family. Sang-shul explains that it's a moral apology and she's coming all the way to Korea to save face. Joo-hyuk sees right through it. She's coming because she has no choice. If she doesn't apologize, the public will keep digging. This is so annoying. Our guy just wanted to go to the gym, not deal with blonde CEOs. Sang-shul and the other instructors are also upset. They know the truth. A student was attacked, the guy confessed, and now the family is trying to belittle the evidence. He points out that the Ventric family just donated a massive sum of money to the school to buy their cooperation. Valhalla's funding comes from these big families. If the money is right, the school will turn a blind eye to almost anything. It's the classic pay-to-win education system. Joo-hyuk just digs in his ear. I see. I'll have a talk with that so-called family head. Sang-shul is baffled. What about it? I've always been normal. Joo-hyuk's definition of normal is definitely not in the dictionary. There's a knock at the door. She's here. Sang-shul gets up to let her in. He tells Joo-hyuk to have a good chat and exits the room. The boss fight is about to start, but it's a verbal one. The door slides open. Adilia walks in, looking like she's about to buy the building and everyone inside it. She thanks the instructor for the hospitality with a fake, polite smile. She stands across from Joo-hyuk. He doesn't even stand up to greet her. Absolute menace. It's nice meeting you, Kim Joo-hyuk. See, I am Adilia Ventric. Joo-hyuk just looks up. Yes, well, nice to meet you. They sit down. Adilia is maintaining her perfect noble posture. Joo-hyuk is lounging like he's at a bus stop. He's got his hands in his pockets, radiating Smurf account energy. She starts the script. She offers a deep apology for the attack by Desera. She even bows slightly. It's a 10-10 performance for the imaginary cameras. Joo-hyuk just shrugs. You said he was getting excommunicated, so it's all right. She mentions that Rockdale has been causing trouble too, but Joo-hyuk says it doesn't matter anymore. He's already over it. He reminds her that she already announced Rockdale had nothing to do with it, so he has nothing to say. Adelia's smile flinches for a split second. She realizes he's mocking her official statement. She admits that the citizens in the media don't believe the statement. The Ventric brand is still bleeding out. Joo-hyuk digs in his ear again. As if anything you said was true, bastards. He says it internally, but his face says it out loud. She says she wants to create an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. Could you perhaps help Kim Joo-hyuk? She's asking for a public statement saying it was all just a big mistake. Nope. Fast. Clean. Brutal. She expected the refusal. She ups the ante. If he helps just this once, she promises him full financial support until he graduates. She even offers to recommend him to a top-tier guild. She's basically offering him a skip-to-endgame button. Ju-hyuk smirks. So if I make a statement, that'd be the end of it? To think you would give this much just to shut me up, you must be really desperate, huh? He's enjoying this way too much. He tells her he's mad because she's acting like nothing happened. Why should he play along with her script? I don't need a reward. All I want is to see you live with the dishonor that Rockdill gave you. Adelia's mask finally cracks. You scum! Her mana explodes. The room starts to vibrate. Who do you think you're talking to? Oh-ho, so now you're showing your true colors? Jo-hyuk doesn't even move. It must have been hard holding it in. She calls Valhalla a cesspool and says he's being arrogant for someone with zero background. I should just kill you right here and now. Her eyes are glowing with actual murderous intent. She thinks he's throwing away a generous chance. She's acting like she's a god offering a blessing to a peasant. Jo-hyuk gives her that trademark red-eyed stare. Really? Then try it. She freezes. She didn't expect him to call her bluff. He mocks her logic. If she kills him now, her "the family is innocent" lie falls apart instantly. I guess that's all you can do, huh? He's literally critiquing her villain monologue. Even if you really attack me, you can't kill me. He's not bragging, he's stating a mathematical fact. Adilia is grinding her teeth so hard it's a wonder they don't shatter. She realizes she can't touch him. Not here, and not with the world watching. Kim Ju-hyuk. She stands up. I'll make you regret what you've done today. She walks out, slamming the door behind her. Ju-hyuk just laughs. She couldn't do anything after all. Isn't she just running her mouth? Barshay pops up, looking worried. He asks if Ju-hyuk really needed to provoke the most powerful woman in England. Ju-hyuk's face goes cold. The bastards who think they should be worshipped are the ones I hate the most. Trashy bastards who try to put a leash on everyone. He remembers the gods from 300 years ago. It's the same energy. So I hate you as well. Barshay is caught in the crossfire. Anyway, classes are over. Time for training. We move to the stadium. It's a bright, sunny day. The perfect weather for some manual labor. Jo-hyuk is walking in his tracksuit, checking his phone. He spots someone. What the? It's Choi Arin. She's looking tense, and in front of her is a guy we haven't met, Choi Jingun. The brother is in the middle of a "you're a failure" speech. He tells Arin that training at Valhalla is useless. He generously offers her a way to stay in the family, just don't show up for the selection test this weekend. He claims he doesn't want her to be humiliated. He's acting like he's doing her a favor while trying to delete her from the server. No. Arin's voice is steady. The brother's face twists in shock. You really can't comprehend what's going on? He starts raising his voice, trying to assert dominance. Arin is about to respond, but a different voice cuts in. You're the one who doesn't get it, dipshit. Jingun is fuming. Who just called me a dipshit? Ju-hyuk points a finger right at his face. You're a dipshit. The brother is baffled. Who are you? You don't even know me and you're cursing at me? Ju-hyuk is officially out of patience. He's dealt with 2 noble bullies in one day. He doesn't care if the guy is a king or a president. Don't trespass onto school grounds and demand something from a student. If you're done talking, get lost. He turns to run. You surely agree, right? Arin turns into a chibi and just nods frantically. Jingun looks like he's about to explode. Ugh. I'll see you at the test, Choi Arin. He stomps away, his ego bruised beyond repair. He leaves, and the atmosphere instantly improves. Arin thanks Jo-hyuk. He just brushes it off and says they should go train. Arin admits that when he asked if she agreed earlier, she was actually thinking of saying something else. Jo-hyuk is curious. What was it? I wouldn't have said get lost, I would have said your mom. Jo-hyuk stops her right there. She's more insane than I thought. The weekend is coming, and it's going to be a bloodbath. A few days later, we're in Shihung, near a hill that looks like any other piece of local hiking trail. But our guy isn't here for the views. Jo-hyuk is out here in a hoodie, phone in one hand and a shovel over his shoulder. He looks like he's about to hide a body, but he's actually just treasure hunting. Barshay pops up to ask the obvious question. Is he really out here looking for his old notes again? Jo-hyuk confirms it. He's already found a bunch of relics and storage stones, but he needs to know how many stashes are still left in the world. Barsh is skeptical, but Jo-hyuk thinks there might be something amazing hidden in the remaining notes. He's not just talking about loot. He's looking for the solutions to the shortcomings he had when he was the martial god, Kim Hyuno. He even drops a line that would hurt Barsh's feelings if spirits had them. If he'd found these notes 300 years ago, he might not have needed to kill Barshay at all. Barsh's reaction is basically, wait, what? Meanwhile, at the Choijin family estate, things are a lot more crowded. Reporters are everywhere. It's the day of the selection test, and for a family this high profile, it's basically a media circus. Inside the gates, the atmosphere is a lot colder. No cameras, just family politics and sharpened steel. The head of the family, Choi Jong-sok, stands before the candidates. He looks like the kind of dad who hasn't hugged anyone since the 90s. He lays out the terms. Pass the test, and you're the successor to the entire Choijin legacy. Fail the test, you're banished. No house, no name, no support. Arin takes this in with a face like stone. The old man asks if they're prepared. Jingun and Arin answer together. The tension between them is thick enough to cut, which is ironic given what they're about to do. Jong-sok nods. He doesn't care about their feelings, only the result. The mission is simple. Find the dual blade hidden somewhere in the mountains. First person to bring it back to the old man wins the whole game. And here is the kicker. He literally says it doesn't matter how you obtain it. The only rule? No killing each other. Strictly forbidden. Which, in a story like this, is basically the author telling us someone is definitely going to try and kill someone. The test begins and Arin is gone like a shot. She knows she's the underdog here and needs every second she can get. Jingun just watches her run with this smug, punchable grin. He tells her to go ahead and run. It's not a race, apparently. He's planning to let her do the heavy lifting. He figures she'll find the blade and then he'll just take it from her. He's fully convinced this is his victory lap. Flashback to a few days ago. Jingun was already anticipating this weekend. He's walking through the academy looking like he owns the place. His phone starts vibrating in his pocket. It's a call he's clearly been waiting for. He answers, and his posture shifts immediately. He's not the big dog on this call. On the other end is a man with a beard and a gold ring, shrouded in red shadow. He wants to know what happened to the dual blade. Jingun has to explain that he hasn't actually got it yet because he has to sit through the family selection test first. The man on the phone is not a fan of delays. He reminds Jingun that this is the second time they've had this conversation. Jingun is actually sweating. He apologizes immediately. He asks if the promise will still be kept if he gets the blade. Of course. The man reminds him that the promise was made in front of a constellation. It's a divine contract. It cannot be broken. The mysterious guy tells him to focus on the target. Jingun hangs up, his face darkening. He knows this is his last chance. If he fails to deliver the relic to these people, he's cooked. Cut back to the present. The mountains are quiet, but the hunt is on. Arin is on her knees, hands pressed to the dirt. She's sensing the magic of the dual blade. She can feel the trace of its power humming through the ground. She estimates she's only 15 minutes away, but then she feels something else. A presence. Jingun walks up behind her, looking entirely too relaxed. He's impressed she's actually tracking the magic traces instead of just wandering around. He wants to know who taught her that trick. Arin doesn't hesitate. She says his name, Juhyuk. Flashback to the training room. Arin is asking about magic control. Juhyuk is in his usual bored teacher mode. He tells her she knows the basics, which for him is high praise. He points out that she can already turn her mana into lightning, which is standard control. But he wants her to practice small magic-oriented controls, not just big explosions, but fine surgical precision. He's genuinely confused when she asks how. He wonders what the hell her family has actually been teaching her all these years. Arin looks down, embarrassed. The Choijin family is all about raw power and status, not the finesse Joyuk is talking about. Joyuk shrugs. He realizes she's only been taught how to borrow power from a constellation and gather magic energy in big chunks. He admits, with a classic deadpan, that he's not good at it either, which is a total lie. He's the literal master of it. He gives her the first step. Relax the entire body and use the fingertips and toes to weakly extend magic outward. She closes her eyes and tries. She spreads her mana slowly, as if she were trying to sense the magic in every single hair on her head. Juhyuk watches her. He tells her that once she's in that state, she needs to try and sense the magic in the air itself. Arin focuses. The blue mana swirls around her. Suddenly, she sees it. Joyuk isn't just standing there, he's surrounded by a massive, flickering silhouette of magic. It's overwhelming. She snaps out of it, gasping for air. It's like she just tried to look at the sun with a microscope. She tells him she saw the shape of the magic surrounding him. Joyuk explains that this is how you truly sense magic. You notice the tiny leaks and residues that most hunters are too blind to see. The more she practices this, the easier it will be to find magic residue on the ground or in the air. He tells her that if she gets good enough, she won't just find magic, she'll be able to tell exactly what object that magic came from by its silhouette. He tells her he can't teach her any further and she has to figure the rest out on her own. Classic Joyuk. He gives her the spark and tells her to find the fire. Arin smiles. She has a tool her brother doesn't even know exists. Back in the mountains. Jingun is mulling over the name Juhyuk. He remembers the shameless guy from the academy entrance. He can't believe that stupid-looking kid actually has talent. Arin grinds her teeth. The disrespect to her master is the final straw. She tells him straight up, Juhyuk is much stronger than a brat like him. Then she asks the real question, why is he here? Jingun smirks and draws his sword. It hums with a dark crackling energy. He lunges. Steel meets steel, and the impact sends sparks flying everywhere. Jingun's eyes go wide. He's pushing with all his weight, but Arin isn't just holding him back, she's actually pushing him away. He's forced back, his boots skidding in the dirt. He's genuinely shocked. What the hell? Arin stands her ground, lightning crackling around her body. She looks like a different person than the girl he used to bully. Jingun is realizing, too late, that the illegitimate child has outgrown him. Elsewhere on the mountain, a hand touches the ground. Juhyuk is using the exact same sensing technique he taught Arin, but on a much higher level. Blue waves of mana pulse out from him. He's frustrated. He hid so many notes back in the day, but apparently there's only one left in the entire Valhalla region. A pillar of light erupts from the ground a few feet away. A huge grin breaks across his face. He actually found one. His red eyes glow as he looks toward a specific cluster of trees. It is over there! But before he can move, a massive explosion of blue and purple lightning lights up the sky in the distance. Back at the fight, it's absolute chaos. Blades are clashing so fast they're just streaks of light. Arin is locked in. This isn't a school duel anymore. She lands a heavy blow that sends Jingun reeling. He grunts in pain, his posture breaking. He looks at his sword, then at Arin. He's sweating now. He tries to play it off with a joke, asking if she learned how to be a wild boar at school. He admits she's become physically stronger. Arin doesn't care about his compliments. She tells him to give up on the dual blade and walk away. Jingun laughs. He asks if she's insane. He spits out that an illegitimate child like her doesn't deserve the family relic. He lunges again, desperate to reclaim the narrative. Arin meets him head-on. Her blade is literally dripping with lightning. The power is surging. She's remembering everything Juhyuk taught her about the grip and the flow of mana. Jingun tries a low sweep, but she's already moving. She rotates her sword mid-air, a technique that shouldn't be possible at her level. She slashes upward, catching Jingun completely off guard. He loses his grip on his sword. This is the moment. Juhyuk's voice echoes in her head. When he loses his grip, hit him. She doesn't miss. She slams her palm into his chest with enough force to create a shockwave. Jingun coughs up a cloud of dust and air, his eyes glazing over as he hits the ground. He slides across the dirt and stops, motionless. Arin takes a deep breath and sheathes her sword. She looks exhausted, but she did it. She looks at her brother's body. She thought she'd get a hit in, but she didn't expect it to be a critical one. She turns away to continue the search for the dual blade. She thinks it's over. You didn't really think that you had actually won, right? Arin freezes. Jingun is standing up. But he's not normal. Dark, purple flames are erupting from his body. He tells her that her blessing from a constellation is laughable compared to what he has. He reveals the truth. He has a contract. He's smiling like a lunatic now. He gives her credit for the one hit he took while he was off guard. Arin stares at the purple aura. It's cold, oppressive, and feels like death. She realizes what she's looking at. Could you be a villain? Jingun just tilts his head. He asks why she would even ask that, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. He disappears and reappears in her face. The speed is beyond anything a student should be capable of. Arin barely manages to swing. He dodges it at point-blank range. He's moving like a glitch in the Matrix. He delivers a kick that sends Arin flying through the air. She crashes into the ground, hard. Jingun stands over her, the dark flames licking the air. He asks if she's gonna get up. He says it'd be better if she didn't. Arin tries to move, but her body isn't listening. She looks down. There's a massive bleeding gash across her stomach. The dark mana is eating at her skin. Jingun tells her to stay down. If you don't move, you won't die. Arin asks the question that's been bugging us since the start. Is he contracted to an evil constellation? Arin's eyes widen. The devotees. The third most dangerous evil group on the planet. She can't understand it. Why throw away a prestigious life to join a bunch of terrorists? She asks if the benefits are really better than just enjoying his life as a Choi heir. Jingun leans in close. Listen up. He talks about power, command, but most importantly, deviation, the freedom to stop caring about human senses or morals. Arin is trembling. This isn't just a power-up. He's lost his mind. The deviation? Jingun crouches down. He tells her he joined the Jinsa Guild at 12 years old. He was forced to be a child soldier for the family business while other kids were playing. He claims he never had a choice. But then, in his teens, he met someone from the devotees. The man with the beard from the phone call. He told Jingun he could satisfy the desires in his heart. Arin asks what kind of temperament he's talking about. Jingun's face contorts. His desire isn't for money or fame, it's the lust for breaking humans. But joining wasn't free. He had a condition: he had to obtain the family relic, the dual blade. He tells Arin that if she'd just given up earlier, there wouldn't have been a need for this second selection test. Arin catches the word. Second? Jingun smiles. He asks if she really doesn't remember. 10 years ago, there was another selection test involving their older sister, Choi Ajin. Arin stammers that Ajin went missing during that test. Jingun's eyes glow purple. He admits that 10 years ago, he couldn't control his desires. He didn't wait for the search. He murdered his own sister on this very mountain. But he failed. He couldn't find the blade, got injured, and the test was scrapped. He's been waiting 10 years for a second chance to finish the job. Arin is horrified. She remembers her mother's breakdown. Jingun mocks their father for trying to hospitalize Ajin after finding her broken body and attempt to cover up the scandal. Arin asks where her sister is now. Jingun just tells her to quit asking questions. Flashback to Arin as a child, crying at her mother's bedside. The mother is barely conscious, her hand covered in runes. Back to the present. Arin is broken, not just physically, but the weight of the truth is too much. Jingun stands up, bored of the talk. He says he knows where the dual blade is now. He raises his sword over Arin. Say hello to your sister for me. He swings. Arin closes her eyes, waiting for the end. A massive clang echoes through the mountain. Jingun's eyes bug out of his head. His blade has been stopped cold. Joyuk is standing there, shovel sword in hand, blocking the hit like it's a minor inconvenience. He asks the most redundant question of the century. What the hell are you doing? Jingun is sweating, but he still tries to pull the family business card. He tells the brat to mind his own business and get lost. Juhyuk's red eyes narrow. He's seen a lot of trash in his 300 years, but Jingun is making a strong case for the top spot. He wonders what kind of crazy family puts a knife to their own sister's neck. Jingun lunges, and the impact sends a shockwave through the clearing. Arun is looking up, barely clinging to consciousness. She can't believe her master actually showed up in the middle of this nightmare. Juhyuk stands over her like a human shield, still holding that blunt training sword. She asks why he came here. In her head, this is a family execution. She doesn't want him dragged into the mess. Our guy gives the most Juhyuk answer possible. He claims he just happened to be in the area digging for his safe. Arin's hand is covered in blood. The wound in her stomach is deep, and the dark mana is still eating at her. Juhyuk sees the blood, and his expression goes from bored to, it's time to delete someone's save file. He tells her to stay back and start gathering magic to heal the wound. He'll handle the trash. Arin just nods. She's seen him do the impossible enough times to know that if he says it's okay, the villain is already dead. They just haven't realized it yet. Jingun is trying to piece together who this rude student from Valhalla actually is. He tells Juhyuk to fuck off one last time before charging in with a speed that would turn a normal student into confetti. Purple lightning crackles around his blade. This isn't a spar, he's trying to end the MC in one hit. Juhyuk doesn't even draw a real weapon, he just shifts his weight. Jingun misses. His sword slices through empty air, and his brain is struggling to process how a freshman just outmaneuvered a guild leader. He dodged it? Joyuk isn't just dodging, he's teaching. He tells the idiot that you shouldn't aim for a guy who is standing still. He explains that you have to chase after someone running. He slams the blunt end of his sword into Jingun's face with the force of a freight train. Jingun's nose probably just turned into a puzzle. He screams in pain, blood spraying everywhere. The MC follows up immediately, pinning him down with the training sword before he can even recover. Jingun is terrified. He realizes that while he was trying to push the MC away, the MC was actually the one chasing him. Juhyuk delivers a kick to the gut that sends Jingun sliding through the dirt. Then he brings the blunt sword down again, shattering the ground beneath Jingun's body. Jingun is gasping, his eyes rolling back. He can't understand where this power is coming from. Juhyuk ignores him for a second to check on Arin. He asks if she's alright. She says yes, but when she tries to stand, her legs give out. The blood loss is getting serious. Suddenly, the air gets heavy. Jingun is shaking on the ground, but he isn't finished. Purple smoke starts pouring out of his pores. Barshe pops up to warn Juhyuk. This is sword magic. He wants to know if this guy is also a bad guy. Jingun forces himself up. His sneakers are digging into the ground as the aura around him doubles in size. He's calling Juyuk a bastard. He's completely lost his composure. He can't accept that he, the offense leader of a major guild, is being toyed with by a freshman. He screams, asking if the MC really thinks he can beat a professional. He lunges with a desperate, power-boosted strike. Clang! Juyuk blocks it with one hand and a blunt piece of wood. Jingun is freaking out. He hit the MC with magic, but Juyuk didn't even budge an inch. The MC looks at him with the most disrespectful "is this it" face you've ever seen. He mocks the offense leader title, asking if he chose that position because he's a natural-born loser at everything else. Then he delivers a counterpunch that sounds like a gunshot. Jingun hits the ground again. He's literally spitting out blood and teeth. He's questioning reality. Is this really the power of a 17-year-old? The MC is blocking, countering, and predicting every single move he makes. Jingun decides he has no other choice. He has to use that. He knows there are side effects, probably permanent ones, but if he takes one more hit, his heart is going to stop anyway. He pulls out a purple crystal. This is an artificial relic. By eating it, wait, did he just bite a rock? Yeah, he's munching on it to force a provisional contract with a constellation. Juyuk just stands there with his hand on his hip, watching the idiot transform. He's seen this movie before. Jingun starts laughing like a maniac. The purple aura is turning into a literal storm. The power surge is so massive that the entire mountain starts to rumble. Down at the entrance of the selection test, the reporters and family members are panicking. They think it's an earthquake. One of the staff points toward the mountain peak. A massive, terrifying column of purple smoke is rising into the sky. It looks like a demon is being born. Choi Jansok, the family head, looks up with a face full of dread. He recognizes it as sword magic, but it's so dense that even the non-hunters in the crowd can see the physical manifestation of the energy. He realizes that's exactly where the dual blade relic is located. Tradition says he shouldn't interfere with the test, but he knows this is way beyond a sibling rivalry. He starts running toward the mountain. Back at the peak, Jingun is feeling himself. He's surrounded by a massive, shadowy dragon spirit. Juyuk is picking his ear. He asks if this is it. Is the whole plan just boosting magic? Jingun calls him a stupid asshole. He tells him the aura is just an extra effect. The real power is the dragon that kills all. He's convinced Juyuk is about to be erased from existence. The dragon descends. It's a massive, multi-eyed monster that looks like it eats universes for breakfast. The system alerts pop up. The dragon is delighted to have descended after such a long time. It wants blood. The dragon activates an ability called the Eye that Penetrates Nature. It's basically scanning Juyuk's soul to see how much of a threat he is. The dragon looks. And Johyuk just looks back. In the dragon's vision, Johyuk isn't a 17-year-old student. He's a towering blood-red nightmare of pure martial intent, the man who once killed gods. The dragon immediately deactivates the eye. It blinks, its pupils shaking. It's like a loading icon just appeared over its head as it tries to process the level of no it just encountered. It tries to look one more time, thinking it must have been a glitch. Nope, still a monster. The system alert changes. The dragon that kills all is gripped with fear. It's literally sweating through its scales. Jingun is oblivious. He asks his Sir Constellation what's wrong. The dragon doesn't even say goodbye. It rejects the call of the relic and terminates the contract immediately. It takes all its power back and vanishes into the sky like it's running from the IRS. Jingun is left standing there, his power-up gone and his mana completely drained. The clearing goes quiet. Johyuk is still just standing there, bored. Jingun is trembling. His eyes are wide, his mind broken. Johyuk walks up to him and taps the training sword against Jingun's belt. He smiles. It's a terrifying, sharp smile. So, who's killing who? He grips the training sword with his ring and pinky fingers, the martial god grip. One final swing. It's not even a magic attack. It's just pure, perfect technique. The shockwave tears the ground apart. Jingun screams as his entire nervous system is probably rebooted by the impact. He falls face first into the dirt. Game over. L-Taker status confirmed. Cut to a different location. This is Han Nabal, the leader of the devotees. He looks like he's about to have a very bad day. Han Nabal is shaking. He's stuttering out an apology, but the dragon isn't listening. The guild leader drops to his knees, slamming his head against the floor in a full prostrate bow. The dragon warns him to never distribute those artificial relics again. It's done with this business. Han Nabal is sobbing, "Oh, understood!" The dragon tells him to behave well, and then cuts the connection. The leader stays on the floor for a long time, terrified that he almost got deleted by his own god. He finally sits up, trying to understand what caused such fury. He realizes the constellation wasn't just mad, it was scared of something. He figures out that the brat he planted in the Choijin family, Jingun, must have encountered something he shouldn't have. He can't wrap his head around it. What could possibly scare a high-rank constellation? He stands up, his eyes glowing with a dark resolve. He needs to find out what happened on that mountain. Night falls. We're at the Valhalla Academy dormitory. Jo Hyuk walks into his room, still in his hoodie, shovel still slung over his shoulder. He lets out a long sigh and tosses his bag onto the bed. He reaches into the bag, his face lighting up with actual excitement for the first time in the series. I've finally gotten my hands on it. He pulls out an old weathered book. The title on the cover reads, The God Arts. Barshe pops up, curious. God Arts? Jo Hyuk confirms it. This was the main reason he was searching for his old notes. He explains that it's a breathing technique, not just for living, but for raising one's magical power to a level that ignores common sense. Barsha asks if it's any different from the technique he used before he died. Jo Hyuk's response is classic. The breathing technique I used before was garbage. He explains he just bought his old one at a market when he was a puny little thing and used it until he died. He reveals a critical bit of lore. When he found the God Arts 300 years ago, he couldn't use it because his old breathing style was already too deeply entrenched in his body. You can't install a new OS on a computer that's already burned out. He reminds us that when he fought Barshe in the past, he actually got beaten up at first. He ran out of magic power because his breathing technique couldn't keep up with his output. But now, he has a brand new body, a blank slate. He can start from scratch with the most broken cultivation technique in history. He decides to stop training his physical body for a bit. He needs to master the God Arts first so his mana pool can finally match his skill. Barshe, being the voice of reason, asks about the situation on the mountain. He points out that the MC just left an injured girl with a lunatic who was spouting nonsense. Jo Hyuk is unbothered. He says he heard people coming, so he left. He figures it'll resolve itself somehow. Flashback to the mountain. Jingun is still lying in the crater. He's alive, but he looks like a crumpled up piece of paper. Jo Hyuk is standing there holding the dual blade relic. He asks Barshe if he can kill the guy. Then he answers himself, no. If he leaves a dead body, he'll get expelled from Valhalla and sent to jail, and he's too lazy for that kind of drama. He senses a tiny trace of magic left in Jingun. He'll survive, but he won't be doing any gymnastics for a while. He looks at Arun. Can you get up now? Arun starts to stand, but then they both hear rustling in the trees. Jo Hyuk realizes the Choijin family is almost there. He thinks it'll be awkward to explain why he's treasure hunting on their private mountain. He calls Arun's name. He tells her he's got things to do and he's leaving. He tells her don't overdo it and to just sit still for the paramedics. Then he gives her a piece of advice. Tell them that YOU caught that piece of trash over there. He waves goodbye and vanishes into the woods. Arun watches him go, a small, tired smile on her face. I'll see you at school. Back in the dorms, Jo Hyuk flops onto his bed. He's already planning his next move. Once he masters the God Arts, he's going back for all his storage stones. He couldn't absorb all their power before because his capacity was too small. Now, he's going to become a bottomless pit for mana. For today, I'll just rest. Famous last words. Cut to the Choijin family estate later that night. The elders and family members are sitting around a conference table. The vibe is catastrophic failure. Choi Jansok notes that because the press was there for the test, the news of what happened hit the internet immediately. He asks if everyone has read the articles. The headline, The Choijin Family is a Joke, linked to the world's worst gang, the Devotees. Another one, Choijin Family, connected to the Devotees? The PR damage is absolute. Jansok is rubbing his temples. He can't believe an evil insider was sitting right in the family. He mentions an official letter from the Hunter Association. They're under investigation. He remembers when the Ventric family went through this and they just stayed silent, but he knows that won't work for them. They need a hero to balance out the villain. He confirms Jingun has been handed over to the police. Then he asks about Arun. A family doctor explains she has a sizable wound, but she's stable. No major organs hit. She's going to be fine. Jansok sighs with relief. Not because his daughter is alive, but because she's their only ticket out of this scandal. Another advisor points out that there are articles about Lady Atrin. The headlines are praising her, a genius student who beat a member off the Devotees, and Choi Atrin wiped out a member off the Devotees. They're calling her the hope of a new generation. Jansok is surprised. The public is actually siding with her for going against her own corrupt family member. An elder points out that even though the test was a mess, the successor has basically been chosen by the public. Jansok agrees. Her position as the future head is now ironclad. But then his expression shifts. He remembers seeing the crater on the mountain. He knows Arin is good, but defeating Jingun in that state, it doesn't add up. Flashback to him arriving on the scene. He saw Arin sitting on the ground bleeding with her brother unconscious in a hole behind her. Arin told him, "Brother came at me with evil magic, so I knocked him out." Jansok didn't believe her for a second. He saw the sword magic from miles away. He asked her again, "How did you beat him?" Arin was being carried away by guards. She looked back at her father with a cold, clear gaze. Ju Hyuk taught me. Back in the present, Jansok is looking at a tablet. Back at Valhalla. Another day, another struggle to stay awake during lectures. Jo Hyuk walks into class, probably thinking about which storage stone he's going to rob next. He spots someone at their desk. Arun is back. He's actually surprised. He thought she'd be in a hospital bed for at least a month after the mountain incident. She turns around and sees him. She gives him a small smile and a wave. It's a complete shift from the traumatized air we saw a few chapters ago. The guys in the background are losing their minds, wondering if the Ice Queen just waved at them. Deadpan reality check, she didn't. Cut to the dorms later that night. Jo Hyuk is sitting at his desk, mana swirling around his hand like a mini galaxy. He's diving into the God Arts notes. This isn't just homework, it's the patch notes to his entire existence. His phone pings. It's a text from Arin explaining that the doctor banned her from physical activity for a while. Jo Hyuk sends back a very Sigma response, "Doesn't matter. Do as you please." She responds with a literal barrage of nodding bunny stickers. Jo Hyuk actually looks stressed. The man can kill gods, but he can't handle sticker spam. Barshay pops up to kill the mood. He's got something serious on his mind. He mentions that the black magic they saw on the mountain felt familiar, like a song you know but can't name the lyrics to. Jo Hyuk asks for details, but Barsha comes up empty. It's not just that he forgot, it feels like his own memory is being gatekept by an external force. Jo Hyuk wonders if it's connected to the bastard Barke mentioned before his reincarnation. Barke thinks satisfying the second condition might break the mental seal. It's a theory, but it's the only lead they have. The system screen appears Eye of the Great Forest. This is where the final practical exam is supposed to happen. Jo Hyuk is annoyed. He has to wait until the end of the semester to get into that specific area. For him, that's an eternity. Next day, he's back in the classroom, looking like he's ready to skip the rest of the year. The door slides open. It's their instructor. He looks out at the class with that "I have an announcement that will ruin your weekend" face. He asks if everyone knows about the inter-school competition happening next month. Jo Hyuk is mentally checking out. He remembers hearing something about this after midterms, but it didn't involve him, so he didn't care. The instructor explains that the school will select its representatives based on the highest scores from the exams. Then he points directly at Jo Hyuk. "Follow me to the office." They sit down across from each other. The office is becoming Jo Hyuk's second home at this rate. The instructor starts talking about the competition. Jo Hyuk hits him with the "I refuse" before he can even finish the sentence. Absolute efficiency. The instructor is baffled. He asks if Jo Hyuk even knows what the competition is. Time for some world building. There are 3 major hunter institutions on the planet. First, Korea's Valhalla, the place they're currently at. Second, China's White Lotus. Third, the USA's Heroes. This building looks like it costs more than some small countries. Each school sends their top freshmen to compete in sparring, labyrinth escapes, and other ways to flex their power. Valhalla is sending the best of the best to keep their rank. Jo Hyuk just yawns. He doesn't care about school spirit or rankings. The instructor tries to bait him with scholarships and money. Jo Hyuk's expression says, "I have a basement full of gold, try again." He's not interested. He stands up to leave. But then the instructor asks if it's really necessary for him to head into the Eye of the Great Forest so soon. Jo Hyuk freezes. That's the name of the place Barsha needs. The instructor explains that the competition's final task takes place inside the eye, and if you complete the task during the competition, you're exempt from the final exam. Jo Hyuk does an immediate 180. He's in. The smile on his face says he's about to turn this prestigious competition into his personal errands list. Cut to the United Kingdom. The Ventric estate looks like something out of a gothic horror novel. Adilia Ventric is sitting at her desk looking like she hasn't slept since Jo Hyuk embarrassed her son. Her subordinates are bowing so low, they're basically inspecting the carpet. They report that preparations are proceeding smoothly but will take another month. Adilia asks about Valhalla and her son Rockdill, but there's no news there. She orders them to report any irregularities immediately. She's waiting for a reason to snap. One subordinate mentions some unsettling news from the market. They've heard rumors of a building being constructed entirely out of paper bills, literal stacks of cash used as bricks. Adilia is confused. She thinks Black Cat is the one responsible. She wonders what the market is planning. They've never done anything this insane before. She gets a ping on her screen. It's a message from her constellation, Beak Mask. It orders her to speak in greater detail about the situation. Even the gods are getting curious about the money fortress. Market Territory 7. The skyscraper is actually finished, cranes are still moving, and the sky is lit up like a gala. Black Cat stands in front of a mirror looking at his mask. He tells his constellation that they will do anything asked of them, but even he has to ask, why build a house out of money? A voice echoes in the darkness. A gift. A girl with long dark hair and red eyes is smiling in the shadows. She looks like the female version of Ju-Yuk's nightmare. It's a gift for him. Back at the market skyscraper, money is literally raining from the sky. The two-faced ruler confirms it's a gift. For a god, money is just flavored paper, it's the gesture that counts. Black Cat is still skeptical. He starts to put the pieces together. The constellation asks if he's found the one who sold the ring. Black Cat admits they haven't found him yet. They only have a basic facial structure and voice, but they're scrubbing every record in the city to match the data. The system screen goes wild with hurry-up messages. The two-faced ruler is losing its divine patience. Back at Valhalla, in the staff room, Sangcheol's colleague is rubbing his head. Dealing with elite students is a headache. Instructor Lee Sangcheol walks in with a coffee. He's the main combat instructor for the competition. He asks to see the participant list. The names, Kim Jo-hyuk, Yo Soyeon, Oh Se-hyuk, Do Jungjin, and Choi Ah-rin. Sangcheol stops at Ju-hyuk's name. He didn't expect the kid who sleeps through everything to volunteer for extra work. The colleague explains that Ju-hyuk only agreed once he heard about the Eye of the Great Forest. Sangcheol takes a sip of his coffee. Most people would run away from that place, not toward it. He wonders if Ju-hyuk is just clueless because he sleeps in class. But then he remembers the incident at the Room of the Constellations. He's convinced Ju-hyuk is hiding an ulterior motive. He's right, but he's nowhere near the truth. Sangcheol decides to take the kids under his wing for some intensive training. He tells the other instructor to free up their schedules. He walks out, his eyes sharp. He's going to use this training to see what Ju-hyuk is actually made of. A few days later, small auditorium. Oh Se-hyuk, blonde, tanned, looks like he could bench press a small car. Yoo Soyeon, looks like she hasn't blinked in 3 years. Very focused. Choi Ah-rin, looking sharp but still carrying a bit of that recovering aura. Do Jungjin, the glasses guy. He's probably already calculated their odds of winning. And then there's Ju-hyuk leaning back in his chair like he's waiting for a movie to start. Sangcheol slides the door open. He sees his 5 representatives. He introduces himself formally. Most of them recognize him from the midterms, where he was the one who cleared the dungeon 99% of the way. He explains the training schedule for the competition. There are 3 main tasks they'll face. First, a student duel. Standard 1v1 combat. Yoo Soyeon is taking mental notes. Second, a team fight. All 5 of them acting as one unit. But it's a 3-way brawl. All 3 schools fight at once. The leader's ability to adapt is everything here. Third, the Eye of the Great Forest. Sangcheol admits he can't give them much info because the final exam was moved forward for them. The Eye is a labyrinth. It's a forest so dense and guarded that you can only enter through the front gate. No flying, no cheating. The specific mission will be dropped on the day. No prep allowed. He moves on to the specifics of the team fight. Ju-hyuk is disappointed. That's all the info he gets on the labyrinth? He was hoping for a map. He wonders if he can just rush in past the barrier. He decides it's probably not that simple. Sangcheol asks for any questions about the training format. Ju-hyuk raises his hand. Would it be okay to train alone? Sangcheol doesn't even blink. He tells him if he really wants to, then go for it. He's giving Ju-hyuk enough rope to hang himself. Then Ah-rin raises her hand. I'll also train alone. Now Sangcheol is actually surprised. Both of them? He looks at the other 3. They're staying silent. All right, class dismissed. Everyone starts leaving. Ju-hyuk is locked in. He plans to master the god arts and absorb all his storage stones before the competition even starts. He's going for a 100% completion run. Ah-rin calls out to him. Ju-hyuk is confused. He asks why she decided to train alone too. He reminds her that she shouldn't be working out too hard with that injury. Arin looks at him. She admits she read the articles and knows her condition, but she wanted to ask him personally. She asks if he's still going to participate. Ju-hyuk says yes. She says then yes to training alone too. I'll be fine. Ju-hyuk is baffled. Arin explains that she's already halfway to becoming the family head, but she's found a new goal. A goal she found thanks to him, to become stronger with you. She wants to help him achieve his goals, just like he helped her. She gives him the most genuine, heartwarming smile we've seen yet. Ju-hyuk's reaction, why are you laughing creepily? The man is emotionally stunted. He totally ruined the moment. Arin just laughs it off. Yep. Jo-hyuk tells her to focus on mana control and keep physical activity to a minimum. He's being protective in his own I don't care way. CYA. He walks off. Arin watches him go, looking more motivated than ever. Night in an abandoned building. Someone is screaming for mercy. It's some random thug tied to a chair. A bald man with facial tattoos is holding a very sharp knife. He looks like he's having the time of his life. The thug is begging for his life. The bald man doesn't listen. He finishes the job with zero hesitation. Two people are standing there, Lisa and Al. They're members of the Il Shinja Samsal group. Lisa asks why he didn't just get it over with quickly. Al says there's no fun in that. Lisa's phone buzzed. A new order. Al asks if it's a new assassination target. Lisa pulls up a photo. Target name, Kim Ju-hyuk. The scene opens on a tied-up thug who is currently having the worst day of his life. Lisa, the assassin, is casually scrolling through her phone while her partner Al finishes his warm-up on the prisoner. She wants to know why a top-tier team like Samsal is taking a job to kill a mere student. Al suggests that the client must have paid a ridiculous amount of money. He asks about the deadline. Lisa tells him the hit has to happen in a month, specifically during the inter-school competition. The bald giant wonders why they can't just do it now. Lisa points out that Valhalla's security is basically Fort Knox, and breaking through a magic blocking barrier just to kill a kid in his dorm is too much paperwork. Al is worried that the competition will be even more dangerous because of all the high-level instructors from other schools being in one place. But Lisa has the inside scoop. She reveals that the third day's assignment takes place in the Eye of the Great Forest, a mysterious natural labyrinth. She explains that once the students enter the maze, the instructors won't be following them in. There won't be anyone except for a few surveillance drones and some guards at the entrance. All the heavy hitters will be miles away in a monitoring room watching through screens. The plan is for their third member, Alia, to infiltrate first, and then the Samsal duo will go into hiding inside the forest. Al isn't thrilled. He thinks waiting is no fun. Lisa reminds him that the paycheck takes precedence over his entertainment. They walk off into the night, and it's safe to say that Prisoner isn't getting a sequel. A month later, we are at the massive stadium for the first day of the inter-school competition. The crowd is roaring. It's basically the Olympics for people who can blow up buildings with their minds. In the stands, we see Rockdil Ventric. He looks like a guy who's betting his entire inheritance on a horse that's already limping. Flashback to a few weeks ago. Rockdil is on the phone in his fancy library, and his sister is lurking in the background. He's talking to his father, Idrian Ventric. He confirms the money was received. Rockdil admits he used that money to pay for a commission. He's not even hiding it. He tells his father straight up, I asked Il Shinja to assassinate Kim Ju-hyuk. Eden is horrified. He asks if his son is insane for linking the family to an assassination guild. Rockdil assures him that there's no paper trail. He's confident because the Samsal team accepted the job. When Eden hears that name, he actually starts sweating. He's heard the rumors. Samsal is Il Shinja's senior tier team. They are a trio that works together to become an unstoppable force. In the underworld, they are the gold standard for making problems disappear. Eden tells Rockdil to stay low and not do anything that stands out. He's basically telling him to let the professionals handle the garbage disposal. Back to the present. Rockdil is watching the field. He's thinking about the response he got from the guild. They promised to take care of Ju-hyuk during the tournament. He's so confident that he decides he doesn't even need to sit here and watch. He thinks the outcome is already written in blood. He calls Julia and they start heading for the exit. Imagine being this smug before the tutorial is even over. On the main stage, a man with a very impressive mustache steps up to the mic. This is Shim Deokun, the chairman of Valhalla's board. He welcomes the students and the spectators to the main event. He starts the introductions for the three representative schools. First up, China's White Lotus. They look disciplined, traditional, and like they've never heard of a day off. The USA's heroes. They look like they just finished a superhero movie casting call. Spiky hair, designer ties, and enough ego to fill the stadium. And finally, South Korea's Valhalla. Jo Hyuk is right in the center with his hands in his pockets, looking like he just got lost on his way to the cafeteria. The chairman explains that the competition will last 3 days. Today's task? Individual sparring matches. He tells the representatives to head to their waiting rooms and wait for the match fixtures to be announced. Instructor Lee Sang-cheol is watching his students walk off, his eyes scanning the competition. He looks like he's doing some serious mental math. Suddenly, a voice booms from behind him. "Hey, Lee Sang-cheol!" It's Jack Rover, the senior instructor from Heroes. He's got that classic American "we're number one" grin that usually precedes a disaster. Jack mocks him by calling him third place, referencing Valhalla's rank from the previous year. Sang-cheol tells him to shut his mouth. Sang-cheol points out that it's not like Heroes came in first either. Jack laughs and says this year is different. He's got a secret weapon that's going to carry them to the top. Sang-cheol asks what makes him so sure. Jack asks if he knows the one, the pinnacle of all contractors. Sang-cheol knows exactly who he's talking about. Logan, the Destroyer, a man whose power is literally legendary. Jack reveals the big twist. Logan's son is a freshman at his school this year. His son? Sang-cheol's eyes widen. Jack points toward the field. Logan Jr., the spiky-haired kid from earlier, he's walking with an aura that screams, "My dad owns this server." Jack is gloating now. He can't wait to see the look on Sang-cheol's face when the kid starts fighting. He reveals that Logan Jr. has already made a contract with his father's Constellation, the destroyer of all. Sang-cheol asks if the kid can use the same destruction magic as his father. Jack admits he's not quite on his dad's level yet, but for a freshman, he's a walking nuke. Jack tries to play nice, saying he heard Valhalla's new students aren't to be joked with either. He mentions the rumors about that Kim Joo-hyuk kid who caught a villain. Sang-cheol confirms that Arin did something similar too. Jack smirks. He thinks they'll be good matches for Logan Jr. since his student is already beating adult contractors for fun. Jack is annoyed that Sang-cheol is giving such a lukewarm reaction. He thinks Sang-cheol is just in denial. The screen in the stadium flickers to life. The first round matchups are revealed. Sang-cheol looks at the screen and gives a tiny, cold smile. He tells Jack he'll understand his lukewarm reaction once he watches the match. The matchup. Round 1. Valhalla's Kim Joo-hyuk vs Heroes Logan Jr. The universe really wanted this to happen. The two fighters walk onto the stage. It's a classic main character versus arrogant rival face-off. The chairman explains the rules. Simple. Defeat your opponent, you win. He explains the protection system. Even if you land a lethal blow, the stadium magic will reduce the physical damage and replace it with electrical pain impulses. The system stays in place until the team matches. He starts the countdown. Joo-hyuk is mentally questioning the safety system. Barshay tells him it's necessary so students don't die on day 1 and can actually participate in the final task. Logan Jr. looks completely unfazed. He's probably already planning his victory speech. The crowd goes silent. 3, 2, 1, start! Joo-hyuk moves instantly. No hesitation, no preamble. A massive shockwave of blue mana explodes from the center of the stage. Joo-hyuk's eyes are locked on his target. He's not smurfing today, he's playing for keeps. He closes the gap in a fraction of a second and grabs Logan Jr. by the collar and arm. Logan Jr. is stunned. Before he can even activate his magic, Joo-hyuk pulls him close and whispers, "Do you think you're strong?" Logan Jr. is actually struggling to breathe. He's being held in a clinch by a guy who looks like he's never visited a gym in his life. Joo-hyuk answers his own question. "No, I think I still have a long way to go." Logan Jr. scoffs. He tells Joo-hyuk he's more modest than he thought, but his eyes say he's about to lose his temper. Joo-hyuk doesn't care about modesty. He admits he's still growing, which is a terrifying thing to hear from a guy who just blitzed a top-tier freshman. He asks Logan Jr. a simple question: how much longer are you going to withstand my blows? Joo-hyuk spins him around, using Logan Jr.'s own momentum against him. He prepares a punch that's glowing with white-hot mana. Boom! He delivers a strike straight to Logan Jr.'s gut. The protection system kicks in, sending a massive jolt of pain through the kid's body. Logan Jr. hits the ground, sliding back and coughing. He's genuinely shocked. "What a heavy hit!" Joo-hyuk just stands there, disappointed. He tells Logan Jr. he's tougher than he thought. He actually expected him to be knocked down with one punch. In the observation deck, the instructors are watching in silence. Jack Rover is sweating. He admits Logan Jr. is strong for withstanding that blow, but his confidence is clearly shaken. He mentions he watched Joo-hyuk's admission videos and reviewed them with his students. He's horrified. Joo-hyuk wasn't even 10% this formidable back then. It's like the kid gained 5 years of experience in a single month. But Jack tries to cope. He tells himself it's not over yet. Logan hasn't used destruction yet. Down on the field, Logan Jr. forces himself up. His hand starts glowing with an ominous yellow-gold flame. The ground beneath his feet literally starts to disintegrate. This is the destruction magic. It doesn't just hit, it deletes. Joo-hyuk's red eyes glow. He's seen this kind of power before, and he knows exactly how to handle it. Logan Jr. lunges, but Joo-hyuk counters with a kick to the chest that's so fast it looks like a blur. Joo-hyuk touches his face. Logan Jr. actually managed to graze him, cutting a few strands of his hair. Logan Jr. is wheezing. He's only taken 2 hits, but his stomach feels like it's been hit by a wrecking ball. He realizes that if he can't land a clean hit with his destruction magic, there's no point in even being there. He's completely outclassed in speed and technique. But then he gets a desperate idea. No. He slams both hands onto the stadium floor. Destruction magic ripples through the stage, shattering the massive stone tiles. Joo-hyuk just watches, confused. He asks why the kid is destroying the floor. It looks like a temper tantrum. But Logan Jr. isn't just breaking things. He uses the floating debris as a smokescreen. He launches himself through the chaos, hiding behind the flying slabs of stone. He thinks he's a genius. If Joo-hyuk can evade attacks by seeing them, he'll just attack from a place the MC can't see. He maneuvers behind a massive chunk of the floor, preparing his final strike. Joo-hyuk's red eye narrows. He doesn't need to see you with his eyes, kid. He has 300 years of mana sensing. Logan Jr. jumps out from behind the debris, but his face goes pale when he sees Joo-hyuk looking directly at him. What the hell? He's found me! He swings anyway, desperate to land one hit. Joo-hyuk grabs a piece of floating stone and slams it into Logan Jr.'s face. It's the ultimate no-oo move. Joo-hyuk mocks him, pointing out that Logan Jr. hid behind the tiles, which made his silhouette even easier to track. He asks a rhetorical question, wouldn't it be easier for me to find you if you're attacking with magic? In Joo-hyuk's vision, Logan Jr. was basically a neon sign. One final punch. The impact is so clean, it almost looks like art. Logan Jr. is sent flying across the arena, his body limp as the protection system struggles to absorb the pain. The match is over. The announcer declares Kim Joo-hyuk from Valhalla the winner. Jack Rover is in shambles. He's staring at the crater with his mouth open. Sang-cheol just looks at him and says, "That's why I was so unfazed." Joo-hyuk walks off the field like he just finished a light jog. The spectators are whispering, they realize they just watched a monster debut. The rest of the brackets are a bloodbath. Joo-hyuk knocks out Lee Hui-ampyeong from White Lotus with a single punch. Next round, Lee Bella from Heroes, another one-hit wonder. Joo-hyuk is basically speedrunning the tournament at this point. Finally, we reach the individual match final round. Valhalla vs Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk vs Choi Ah-rin. Ah-rin looks serious. The crowd is hyped because Valhalla's victory is already guaranteed. Joo-hyuk is scratching his head. He thinks there's no reason for this match beyond establishing a rank that he doesn't care about. He knows the winner gets a scholarship. He suggests conceding to Ah-rin since he doesn't need the money. Ah-rin tells him, "Don't you dare." She wants to fight him. She says it would be remiss of them not to demonstrate their skills to the world. Joo-hyuk sees the fire in her eyes. He tells her she should show him how much she's improved. He tells her to come at him with everything she's got. He promises to account for her injury, meaning he'll take it easy on her stomach, but nothing else. Ah-rin's silver hair flares out as purple lightning starts crackling around her body. She draws her blade. She looks like a Valkyrie descending for a kill. Kababang! The two of them clash, and the shockwave is louder than anything we've heard today. The chairman is actually sweating. He realizes these two students are operating on a level that shouldn't exist in a freshman tournament. The Heroes instructors are holding their heads in their hands. They realize their elite students were just background NPCs compared to these two. Oh Se-hyuk and Yoo Soyeon are watching from the stands. Soyeon gives a tiny thumbs up. Even she's impressed. The dust clears. Ah-rin is lying face down on the shattered concrete. The announcer shouts, "The winner of this year's individual competition is Kim Jo-hyuk!" Barshay pops up to mock the MC. "How ruthless! Didn't you say you'd take her injury into consideration?" Jo-hyuk defends himself, saying he avoided hitting her abdomen. He admits that forcing her face into the dirt was an improvisation because her blade was getting too close to his own stomach. He explains that her trajectory went awry, so he had to strike it down with his fist. Jo-hyuk looks at his hand. He's happy. He can feel his mana capacity increasing. For the first time in this new body, he can actually hold a decent amount of mana. But then his eyes go soft for a second. He looks at Aren. This kid became stronger too. He's genuinely impressed by her growth. Night falls over Valhalla. The stadium is quiet, but the atmosphere is tense. Back in the auditorium, Instructor Sungcheol stands before his team. He asks if everyone is okay. He thanks the protection system for keeping them uninjured, but tells them to visit the infirmary just in case. He starts to talk about tomorrow's formation for the team matches. Ju-hyuk is staring out the window. He's bored out of his mind. He hates the waiting. Do I really have to wait one more day before I can get to the eye of the forest? Sancheol concludes the meeting and tells them to get some rest. Sancheol starts walking down the dark hallway. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Teacher. Sancheol stops. Ju-hyuk is standing in the shadows behind him, looking like he's about to ask for something he isn't supposed to have. While everyone else is celebrating their wins, our guy is already looking 3 steps ahead. Sangcheol stops in the hallway. He knows that look on Ju-hyuk's face. It usually means the school's budget is about to take another hit. Ju-hyuk smiles. It's that "I have a plan that's going to make your life difficult" smile. He asks if he can just skip the line. If he finishes the team battle early tomorrow, he wants to go straight into the final assignment, the Eye of the Great Forest. Sangcheol blinks and pulls out the rulebook. He has to flip through the pages because nobody in the history of this school has ever asked to do more work faster. He finds the fine print. There are 2 specific rules that apply to students who think they're main characters. The first rule is basically a discretion of the teacher clause. It says the committee usually assigns 1 task a day, but exceptions exist for the overachievers. If you finish before noon, the teacher can give you the green light to move on. Or if the venue is a mess or students are too cooked to continue, they can reschedule. Ju-hyuk leans in. He knows Sangcheol is the only one here who actually understands how high his ceiling is. He asks directly. He wants that green light. Sangcheol sighs, but he agrees. If Ju-hyuk clears the team battle early enough to make it back to the staff room by lunch, he'll let him start the next game in the afternoon. Ju-hyuk nods and walks away. He's got a schedule to keep and assassins to hunt. Sangcheol watches him go. He's starting to realize he isn't just teaching a student, he's witnessing a force of nature in a school blazer. Barca pops up in spirit form. He's curious if the MC is really planning on clearing a legendary labyrinth in a single afternoon just to save time. He thinks for a second. Even for a martial god, the Eye of the Great Forest isn't exactly a walk in the park. Barche asks if he's going to main the other students first. Ju-hyuk snaps at him, calling him an idiot because targeting students is the goal of the team battle, not the forest. Barsha plays it off as a misunderstanding. But we know he's just bored and wants to see someone get hit. Ju-hyuk's eyes go cold. He has no time left to lose. Every second he spends in these school games is a second the Ventrics use to tighten the noose. The next day, Yasan Inner Sanctuary. The vibe is tense. The announcer takes the stage. It's time to reveal the second assignment of the competition. Today's game is the Team Mock Battle. 5 representatives from each school are going to be dropped into the mountains to fight for territory and points. A swarm of drones takes flight. The audience is going to be watching the whole thing via live broadcast on a massive holographic screen. The Valhalla rep team is prepping on the sidelines. Logan is rapping his knuckles like he's ready for war, while the others are just trying to stay focused. The Valhalla team leader, the purple-haired girl Ju-hyuk calls Birdie, is looking around nervously. The match is starting and their star player is nowhere to be found. Ju-hyuk finally rolls up. He looks like he just finished a nap, which, knowing him, he probably did. Birdie is fuming. She asks him if he even knows what time it is, and our guy just gives the most casual "I overslept" response in history. She reminds him he was supposed to be here 30 minutes early for the briefing. Jo-hyuk just tells her he was thinking about other things while the teacher was talking. He scratches his head and gives a half-hearted apology. He really does not care about the team aspect of this team battle. Then he says it. "I'll take care of everything." The team leader is stunned. She reminds him this is a 5v5, not another solo queue match. She points out that since he humiliated everyone in the individual rounds, the White Lotus and Heroes Academies are going to be hunting him specifically. The rest of the team just stands there in silence. They've seen what happens when you argue with him, and they aren't looking for a lecture. Aren steps in, trying to be the voice of reason. She asks if she can at least come along as backup. Ju-hyuk shuts her down instantly. He tells her to just stay put. Aren, being a good disciple, just says okay while the team leader loses her mind in the background. He tells the team leader to stop chirping and save her energy. The level of disrespect here is honestly legendary. The countdown starts. Ju-hyuk checks his watch. He has a lunch meeting with a Labyrinth and he's not going to be late. Birdie is still yelling at him, demanding an answer. She has no idea what he's actually planning. He just calls her noisy. He's already in the zone. The timer hits 1. Ju-hyuk is already moving before the buzzer even stops ringing. Across the field, the White Lotus team is moving in a tight formation. They look professional, balanced, and completely unaware of what's coming. A blur of blue uniform cuts through the tree line. The White Lotus leader barely has time to scream "Found Yo-Yu" before the atmosphere in the forest changes. Ju-hyuk is already behind them. He smiles and tells them their reaction time was actually decent for amateurs. A massive White Lotus eliminated banner flashes on the scoreboard. Logan Jr. sees the notification on his wrist. He's sweating. It's only been 10 minutes since the match started. He realizes Valhalla didn't wait to be attacked. They, or rather HE, went straight for the throat. Logan's tracker goes off. He's detecting massive magic signatures coming right for them. He corrects himself. It's not them, it's one person. He yells for his team to keep the magic shields at full power. A girl named Melissa starts prepping enhancement magic. Her hands are shaking. She knows exactly who is coming. Ibella reinforces the front shield. She's pouring everything she has into the defense. The heroes team is stacked. They have shields, buffs, and Logan at the center. On paper, they should be able to tank anything a student can throw. Melissa asks the question we're all thinking, do they really need this much defense for just one guy? Logan's face says it all. If that guy is Kim Ju-hyuk, then no amount of defense is enough. Ibella backs him up. She knows Ju-hyuk doesn't play by the same rules as the rest of them. He isn't a high schooler, he's a glitch in the Matrix. Logan tells her she can't even compare someone like him to Ju-hyuk. That's a massive ego hit for the son of the world's strongest hunter. Suddenly, the magic signature vanishes. 1 second he was there, the next, the radar is clean. They think maybe he retreated. Maybe he realized he couldn't break their shield and left to find an easier target. They stand in the center of their ritual circle looking around the forest. The silence is the scariest part. The camera pans up. Ju-hyuk is perched on a branch directly above them, looking down like a predator watching his lunch. Logan looks up. His eyes go wide. He screams "Above US," but it's already too late. Ju-hyuk drops like a meteor. The impact of his sword hilt against the ground and Logan's face is absolute. He lands in the center of their perfect formation, shattering the magic circle and their confidence in one move. Logan is out cold before he even hits the grass. The rest of the team is paralyzed. The shield girl starts to curse, but Ju-hyuk tells her she noticed way too slowly. Melissa tries to fire off a desperate lump of magic. Jo-hyuk just tilts his head as the spell sails past him. He looks bored. He asks her why she's shooting magic when he's already standing right in front of her. He shuts her down with a single blunt strike. The remaining 2 guys try to rush him from both sides. He doesn't even use his blade. He just uses the sheathed sword like a club, moving with pure efficiency. A single sweep. 1 hit per person. No wasted motion. They never stood a chance. This isn't a battle, it's a professional cleaning service. Our guy stands in the middle of a field of unconscious elites. The screen flashes "Heroes Eliminated." Ju-hyuk looks at the drone camera and smiles. Now I can move on to the eye of the forest, right? Back in the monitor room, Chief Lee is staring at the screens like he just saw a ghost. Ju-hyuk cleared the entire team battle in under 23 minutes. But the scary part? He spent 20 of those minutes just walking. The actual fighting took 3 minutes. This is a logistical nightmare. The entire day's schedule was built around this match taking hours. Sang Cheol steps in, reminding the chief about the rules. If there's time, they can proceed to the next game on the same day. He suggests talking to the other teachers to move the eye of the forest forward. He knows if they don't let Ju-hyuk move on, the kid might just walk into the labyrinth anyway. The chief gives the okay. He's too tired to argue. Sang-chul looks at the screen. He realizes Ju-hyuk asked about the rules last night because he KNEW he would finish this fast. That level of confidence is terrifying. He walks down the hallway with another instructor, discussing the logistics. The other teacher tells him the Heroes faculty doesn't mind moving the game up. They're probably just happy their students are out of Ju-hyuk's reach for a while. The instructor admits he was finally convinced after watching that slaughter. He doesn't think the final result will change even if they give the students a week to rest. Jo-hyuk is just on another level. He finally says it out loud. I understand why you call him a monster. Sang Cheol just closes his eyes. He's thinking about what kind of future a monster like that is going to create. They head off to talk to the White Lotus staff. In the Valhalla resting room, the team is sitting in stunned silence. Joo-hyuk is leaning back on the couch, looking like he's waiting for a bus. Birdie is staring at her sword. She's shaken. She's thinking about how insane he is. She never expected him to actually solo the entire battle while they just stood there. She feels useless. She was supposed to be the team leader, the one taking the initiative. She remembers losing to Aren yesterday. She realizes Aren's growth is all because of Joo-hyuk's lessons. She grips her chest. The fear of being left behind is starting to outweigh her pride. She looks at Joo-hyuk. She's wondering if she should drop her ego and just ask him to teach her. Before she can say anything, the announcement comes through the speakers. The final game, Survival in the Maze, has been moved up to 1 p.m. today. The team is shocked, but Joo-hyuk doesn't even flinch. He told them this would happen. He stands up and tells them there's something they need to know before they head out. He tells them he's going into the eye of the forest alone. Everyone else needs to focus on surviving on their own. He says if they get in trouble, they can call out for him. Birdie is annoyed. Another solo move? She tries to rationalize it. They already won the first 2 games. As long as they don't get the absolute lowest score here, they win the whole competition. The Eye of the Forest is a survival maze. The monsters are low level, the real threat is the environment and the constant rain. Joo-hyuk stares at her. He asks if Birdie has something to say. She snaps at him for making up nicknames, but we all know it's staying. Aren thinks Birdie is a cute nickname. She's too pure for this team. The Labyrinth gate. It's massive, stone cold, and looks like the entrance to a boss room. The announcer is back. He's explaining the final game, Survival in the Labyrinth. The audience is still watching via hologram. This is the big finale. He starts explaining the evaluation criteria. It's not about how many monsters you kill. The Eye of the Forest is a maze shaped like a forest with trees the size of skyscrapers. The unique environment means it is always raining inside. The low-level monsters aren't the problem. The hypothermia and the thick mud are what kill your score. They check the student's physical condition when they enter. 5 hours later, they check again. The closer you are to your original state, the higher your score. Also, PvP is strictly prohibited. The gate opens. The game begins. But elsewhere, in an abandoned warehouse on site, things are getting dark. The Samsol assassins are checking their gear. The students have entered the labyrinth. It's showtime. Alia, the mage, walks in. She tells them it's time to head in. She notes that there's a magic barrier at the main gate. 2 guards are maintaining it. The bald guy just grins. They'll just take care of those 2 first. A surge of dark purple energy erupts in the warehouse. These aren't students playing a game, these are professionals. Back in the monitor room, the screens suddenly go to static. The cameras in the Eye of the Forest are all malfunctioning at the same time. The chief knows this isn't a glitch. Multiple cameras breaking simultaneously is a security breach. He asks if anyone has called the main gate. The guard tells him nobody is picking up. The vibe just went from 0 to 100 real fast. Sang-cheol doesn't wait for orders. He tells the chief the students are in danger and orders all gathered teachers to enter the labyrinth immediately. They sprint toward the gate. They arrive out of breath, and what they see stops them in their tracks. The gate is a wreckage of stone and bodies. The guards are down. The entrance is a graveyard. Inside the forest, the rain is pouring. It's heavy, cold, and loud. The heroes' team is huddled together. They look miserable. Melissa asks Logan if he's okay. He looks like he's still recovering from the hilt to the face Joo-hyuk gave him earlier. Ibella looks even worse. She's shivering. She says she's fine, but she's clearly reaching her limit. The rain hit them hard right at the start. Logan tells her she needs to keep her head up. If they get hypothermia, they get eliminated, and their school's reputation is already in the dirt. He orders the team to build a simple hut and avoid the rain. They're trying to play the game properly. He starts leveling the ground with his bare hands. He's determined to score high here. Suddenly, a sphere of black magic appears in the air next to him. 3 figures step out of the shadows. They're complaining about the rain like they're on a bad vacation. The bald assassin looks up. His eyes are glowing red. He says, "All right, Kim Joo-hyuk, die obediently." He looks Logan Jr. right in the eyes. He realizes his mistake instantly. He yells to Alia that this isn't Joo-hyuk. Alia realizes her magic detection just targeted the strongest magic source nearby, and Logan was the only one outputting power. Logan is frozen. He sees the black magic. He knows exactly what these people are. "Villains," he whispers. The punk assassin tells the bald guy not to leave any witnesses. "Clean it up." Logan's pride flares up. He charges his fire magic. He screams that the competition is no place for maggot-eating bastards like them. He's going to play the hero. The bald guy just smiles. It's the smile of someone who has killed 100 heroes. A spray of blood hits the rain. Logan's eyes go wide as he realizes he just got stabbed. Last time we left off, Logan Jr. was currently serving as a human kebab. He's staring at the blade in his gut, wondering how this bald dude got behind him without a single sound. The assassin Al just smirks and tells him to look in front of him. And yeah, there's a second bald dude just standing there. Logan is glitching. Seeing double of a guy this ugly is a nightmare on its own. But Al is feeling himself. He explains the mechanic, it's called duplication. He's not just fast, he's literally in two places at once, and Logan is the one paying the subscription fee in blood. Logan hits the mud hard. The rest of the hit squad rolls up, asking if the job is done. Al says he's letting him bleed out slowly because professional assassins apparently have nothing better to do than watch paint dry. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream cuts through the rain. It's Melissa, seeing her team leader folded like a lawn chair. The punk assassin D1 gets annoyed. They weren't supposed to leave witnesses, and now they have a screamer. She tells Al to end this quickly. Use concealment, kill the girl, get back to the mission. Al charges in. He thinks he's about to get an easy double kill. Our guy is currently sprinting through the woods, focused on a completely different objective. He's looking for Madagai Arona's house, but so far the only thing he's found is a lot of wet bushes. He hears the commotion and pivots. He stops at the edge of the clearing. Melissa is having a full-blown breakdown over Logan's body, while the bald dude stands over them like a final boss. D1 is losing her patience. Another witness? Where are these people coming from? Al's eyes lock onto the new arrival. Melissa sees him and screams his name. She thinks she's saved, but Juyuk just looks like he forgot his umbrella. Al actually starts laughing. The target just walked right into their laps because he heard a girl scream. Juyuk repeats the word. Target? His face goes from bored student to god of war in about 3 seconds. He looks at Logan and the other kid bleeding out in the mud. He tells Melissa, who he just calls Blondie, to get over there and stop their bleeding while he handles the trash. Logan is still breathing, barely. Jo-hyuk notices something. The assassins intentionally stabbed them in non-fatal spots to keep them alive. He calls them savage dogs. This isn't just a hit, they were using the kids as live bait to lure him out. He asks if they sneaked in or if they have a pass. Then he tells them he's going to end them quietly. Al is offended. He tells this shitty brat that he doesn't understand the situation. He explains the plan, they smash the gate, they jam the drones, and nobody is coming to save him. The teachers will notice eventually, sure, but with the entrance buried under tons of rock, it'll take them at least an hour to get inside. Ju-hyuk repeats it. 1 hour, he looks up at the rain. He's not scared, he's pissed. He only has 1 hour to find his artifact before the adults show up and ruin everything. Al doesn't get it. He just pulls out his combat knife. He lunges. The impact hits the mud, but Ju-hyuk isn't there. Al blinks. He was sure that was a hit. He looks around frantically. Where did he go? A voice comes from right behind his ear. Ju-hyuk is standing there with his sheathed sword looking like a reaper. You guys are dead! He swings the scabbard with the force of a freight train. 1 hit. Al is sent flying back, his internal organs probably reconsidering their life choices. D1 and the mage girl are frozen. They just saw their main tank get one-shotted. Ju-hyuk doesn't give them time to breathe. He launches himself at them. D1 tries to react, but the speed difference is literally unfair. They all end up face down in the mud. It's not even a fight, it's a yard sale. He turns back to Blondie and tells her to get to work patching up the injured. He gives her a backup plan. If she can't handle it, run west. Some Valhalla students are there. Melissa starts using her healing magic, trembling. She's finally realizing that the kid in her class is the scariest thing in this forest. Al tries to get back up, coughing blood. He's confused. His team is elite. How are they frail? Jo-hyuk stands over him, holding Al's own knife. He asks one simple question. Who's your client? Al spits. He says he's not a fucking amateur and won't talk. Ju-hyuk sighs. He notes that it's strange. Usually, people he meets start talking immediately. He's about to give Al a reason to join that club. Al is flustered, but he has one more trick. He activates his duplication again, planning a surprise attack from behind while Ju-hyuk is distracted. The clone swings. Ju-hyuk dodges it without even looking. Al is losing his mind. The clone has no presence. How did he detect it? Ju-hyuk calls him a coward for the backstab attempt. He decides to show him what a real surprise attack looks like. He moves. A single, massive blunt force impact to Al's face. He's not killing him yet. He's just tenderizing the meat. He stands over the bloody mess. I'll ask you one last time. Client. Now. Al tries to play the tough guy card again. Ju-hyuk smiles. That scary, red-eyed smile. Then I'll hit you to my heart's content. The resulting shockwave clears the rain for 50 feet in every direction. The instructors finally break through the debris at the gate and sprint into the forest. Sangcheol stops dead. He sees the massacre. Students are huddled together, Melissa is healing Logan, and the ground looks like it was hit by an artillery strike. The Heroes Academy teacher rushes to Logan. Logan says it's hard to move, but he'll live. The teacher is just relieved he's not dead. Sangcheol asks for a report. Logan explains the ambush. 3 attackers. 1 guy, 2 women. High-level pros. Sangcheol recognizes the description. Samsal. These aren't just villains, they're legendary killers. He asks where they are. Logan points a shaky finger toward the clearing. Everyone looks. The legendary killers are currently scattered across the grass like broken dolls. Logan says it clearly. Kim Joo-hyuk defeated them all. Sangcheol is sweating. He looks at the dug-up earth and the sheer destruction. He knew the kid was strong, but this is a different category of strong. Logan admits that even while he was losing consciousness, he could tell Joo-hyuk was incredible. He wiped the floor with people that Logan couldn't even touch. Melissa and Logan share a look. They realize that during their previous matches against Joo-hyuk, they didn't even see half of his real power. Logan's arrogance is officially dead. He thought he was the protagonist of this world, and he just realized he's a background character in Joo-hyuk's story. The teacher tries to cheer him up, calling Joo-hyuk an anomaly. That's one way to put it. Sangcheol notices there are only 2 bodies. He asks where the third one is, the mage. Right on cue, a body is dumped at their feet. Joo-hyuk walks out of the tree line, dragging the mage girl Olia. Sangcheol checks him over. You seem fine. Joo-hyuk just shrugs. I wasn't hurt. The instructor takes a deep breath. He's going to need a lot of coffee to file this report. He tells Joo-hyuk they'll hear the details back at the academy. The cleanup begins. Teachers take the wounded to the hospital, and Arin helps the survivors. The announcement goes out. The school competition is over. Understatement of the century. Later that night, Valhalla dormitory. Joo-hyuk is drying his hair after a shower. He flops onto his bed, feeling the drain. Today was actually a lot of work. Barke pops up, wondering if he used too much mana attacking those assassins. Joo-hyuk admits he did. His current body still has a skill issue with mana capacity, but he's satisfied. It was a good performance. Here's what the teachers didn't see. While he had the mage Alia captured, he didn't just beat her. He used her detection ability to find the memory bead hidden in the labyrinth. He pulls it out of his pocket, a glowing blue sphere. He found Alia hiding in the rain after her team was crushed. She was trying to hide her presence, but you can't hide from a guy who has been hunting mages for 300 years. He tells her to get up. He stands over her, hands in his pockets, completely unimpressed by her Samsal credentials. He asks her what her specific ability is. He correctly guesses their formation, 2 fighters in front, 1 support in the back. He calls her the support. She is trembling. She's never seen a student with eyes this cold. He asks again, what is your ability? She tells him to get lost and tries to activate her spatial magic. Joo-hyuk stops her mid-cast with a single hand. She's internally screaming, how is this kid stopping my magic? Joo-hyuk smiles. He understands now. Her ability is to create space and move within it. Basically, she's a living fast travel point. He tells her that works out perfectly. He needs her help to find something. He leans in, his face shadowed and terrifying. If you do well, nothing will happen to you. Narrator note, he lied. He holds the bead. Thanks to her, he found the treasure. Barche calls him out for breaking his promise and knocking her out anyway. Joo-hyuk just says she wouldn't talk about her employer. If she had just snitched, he wouldn't have had to put her to sleep. He thinks about the organization's name, Il-shinja Samsal. He knows the client is Rockdill, the blonde brat who can't take an L without calling a hit squad. He needs more info to act quickly. But if the Ventrics keep pulling this shit, he's going to have to dismantle their family tree 1 branch at a time. But for now, the bead is priority. The system notification pops up. Face lost memories through sleeping. Joo-hyuk is confused. Do I just have to sleep now? Barche says it looks like it. He also got a notification. If Joo-hyuk finds his memories, Barche might get some back too. Joo-hyuk shrugs. Then shall we sleep? He hits the lights. He closes his eyes, the bead resting on the nightstand. He doesn't think he's missing any memories. He remembers his past life perfectly, or so he thinks. He drifts off. The dream begins. A dark, futuristic tower pierces the clouds. Lighting strikes a red orb at the peak. We see a past version of Joo-hyuk, his original self, Kim Hyun-oh. He's covered in blood, clutching his stomach. Damn it! He's sitting against a wall, dying. Something massive and black is dripping from the ceiling above him. A shadow figure slowly descends. It looks like a person, but it's made of pure void energy. Hyuno is too far gone to fight back. He looks at the entity with zero fear, just exhaustion. The entity stands over his dying body. A voice echoes. It doesn't sound human. I will take good care of your name, and the names you protected in this world. The shadow reaches out. Hyuno's body begins to dissolve into white light. The room explodes in a blinding flash. Ju-hyuk's eyes snap open. He sits up in bed, drenched in sweat. What the fuck was that dream? He grips his head. He remembers dying after killing Barshe, but he doesn't remember a shadow monster stealing his name. He asks Barshe if anything came back to him. Barshe looks at him with a dead serious face and says, I think I was a tiger. Wait, what? So Jo-hyuk just woke up from a lore-heavy dream about his own death, and the first thing he hears is Barsh claiming he was a tiger in his past life. Our guy is understandably confused. Jo-hyuk imagines a cute cartoon tiger, but Barshe immediately gets defensive. Apparently, his past life wasn't uwu material. Barshe floats there with his arms crossed, admitting he doesn't remember any specifics, just the vibe of being a jungle king. Jo-hyuk pivots back to the real problem. The shadow guy from the dream. He tried to grab the entity's neck, but he couldn't feel anything. He asks Barshe if he remembers his own name or if the entity called it out. Barshe has no clue. It's a dead end. All Jo-hyuk got from that memory bead was a headache and a reminder that his death was even weirder than he thought. Suddenly, a system window pops up. This wasn't there before. A series of empty boxes start filling in with text. Office of the Grand Palace of Valhalla, Alifredi Johnny's secret room. The system tells him to watch the truth. This is basically a quest marker for the main plot. He's never heard of the Palace of Valhalla. The truth part sounds like typical cryptic RPG nonsense. He stares at the screen, thinking, if this is the last thing his past self left behind, it's gotta be important. Step 1. Find out where this palace actually is. He decides to hit up Lilia after his workout. Our guy is back on the bench press. Even a martial god has to keep up his gains. Nearby, Oh Se-hyuk is absolutely destroying a barbell. He looks like he's trying to lift his way out of the depression caused by the tournament. He spots someone and stops. It's the team leader, the girl Jo-hyuk calls Pip Squeak. Se-hyuk is surprised to see her in the gym. They stand there awkwardly, both holding weights like they're trying to look busy. Pip Squeak stammers. She's clearly not used to being the one working hard. She admits she's jealous of Jo-hyuk. Seeing him solo everyone made her realize she's basically an NPC in her own life. Se-hyuk tries to act cool. He says he's been a gym rat for a long time and his presence has nothing to do with Kim Jo-hyuk. He's lying. He closes his eyes, trying to play it off. Then he hits her with the truth. Is it because you lost to Choi Arin? Pipsqueak's face goes still. That's the core of it. We see Arin and Pipsqueak clashing during the tournament. Pipsqueak was using her best techniques, moving with speed and precision, but Arin was just blocking everything. It looked like she was playing with a toddler. Arin's sword was glowing with that terrifying purple mana. Pipsqueak launched a massive vertical strike, putting everything she had into the swing. Arin didn't even move, she just swung once. The impact shattered the arena floor and Pipsqueak's ego simultaneously. Pipsqueak was shook. Arin literally cut through her magic with a physical blade. She tried to fire off 3 flying slices at once, a technique that should have been impossible to dodge. Arin just gripped her sword tighter. Lightning crackled around her. She parried all 3 strikes in a single, fluid motion. Pipsqueak couldn't believe it. This girl wasn't just stronger, she was playing a different game. Before she could even process the parry, Arin was in her personal space. A single hilt strike to the stomach. And just like that, the team leader was on the floor, staring at the ceiling. Choi Arin wins. Back in the gym, Pipsqueak notes that Arin was a mid-tier student at the entrance ceremony. Now she's a monster. She looks over at Arin, who is in the corner doing weight training with a face like she's solving a math problem. Se-hyuk realizes the secret. It's not just the magic, it's the physical grind Jo-hyuk forced on her. He tells Pipsqueak to stop talking to him and go ask the source. She blushes. Asking Jo-hyuk for help is like asking a shark for swimming lessons, but she's desperate. She walks up to him while he's wiping sweat off his face. What is it, Pipsqueak? Our guy is consistent with the nicknames. She starts stuttering about how he's training Arin. She's about to ask for the martial god special training, but instructor Song Cheol walks in and kills the vibe. Jo-hyuk is annoyed. He's not done with his sets yet. Song Cheol looks dead serious. He tells him to clean up and come out. Apparently, someone is waiting to see him, and this is their only chance for a long time. Jo-hyuk stands up. Pipsqueak is just standing there completely ignored. She's internally screaming because she got interrupted again. This girl's social anxiety is reaching critical levels. Ju-hyuk stops at the door and looks back. He tells her that if she wants to train, she should just ask Arin for the routine and follow it. He adds that if she actually does well, he might have the heart to train her himself. "I'll teach you in a calm and orderly way, pipsqueak." She yells after him that she's not a pipsqueak, but she's secretly thrilled. Jo-hyuk follows Song-cheol down the hallway. He asks who it is. He's got a list of enemies, so he's narrowed it down to about 50 people. Song-cheol says they're waiting in the small auditorium. Jo-hyuk gets that "I'm about to deal with some BS" look on his face. Sang-cheol slides the door open, and there he is, the human personification of a participation trophy. "So it was you, Rockdill." Rockdill is trembling, his mouth hanging open like a fish out of water. The blonde brat hits his knees immediately. "Save me, please!" Rockdill is literally begging on the floor. The mighty Ventric heir is currently a puddle of tears. Jo-hyuk is just standing there with his hands in his pockets, completely unimpressed. He turns to Song-cheol. "Why is this guy here?" Song-cheol explains the obvious. The hit squad was traced back to him. This is the second time Rockdill has tried to delete Jo-hyuk. He's basically a repeat offender with a 0% success rate. The media is having a field day. News bulletins are plastered with the Valhalla attack. Jo-hyuk admits he leaked the info to the press himself. He knows the Ventrics usually clean up these messes, so he made this one impossible to hide. Sang-cheol drops the hammer. The Ventric family just released an official statement. He closes his eyes. This is the part where Rockdill's life officially ends. Rockdill has been excommunicated from the Ventric family. Look at that face. That's the face of someone who just lost his trust fund and his future in the same sentence. And not just him, his father got the boot too. The family head decided to cut off the entire diseased branch. The family isn't even trying to stop the media this time. They want the world to know they've thrown him to the wolves. Jo-hyuk looks down at him. No protection, no money, just a one-way ticket to jail. He asks the million-dollar question, "How am I supposed to save you?" Rockdill looks up, desperate. "There's still a chance." He's grasping at straws now. He tells Jo-hyuk that his testimony is more important than the physical evidence. He screams for Jo-hyuk to tell everyone that nothing happened. He wants the martial god to lie to the world to save his skin. Jo-hyuk just digs in his ear. "Don't wanna." Rockdill is stunned. He thinks it's because he hasn't apologized enough. He starts sobbing and bowing, promising he'll let Jo-hyuk step on him. This is pathetic even for him. Jo-hyuk says he doesn't want an apology. It's too late for words. Rockdill pivots to the only other thing he knows. Money. He offers a bribe. Jo-hyuk doesn't want money either. Rockdill is officially out of ideas. He stares at the floor, his mind racing for anything he has left to trade. He grabs the blonde girl standing behind him. "I'll give you this girl!" Yeah, he really just said that. He explains she's Alicia Palace, a direct descendant of English nobility. He thinks owning her will help Jo-hyuk rise in status. Jo-hyuk's eyes go dark. Are people objects? Rockdill gets a creepy manic look on his face. He claims she is his possession. He pulls her hair back to show her neck. There's a glowing red mark. It's the proof that she belongs to him. He offers to transfer ownership to Jo-hyuk. This man is a walking human rights violation. Song-cheol is disgusted. He recognizes the mark. That's a taboo. It's a magic seal that makes it impossible for the victim to act against their owner. It's high-tier slavery magic. Song-cheol knows an ordinary student couldn't cast this. He wonders who did it for him. This implies a much larger, darker connection. Jo-hyuk's internal monologue is cold. He's seen people like this for 300 years. Bastards who put spells on bodies and sell them for profit. He reaches out and grabs Alicia's neck. Rockdill thinks he's accepting the trade. A massive surge of mana erupts from Jo-hyuk's hand. Alicia is terrified. She thinks her life is over. The seal begins to crack and dissolve under the pressure of pure, overwhelming power. Rockdill is screaming, "He broke the seal?" This shouldn't be possible. Jo-hyuk looks over at Song-cheol. "Teacher, just this once. Can I punch him?" He's being polite before the murder. Song-cheol sighs and crosses his arms. "Do you think a Valhalla teacher would tolerate violence between students?" He pauses, his eyes narrowing. But it's a different story when the other person is a suspected criminal. He adds that the school doesn't like the Ventrics anyway. "I'll cover you. Do it." Jo-hyuk looks at Rockdill. "Clench your teeth." A single, earth-shattering punch. Rockdill is driven into the floor so hard the auditorium probably needs a new foundation. He is officially finished. Later that evening, Jo-hyuk is walking home under a sunset. Barsha notes that he actually let his anger show this time. Jo-hyuk admits that in his past life, he would have smashed the guy's head in. He remembers one of his disciples who was sold as a slave via a similar taboo. This wasn't just about Rockdill, it was personal. He stares at the sky, his silhouette shadowed by the fading light. He mentions he's been like this before. Barshay wonders if he was a slave too. Suddenly, Alicia catches up to him, out of breath. She bows deeply. She was too flustered earlier to thank him properly. Ju-hyuk just scratches his head. Don't bother thanking me. He tells her to live as she pleases and never look back. She starts to tear up. For the first time in years, she's actually free. Ju-hyuk walks away without a second glance. Main character energy is off the charts. The Valhalla School Cafe. Lilia is eating a massive strawberry parfait. She gives the answer immediately. It's China. Ju-hyuk blinks. The Grand Palace of Valhalla is in China. Well, looks like our guy is going on an international field trip. Pack your bags, folks. The China arc starts now. So, Lilia drops the location. China. The Grand Palace of Valhalla is sitting right in the middle of White Lotus territory. She takes a bite of her parfait like she didn't just give us a massive lore dump. Ju-hyuk's eyes widen. He recognizes the name from the competition. The White Lotus Association isn't just a school, it's a giant. He asks for clarification, and she confirms it. This isn't just a public park, it's a private labyrinth. Our guy realizes this is going to be a headache. Back in his day, you could just walk into a dungeon, but modern laws mean entering someone else's labyrinth is a one-way ticket to a lawsuit. He downs his drink, feeling the frustration. In the past life, dungeons were free real estate for anyone with enough guts, but now everything has a deed and a owner. He thinks about just soloing the place and breaking in, but that's an international incident speedrun. Since an academy owns it, things get awkward. He asks Lilia if there's a way in. She just looks at him with that "I have a catch" expression. She admits it's usually restricted to White Lotus students, which is basically a members-only club for the elite. She tells him not to hurry, but Ju-hyuk realizes she's about to stop talking unless he pays the information tax. She goes quiet, sweating a bit. She knows she has the leverage here and she's enjoying it way too much. Ju-hyuk is annoyed. He's sitting there waiting for the details, and she's playing hard to get. She holds up 3 fingers. The deal is simple. 3 pieces of valuable information from him in exchange for her help. She's a researcher, and Ju-hyuk is basically a walking library of lost knowledge. Ju-hyuk just stands up. He tells her to enjoy her coffee and starts walking out. He is the king of calling bluffs. Lilia panics immediately. She tells him to sit back down and she'll just spill the beans for free. He sits back down. The man has zero patience for these games. She leans in. This is top secret stuff, but the Palace of Valhalla is scheduled to be a stage for the world competition in the 2nd semester. Ju-hyuk is surprised. He asks if all the teachers know, and she says it hasn't even leaked to the faculty yet. He asks how she knows, and she just gives a smug shrug. She has her sources, which probably means she hacked a database while eating a donut. He asks if the world competition is just like the school tournament. She confirms it. She explains it's basically the Hunter Olympics. Instead of 3 schools, it's academies from every corner of the planet competing for glory. Ju-hyuk's face says it all. A bigger competition just means more annoying teenagers he has to humble. He realizes the 2nd semester is months away. He doesn't have time to wait for a school trip to find his memories. He asks if there's any way to get there faster. Lilia doesn't know. She has no connections to the White Lotus big shots. She says making a chance like that is nearly impossible for a normal student. But then she changes the subject. She needs him to help her with one thing first. Ju-hyuk is cautious. What is it? She invites him to the World Monster Research Society. She promises it's just a one-day event. London, Tottenham. The architecture is fancy, but the vibe is all business. Ju-hyuk is literally snarling. A one-day event? We're in London! Lilia is laughing it off. She even extended his school excursion until Monday just to make sure they had time for sightseeing. Our guy is realizing he's been kidnapped for academic purposes. He sighs. So, what are we actually doing here? A high-tech containment room. Ju-hyuk is facing down a massive armored boar. Behind a glass screen, a group of boomer researchers are taking notes. They look skeptical and very grumpy. Ju-hyuk is just standing there with a standard sword. He looks like he's about to perform a chore. Lilia's voice comes over the comms. He just needs to verify her research paper by killing monsters the way she described. The boar charges. Ju-hyuk moves. One clean strike through the eye. The monster starts dissolving into data points instantly. The system confirms the quick bore validation is done. Ju-hyuk asks if he's finished, but the system tells him a rock goblin is next. Ju-hyuk collapses on a couch. He's exhausted, and it's not because the monsters were hard. He complains that she promised 3 monsters, but they made him kill 10. Lilia just plays dumb, acting like she has no idea why the researchers were so greedy. He looks around. What's with the atmosphere here? He noticed that everyone in the building was staring daggers at him. The researchers were shouting at each other and giving them the cold shoulder. Lilia takes a sip of her tea. She's very calm about the fact that they're currently in a room full of people who hate them. She explains that these people have spent decades on their hunting theories, and then her paper dropped and debunked their entire life's work. Ju-hyuk asks why they wanted him to use a sword specifically. Lilia says it's the association tradition, the old-fashioned way. He asks why they didn't just test the theory themselves if it's so important. The answer is simple. They don't want to do it. They're old-school elites who hate being proven wrong by a newcomer. The current system is built on nepotism and dead weight. If Lilia's theory is right, a lot of powerful people are going to look very stupid. Jo-hyuk calls them disgusting. He's seen this kind of corruption in every era. Lilia explains that a paper is nothing without society's recognition, which is why she needed his flawless performance to make the data undeniable. Jo-hyuk understands now. He was the living proof that destroyed their egos. He tells her that since he helped her, it's her turn to help him get into the palace. Lilia smiles. It was a good decision to come here. She reveals the big fish. The chairwoman of the White Lotus is actually here in the building. She was watching Ju-hyuk during the verification tests. He was being scouted without even knowing it. Ju-hyuk stands up. He wants to talk to her before she leaves. They walk up to a private office door. Knock knock. A voice comes from inside, specifically asking for student Kim Ju-hyuk. She was already waiting for him. Ju-hyuk is alert. The voice sounds elegant but authoritative. The door opens. We see a pair of traditional shoes and a flowing dress. It's a woman with silver hair and sharp blue eyes. She's radiating an aura that commands the entire room. She introduces herself as Seolion, the one in charge of the White Lotus Association. Jo-hyuk keeps it professional. He asks how he can help her. She gets straight to the point. She's not here for a chat, she's here to ask for a favor. Could you take care of one person? Take care of them? Jo-hyuk repeats the request. In his world, that usually means a shallow grave, but he needs to hear the details first. Lilia realizes this is main character business and decides to make a graceful exit. She's got parfaits to eat and paperwork to ignore. The door shuts. Now it's just the martial god and the chairwoman. Ju-hyuk asks for the full story. He's not doing any favors without knowing the stakes. Seolion explains her background. She's part of the Seol family, the founders of White Lotus in China. They built the academy to produce top-tier contractors, and they've been the dominant force for generations. But then, a natural disaster was born in their family. A genius that they couldn't control. At 13, this kid was already stomping professional contractors like they were fresh spawns. They even crushed their own sisters and the family's elite guild members. Total gamer god energy, but with zero social skills. Even the family head got folded. Ju-hyuk is listening, but he's not impressed yet. He's folded plenty of geniuses in his time. The kid eventually decided the world had nothing left to teach them and locked themselves in a training room. So, the mission is simple. Ju-hyuk needs to enter that room and humble this arrogant brat. Ju-hyuk is puzzled. If they just wanted the kid beaten, there are plenty of high rankers they could hire. He asks why her. She's the chairwoman, she should be able to handle it herself. He points a finger at her. He can see her mana, she's not weak. In fact, she's hiding a massive amount of power. She's impressed. He saw through her concealment magic instantly. She gives two reasons. First, the kid only fights using pure physical power. No magic, just hands. Second, the kid is 17, the same age as Ju-hyuk. If a world-famous adult beats them, they'll just make excuses. But if a student their own age crushes them, their pride will actually shatter. She says she would have tracked him down even if he hadn't come to London. Our guy was on her radar before he even left Korea. Ju-hyuk gets a smirk. You're not asking for free, are you? She says she can call people without paying them, which is a big flex, but she knows Ju-hyuk won't move for free. He stops her before she can mention money. He doesn't need cash. There's a place I want to go. China, the White Lotus headquarters. The architecture is massive, ancient, and looks like it belongs in a high-budget wuxia film. Jo-hyuk is standing there, slightly shocked. He didn't expect her to have a private jet ready to fly him out the same day. She notes that he's free until Monday, so they might as well get this over with. She looks at him, her eyes sharp. She confirms the payment, the right to enter the Grand Palace of Valhalla. Ju-hyuk nods. That's the only prize that matters. She says it's their maze, so giving him access is easy. She leads him toward the gate. They walk through the complex. Every student they pass looks disciplined and powerful. This is the big leagues. They reach the inner sanctum. Jo-hyuk has a question before he enters. What is it? He notes that she didn't seem to care about the tournament results. She chose him because of his physical stats, not his rank. She admits it. Many have tried to fight this child and realized their talent had a ceiling. Teachers and students alike have been embarrassed. Her top goal is to rid this child of their arrogance. She's acting like a worried sister, but there's a coldness in her eyes. She wants to lead White Lotus to the top, and this kid is a bottleneck that needs to be cleared. Jo-yuk scratches his head. He's heard enough. Time to go to work. They reach a massive room with a glowing blue magic seal on the floor. She explains the transport. One step on the seal, and he'll be in the Seal family's secret training room. Ju-hyuk steps on. No hesitation. Ah, one more thing. What's their name? Seolian smiles. It's a knowing, dangerous smile. Yenlong. We see the child, a girl with white hair, tiger-like markings on her face, and eyes that look like they belong to a predator. She's sitting on the floor, looking bored and dangerous. Who are you? Did the family send you? She tells him to get lost. She's not leaving the room. Jo-yuk just smiles. He's seen this kind of wild child attitude before. He notes she's pretty rude for a first meeting. He takes a step forward. He vanishes from his spot. He reappears mid-air, throwing a punch. A crazy noob, huh? His face is manic. He's actually enjoying this. Yenlong blocks it with one hand. The impact creates a shockwave that cracks the floor. Ju-hyuk's eyes lock onto hers. She catches his fist, and her hand starts glowing with a strange reddish heat. She throws him back with a massive physical burst. Foolish idiot! She's looking at him like he's a bug. She mocks him for underestimating her and starting with such a stupid punch. Jo-hyuk lands and straightens up. He's not hurt, he was just testing the waters. Shall we introduce ourselves? Yenlong is confused. Jo-hyuk grips his own wrist, and the mana around him shifts. He throws another punch, but this one is faster. Way faster. She barely dodges. The wind from the punch literally cuts the air next to her face. She's shocked. She didn't expect a student to have this kind of raw power. She jumps back, creating distance. She catches her breath, her fangs showing. What's this? Who are you? Ju-hyuk just grins, that terrifying red-eyed grin, a 17-year-old high schooler who underestimated my opponent. The real fight starts now. Yenlong is starting to feel the pressure. She thinks she can just back off, reset her stance, and look for a counter. Jo-hyuk is basically in her personal space before she can even blink. He asks her where she thinks she's going with a look that says, the exit is closed. His fist clenches, and the air around it starts to scream. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. Yenlong barely manages to react in time. Our guy is actually impressed. He notices she realized instantly that she couldn't dodge, so she moved backward mid-impact to bleed off the force of the hit. That's high-level combat IQ right there. He's comparing her to his old students from 300 years ago. Even the legendary warriors of his era didn't have this kind of raw mobility at her age. Yenlong is sweating now. The invincible tiger is starting to look like a confused kitten. She can't wrap her head around it. How is a random 17-year-old high school student matching her move for move? Instead of being scared, she starts smiling. She's a battle junkie, and she's finally found someone who isn't a boring adult. Her heart is racing. She doesn't want to run, she wants to hit him until something breaks. Ju-hyuk sees that pride flare up. He's deciding whether he should be a nice mentor or just end her whole career right now. The room is thick with tension as they circle each other again. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, Seolian is watching the live feed. The secretary leans in, looking a little concerned for their guest. He asks if the student from Korea is actually going to be okay. He thinks the White Lotus prestige is on the line. The guy is convinced that no outsider can handle their top genius. He sees Ju-hyuk getting pushed back and assumes the kid is cooked. He's literally sweating through his suit, asking if Jo-hyuk can even survive Lady Yenlong. Seolian looks at him like he's an idiot. She reminds him that even she lost to Yenlong once. She clarifies that it was a purely physical fight, no magic allowed. But still, a loss is a loss. She admits it openly. She's one of the most powerful people in China, and she couldn't stop that tiger girl in a straight brawl. She adds that even if she had used her magic, there was no guarantee she would have won back then. The gap between them was paper thin, and the secretary is just standing there with his jaw on the floor. But here is the kicker. That fight happened years ago. Yenlong has grown exponentially since then, both in raw power and mental discipline. She's a literal disaster in human form. The secretary points out the obvious. If Yenlong is that strong, then Jo-hyuk is in massive danger. Seolian just smirks. She's been doing her homework on our guy. She knows about the villains he's crushed and his first-place rank. She's not worried about him losing. She's worried about what happens if he wins. Back in the arena, the disaster is launching another assault. She's moving so fast her feet are barely touching the ground. She goes for a claw-like strike, aiming for a vital point. It's a relentless barrage. She's not giving him a second to breathe. Ju-hyuk just weaves through it like he's playing a rhythm game on easy mode. She goes for a high knee, a total finisher. The impact is massive. A direct hit to the head. She thinks she's got him. She's already celebrating the W until she feels a sharp pain in her own leg. She screams and clutches her knee. The sound of her kneecap cracking is enough to make anyone wince. Ju-hyuk is just sitting there looking bored. He asks her if she has a rock for a head. He explains the math for her. Her knee came at his face, so he just met it with his forehead. Since his forehead didn't break and her knee did, clearly his bone density is just better. Yanlong is losing it. She's bombarding him with everything, but he blocks every single path. She finally realizes it. His physical strength isn't just good, it's miles above hers. Ju-hyuk asks if she's done playing with just physical moves. He knows she's been holding back her mana. He tells her to scrap the rules. He's tired of the warm-up. Yanlong doesn't need to be told twice. She lets her magic explode, a red aura flaring up like a literal forest fire. Ju-hyuk just smiles. This is what he came for. He tells her it's time to shatter her pride. If she's going all out, he's going to show her what real power looks like. A blue mana pressure starts to fill the room, pushing back her red aura like it's nothing. She's frozen. She can't believe a high schooler is putting out this much raw energy. She decides to go for one final, desperate move. No more tricks. She launches herself at him, putting every ounce of her life force into one single hit. Her fist is glowing red, carrying enough force to level a building. She swings, and for a split second, she thinks she landed it. Nope. Jo-hyuk just leaned his head back a fraction of an inch. She missed by the width of a hair. He tells her he's had enough fun. The trial period is over. One punch. That's all it takes. The blue mana explodes through her guard. Yanlang's eyes go white. She can barely get the word monster out of her mouth before her brain shuts down. The Tiger of China is down for the count. Complete El Seolion is stunned. She knew he was strong, but this was a total blowout. Jo-hyuk walks out of the dust, dragging the unconscious Yanlong by her vest like she's a bag of laundry. He's ready for his payment. He drops her at Seolion's feet. He's not being rude, he's just being efficient. He reminds her that the deal was simple. He defeats the girl. He gets the access. Seolion is actually struggling to keep her composure. She can't believe he really managed to beat her that easily. She asks if he's hurt. He just shrugs it off. He's fine, but the tiger girl is going to need a lot of ice and maybe a new pride. She asks how difficult the fight was. She's trying to gauge his actual ceiling. He says she was pretty strong, but the ending was a letdown. The skill gap was just too wide for it to be interesting. Suddenly, Yanlang bolts upright, clutching her head and yelling in pain. She sees Seolion standing there and immediately gets defensive. The girl is fuming. Her ego took a bigger hit than her kneecap. Seolion just sighs and notes that it's been a while since Yanlang left her room. She shuts the conversation down. It's time to talk about the real business, the payment for the win. She asks if he still wants access to the Grand Palace of Valhalla. Jo-hyuk doesn't hesitate. That's the whole reason he's in this country. She tells him she can let him in right now. Jo-hyuk is all for it. He wants to get this over with before more geniuses try to challenge him. As they walk away, Yanlang watches him with a look that isn't just anger anymore. Her secretary tries to check on her, but she isn't listening. She asks for his name. She needs to know exactly who just handed her her first real defeat. Kim Ju-hyuk. She repeats it like it's a target. She tells her secretary that this guy is one of the strongest people alive, and instead of being discouraged, she's obsessed. She wants a proper rematch where she isn't caught off guard by a forehead block. We see a dark demonic figure on a throne. This is the entity the world should actually be worried about. The title card drops. The strongest? It's a question the world is about to keep asking. Ju-hyuk steps into the Grand Palace. It doesn't look like a palace. It looks like a dungeon designed by a Gothic architect. He's standing in a massive hallway flanked by knight statues. Seolion explains that the Grand Palace is a unique maze. It's built to keep people out, even those who think they know the layout. She gives him a warning. Watch out for the living armor. As long as he doesn't get mobbed by the possessed suits of mail, he'll be fine. He asks for his time limit. She gives him 5 hours. If he doesn't find what he's looking for, he has to come back tomorrow. 5 hours is plenty of time for a guy who used to clear entire continents in a weekend. His eyes glow. He's locked in. The living armor doesn't wait. A whole squad of them rounds the corner, swords drawn. The first one swings. Jo-hyuk draws a training sword and parries the hit so hard the armor's arm practically detaches. He isn't even using real mana yet, he's just dismantling them with physics and leverage. He clears the hallway in seconds. He stands over the scrap metal pile looking for his next objective. He's already searched 20 rooms. None of them are what he needs. He's looking for an office. Then he sees a door that matches the description from his recovered memories. This is Aliftri Johnny's secret room. Barshay, the sword spirit, pops up and tells him to look to his right. There's a fancy door at the end of the hall that looks significantly more important than the others. Jo-hyuk pushes it open. Inside, he finds a portrait of a man with a long beard and a sharp gaze. The room is filled with artifacts and a massive desk. It definitely feels like the headquarters of someone who knew too much. He wonders if this really belonged to Aliftri. He spots something below the painting. It's a gold plaque with a signature. Barsha is surprised that Jo-hyuk can read the ancient script. Our guy realizes it's part of the info he absorbed from the memory bead earlier. He's starting to regain his admin privileges for this world's lore. He knows the secret room is here, but he needs to find the actual entrance to the hidden vault. He looks around at the hundreds of items. He could search them one by one, but he has a better idea. He decides that breaking everything is much faster than looking through it. Total gamer logic. He unleashes a shockwave that turns the furniture into toothpicks, and just like that, the path is revealed. A hidden hatch on the floor. Barsh confirms it, this is the way down. He pulls the handle, and a dark staircase leading underground is revealed. It's pitch black and annoying, but he heads down anyway. Suddenly, a system message flares up in his vision. Conditions met. His eyes widen. He didn't expect the room itself to be a triggered event. He finds himself in a small, candlelit room. Sitting at a table is a woman in a witch hat. He asks the obvious, where is this place and who the hell are you? She's calm. She invites him to take a seat and promises to answer his questions. Jo-hyuk sits. He can tell this isn't a normal ghost or a monster. She introduces herself as a guide. She admits that guide is just a nickname. And then she drops the bomb. Her real name was taken away. Jo-hyuk flashes back to his own death, the shadow entity telling him it was taking his name. He asks if her name was stolen too. She confirms it. He's confused. He used to think stealing a name was just some poetic nonsense, the villain said, but now he's seeing the mechanical reality of it. He asks how it's even possible to steal a name. She tells him that in this universe, names hold actual quantifiable power. She explains the system. Every creature builds their life on the name they are given. Every effort, every achievement, and every drop of influence they earn gets funneled into that name. Think of it like a prestige level that tracks your soul's progress. A name adorned with great achievements gives the owner incredible power. That person, the entity Jo-hyuk is hunting, specifically targets these high-tier names. By stealing the name, he absorbs every bit of power and legacy contained within it. He's basically a cosmic identity thief who keeps the stats of everyone he kills. Jo-hyuk asks what happens to the person after their name is gone. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him he's already familiar with them. They become constellations. Those gods watching humans like Twitch streamers? They are the husks of heroes who had their names stolen. So, the reveal is in. You don't just become a constellation, you get your identity stolen and your stats harvested. The guide confirms it with a nod. This isn't just a theory, it's the mechanical reality of how their world works. She mentions that Jo-hyuk is a massive exception to the rule because he actually managed to reincarnate instead of becoming a battery. Our guy realizes this girl knows as much about his situation as Barshay does. She's essentially a walking wiki for the world's hidden settings. She sees him doubting and decides to flex a bit. She knows he's the one who received the system notifications. But here's the twist. She didn't send them. She just sees the logs because she's connected to the same source. Jo-hyuk is done with the riddles. He wants to know exactly who the shadow bastard was that killed him in the Tower of Destruction. The name is dropped, Maze Lord. His entire business model is sending the Tower of Destruction to planets to farm high-ranking souls. Jo-hyuk repeats the name like it's a target, Maze Lord. The guide says the name is literal. He doesn't just manage the maze, he owns it. Jo-hyuk finds a hole in the logic. How does a mere manager send a world-ending tower to a different planet? And then the realization hits him like a freight train. If the tower can only be sent to places within the maze, the guide just gives him that took you long enough smile. She confirms the worst-case scenario. Earth isn't a planet. Earth is just one floor in the Maze Lord's dungeon. Jo-hyuk isn't buying it immediately. It's a lot to process. But she points out she has zero reason to lie to him. Fine, he accepts the premise for now. The tower was sent to cultivate names. Basically, it's a high-stakes XP farm. She explains that crises are the best way to accumulate karma. You either become a hero or a monster, either way, your name gets stronger. And once that name is ripe, the Maze Lord swoops in, steals it, and uses that concentrated karma to power a constellation. Ju-hyuk's eyes go dark. He realizes his old disciples from 300 years ago, the ones who supposedly ascended, might have just been harvested. He realizes the futility of the grind. If they fight, they get stronger. If they get stronger, they get eaten. It's a rigged game. But the guide stops him. His reincarnation is a variable the Maze Lord didn't account for. He might be the only one with enough Smurf experience to beat the Maze Lord at his own game. Jo-hyuk points out that if the Maze Lord is the one running the notifications, he already knows Jo-hyuk is back. She shakes her head. The person who reincarnated him and led him here was not the Maze Lord. It was someone else entirely. And of course, she doesn't know who that is either. One mystery closes, 3 more open. Typical. She gives a little smirk, suggesting she has an idea but isn't sharing yet. She suggests that whoever brought him back might be someone personally related to him from his past life. Anyway, talk is over. She starts glowing and summons an item. It's a simple-looking silver ring. She drops it into his hand. He asks the obvious question. What does a piece of jewelry do against a cosmic god? She doesn't have time for the long explanation, but she says this is the key to their eventual counteroffensive. She claims the Maze Lord is already closing in on her position. She's been talking to him while being actively hunted, but she isn't worried. Since Ju-hyuk met her, it'll be easier for them to sync up in the future. She tells him she'll see him in a few days and gives him a final warning, do not lose the ring. She snaps her fingers, and the room explodes in white light. Ju-hyuk blinks, and he's back. He's standing outside the palace entrance. A bit of a flashy way to say goodbye, but effective. He goes over the list of grievances. The guy who sent the tower, the guy who stole his name, the guy who ruined his retirement. Yeah, the Maze Lord is officially at the top of the MC's to-delete list. He looks at the ring. It's not a direct stat buff, but it's important. In the meantime, he needs raw power. He starts absorbing the leftovers in his storage stones. He walks out of the cave. He isn't at 100% yet, but he's getting back to his prime strength level. Cut to a random island in the North Pacific. Villain hideout vibes. An old guy is sitting on a couch looking at a tablet. The news is bad. The Triple Killers, Solely Fanatic's elite team, were just soloed by a high schooler. There they are, defeated, humiliated, and currently in handcuffs. Hannibal, the leader of Solely Fanatic, is shaking with rage. He smashes the tablet. To be fair, if your elite assassins got beaten by a kid in a hoodie, you'd be mad too. He's screaming about how Ju-hyuk is a brat who needs to be handled. He's been watching Ju-hyuk ever since he heard about the Constellations. He realized Ju-hyuk is the one who took down Choi Jinjin. He even summoned the Triple Killers specifically for this job because he knew the kid was a threat, despite the low pay from the Ventrics. He's debating whether he needs to call in the entire organization just to kill one student. A voice from the shadows tells him he looks troubled. Enter Jorg, the leader of the privileged race. He looks like a noir detective who took a wrong turn into a manhwa. Hannibal is annoyed. He specifically told this guy to knock. Jorg just walks in and sits down. He doesn't care about manners, he cares about results. He asks if the headache is because of Kim Ju-hyuk. Jorg chuckles. His group lost a precious chess piece to the kid too. Hannibal asks if he's talking about Desera Ventric, the assassin brother from a few chapters ago. Jorg confirms it. Desera took a personal job, failed, and leaked his identity. Total rookie mistake. Jorg admits he had to kill Desera himself to keep the organization's secrets safe. Villains really have zero job security. Hannibal asks for a favor. He wants the Triple Killers taken care of while they're being transported. Basically, no witnesses. Jorg agrees. But then the conversation shifts to Ju-hyuk. Jorg gives some surprisingly good advice. Do not mess with the kid for now. Why? Because Ju-hyuk is currently being targeted by the First Cult. Hannibal actually looks scared. The First Cult is the kind of group that makes other villains look like choir boys. Jorg calls them complete lunatics. They don't have a plan, they just have goals that no one understands. These are the guys who wiped out Logan's entire squad. They're physical monsters and magic zealots. Hannibal is relieved. If the cult is hunting Ju-hyuk, then Solely Fanatic can just sit back and watch. Jorg points out that if they interfere with the cult's target, they might become the next target. Hannibal agrees. So the plan is to wait. But it looks like the cult didn't get the memo about waiting. They're already surrounding Ju-hyuk. Back at Valhalla, Jo-hyuk is surrounded by at least a dozen guys in black hoods. He doesn't look impressed, he just wants to know who they are. He reminds them they're on school grounds. He asks if they're fearless or just terminally stupid. The lead cultist just stares. No words, just vibes. Cut to a different room. A man with a goatee is reporting to a superior. He calls her patriarch. They've finished their preparations. It's Adilia Ventric. She's looking elegant, cold, and ready to ruin someone's life. The guy, let's call him the deacon, apologizes for the delay. Adilia is a perfectionist. She wanted contractors who could create a subspace. You can't kill a student in broad daylight, so you have to move the fight to a different dimension. She's confident. Every member of the team is a loyal Ventric retainer. No leaks, no witnesses. Then she asks about the most important part of the plan. The deacon breaks a sweat. He confirms they've prepared a storage stone with a massive amount of magic power for sanctuarization. Adilia is satisfied. It's time for her to step onto the stage. She tells the deacon to lead the disposal group once the subspace is ready. The deacon stops her. He has a question. He asks if the ritual is really meant to make a constellation appear. He's genuinely terrified. Summoning a literal god into a high school is a bit like using a nuke to kill a spider. Adilia looks at him with pure disdain. She wants to know why he's questioning her. She asks if he thinks she's afraid of a high school student. She lets out a flare of mana that nearly knocks him over. She claims it's just a precaution, a very expensive, very dangerous precaution, but then we see her real motive. Her eyes narrow. The constellation she's contracted with, Beak Mask, has been silent for years, but suddenly it reacted. She wants to call the constellation so she can ask why it's suddenly interested in a loser like Kim Joo-hyuk. Back on the ground, the hooded figures are closing in. The deacon gives the order. Prepare for space distortion. 4 casters slam their hands onto the ground. A golden dome of light expands, swallowing everything. Joo-hyuk recognizes it instantly. A subspace. He actually gives them points for the effort. It's a smart move to avoid the school's security systems. He asks whose idea this was. He guesses the Ventric patriarch. The deacon is stunned. He wants to know how a kid could possibly know their family's secret. Joo-hyuk just smirks. He has a very short list of enemies. 2 of them use black magic. The Ventrics are the only ones left who are normal enough to use standard subspace tech. Since they're caught, the deacon drops the act. He calls in the disposal team. Dozens of armed knights and mercenaries appear from the shadows. It's a literal army against one teenager. Joo-hyuk asks if they're ashamed. This is the definition of overkill. The deacon says it doesn't matter. They follow orders, and the orders are to make him disappear. Joo-hyuk just sighs. If the patriarch sent this many people, she must be really insecure. The deacon loses his cool. He gives the kill order. The first guy lunges. Joo-hyuk doesn't even move his feet. He just shoulder checks the guy into the shadow realm. He's moving. He releases a burst of physical pressure that knocks back the first wave of attackers. They're flying like ragdolls. The deacon tries to intervene with a saber strike, but Joo-hyuk is already gone. He asks why the guy is swinging a saber like it's a baseball bat. He mocks the deacon's form. 2 more jump in from behind. Jo-hyuk blocks a spear and a sword simultaneously with just his scabbard. He leaps into the air, dodging a sweep. He lands a kick that sounds like a car crash. He's literally standing on top of a guy's face while asking them if they need a breather. The disrespect is astronomical. The deacon is sweating. He goes for a desperate thrust. Joo-hyuk just leans to the side. The blade misses by an inch. The deacon is having a midlife crisis. He can't believe a high schooler is reading every move he makes. Joo-hyuk says this is getting annoying. He's done with the warm-up. He grabs the hilt of his sword. He gives that classic martial god grin. A blue wave of mana erupts, blasting the entire disposal team backward. The deacon is caught in the epicenter. He finally realizes the scale of the mistake they made. He realizes Adilia wasn't being paranoid. She was the only one who saw the truth. She wasn't being shameless, she was being tactical. But even then, it wasn't enough. He hits the ground hard. Total defeat. Joo-hyuk looks up. Adilia Ventric finally steps out from the back. She looks down at her elite team, now a pile of broken bodies. She admits she's impressed. These guys were stronger than most professional contractors, and they didn't even land a scratch. She decides she has to handle this herself. She pulls out a glowing golden dagger. She tells him he should be proud to see the Ventric family's holy relic. It's a weapon meant for killing gods. Jo-hyuk just laughs. He asks if he's supposed to be scared of a mere dagger from a family that needs a 50-man escort to talk to him. Adilia snaps. She calls him trash and lunges. The deacon drops the magic storage stone as he falls. It rolls across the floor, glowing with an intense yellow light. The ritual is triggering. The mana from the stone is being pulled into the dagger. The blade begins to burn with celestial energy. Adilia is shocked. The reaction is much stronger than she expected. The light consumes the entire subspace. A golden notification window appears, but it's not the usual system. The constellation Beak Mask speaks for the first time. The ritual is peaking. The storage stones are burning out, and the disposal team is bracing for the arrival of a literal god. Adilia is holding the golden dagger, waiting for her trump card to finally end this high schooler's career. Joo-hyuk just stands there with those red eyes. He isn't even reaching for his sword. The light clears, and everyone in the room freezes. Adilia realizes something is wrong instantly. She can't move her legs. It's not a status effect from Joo-hyuk, it's the pressure coming from her own summon. The entire disposal group is paralyzed. It's like their survival instincts just hit the Alt F4 button on their nervous systems. But Adilia looks up and sees the impossible. Joo-hyuk is just standing there looking at the holy relic like it's a butter knife. He asks her if this is really the best she's got. A system window flares up. The text is different this time. It's a direct message from the constellation. Master? Joo-hyuk blinks. That voice. He knows that specific tone of confusion. The golden fire swirls, and the constellation takes form. Beak Mask, or Moron, as we're about to call her, steps out. She looks like a streetwear plague doctor with a hoodie and shorts. She reaches for her mask, her hand trembling. She pulls it off, revealing a face that is definitely not a monster's. She looks at him with tears in her eyes and says it again. Master? The title card drops. The constellations are my disciples. Yeah, the title isn't a metaphor. It's a spoilers in plain sight situation. Joo-hyuk looks at her. He's sifting through 1,000 years of combat data to place this girl. The look on her face is pure, unfiltered relief. It's the look of someone who's been waiting 300 years for a respawn. We're back 300 years ago. A dirty dungeon. A slave girl is chained to a wall, looking like she's given up on life. A young Kim Hyun-oh walks in. He isn't the tired student we know, he's the peak martial god. He looks at her and sees a brat with a terrifying gaze. He tells her that her eyes look like she wants to delete the entire human race from the server. She snaps back at him, telling him to stop acting like he knows her struggle. Hyun-oh just gives her that signature look. He tells her he knows exactly what she's feeling. He sits down next to her and drops a bombshell. He was a slave once too. He explains that before he was a god, he was just a kid kidnapped by a slave trader, held down by magic shackles and a forbidden ban. He asks her the simplest, most dangerous question. Don't you want to be free? She's skeptical. If he was a slave, he should know that hope is a debuff. She grabs her magic collar, yelling that she can't even dream of freedom because of the spell. She tells him to get lost before the slave trader comes back and makes things worse. Hyun-oh explains the mechanics of the spell. Usually, a ban only breaks if the owner lets go or dies, but she's in a type B situation. Even if the master dies, the spell stays active to keep the slave from escaping. It's a permanent lock. We see the trader lying dead in the background. Hyun-oh already handled the trash, he just didn't mention it. The girl is devastated. If the master is dead, she thinks she's stuck in those chains forever. Hyun-oh just grins. He asks what she'll do if he tells her there is another way. He reaches for her throat. He explains his specialty, interpreting the magic code of the ban and reversing it from the inside out. He admits that fine-tuned magic control isn't usually his vibe. He's more of a punch things until they break guy, but for this, he'll make an exception. The girl looks into his eyes. She sees a chance to end a lifetime of effing slavery. The magic collar shatters. It doesn't just break, it explodes in a shower of blue sparks. She's free. For the first time in her life, she isn't a piece of property. She stares at her hands, unable to believe the nightmare is actually over. Hyun-oh stands up and starts walking away. He says his job is done and the rest is up to her. He asks if she's going to go find her family or go back to whatever home she has left. She tells him there's nothing left. The traders burned her house and killed everyone. She has a 0% chance of a normal life. She goes quiet for a second. Then she says she's going to go on a journey. She wants to find every slave trader bastard on the planet and smash their heads in. She turns to him and asks if she can accompany him. She's essentially asking to join his party. She looks up, her face a mix of trauma and newfound hope. Hyun-oh looks back at her. He smiles and says okay. But there's a condition: if she follows him, she has to treat him as her master. He tells her she needs to use honorifics. He doesn't want her speaking informally like a moron. She agrees. And that's how her nickname was born. He literally called her a moron once and it stuck for 3 centuries. She asks what his name is. He gives her that wide, confident grin. I'm Kim Hyun-oh. She smiles back. Her name was, well, it's censored. We don't get to hear it yet. Typical author gatekeeping the lore. Moron is standing in front of Joo-hyuk, looking just like the girl from the dungeon. Joo-hyuk realizes she really did ascend to the level of a constellation. His smurfing just got a lot more interesting. He thinks to himself that he knows this girl better than anyone. But then he hits a wall. He can't remember her real name. It's a total blank. He wonders if this is what the Maze Lord meant by stealing names. He decides it doesn't matter for now. The nickname is what counts. He looks her in the eye and says, "Moron, it's been a while." Adilia is losing her mind in the background. A random student just called a literal celestial being a moron. She expects him to be vaporized. Instead, Moron just walks past her. She doesn't even look at her contractor. Adilia is shaking. Moron is touching the holy relic with her bare hands. That shouldn't be possible for a manifested spirit. Moron raises the golden dagger. And just as Adilia thinks the kid is finally going to get hit, Adilia feels a sharp pain. The entire disposal team is floored. The subspace is collapsing. Moron looks at her master and asks the big question, how should I handle these bastards? Should I kill them? Joo-hyuk just smirks. He has a much better idea. Why kill your enemies when you can turn them into your bank account? Cut to Valhalla Academy. Instructor Lee Sang-cheol is staring at his computer screen with a face that says he's rethinking his life choices. He's looking at the school's sponsorship statement. The Ventric family just donated 5 billion won, $3.9 million. There it is in black and white. Ventric family, 5 trillion won. Personal sponsorship of student Kim Joo-hyuk. Sang-cheol is panicking. Why would a family that tried to kill this kid last week suddenly give him enough money to buy a small city? The principal walks in, sipping coffee like a man who's already given up on making sense of this. He admits it's truly odd. He asks if Sang-cheol thinks it's because of Rockdill. They remember the Triple Killers incident. They assume the Ventrics are sending hush money to cover up their failed assassination attempts. Sang-cheol points out the flaw. The Ventrics already excommunicated Rockdill. They don't owe him anything. If they cared about his image, they would have gotten him out of jail by now. But they've left him to rot. So why the money? Why Kim Joo-hyuk specifically? Sang-cheol is worried Joo-hyuk will reject the money and insult the donors, which would cause a diplomatic nightmare. The principal just tells him to go ask the kid himself. Cut to the interview room. Joo-hyuk is sitting there with a massive grin. Yes, I'll accept it. Sang-cheol's brain stalls. Eh? Joo-hyuk is practical. Why turn down 5 billion? That's a lot of storage stones and premium gear. He gets up to leave, thinking the conversation is over. Sang-cheol stops him. He explains that according to Valhalla's rules, a student with this level of sponsorship is eligible for a premium dormitory. Joo-hyuk says he likes his current room, but sure, he'll move later if it's more convenient. He's the chillest billionaire on campus. He walks out, leaving Sang-cheol in a state of catatonic shock. Sang-cheol is baffled. This is the same kid who refused to be appeased by the patriarch herself. Now he's taking their cash like it's a birthday card? He decides not to overthink it. As long as the school isn't losing money, it's not his problem. Joo-hyuk walks down the hallway. He looks like a normal student, but he's carrying the weight of a global power in his pocket. We see a flashback to what actually happened in the subspace. Moron was ready to end Adilia right then and there. Joo-hyuk stopped her. He told her to wake Adilia up instead. Adilia wakes up on her knees, shaking like a leaf. She knows she's cooked. Joo-hyuk leans in. Hey. He tells her that her constellation will overlook whatever he does to her. Moron is literally giving him a thumbs up in the background. The betrayal is total. Moron adds salt to the wound. She says she only made the Ventric family to serve her master in the first place. Adilia's entire family legacy was just a 300-year-old long-term investment for this kid. Adilia is processing the family motto, all for one. Moron confirms it. The one in the motto was always the master. Adilia realizes she's been praying to a god who views her as a temp worker for her enemy. Moron explains that even if his face is different, Joo-hyuk's magic signature is unmistakable. Joo-hyuk tells Adilia she should be less worried about family history and more worried about her immediate survival. He admits that he really should kill them all for being such a pain. But then he pivots. He needs to live comfortably, and controlling a global power family is better than deleting one. He asks if she's been doing a good job managing the family business. She stutters out that she's been the head of the family for 4 years. She's clearly proud of her work, even in this situation. She says they reclaimed their power and became the strongest family in Britain under her watch. Joo-hyuk tells her to keep doing that, but from now on she needs to support his activities at the family level. He's essentially just acquired the Ventrics as a subsidiary. He gives her a final warning, screw up once, and he won't be this nice. Moron looms in the background to emphasize the point. Moron is fully on board. She promises to personally make sure Adilia stays in line. Joo-hyuk is satisfied. Moron starts to fade. The sanctuarization is running out of juice. She explains that manifesting in this space requires a massive amount of magic power. Joo-hyuk realizes why they were carrying so many storage stones. They weren't just for the ritual, they were the batteries for Moron's physical form. Moron says she needs to go back and rest. She asks if Joo-hyuk has always been facing these kinds of power restrictions in his new life. She takes off her plague mask. She gives him a genuine, soft smile. Seeing her master in person again was worth all the effort. Joo-hyuk tells her to go get some rest. He's actually being a decent person for once. But before she vanishes, she has one last piece of intel. She tells him that she isn't the only one. Another one of his disciples has also become a constellation. She vanishes in a pillar of light, leaving Joo-hyuk with a massive question mark. Joo-hyuk walks back to his room. He's trying to guess which of his old squad made it to the big leagues. If Moron made it, there's a good chance all of them did. He thinks about the two constellations he's met so far, Barshay and Moron. Meeting Barshay was forced by the system. Meeting Moron was a complete accident. He wonders how many more are out there. He realizes Barshay has been silent ever since they left the secret room in China. He calls Barshay out. The blue spirit appears, looking like he's just seen a ghost. Barshay admits his memories were cut off the moment Joo-hyuk entered the secret room. It was like his conscious mind was put on standby. But when he came back, he brought something new with him. Joo-hyuk mocks him, asking if he finally remembered how weak he used to be. Barshay ignores the insult. He says he learned the truth about names. Barshay looks terrified. He says the Maze Lord is the one who gave him the name Barshay. Back at school and back to the grind. Joo-hyuk is sitting in class, but his brain is miles away from whatever the teacher is rambling about. He's obsessing over the name lore. If the Labyrinth Lord is the one giving out names, and Barch's name is basically a serial number from the enemy, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Barsha confirms it. In the past, when he was the Tower Lord, that name came with a massive power boost and a lot of strings attached. He admits that the name actually influenced his personality back then, making him way more rigid. He's basically saying he was programmed to be a boss mob. Joo-hyuk asks the million-dollar question, how does this guy actually give and take names? Barch doesn't have the devlogs for that one, but Joo-hyuk guesses it's simple. If you own the world, you own the labels. Barch is actually offended that the MC is catching on to the meta-narrative faster than him. He's the spirit, he's supposed to be the smart one. Sunset at Valhalla. Joo-hyuk is walking home, trying to process the fact that his entire planet is just a floor in a cosmic dungeon. He remembers the guide's promise. A counterattack is possible, but they're currently in the waiting for the patch notes phase. Next day. The guide decides that the best time to summon our guy for a top-secret meeting is exactly when he's about to start his lunch. Joo-hyuk is literally standing in her hidden room holding a food tray. She looks at the tray like it's a legendary artifact. She's been in that room so long she's forgotten what cafeteria food looks like. Joo-hyuk is genuinely fuming. He doesn't care about the fate of the world right now, he cares about his missed calories. She gives a half-hearted apology, but you can tell she's 0% sorry. She cuts to the chase. Did he bring the ring? He did. He pulls out the silver ring she gave him in China. She tells him that from now on, this is his main tool for the rebellion against the Maze Lord. Joo-hyuk has already appraised it. It has 0 stat boosts, no strength, no mana regen, nothing. He wants to know how a piece of cheap silver is supposed to help him kill a god. Her answer? Wear the ring and break through the labyrinth. He's confused. Does any random dungeon count? He points out that naturally occurring labyrinths are basically extinct these days. Everything is managed and regulated by the government. She smiles. She's not talking about the government's dungeons. She's talking about the ones the Labyrinth Lord is about to spawn directly. She asks what humans call it in this era. Dungeon break? Disaster? Disaster. As soon as a labyrinth appears, monsters flood the area like a literal torrent. Joo-hyuk remembers this. Before he reincarnated, these were popping up everywhere. There was no safe zone left on the map. Things have been quiet since he came back, which he actually enjoyed. But now he needs to know the schedule. When and where is the next server-wide event? She gives him the countdown. 3 months. Location, South Korea. Joo-hyuk is skeptical. Korea is a big place. He wants a GPS coordinate, but she says providing even this much info while being watched by the boss is difficult. He circles back to the logic. If the world is a labyrinth, then what are these disasters? He realizes the Lord is preparing for another harvest. She confirms it. The Tower of Destruction appearing 300 years ago was the harvest. This upcoming disaster is the seeding. He's preparing to adapt the population. Basically, he's forcing the humans to level up so their names are worth more when he eventually eats them. Ju-hyuk gets the plan, wear the ring, enter the calamity, and break the labyrinth from the inside. But she stops him. How did he usually destroy these things in his past life? He admits he was a speedrunner. He'd ignore the boss, find the labyrinth stone, and smash it. Quick, efficient, done. She tells him that's the wrong way to play this time. He has to defeat the boss while wearing the ring. He wants to know the why. Labyrinths aren't just spawned out of thin air. They're built using the power of a specific name that the Lord has already harvested. The boss of that dungeon is the focal point where all that stolen power converges. If he wears the ring and kills the boss, he doesn't just destroy the dungeon, he absorbs that stolen name back into himself. Ju-hyuk stares at the ring. He's essentially being given a soul-stealing vacuum. This is the starting point of the counteroffensive. He's going to steal the Lord's inventory. But he's not stupid. He asks the obvious question. The Lord has thousands, maybe millions of names. How is stealing one going to change the meta? She admits it won't make the Lord blink if he loses just one, but the Lord is currently in adaptation mode. He's trying to streamline the world before the next tower appears. If Ju-hyuk clears the labyrinth too quickly, the Lord will panic. He'll think the adaptation is failing and resort to emergency measures. He'll dump a massive amount of high-level names into the world to force a result. That is their window to farm names on a massive scale. Ju-hyuk gets it, but he has one more question. If they're both stealing names and turning them into power, what actually makes them different from the Labyrinth Lord? He's looking at her with total intensity. He's a martial god, but he's not a monster. He needs to know if he's joining the good guys or just a different faction of bad guys. She's actually surprised. She thought he didn't care about moral alignment. She gives her pitch. They aren't harming innocents to cultivate them. When the Lord steals a name, that person is trapped in a state of non-existence. They can't even reincarnate. They're just a battery. But if Ju-hyuk absorbs the names, the constraints are released. Once he uses the power, those souls are finally liberated from the Lord's system. She tells him that once he starts absorbing them, he'll feel who they were. He can decide for himself if he's doing the right thing. Ju-hyuk grins. That's a legitimate reason to act freely. He's in. So now they wait. He asks if just breaking the dungeon is enough. She reminds him that even if the dungeon vanishes, the monsters that already escaped won't. If he doesn't have a plan for the collateral damage, Korea is still going to burn. Meeting adjourned. She snaps her fingers. Ju-hyuk is back at school instantly. He's standing in the lunch line like nothing happened, but his lunch is definitely cold now. Absolute L, walking out at sunset. He's annoyed. She could have at least waited until after he ate. He starts thinking about the logistics. In his past life, he never dealt with disasters alone. He had his disciples to handle the small fry while he took the boss. He realizes he needs to raise a new squad here at Valhalla. He's about to start his disciples' wanted list when, speak of the tiger, Yenlong is standing right in his path. Ju-hyuk is exhausted. He just wants to go home, but the invincible genius of China has other plans. She tells him she's been thinking a lot since their fight. She wanted to understand why she lost. She gives him the hush sign, looking all mysterious. Her conclusion? You were stronger than me, that's why I lost! Ju-hyuk is actually offended. It took her days of thinking to figure out the most basic fact of their encounter. She claims they're similar. She's used to overwhelming everyone with pure talent without ever tasting defeat. Ju-hyuk shuts that down. He doesn't see himself as a natural genius. He considers himself someone who puts in the effort. I mean, 300 years of effort, but still. He tries to walk away, but she's not done with her analysis. She realized his moves weren't just attacks, they were body movements honed by countless experiences. She admits her only weakness is a lack of experience. She's actually being self-aware for once. She tells him she felt herself getting stronger just by fighting him for those few minutes, and because of that, she has a proposal. She wants to keep fighting him until she wins. She's basically asking for a permanent sparring partner. Ju-hyuk tells her to take her weird logic elsewhere and leave him alone. She grabs his shoulder, desperate. She traveled all the way from China for this. He tells her she should have spent that time mastering her family arts instead. She goes quiet. I don't know them. She admits she only had proper training until she was 6. After that, she was self-taught. Jo-hyuk is surprised. He remembers the White Lotus leader saying Yenlong had beaten everyone in the family. She clarifies. The family didn't like her, and she wasn't a fan of them either. She was the one who went rogue first. She was excluded from regular training, so she literally blackmailed the family into bringing her training partners just to keep her skills sharp. They threw adult contractors at her, and she just won every single time. Jo-hyuk realizes the White Lotus leader was truth adjacent, but missed the nuance. This girl wasn't being pampered, she was an outcast who fought her way to the top. He asks why she was confined to the palace then. She says she got stuck there because she was the family headache. She didn't care because she was stronger than all the adults anyway. She clenches her fist. But finding someone much stronger than her was the best thing that ever happened to her. She figures she can get stronger by fighting him without ever needing the family's garbage teachings. She starts the begging routine, shaking his arm like a little sister who wants a new game. Jo-hyuk is physically pained by this behavior. He thinks it's weird. If she was an outcast, why was the White Lotus leader so desperate to get her back? He decides it doesn't matter. He has a better idea. He tells her to let go. He'll give her the fight she wants. But they can't do it in the middle of the school. He tells her to follow him to the gym room. Arin and her friend are already there, cooling down after a workout. Logan Jr. is there too, putting in the reps. Jo-hyuk tells Yenlong to wait a second while he changes into his workout gear. Arin spots him and immediately pings him. She wants to know who the crazy person in the fur vest is. Jo-hyuk tells her it's a lunatic from China who followed him home. Yenlong is standing in the doorway with that predatory smirk. Arin's aura turns into a literal angry rabbit boss monster. She cannot believe some random woman came from a different country just for her master. Yenlong notices the killing intent. She asks Arin if she wants to catch hands too. Arin says not yet, but the subtext is, I will delete you later. Arin recognizes her hair color. She realizes this girl is probably a high-tier relative of the White Lotus family. They move to the stadium. Jo-hyuk is ready, but he's annoyed. Arin, her friend, and Logan Jr. are all standing on the sidelines like they're watching a Twitch stream. Logan just tells him not to mind him. Yenlong starts stretching. She claims she's a lot stronger than last time. Jo-hyuk gives her that calm, dangerous smile. Is that so? Then I can go with my full power, right? He remembers the guide's words, make a team to stop the disaster. He asks her again, she wants to be strong? He sets the stakes, if I win here, you can be my disciple. Yenlang's brain stalls, she wanted to beat him, not take a syllabus from him. Jo-hyuk tells her she can worry about beating him after she becomes a student. She hates having teachers, but she's so confident she agrees. I just have to win! She launches herself like a heat-seeking missile. She throws a punch that carries all her momentum. Jo-hyuk blocks it, but he feels the vibration. She has gotten stronger. She's glowing red. She's fueling her physical strikes with a massive amount of raw mana. She tells him he won't be able to stop the next one. Arin and her friend are shocked. The wind pressure alone is blowing their hair back. Logan Jr. notes the concentration. This girl's mana output is higher than what Jo-hyuk showed during the midterm competition. She dives in low. She thinks she has the advantage. Even if he blocks, the magic power will still deliver the impact through his guard. She swings, but Jo-hyuk drops into the exact same posture as her. I like confronting things head-on too. Fist meeting fist. No dodging, no parrying, just raw power versus raw power. The impact creates a flash of white light. Jo-hyuk is standing his ground. Yenlong is shaking. She's maxed out her mana concentration, but she's still being pushed back. She realizes the terrifying truth. Jo-hyuk wasn't holding back in China. He's just actually gotten stronger since then. He's scaling faster than she can imagine. Jo-hyuk tells her he'll take her head on just this once. From the second time onwards, I strike on my own! He shifts. One hit. The impact sounds like a thunderclap. Yenlong hits the mat. She couldn't even land a valid hit. Jo-hyuk looks down at her with a satisfied grin. Disciple Hag 2 has been acquired. We open on a moment of rare peace for our favorite tiger girl. Or at least, it was peace until her eyes snap open and reality hits her like a freight train. Yenlang bolts upright, gasping for air. She's back at the Valhalla training center, and our guy is just sitting there waiting for the brain fog to clear. The realization sinks in. She lost. Again. Her pride is taking more damage than her actual body at this point. Jo-hyuk actually gives her a bit of credit, noting she's gotten stronger, but Yenlong isn't sure if he's being nice or just trolling her for waking up early. Then he hits her with the contract. No more small talk, it's time to officially become his disciple. Yanlong tries to play it cool, acting like she only lost because she wasn't using magic, but deep down she knows the result would be the same. She stands up, full of energy now. She's in. This is the moment she's been chasing since China. And then, the ego kicks in. She asks if she's the first disciple. Big mistake. Ju-hyuk's deadpan nope is enough to suck the air right out of the room. Yanlong is losing her mind. She thinks he must have been recruiting in middle school or something. That's when Aren steps into the light, looking like she's about to defend her title as the favorite child. Aren drops the hammer. She started training with Ju-hyuk first, which officially makes Yanlong the kitten of the group. Ju-hyuk's internal monologue is the best part here. He doesn't even consider Aren a disciple, but explaining that sounds like too much work, so he just lets the drama happen. Yanlong is absolutely fuming. Calling a tiger-themed warrior a kitten is basically a declaration of war. Aren just leans into it. She's not just the senior disciple, she's the one who gets to push Yanlong's buttons for the foreseeable future. The aura in the room is getting heavy. Yanlong demands respect, but Aren is too busy being smug to care. Jo-hyuk watches the chaos, realizing that he's accidentally started a fire he can't put out. He tells Yanlong the nickname is cute and she should probably just go home. Yanlong isn't going anywhere. She came here to learn, even if it means being called a house pet by a girl with lightning hair. Jo-hyuk goes quiet for a second, watching them bicker. For the first time in this life, he feels a genuine wave of nostalgia. This is exactly how his disciples used to act 300 years ago. It's messy, it's loud, and it's perfect. He decides to lean into the chaos. Take it easy, kitten. Yanlong looks like she's about to explode. Our guy is officially joining in on the bullying. He lays down the law. Since Aren was here first, she is the senior sister, and in the martial world, seniority is everything. He tells Aren to talk to her junior properly. Aren looks like she just won the lottery. The validation from Ju-hyuk is all she ever wanted. She immediately puts on the patient older sister act, which is 10 times more annoying than if she just yelled. Yanlong is physically vibrating with rage. Ju-hyuk shuts it down. Sparring is over, and it's time for them to recover. Then comes the logistical nightmare. Yanlong has nowhere to sleep. She literally just packed her bags and flew to Korea solely to fight him. Zero planning, all vibes. Turns out the head of White Lotus just told her go to Valhalla and she took it literally. Jo-hyuk realizes he's now responsible for a homeless tiger girl. He tells her she can use the extra dorm room the academy gave him. Aren's reaction in the background is priceless. She's seeing her territory being invaded in real time. The rivalry is set in stone. Aren makes it clear she hates the kitten, and Ju-hyuk just wants to get through one day without a homicide in the gym. Night falls on Valhalla, and we see Ju-hyuk walking alone. He's exhausted. Training 2 high-maintenance prodigies is taking more energy than fighting a dungeon boss. He starts running the numbers on his squad. Aren and Yanlang are the front line. Yu So-yeon is still just a physical tank, and Oh-se-yuk is doing his own thing. He needs them all ready, because every day that passes is a day closer to the end of the world. His phone buzzes. It's a call from Adilia Ventric. She's calling to confirm the donations he requested. Translation, she's checking in to make sure he hasn't decided to kill her family yet. Adilia is sitting in her office, looking stressed. She's essentially becoming Ju-hyuk's personal secretary at this point. He's already checked the funds. Money isn't the issue anymore. He tells her he needs contractors, specifically people who can build and fight. Then he drops the bomb. In 3 months, a catastrophe is coming. Adelia's face says it all. This isn't on any of the official charts. He won't tell her his source, but he's certain it's happening right here in Korea. Adilia realizes the scale of what he's saying. If a martial god is calling it a catastrophe, the rest of the world is going to call it an apocalypse. She agrees to handle it secretly. She's going to move every resource the Ventrics have to support his preparation, but then her voice changes. She's got a personal favor to ask. She wants him to put in a good word for her with Lord Constellation, aka Moron. Ju-hyuk just stares into the night. It's hilarious that the powerful Ventrics are now begging for the favor of his old disciple. He asks if Moron is still sleeping. Adilia confirms she's resting. Using that much power as a constellation takes a massive toll on the physical world. He tells her he'll relay the message and hangs up. One problem handled, a million more to go. The next day, we're back at the gym. Ju-hyuk is leading the session, and he's not going easy on them. Aren is keeping up, but she's clearly pushing her limits. Yanlong, however, is dying. The treadmill is the one enemy she can't punch her way out of. Ju-hyuk watches them, looking for any sign of weakness. He's building their foundation. Without raw physical endurance, the high-level techniques he plans to teach them will literally tear their bodies apart. Yanlong collapses. She's finished. She thinks her lungs are about to burst, and honestly, looking at her, she might be right. She complains that she almost died, but Jo-hyuk just hits her with the "but you didn't though" logic. He admits she followed along better than he expected. She wasn't just lazy back in China, she really was training. Her basic stats are a pass. Now, it's time to speed things up. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the gym. Cold, sharp, and definitely not a student. Everyone freezes. The atmosphere in the room drops about 20 degrees in a second. A woman in traditional robes is standing there. She looks exactly like Yanlang, but older, colder, and much more dangerous. This is Seo Yeonhwa, and if looks could kill, the entire gym would be a morgue right now. Jo-hyuk immediately notices the resemblance. She looks like a fusion of Yanlong and the White Lotus head, Seo Ryan. She doesn't even acknowledge the others. Her eyes are locked on Yanlong. She calls her daughter out for running away to Korea without saying a word. Yanlong's reaction is pure venom. The name Seo Yeonhwa makes her grind her teeth so hard it's a miracle they don't shatter. Jo-hyuk tries to piece it together. He thought the White Lotus head was the mother. The woman decides to introduce herself properly. She is the head of the Seol family. She's currently Yanlang's new mother, which sounds like a very messy way of saying stepmother with an agenda. Turns out she's the older sister of the White Lotus Society leader. This is high-level clan politics bleeding into our training arc. She finds it strange that her sister sent Yanlang here without telling her. The betrayal is obvious. Seo Rayon sent Yanlang to Korea specifically to get her away from this woman. Yanlang stays quiet, but the sweat on her face tells us everything we need to know. She's terrified. Yeonhwa reaches out a hand. It's an order, not a request. Follow your mother back to China. Yanlang finally snaps. She tells her to get lost. She remembers being abandoned and pushed away, and she's not going back to be a puppet. She tells her to stop playing the mother card because it's irritating. The mother's face remains perfectly calm. She claims that rejecting her before was the Constellations' order. Yanlang isn't buying it. She only found out about the Constellation recently, and she knows she's only wanted now because her value went up. And then, the real reason comes out. The Constellation has ordered Yanlang to be summoned. She tells Yanlang this is her chance to be recognized by a god. Don't embarrass me any longer. The entitlement is insane. Yanlang is shaking. She's realizing her entire life was just a waiting room for a god she's never met. She asks if that's really the only reason they want her back now. The mother just says, "That's right. No lie, no sugarcoating, just cold mechanical utility. Jo-hyuk has heard enough. Get out." He steps between them. He points out that there are students here trying to exercise and she's a disturbance. He reminds her that this is Valhalla, not the Seol family estate. She has zero authority here. She looks at him for the first time. She came alone, without bodyguards. She says she did that so she could take Yanlang away without being noticed. She moves. Her hand glows with a freezing blue light. She strikes at Yanlang with incredible speed. The air in the room literally crystallizes. Yanlang barely dodges, but the cold is already slowing her down. She's shocked. She didn't think her mother would actually attack her inside the academy. Yeonhwa says she isn't going to be cautious anymore. If she has to break Yanlang to bring her back, she will. Yanlang's eyes turn red. The tiger is coming out. She's not holding back either. She charges, her physical power exploding in a burst of speed. She reminds her mother that she defeated her once before. Yanlang goes for a massive overhead strike. The impact is huge, but something is wrong. Yeonhwa blocks it with a single hand. She admits Yanlang has gotten stronger since China. Yanlang screams that she didn't just play around. She trained herself to the bone so she wouldn't fall behind. The mother's face is like stone. She tells her it's time to go back and learn properly. She grabs Yanlang and flips her. Yanlang is stunned. Her mother's skills are on a completely different level than before. Yanlang hits the ground, but she's already rolling back into a defensive stance. She tells her to let go, launching a desperate kick. Yeonhwa dodges with zero effort, calling the attack barbaric. Yanlang doesn't care about style. All she cares about is winning and staying free. In the background, Arun is getting worried. She asks Jo-hyuk if they should call an instructor. Jo-hyuk knows what happens if the school gets involved. It'll be a political mess that drags Yanlang back into the clan's clutches. But more importantly, he just doesn't like this woman's vibe. Arun agrees. Abandoning your daughter and then showing up when she's useful is the ultimate L move. Arun looks at Yanlang, her junior sister, and for the first time, she feels genuine sympathy. This isn't just about rankings anymore. Yeonhwa orders Yanlang to stop this pointless rebellion. Getting hurt, Yanlang lands a kick, but as soon as her foot touches the mother, blue light flares. She thought she landed a solid hit, but the mother's defense is a literal ice trap. Yanlang's eyes widen. She can't move her leg. A massive shard of ice has frozen her entire foot to the floor. She's stuck. She's a sitting duck. The mother reveals the source. This is the power of their family's constellation, the king of the depths of the snow. She promises Yanlang that she can have this power too, if she just gives up and returns. She mocks Yanlang for trying to fight with just her physical body when she could be borrowing the power of a god. Yanlang is breathing hard. She's realizing the gap between a hunter and a contractor is a mountain she can't climb yet. The mother says it's common sense to use a constellation's power. She reveals the truth about their last fight. She didn't lose back then because Yanlang was stronger. She lost because she wasn't using her god's power. She asks one last time, "Will you come back?" She reaches out a hand, but it's not an invitation. It's a cage. Yanlang looks her dead in the eye. "I'm not going back!" The mother sighs, calling her an immature brat. She lunges. She tells Yanlang to forget about returning safely. Yanlang can't react. Her foot is still anchored to the ground by the ice. Yeonhwa's hand is inches from her arm. She plans to shatter it as a lesson. She wants to break Yanlang's spirit until she never dares to defy the family again. But she forgot one thing. Yanlang isn't alone anymore. Our guy just stepped in with a high kick that would make a professional fighter retire on the spot. Yanlang is looking up at him like she's seeing a literal angel, a very grumpy high school-aged angel. Joyuk doesn't waste time. He asks the matriarch if this is her idea of parenting, trying to snap her daughter's arm like a glow stick. Yanhua isn't even flinching. She claims this is education and tells him to mind his own business. Juhyuk's response? "I think another bastard told me something similar recently." He's clearly thinking about those Ventric losers he folded earlier, but Yanhua is having a massive wait what moment. She's staring at his leg, wondering how he tanked an ice-imbued attack without turning into a popsicle. She actually took damage from the block. Her hand is shaking. This is the moment she realizes she isn't dealing with a normal student. This kid's magic power, raw and unrefined, just overpowered a god-boosted attack. Johyuk tells Aren to take Yanlang and get behind him. Yanlang tries to argue, saying it's her family matter, but her pride is definitely bigger than her current ability to stand. Our guy shuts that down fast. "Can you even feel your right foot right now?" He drops a line that probably earned him a Best Master trophy. He's not going to stand by while his student gets broken before he even gets a chance to train her. Yanlang is officially melting. She's never had someone actually protect her without an agenda. The matriarch finds the master-disciple thing hilarious. She thinks a high schooler pretending to be a master is a comedy routine. She accuses Ju Hyuk of just being influenced to play hero, but he keeps it cold. He says it's just mutual interest. No emotions, just business. Yeonhwa isn't buying the mutual interest cap. She sees the vibe between them is way deeper than a contract. Fine. If he's a master, it's time for a pop quiz. She lunges. Jo Hyuk analyzes her instantly. She looks composed, but she's just as feral as Yanlang once the gloves come off. He decides to play it smart, dodge the ice and aim for the joints. But this lady isn't a mid-boss for nothing. She releases a wave of ice spikes that turn the gym floor into a literal death trap. She doesn't even need to touch the equipment to shatter it. Everything is getting coated in frost. The temperature is dropping so fast the air is starting to sting. Jo Hyuk realizes she can project her ice at range. This is the difference between a normal mage and a constellation-backed contractor. Then, he has a true gamer moment. He tells her the academy's equipment was high-end, so she better have a fat checkbook ready before she heads back to China. She just smirks. She'll think about paying for the damages if he manages to survive. She prepares a massive ice pillar, but Ju Hyuk's eyes are glowing. He knows if he keeps dodging, she'll just spam icicles until he runs out of mana. Time to stop playing defensive. He launches an upward kick that shatters her gathering magic power mid-air. Yeonhwa is stunned. Her magic, the power of a god, was just physically kicked out of her hand. Before she can even process the L she just took, Ju-yuk is in her face. No more magic. Just raw, unadulterated martial god fist. He connects. It's a clean hit that sends her flying across the room. The matriarch hits the floor hard, coughing up blood. The god-tier armor didn't help. Jo Hyuk stands over her, looking like he just finished a light jog. The girls are in absolute shock. He just soloed a clan leader who was juiced up on divine power. Yeonhwa sits up, finally respecting the threat level. She realizes why Yanlang followed him, but she's still a zealot. She tells him it doesn't matter if he beats her, she's taking the girl because the constellation said so. In her head, the god's word is law. End of story. She tells him that if he stops her, the rest of the Su family will just keep coming in waves. It's a never-ending gank. Yanlong looks like her heart is breaking. She realizes her family doesn't see her as a person, she's just a delivery package for a god. That's the meaning of our existence. The matriarch is fully brainwashed. Yanlong is shaking. She doesn't want to fight her own family anymore. She's reaching her breaking point. The mental toll of being hunted by your own mother is finally catching up. She screams that she's had enough, trying to stomp out the ice on her leg. Jo-yuk goes quiet. He hates this. He hates people who use their status to crush others. He asks a very specific question: what should I do to meet your constellation? The matriarch is confused, so he spells it out. If the god is the one ordering the capture, he'll just beat the god. Problem solved. She looks at him like he's lost his mind. You don't beat a constellation. She explains that normally, gods only manifest in sanctuaries, and it costs a ton of magic power, and her family isn't stupid enough to invite a threat like him into their god's house. Ju-hyuk smirks. He knows the mechanics of this world better than she does. He brings up the world of mental image, entering the god's realm by touching a holy relic. Yeonhwa is genuinely rattled now. How does a high schooler know about mental image worlds and holy relics? She warns him, if he touches the relic, he'll be in the Deep Snow King's home turf. In the real world, a god's power is limited. In the mental image world, they are omnipotent. Most people's souls are crushed the second they step foot in there. Jo-hyuk just says, yeah, he's still going. Yeonhwa realizes she might actually get rid of this problem. She can't decide this alone though. She tells him to come to China in a week. She promises no attacks until then. But there's a catch. If he loses in the mental world, his life belongs to the Zhu family. The girls are screaming no internally, but Ju-hyuk is already calculating the W. He agrees, his life on the line. But if he wins, the Zhu family stops bothering Yanlong forever. He's taking full custody. She calls him a cocky bastard and leaves. The tension leaves the room, but the weight of the bet is just sinking in for Yanlang. A week later, China. We see a figure on a throne of ice. Long hair, tiger ears, looking bored out of his mind. Jo-hyuk has arrived. It's time to see if a martial god can punch a deity in its own house. The snowy throne room. The atmosphere is heavy enough to crush a tank. The Deep Snow King stares down at our guy, looking like he's deciding if Ju-hyuk is worth the effort of standing up. Ju-hyuk looks back with zero fear. He's been in tougher lobbies than this. Let's rewind a few days earlier back to Korea. We're at the Valhalla dorms. Jo-hyuk is opening the door for Yanlong. He flips the light on, acting like he's just showing a friend a cool spot. He tells her she can stay here for now. Yanlong is losing it. This isn't a dorm, this is a luxury penthouse. She's blushing hard, wondering if it's really okay for her to use a room this fancy. Jo-hyuk just shrugs. He was going to move into a premium room anyway, so he just grabbed an extra. The silence is loud. Yanlong is struggling to process the fact that someone is being nice to her. She finally asks the big question, why do you care about me so much? She tells him he doesn't have to worry about her family drama. She's used to dealing with it alone. Are you doing all this just because I'm your disciple? Ju-hyuk scratches his head. That's one reason, sure. But the real reason? He hates people who abuse their power. He asks if he made her uncomfortable by interfering. Yanlong frantically shakes her head. She's just never received this kind of care before. She tries to thank him, but her voice is failing her. Jo-hyuk gives her a rare, small smile. And then he ruins the moment. He tells her that his training is going to be so brutal she'll forget all about feeling grateful. Classic MC move. Time to get to work. He needs intel. He asks about the family constellation. He gets the name wrong. High Mountain Deep King? Deep Snow King. Yanling corrects him, but she doesn't know much either. She's been an outcast in her own family, so she's never really bonded with the local god. Supposedly, he's a passive god who doesn't interfere in family business. Ju-hyuk finds that odd. If the god is passive, why did he suddenly order the matriarch to drag Yanlang back? Yanlang never even received the god's protection that the rest of the family gets. She's the black sheep. Jo-hyuk decides he's done guessing. He'll just beat the answers out of the god when he sees him. He tells Yanlong to rest up. She's the tour guide for next week's trip to China. He leaves the room, closing the door behind him. Yanlang stands there, her heart pounding. She's never felt this protected, or this motivated. She grips her strap, her resolve hardening. She's not just a tool anymore. Later, in his own room, Ju-hyuk is back on the grind. He calls Adilia Ventric. He casually mentions he fought the Shu matriarch. Adilia's reaction is pure panic. She asks what happened, and he just says, we got into a fight over her daughter. Adilia realizes the Shu family's heir is currently at Valhalla. This is a diplomatic nightmare. Ju-hyuk doesn't care about politics, he just wants the gym equipment he broke replaced immediately. Adilia sighs. She's basically a high-end contractor for him now. She'll handle it. Then he asks her what she knows about the Deep Snow King. She confirms Yanlong's story. He's passive, much like Lord Beak Mask aka Moron. The Shu family is secretive and doesn't play well with others, so intel is thin. Ju-hyuk checks in on Moron. Has his old disciple woken up yet? No response. She's still in her post-manifestation coma. Jo-hyuk muses on the risks constellations take to manifest. They're basically glass cannons in the real world. Adilia gets shy. She's got a favor. She wants him to tell Moron about all the hard work she's been doing. She's desperate for that god-tier clout. Ju-hyuk tells her she's getting too comfortable and threatens to hang up. She immediately folds. Beep! He hangs up anyway. Suddenly, Barke manifests. He tells Ju-hyuk that this planned approach isn't like him. Normally, Hyuno just kicks the door down and asks questions to the corpses. Ju-hyuk admits he's getting stronger, but he's still not at his 300-year peak. And fighting a god in its own mental space is a huge risk. Then, a thought hits him. Wait, why was Barsha so weak when I fought him in his mental world? Barsha should have been a monster in there. The spirit decides to give him a tip. The secret to the world of mental image. It has nothing to do with your physical strength. Your power in that world is equivalent to how much you know about your own strength. Ju-hyuk thinks he's trolling. Knowledge equals power? Barsha explains that for normal people, the world is the same. They don't know their true limits. But Ju-hyuk is a martial god. He knows exactly what he's capable of. The realization clicks. If strength in that world is based on perception, then the martial god is the most dangerous being in existence. Night passes. The week of preparation is over. China. The Zhu family estate. A sea of disciples in gray robes is waiting. This is a family that takes traditions seriously. The matriarch meets them at the gate. She's surprised he actually showed up. Jo-hyuk keeps it breezy. He's not irresponsible. He asks if she got permission for him to touch the glove. She just tells them to follow her. The vibe is tense. The disciples are staring, waiting for him to fail. Jo-hyuk gives Yanlang a reassuring pat. He'll be back. Yanlang watches him go, looking like she's watching a man walk into a lion's den. They reach a massive set of traditional doors. Yeonhwa opens them, and the temperature immediately plummets. They're not in a room anymore. They're standing on a literal frozen mountain. Jo-hyuk is impressed. The mana here is so thick it's warping reality before he even touches the relic. They trudge through deep snow. Yeonhwa pulls out a small wooden box. She tells him she's been thinking about what to do with him when he loses. How about becoming our family's slave? She's really leaning into the villain role. Ju-hyuk doesn't even listen to the trash talk. He just wants the glove. She opens the box. A white glove, glowing with intense blue flames. Ju-hyuk reaches out and grips it. Boom! The transition is instant. The Deep Snow King leans forward. Who are you? Ju-hyuk smirks, his red eyes burning through the snow. I'll tell you, if you tell me who you are first. The battle of perceptions is on. If the god thinks he's a predator, he's about to find out he's just prey. We're inside the mental image world, and the vibe is basically a high-stakes staring contest. The Deep Snow King is staring at Ju-hyuk, thinking this kid looks familiar, but he's positive he doesn't have a disciple this cocky. He leans in, squinting like he's trying to remember if he saw this face on a wanted poster 300 years ago. He asks the obvious question, who are you, while casually gathering enough ice magic to freeze a continent. Ju-hyuk just smirks. He loves it when the big bosses act like they don't know who the main character is. The god isn't here for small talk. He tells our guy that if he can survive the next 5 seconds, he might bother learning his name. A hail of ice shards launches forward. Ju-hyuk dodges in midair, moving with the kind of grace you only get when you've played the game on insane difficulty for 3 centuries. The ice impacts behind him, shattering with enough force to level a building. The Snow King stays on his throne, looking bored. He thinks the fight is already over. Then his eyes go wide. Jo-hyuk is just standing there, hands in his pockets, looking like he's waiting for a bus instead of fighting a deity. The god is actually impressed. He realized that wasn't a normal jump. Jo-hyuk used a microburst of magic to extend his dodge distance. He realizes he's not dealing with a nobody student. This is someone who actually knows how to use their mana properly. The king stands up. The bored boss phase is officially over. He starts dropping his lore. He's been in this mental world so long he forgot his human name, but the world knows him by his titles. To the Soul family, he is the Deep Snow King. To his worshippers, he was the Chaos God. And to those who were afraid of him, He was the snow demon. He combines them all into one edgy title, the chaotic snow god. He's literally glowing with power now. It's a classic mid-fight transformation to show the viewers this isn't a tutorial boss. Ju-yuk just nods. Cool story. I'm Kim Ju-yuk. The king repeats the name, trying to see if it sparks any memories. He promises to remember that name, mostly because he plans on putting it on a tombstone. He slams his hand down, and pillars of ice erupt from the ground. Jo-hyuk notices the strategy instantly. The god isn't just attacking, he's building a cage to kill his mobility. The king lunges forward with a punch that has the weight of a mountain behind it. Jo-hyuk dodges, but the ice pillars are making the lobby very crowded. The ground keeps shattering under the god's feet. He is absolute in this world. Jo-hyuk sighs. Breaking these pillars by hand is going to be a chore and a half. He reaches for his back. It's time to bring out the big guns. The king pauses. He recognizes the hilt of that sword. Jo-hyuk draws Barshe and slams it into the ice. The entire frozen landscape ripples from the impact. The king is reeling. He's never seen anyone physically overpower his mental image like that. He calls the counterattack ridiculous. He thinks because he controls the snow, he's invincible here. All the ice in this place is mine. It's a bold claim to make to the guy who literally invented the combat system you're using. Ju-yuk blurs. He's in the king's personal space before the sentence even finishes. He swings. The king barely blocks, his face twisting into a mask of pure shock. The god realizes the icicles were just a distraction to close the distance. He thinks Ju-yuk's power is lacking because the hit didn't kill him. Ju-yuk just smiles. That main character smile that means the villain just made a huge mistake. The king feels a sudden chill that has nothing to do with the snow. Ju-yuk tells him to take a seat. He gathers every bit of his perception into his fist. The god can only say, "Ah." One punch. It's a vertical strike that sends the god through the floor. The king is coughing up mental blood. He can't believe a human just ratioed him in his own head. Ju-hyuk asks if it's been a while since he tasted a real fist. He looks like a pro athlete talking to a rookie. The king recognizes the magic power now. It's not student level, it's something ancient. He looks at the sword. He looks at the red eyes. The realization hits him like a truck. You're the martial god. Jo-hyuk admits it. He says the name was just something his disciples called him, but yeah, it's him. The Snow King's entire vibe changes. He starts fanboying. We get a flashback to 300 years ago. The mountains were black with monsters. The king was younger then, and he was being hunted by an army that he couldn't handle alone. He was ready to go out in a blaze of glory, taking as many as he could with him. The screen is full of monsters. It's an impossible scenario for anyone but a main character. They were closing in. The king was at his limit. And then, the atmosphere changed. One man walked onto the battlefield, the martial god. He stood in front of the entire army like they were just annoying NPCs in his way. The king didn't even have time to ask why he was there. He swung his ink-colored sword once. One swing. The entire monster army was deleted from the map. The king says all his questions disappeared and only awe remained. He's basically describing the first time he watched a pro gamer's highlights. He realizes that even if the face is different, the soul is the same. The legend is back. Ju-hyuk asks if he's coming or if they're just going to talk about the good old days all night. The king gets a savage grin. He's always wanted a proper fight against the man who saved him. He's not running. He's ready to risk it all. The ice magic flares to an insane degree. He's going full power. He wants to see if the current martial god can live up to the 300-year-old hype. Hashtag chapter 56, we cut back to reality. The Seoul family reception room. Yenlang is sitting there alone, looking incredibly tense. She's staring at the door like she's expecting a monster to walk through, and she's kind of right. The shadows on the wall are looking extra shady today. Two figures appear behind the screen. It's her biological sisters, the ones who spent years acting like she didn't exist. Yenlang's internal monologue is dark. She hates being in this house. She didn't want to come here, but she did it for Ju-hyuk. Flashback to Ju-hyuk telling her to stay calm and act as his guide. He really has a way of making suicide missions sound like a casual field trip. She's only here because he asked. That's how much she trusts him now. The sisters, Sol Yi-rin and Sol Pei, finally step into the light. They look surprised to see her. Yenlang is basically the Seoul family's ghost of Christmas past. Yenlang doesn't do polite. She asks if they're here to fight. The older sister Yi-rin immediately folds. She says they just heard she was back and wanted to see her. She admits they couldn't even beat Yenlang if they tried. At least they're honest about their power scaling. Yenlang tells them to stay out there with the rest of the shady guys behind the door. She has zero chill, and I love it for her. Yi-rin scratches her head. She says there were misunderstandings and she wants to apologize face to face. Yanlang's face is pure, "You have got to be kidding me." The sisters start rambling about how they never had time to talk before and how they're sorry for leaving her out. Sol Pei, the younger one, looks genuinely guilty. This is a massive shift from the evil sisters trope we usually see in these family arcs. Yanlang shuts them down. She thinks they're only apologizing because they're scared of her now that she's under Ju Yuk's protection. She lets her aura leak out, and Sol Pei looks like she's about to have a panic attack. Yi Rin steps in. She says they didn't have a choice back then. Every time they tried to see Yanlang or help her, their mother, the matriarch, stopped them. It's the classic evil parent reveal. The matriarch was isolating Yanlang on purpose to control the family. Even leaving her out of training was a direct order. Yanlang is stunned. She spent her whole life thinking her sisters hated her. She thought it was jealousy. Yi Rin admits they were a little jealous, but not because of her talent. They were actually proud of her. They thought having someone that strong would be good for the family's future. But the matriarch didn't want a strong family. She wanted obedient puppets. The mother realized Yanlang was too wild to be a puppet, so she tried to bury her talent by banning her from the training grounds. She told the sisters that Yanlang was a threat to their inheritance. The matriarch's plan was to turn the siblings against each other so she could stay in power forever. They had to play along just to survive. It's a sad, typical noble family mess. But Yi Rin reveals the mother made one huge mistake. She looks Yanlang in the eyes. Neither of them ever had any interest in being the head of the family. They just wanted to be a family. Yanlang is confused. If they don't want the throne, who does? Sol Pei starts to pull something out, but then we cut back to the action. The Snow King is unleashing a blizzard that would make Elsa look like an amateur. Jo Hyuk is dodging ice shards that are the size of small cars. The king is moving fast now, his clawed hands leaving trails of frost in the air. Jo Hyuk is running across the pillars looking for an opening. He's getting annoyed. He hates bullet hell levels. He leaps into the air, flipping over a massive ice spike. The king gathers a sphere of pure cold. It explodes into a freezing wave. Ju Yuk uses his sword to parry the frost. He calls these weak little attacks. He's trash-talking a god. Our guy really has no fear. The king's eyes glow. He's heard the request. He prepares the big one. A massive snowflake seal appears in the sky. This is a high-level magic circle, even for a constellation. A beam of absolute zero light blasts down at Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk dodges at the last second, the snow on his hoodie freezing into solid ice. The king is genuinely surprised. He expected that to freeze Ju Hyuk solid. Ju Hyuk just brushes the snow off his shoulder. "Stop giving me praise you don't believe in. It's embarrassing." Internal monologue time. Ju Hyuk realizes this guy is different. He wouldn't have forgotten someone this strong from his previous life. He realizes the god has been training here in this mental world for 300 years, breaking through the perception of strength he once had. Jo Hyuk smiles. He's actually having fun now. "It would have been better if I met you sooner." The king is confused. He doesn't realize Jo Hyuk is acknowledging him as a peer. Jo Hyuk draws his blade again. He's done testing the waters. The king gets that savage grin back. He launches himself forward. His hand is coated in a massive gauntlet of ice. He looks like a monster now, his power warping the space around him. "I will overcome you!" He screams it like a shonen protagonist. Ju Hyuk just blurs. One pass. The king stops mid-swing. His face goes from determination to realization. "Forget overcoming you. I wasn't even close." The battle is over. We open on the white glove, still glowing with that ominous blue flame. Ju Hyuk is back in the real world, looking like he just stepped out of a convenience store rather than a god's personal throne room. The matriarch, Shui Lianhua, is watching him like a hawk. She's convinced the Deep Snow King is just playing with his food and that Ju Hyuk is about to drop dead any second. She's waiting for the mental damage to kick in. In her world, no human enters that realm and walks back out with their brain intact. Ju Hyuk just sighs and stretches. The transition was a bit longer than he wanted, but he's still 100% fine. Lianhua is losing her mind. She's looking at him like he's a glitch in the simulation. "How are you fine?" Our guy drops the ultimate flex. "I won, against your constellation." Lianhua actually starts laughing. It's that desperate, you've got to be joking laugh of a villain who realizes their plan just hit a brick wall. And then, the system notification hits. The Deep Snow King declares his sincere respect for Kim Ju Hyuk. Wait, what? A god just publicly liked Ju Hyuk's post. Lianhua stares at the screen, her worldview shattering in real time. This isn't just a defeat, it's a global PR disaster for the Soul family. She's stumbling back, gasping for air. A mere high schooler just ratioed her family's guardian deity. Ju-hyuk just walks toward her, totally unfazed. He tells her if she doesn't believe it, she can go ask the god herself. Then he brings up the bet. She promised to stop bothering Yenlong if he won. Ju-hyuk's eyes go full red mode. I think we're going to have to change that condition a bit. He's not just taking Yenlong, he's taking the whole family's future. He slides the door open and walks back into the main room where Yenlong is waiting. The whole family is gathered there, the aunt, the sisters, and the shady guys in the back. It's like a family reunion where everyone is waiting to see who died. The aunt, Shui Lian, tries to act cool, saying she never thought he'd actually show up. Ju-hyuk just looks at her. He recognizes the White Lotus leader vibe. Yenlang asks if he's done with his business. He tells her he'll explain on the way out. The glares from the disciples are intense, but they're all too terrified to move. They saw what he did to the matriarch earlier. They walk out into the sunset. It's a classic cool guys don't look at explosions walk, except the explosion was purely psychological. Yenlong looks at him, sweating. She thinks because he came back so fast he must have lost. She starts comforting him, saying it's fine, it was a god after all, nobody expected him to actually win. She asks if he's really going to be the Soul family's slave now. She's ready to start mourning his freedom. Jo-hyuk just gives her this troll face. Who knows? He's internally dying laughing. He wants to see how long she'll keep this tragic hero fantasy going before he tells her the truth. Yenlang starts unloading all the family secrets. She tells him the matriarch is a madwoman who put her life on the line just for power. We get a glimpse of the matriarch's past. She was obsessed with the throne since she was a kid. Her own sister advised her to chill, but she just doubled down on the greed. She wanted to be the matriarch for life, like a CEO who refuses to retire. She even looked at her own kids, Yenlong and her sisters, as obstacles. She put them under strict supervision, basically treating them like interns she was planning to fire. Juak listens, realizing this woman was even worse than he thought. Yenlong says the mother was specifically wary of her talent, which is why she isolated her. Jo-hyuk realizes the constellation had the same thoughts, which makes zero sense if the god was supposed to be unbiased. Yenlong thinks it's ironic. She never even wanted the position, she just wanted to train. Jo-hyuk closes his eyes and smiles. Okay, enough imagination. I won against your constellation. Yenlong freezes. Wait, what? Is that a joke? Ju-hyuk breaks it down. The whole mess started because the god summoned her, right? Something didn't add up. If the god was passive, why would he suddenly start making demands? Ju-hyuk realized the matriarch was lying to both sides. Flashback to the mental world. Ju-hyuk is standing over the beaten god. He literally slaps the god awake. The god is terrified. Ju-hyuk tells him to stand up and answer a few questions. Why did you summon Yenlang? The god admits it was just a request from the matriarch. She told him her daughter refused protection and needed a talking to. The god just gave the order because he thought he was helping out a devotee. He was basically the god-tier version of a customer service rep. Jo-hyuk asks about the abandonment. The god is stunned. He's never even heard the name Yenlang before today. He didn't even know she existed. Jo-hyuk realizes the matriarch was playing everyone. She was using the god's name to bully her kids, and using her kids' disrespect to get the god's favor. Back in the real world, Yenlong is vibrating with rage. She realizes her mother ruined her life just to stay in power. She deceived the family and the god. That's some high-level corporate fraud. That's disgusting. Yenlong is done. Jo-hyuk tells her he handled it. He told the god to cancel the contract. Wait, what contract? The one that gives the matriarch her power. Right now, a notification is hitting her brain, contract broken. Lianhua's face is a horror movie. She just lost her divine Wi-Fi. She's officially a nobody. Ju-hyuk tells Yenlong she doesn't even need to get her hands dirty. Her mother's career is over. Yenlong starts blushing. You didn't have to go that far for me. She gives him a massive hug, crying her eyes out. Ju-hyuk just smirks. He's the master of the year. Now that the trash is handled, you can concentrate on your physical training, right? Yenlang immediately regrets the hug. The honeymoon phase lasted exactly 3 seconds. As they walk away, we see a hooded figure watching from an alley. My lord, should I keep following them? A massive demon mask constellation answers. Night in the city. A sketchy-looking building. This is the Grand Cult's hideout. It looks like a Reddit meetup for villains. The guys in the hoods are discussing the MC. There's a purple-haired girl in a skull mask who looks like she has a lot of opinions. She asks why they're even gathered here. The guy in the blindfold says it's because the Lord Constellations summoned them. The confusion is real. Their boss ordered them to kill Ju-hyuk before, so why the sudden change of heart? The skeleton mask guy speaks up. He was the first one to follow the order. He says Ju Hyuk was quite strange. He had him investigated by a professional agency. We see him looking at a file. Surprisingly, there's nothing. Zero digital footprint. The only info? He was an orphan who never knew his parents. He's essentially a main character from a 90s anime. The girl in the mask is intrigued. The skeleton guy tells them what he saw in China. Jo Hyuk defeated the Soul family descendants And the matriarch, and then the kicker, he won against the guardian Constellation. The room goes silent. That's impossible for a human, unless he isn't just a human. A floating screen appears. Belligerent Devil asks if the storage stone is ready. The blindfold guy pulls out a glowing purple crystal. This thing is vibrating with raw mana. The Constellation asks if they've found that person's enemies. The skeleton guy confirms. There are 3 organizations currently beefing with Ju Hyuk: the Ventric family, the Soul Fanatic, and the Superior Race. The Ventrics are a prestigious family in England, but they've suddenly gone friendly. They suspect a backroom deal was made after Ju Hyuk raided them, and there's a rumor that a group called Complete Burial is also targeting him. They think these low-level villains are just trying to raise their name value by attacking a martial god. The Belligerent Devil issues a new order: slay his enemies. The cult is now Ju Hyuk's unofficial cleanup crew. Next day. Valhalla Academy. Jo Hyuk is checking his phone, looking as bored as ever. Arin is spamming him with messages. She's begging to skip training today because she has to go home to get something. Jo Hyuk just replies, "Oak." He's the most chill boss in history. He wonders if she's bringing back a holy relic from the Choijin family. He checked the Soul family's relics in China, but they were all mid-tier trash. The catastrophe is coming, and he needs his disciples to be geared up. Suddenly, a voice behind him. "Are you Sir Kim Ju Hyuk?" He turns around. There's a guy in a suit with a cat mask standing there. Ju Hyuk's eyes narrow. An animal mask? He's seen this aesthetic before. The cat guy says there are too many eyes here and wants to talk outside. Ju Hyuk follows him out. He tells Yenlong and Yu Soyeon to spar with each other while he's gone. Yenlong is immediately toxic. "I feel like I will win easily though." The tiger girl has zero humility. Outside, Ju Hyuk confronts the messenger. "I am from Market." Ju Hyuk knew it. The market is a place where anonymity is everything. He warns the guy that showing up at the academy like this damages their credibility. The cat guy tells him to calm down. He's just here to deliver something. "Something to give me?" He pulls out a blue envelope. It's a letter. It's from the true owner of the market. Jo Hyuk realizes this is from a constellation, the master behind the scene. The cat guy says if he can respond to the letter, he should come to the market. Apparently, they've sent this letter to several other people. They're looking for someone who can actually read it. The messenger doesn't even know what's inside. He just leaves. Ju Hyuk watches him walk away, feeling the weight of the envelope. Barsha manifests. "A letter from a constellation?" Ju Hyuk opens it. He stares at the characters. "I have to go to the market." Ju Hyuk gets a dangerous grin. "Because I was the one who made the characters written in this letter." So our guy is sneaking out of the dorms in a hoodie like he's going for a late-night snack. Barsha is hovering over his shoulder, surprised the academy is letting him wander off so easily lately. Ju Hyuk mentions he already made a deal with Lilia, that white-haired teacher who is basically just a monster info vending machine at this point. The conversation pivots back to the martial script, the secret code used in that mystery letter. Barsha is confused why the MC would even invent a language 300 years ago when writing already existed. Ju Hyuk just closes his eyes and calls it part of his training. It's clearly a sore spot because he threatens to drag Barsha into a mental image world and crush him if he keeps asking. He reaches a massive, heavy iron door in a back alley. The door creaks open, revealing the entrance to the hidden side of the world. He wonders if the entrance was always behind a gate this sketchy. He grabs the handle, thinking he'd never have to set foot in this place again. Step 1. Walk through the door. Step 2. Try not to roll your eyes at how dramatic the scenery is. The sky is a swirling vortex of purple and pink, and the MC looks completely unbothered. He realized the sky looks like this because of the specific person he's about to meet. The architecture is massive Gothic and looks like it costs more than the GDP of a small country. Suddenly, a foot lands in the frame. A voice calls out his name. It's a guide in a cat mask and a leather jacket, looking like a high-end NPC. Jo Hyuk confirms he's the one, and the guide immediately offers to lead the way. Usually, you need a mask to walk around here, but the guide says they're taking a secret route, so the MC can keep his face visible. They arrive at District 7 of the market, and the scale of the place is just ridiculous. Jo Hyuk stands on a balcony, looking out over a city that shouldn't exist. He notices something missing, specifically, a black cat. Barsha tells him to look at the building right outside the window. Check this out. That entire golden skyscraper? It's not painted. Those are literal stacks of banknotes. Jo Hyuk doesn't remember a money tower being here the last time he visited 300 years ago. Another masked suit enters the room, but this one has a more refined cat mask. He asks if Jo Hyuk brought the answer to the letter. Jo Hyuk sighs. It's a letter that doesn't really have a fixed answer, mostly because the sender is a drama queen. The guide is confused, but Jo Hyuk just asks for a pen and paper to write a response. He gets handed a high-quality fountain pen and a sheet of paper. The guide is sweating bullets because the last 3 people who tried to answer this letter were all frauds who got deleted by a Constellation's wrath. Jo Hyuk hands back the paper with 2 characters written on it. The guide looks at it, recognizing the style but not the meaning. Jo Hyuk gives him a smug little smirk and tells him it means no. The guide checks his holographic tablet and the system starts flashing. The notification confirms the master behind the scenes said, "No?" The guide's face goes pale behind the mask. He tells Juuk he needs to meet the constellation immediately because the answer was confirmed as correct. He holds out a staff topped with a glowing purple gem. This is a one-way ticket to a mental image world, the personal dimension of the market's boss. Juuk takes the staff without hesitation. The mana starts swirling around his hand as the teleportation triggers. He lands in a new area. In front of him stands a woman with long, flowing dark hair, her back turned to him. She speaks, and her voice is full of nostalgia. She recognizes his magic power instantly. She turns around. Even though his face is different, she knows that mana signature anywhere. Jo Hyuk calls her a lunatic. She turns around, blushing like a schoolgirl and screaming "Master!" with enough thirst to power a desert. She drops to her knees, her hands hitting the floor. This is his lowly disciple, and she is currently having a total meltdown because her idol is finally home. Juuk tells her to get up. He's not really into the whole kneeling thing anymore. She looks up with those dark circles under her eyes, looking like she hasn't slept in 3 centuries. She's amazed he still remembers the martial script characters. He asks how he could possibly forget them. He created them specifically for her. Flashback time. 300 years ago. We see a young girl chained up in a dark, filthy jail cell. She looks broken, her face hidden behind matted hair. Past life Juuk and another young girl show up at the bars to rescue her. He looks at her with that same sharp profile he has now. He reaches through the bars and lifts her head. That was the moment he decided to make her his disciple. But there was a problem. She didn't know how to read, write, or even talk. She just grunted and moved her head. So he sat her down and started teaching her a custom language just so they could communicate. She was a stubborn student, refusing to learn the common language everyone else used. He had to kneel down and teach her character by character. He did it because he wanted to eventually teach her martial arts, and you can't learn high-tier techniques if you can't read the manual. Back to the present. He asks if she understood the letter. She says the letter said, "I miss you, master. When I see you, will you marry me?" And that's why he wrote no. She looks devastated, asking, why not, with a face that suggests a mental breakdown is T-5 seconds away. He tells her there's no time for that. The world is just as dangerous now as it was when they were fighting for their lives 300 years ago. She hides her face, whispering, "For now." This girl is definitely not giving up on that marriage certificate. She pivots back to the building made of money. She beams a bright, terrifyingly happy smile and tells him the whole skyscraper is his, and Juuk, being the absolute king of I don't care, just says, "I don't want to." The smile vanishes. Her eyes go wide. The blush returns, but this time it's not from love, it's from pure unadulterated madness. She starts chanting "why not" over and over like a broken record. Our guy is actually starting to sweat. He realizes that in the 300 years he's been gone, the chapter opens with her face completely shrouded in shadow. She's vibrating with overly attached girlfriend energy. The "why not" chant is taking up half the screen. It's a literal wall of text. Juuk looks at her and thinks, yeah, this is exactly why everyone called her lunatic. She's leaning in closer, her voice getting higher and more frantic. Juuk decides the best course of action is a tactical head pat. He tells her to cool her head and stop getting excited. It's like he's training a puppy, except the puppy can delete reality. She pouts, rubbing her forehead where he tapped her. She asks why he doesn't like the gift. He asks, wait, you actually thought I wanted a building full of money? She just says yes with total confidence. He remembers a conversation from his past life. He's standing with his disciples 300 years ago, complaining about how much he wants to live in a building made of money. The lunatic was standing right there, listening to every word. He even said it should be as high as a mountain. She took that as a literal life goal. She asks him back then if that's his dream. He just shrugged and said, I guess so, like he was talking about what to have for dinner. He wanted a quiet life buried in cash once there was finally peace. But then he told them to get stronger so they could end the catastrophe in their generation. Only then could he finally take a breather and stop being the world's shield. The lunatic took that to heart. She started glowing with purple mana, vowing to get stronger. She promised herself she would make his dream come true. She feels guilty because she couldn't make it happen in his past life. He died before he could ever retire. So, when the world got peaceful after his death, she spent the next 3 centuries becoming the richest person in existence to build that tower. Jo-hyuk stops for a second. If she built the building knowing he would come, she explains that someone sent her a notification window, the same kind the Constellations use, letting her know he would be reincarnated. She says if she didn't have that hope, she might have actually gone crazy. She laughs, her red eyes glowing in the dark. She's holding her face, looking absolutely unhinged. Jo-hyuk just dryly notes that she's already crazy enough, but he cuts the sentiment short. Now is not the time for reunions. The peace they have now is fake. The Tower of Destruction is coming back, and the catastrophe is right around the corner. She goes quiet. Her expression shifts from love-struck to murderous in a heartbeat. She starts grinding her teeth, whispering, pissing me off a dozen times. She hates that he's being forced to fight again. He reiterates that he can't live in her money tower because he's currently a student living in the Valhalla dorms. She calms down instantly. If Master says no, she follows. But she asks him to hold out his hand for a second. She summons a glowing silver ring. This is the grand owner ring of the market. This isn't just a piece of jewelry. This gives him the rights to everything in the market, including all their funds. She tells him to use it whenever he needs help. She's basically his sugar mama now. He takes it, thinking he's been getting a lot of rings lately. He says his goodbyes and starts to leave. The teleportation fades, and we see the purple sky of the market one last time. Back in the office, the guide in the cat mask is standing by the elevator. He sees a message pop up on his screen. The master behind the scene asks if that person has left yet. The guide confirms he went back to Valhalla. Then, a new message appears that makes his jaw drop. I need to buy Valhalla Academy. The guide can't believe what he's reading. He's wondering who the hell this 17-year-old kid is to have the boss of the market wanting to buy his school just to be near him. He works up the courage to ask what kind of relationship the boss has with Jo-hyuk. One word appears on the screen, heaven. We see her standing alone in her beautiful, lonely dimension. To her, Jo-hyuk isn't just a teacher, he's her entire world. Shift scene. We see a rocky island in the middle of a dark ocean. Suddenly, boom! A guy gets punched so hard his teeth fly out of his head. The impact is absolutely brutal, blood everywhere. A group of goons in suits are surrounding a massive man, and they are clearly terrified. The man walks through a pile of unconscious bodies. This is the one, Logan the Destroyer. He's a high-rank hunter, and right now he's on a warpath. He's screaming about how these soul fanatics bastards dared to touch his son. He's glowing with fire mana, looking like a literal demon. He unleashes an explosion that clears the entire floor. He pins a guy to the ground with one hand, ready to finish him. In the shadows, 2 figures in skull masks are watching the show. It's Beak Mask and another member of the Grand Cult. They realize Logan is here for personal revenge. They decide to let the big guy handle the trash while they go after the leader. Logan senses them and spins around, sensing rats in the shadows. But the cultists are already gone. They've moved on to the main course. We see Hannibal, the leader of the Soul Fanatics. He's standing in the dark, looking confused. He was just in his office, then there was an explosion, and now he's here? He's groping around in the dark, realizing he's been transported to a different space entirely. A voice calls him annoying from the darkness. We see a close-up of a skull mask with a glowing red eye. Before Hannibal can even scream, a hand pierces right through his chest. Hannibal is currently having a very bad time. His heart is literally being held by someone else, and he's realizing that his Dragon King title doesn't mean much in a god's living room. He screams as he's slammed onto the floor of the Mind Realm. Tugui tells him to relax. He's not going to let him die just yet, because in this space, death is a privilege Tugi hasn't granted him. Hannibal is clutching his chest, gasping for air that isn't there. He's finally putting the pieces together, the strange space, the overwhelming pressure. He realizes he's trapped in the mind realm of a constellation. He looks up at the throne, staring at the goat-masked figure draped in red. He asks if this is Tugi, the guardian of the Ilgyo clan. Tugui leans in, impressed the human figured it out so fast. This is Tugi, and he is officially done being the Ilgyo clan's bodyguard. Hannibal tries to negotiate, asking why Tugi is targeting his own contractors. Tugi ignores the question and mentions the noise outside. He tells Hannibal that the one, Logan, is currently outside turning his cult into a statistics report because they touched his kid. Hannibal is terrified, but Tugi clarifies that Logan would have killed them anyway. Hannibal tries "the enemy of my enemy is my friend" play, reminding Tugi that they both wanted Juhyuk. Tugui admits that, yeah, Juhyuk was their target at first. Then he asks Hannibal if he knows the criteria they use to set their targets. The rule is simple, they only target those known as the strongest. Hannibal is confused. He's not the strongest. Tugui explains that they kill anyone who boasts about being the strongest, regardless of their actual stats. The previous guy who held the title was just trash who didn't deserve it. Hannibal swears he's never claimed to be the strongest. Tugui goes quiet for a second. Then he says, "But you guys made a massive mistake. You tried to harm someone who actually deserved that title." Hannibal is sweating now, having no idea that the F-rank student they targeted is the one person this god actually respects. Hannibal realizes that if he stays quiet, he's cooked, so he tries to tap into his clan's secret relics. He lunges forward, wreathed in dark magic, trying to find a way out by force. Tugui barely moves, noting that the human actually brought a sacred relic into the mind realm. Hannibal unleashes a massive purple explosion. He lands a heavy punch, but he's hitting nothing but smoke and shadows. The constellation just vanished. Hannibal spins around, checking his six. The throne is empty, and the silence in the room is deafening. He can't feel a single drop of magic power anymore, which shouldn't be possible in someone else's mental world. Hiding your presence while maintaining a mind realm is high-tier flex. Suddenly, a shadow with glowing red eyes appears right behind him. Tugi whispers about his strongest person, his master. He's genuinely offended that these mid-tier cultists dared to put hands on Juhyuk. A hand bursts through Hannibal's chest. Again, Tugi promises that this time he's going to make the not dying part a curse. Next morning, Valhalla dorms. Juhyuk is getting ready, looking like he actually got some sleep for once. He checks his phone and sees a notification that stops him cold. The news is reporting that the Ilshin and Ilgyo gangs, the two biggest thorns in his side, have been completely wiped out overnight. Barke pops up, reminding him that he was the one who fought both groups recently. Juhyuk admits he was going to delete them himself eventually, but hey, free service is free service. Barsha asks if he's really planning to leave Valhalla instead of graduating. Juhyuk points out that he only came here to clear the requirements of that mystery notification window. Now that he has his memories and his weapon, there's no reason to play high school. He'll stick around until the calamity is handled, but after that, he's out. Cut to the Valhalla chairman's office. Chairman Shim Deok-woon is sitting there, looking like he's having a very confusing Tuesday. Black Cat is standing across from him, looking sharp in that cat mask. No small talk. No pleasantries. He just drops the bomb, "Sell the school to me." The chairman is stunned. Usually people ask for a tour first, not the deed to the property. He asks for clarification, confirming that this guy is actually from the black market. Black Cat is surprised the old man even knows about the market. The chairman says most people in the industry know about the shady interdimensional trade hub. He refuses immediately, saying he won't sell his legacy to a shady place. Black Cat doesn't argue. He just snaps his fingers. A briefcase full of high-denomination bills slams onto the desk. The chairman doesn't even blink. He says he doesn't need money and that the school is his life's work. He starts going into a whole backstory about why he founded the place. Flashback to his hunter days. An orc getting sliced down the middle. A younger Shim Deok-woon is fighting in the streets, looking like a man who has seen too much. He explains that back then, Korea was completely defenseless against monster breaks. The government was incompetent and the guilds were too busy fighting each other for contracts. The response units they created were basically just cannon fodder in fancy suits. So, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He built Valhalla to train hunters who could actually do the job. And it worked. Korea now has the fastest response time in the world thanks to his graduates. He looks Black Cat in the eye, asking if he understands his mindset now. Black Cat nods. "That's great. I'm not here to change your motto." He explains that the school's policy stays the same, he just wants to be the one who owns the ground it's built on. The chairman still isn't buying it. So Black Cat snaps his fingers again. 2 more briefcases. The chairman starts to stutter, repeating that money isn't the issue here. Snap. 4 more briefcases appear. The desk is disappearing under a mountain of cash. Snap, snap, snap. The The chairman's eyes are literal dollar signs at this point. There are 10 briefcases on the desk now. It's not just money, it's an insulting amount of money. Shim Deok-woon, 62 years old, finally realizes that his legacy has a very specific buy-it-now price. He does a complete 180, smiles, and tells Black Cat to take good care of the kids. Black Cat reaches out and swipes the nameplate off the desk. New management is in town. He calls the lunatic, reporting that the transaction is complete. The notification window pops up in front of him. The ruler of the underworld has a new set of orders. Connect the market's central building directly to the Valhalla campus. She wants her office to be a 5-second walk from Joo Hyuk's dorm. Order number 2. Install CCTV cameras everywhere. Black Cat points out there are already enough cameras, but she wants them more densely packed. He just sighs and agrees. You don't argue with a goddess with a stalking habit. The lunatic is laughing in her private dimension, thrilled she can finally see what foxes are trying to get close to her master. Back on campus, the sun is setting, and school life seems normal for once. Jo Hyuk is walking with his bag, completely ignoring the fact that his school was just bought by his fan club president. Barshay mentions the teachers were acting weirdly busy today, probably because of the sudden change in ownership. Suddenly, someone calls his name. He turns around and sees Ah-rin Choi. She's back from her hometown visit, looking a bit tired but determined. She tells him she's going to the gym right away and wants to show him something. Jo Hyuk is curious, though he's mostly just surprised she didn't jump him immediately. The gym is glowing in the sunset. Ah-rin is there in her tracksuit, standing in front of her fellow students. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a long wrapped object. It's a katana with a blue hilt and a visible aura of power. Jo Hyuk notices it's a completely different sword than the one she used before. She explains she went home specifically to retrieve this. Jo Hyuk's eyes narrow as he feels the mana vibrating off the blade. The sword starts glowing with a fierce red and blue light. Ah-rin confirms it's a family relic. The other students in the room gasp. Wait, is that the Blue Moon Sword? Choi Jinna's actual relic? Ah-rin reveals she passed the family selection test and is now the official successor. The students are floored. Handing a national tier relic to a high schooler is unheard of. She asks Jo Hyuk if it's okay for her to train with it. He just scratches his head and tells her to do whatever she wants. But then, his martial god instincts kick in. He asks if he can touch the sword once. The other students scream at him for being disrespectful, but Ah-rin just hands it over instantly. She doesn't even hesitate. The girl would give him her soul if he asked nicely. Jo Hyuk takes the hilt and feels the weight. He senses the magic power flowing through the steel, and his eyes go wide. It's not just powerful, it's familiar. His vision shifts. He's no longer in the gym. He's standing in a ruined field of swords. A massive, shirtless man with a scarred chest and a confident grin looks back at him. We open exactly where we left off, the reunion we've been waiting for. Dawang is standing there with a grin that says, "I knew you weren't actually dead," calling Jo Hyuk his Hyung. Jo Hyuk just stares back with the most "I'm too old for this" expression. He blinks, processing the fact that yet another person from his past has survived into the modern era as a literal god. He realizes this buff mountain of a man is the same kiddo who used to follow him around. Dawang pouts, asking how much longer he's going to use that nickname now that he's a constellation. Dawang admits that after becoming a constellation, he's actually forgotten his original human name. Being a deity apparently comes with some serious memory leaks, but he's fine with it. Jo Hyuk gives him a small, genuine smile and says it doesn't matter. Even if Dawang told him his name, he'd still call him kiddo. It's a wholesome moment, but our guy is internally roasting him. He remembers Dawang was an interesting brat back in the day, which in Jo Hyuk language usually means a massive pain in the ass. Flashback to 300 years ago. A pint-sized Dawang is holding a sword that's almost bigger than him, demanding a fight. Jo Hyuk is standing there with 2 other disciples, looking like he just wants to go home. He's completely unbothered by the tiny warrior in front of him. Kid Dawang is already a menace, calling out the strongest adult in the area. He's got that main character energy before the term even existed. One of the female disciples is about half a second away from deleting the kid for being disrespectful. Jo Hyuk has to manually tell her to calm down before things get messy. He asks the kid why he's so obsessed with fighting. He wants to know if the brat just likes the violence or if there's a reason behind the madness. The kid's answer is heavy. He wants to create a swordsmanship that makes anyone strong, regardless of who they are. He watched his entire family get wiped out by monsters because they didn't know how to hold a blade, and he's not letting that happen again. He's gripping the hilt so hard his knuckles are white. This isn't a hobby for him, it's a trauma-fueled crusade to make sure no one else feels that kind of helplessness. He points the sword at Ju-hyuk, declaring that the style that defeats the martial god will be the strongest swordsmanship. Talk about setting the bar high for your first day of training. Ju-hyuk is actually impressed by the grit. He notes the kid can't even hold the sword properly yet, but the spirit is already top tier. He strikes a deal. If the kid calls him Hyung, he'll be his opponent. It's a classic Ju-hyuk move, collecting talented orphans like they're rare Pokemon. The kid doesn't hesitate. He yells, "Let's fight Hyung," with enough volume to shake the trees. Ju-hyuk gives a sharp, dangerous smirk. He lunges forward, proving that even back then he had zero interest in holding back just because his opponent was a child. If you want to be the strongest, you get treated like the strongest. Back to the present. Ju-hyuk remembers how annoying it was having the kid beg for a weekly beatdown. Daowang laughs it off, suggesting that maybe Jo-hyuk should have lost once just to get him to stop. Jo-hyuk's face says, absolutely not. Daowang acknowledges that losing every single time was actually the secret sauce for his growth. It forced him to refine his invincible blade technique just to survive the sparring sessions. Jo-hyuk recognizes the name of the technique. He's essentially talking to the founder of the style Arin is currently using. Jo-hyuk asks why Daowang never became his official disciple back then. He would have watched over him consistently instead of just showing up for weekly fights. Daowang gets serious. He says that if he had become a disciple, the technique would have been Hyung's blade, not his own. He needed to find his own path to truly honor his family's memory. Jo-hyuk respects the hustle. He calls him a gutsy brat and notes the similarities in how the two of them think. Everything clicks now. The reason Arin's swordsmanship felt familiar is because it's a direct, though modified, descendant of Daowang's style. But Jo-hyuk notices a major flaw. The version Arin is using is softer and lacks the raw power of the original invincible blade. Daowang explains the patch notes. In the modern era, people prioritize magic power over physical conditioning. If they tried to use the original style, their bodies would literally snap under the pressure. He nerfed the style to make it learnable for modern hunters, though he admits it still has a long way to go to be the strongest. He's still baffled that the martial god is currently a high schooler. He asks the million-dollar question, did Ju-hyuk get a notification window before they met? Ju-hyuk says no. This is the first time he's realizing the notifications weren't a global broadcast. He does a mental head count. The lunatic, moron, and Barshay all knew he was coming back. He concludes the notifications were only sent to those directly bound to his soul, his official disciples, and his weapon. Daowang, as a friendly rival, was left out of the loop. Daowang doesn't care about the logistics. To him, meeting again like this is just fate. He draws his blade, the air around them vibrating with holy energy. He wants to see how the reincarnated version of his mentor stacks up. Jo-hyuk draws his training sword. Let's see how much stronger you've become, kiddo! Daowang is glowing with hype. It's been 300 years since he's felt this level of excitement. They clash. It's a blue blur meeting a red streak. The impact is so loud it probably echoed in the physical world. Reality snaps back. Ju-hyuk is standing in the sunset-lit gym, holding the blue moon sword. He's got that post-workout glow. He hands the sword back to Arin, telling her that her Constellation is a good guy. He tells her to keep communicating with him if she wants to actually get good. Back in the mental realm, Daowang is lying on the ground with a massive grin on his face. He's laughing to himself, looking at the sky. The camera pans out, and we see the spar left a literal canyon in the mental world. Daowang is in a crater, admitting that this doesn't make sense because he still couldn't win. Scene shift to China. The Shu family estate. It's massive, ancient, and full of people who hate each other. A high-level meeting is happening. 3 elders are sitting around a table, looking like they're judging a talent show where everyone failed. Zhu Lian, the White Lotus leader, walks in. She asks why she was summoned. The 3 elders look like they've aged a decade since the last time we saw them. They explain the matriarch seat is still empty after the previous one was disgraced. They need to fill it immediately to stabilize the family. They offer the job to Shui Lian. She's the obvious choice, strong, capable, and already running the business side of things. But she points out family tradition. The White Lotus leader can't be the matriarch. It's a conflict of interest, apparently. She asks if they have any other candidates. The elders are desperate. They need someone better than the last matriarch, who they now realize was just using the guardian wolf as a political tool. Su Lian hides her face behind a fan. You can practically hear the calculated sound effect playing in her head. She gives a cold, sharp smile. She's got exactly what she needs. The candidate I want to recommend is... Cut back to Valhalla. Yenlong is standing in a fighting stance, looking like she's ready to bite someone's head off. She's squaring off against a run. The two disciples are about to have a full contact. Who is the favorite child spar? The gym floor is cold, blue, and empty. It's the perfect stage for the top two prodigies of the academy to settle some business. Arin looks calm, her silver hair catching the light. She's holding the blue moon sword in its sheath. Yenlong is vibrating with tiger energy. She's been training her physical abilities to the limit, and she's itching to test them against Arin's new sword hack. Juhyuk stands on the sidelines with his arms crossed. He sets the rules, no magic power, only physical stats. He wants to see their raw technique. Rule number 2. Arin stays sheathed. The sword is a relic. If she unsheathes it, the school's insurance won't cover the resulting damage. Yenlong chirps that she doesn't mind if Arin unsheathes it. She's confident her bare hands can handle the steel. Juhyuk tells her to stop being a kitten and listen. Arin is curious why the other student, Yu Soyeon, is here watching. She's a bit territorial about her training sessions with Juhyuk, so Yeon is just there for the show. She wants to see if Arin, who just got a legendary weapon, can actually hold a candle to Yenlong, who previously beat her one-sidedly. The power dynamic is shifting. Arin has the weapon and the constellation connection, but Yenlong is a natural-born brawler. It's a classic gear versus skill matchup. Arin warns her one last time, "Listen to Juhyuk, kitten. If I draw this, you will definitely get hurt." The trash talk is getting spicy. Yenlong hates being called a kitten more than anything else in the world. She starts vibrating with actual rage. She lunges. It's a high-speed dash that looks like a blur to everyone but Juhyuk. Arin moves her sword to block. Impact. Fist meets scabbard. The shockwave is enough to crack the air, so Yeon is genuinely shocked at the speed. Arin is actually keeping up with the Tiger Girl's ridiculous reflexes. Yenlong grinds her teeth. She expected Arin to be pushed back, but she's standing her ground. Yenlong follows up with a series of lightning-fast strikes. She's moving like a predator, using every ounce of her tiger-themed agility. Arin's eyes are locked on Yenlong's movements. She's not just reacting, she's predicting. She parries a heavy overhead strike, using the length of the scabbard to redirect Yenlong's momentum. Yenlong takes a hit to the ribs. She skids across the floor, looking more annoyed than injured. She doesn't stop. She immediately pivots and goes for a low sweep. Arin jumps, clearing the leg with millimeters to spare. Yenlong is already in the air, going for a follow-up. This is a relentless assault. She catches a glimpse of Arin's eyes. They're glowing with a faint blue light. She realizes the spiky head, Arin, has become significantly stronger in just a few days. It's a stat check she wasn't prepared for. Yenlong lands and digs her toes into the floor. She's going to use 100% of her physical power now. She moves. It's not a dash anymore, it's a teleport. She lands a heavy punch on the scabbard, but Arin doesn't even flinch. Yenlong is internally panicking. She knows Arin's skill level, and this isn't it. This is something else entirely. She takes a heavy blow to the stomach and gets sent flying. She skids to a halt, her breathing getting heavy. The silence in the gym is getting awkward for her. She remembers watching Arin spar with Juhyuk. Back then, Arin was struggling just to see the MC's movements. But now, her movements are completely different. The efficiency and the weight behind her strikes are on another level. Arin goes on the offensive. She's swinging the sheathed sword with the same fluidity she'd use for a real blade. Yenlong barely dodges a swing that would have definitely broken a bone. She feels a sharp pain in her abdomen. She looks down and sees a red welt. Arin didn't even land a direct hit, it was just the pressure from the swing. Arin mocks her, calling her a kitten again. "Do you think I will be hit by something like that?" Yenlong realizes she's being read like an open book. All her straightforward attacks are being countered before they even land. She decides to switch tactics. She's going to bait a hit so she can land a counter. It's a high-risk play, but she's out of options. Arin shifts her stance. She's preparing for a finishing blow. She dashes forward. Yenlong waits for the sword to swing. She blocks the hit with her forearms, absorbing the massive impact. They're inches apart. Yenlong sees her opening. She clenches her fist, focusing every drop of her strength. She lands a massive punch right under Arin's chin. Arin's head snaps back. She's definitely out of the office for a second. She hits the floor hard. The gym goes dead silent. Yenlong is gasping for air, her arms shaking from the strain. She actually did it. Arin groans, clutching her jaw. That hurt, but she's already pushing herself back up. Her silver hair is a mess, but her eyes are still focused. Juhyuk calls it. Enough. The sparring match is over. He tells both of them to go get treatment. He promises a personal review later, which is essentially code for I'm going to tell you everything you did wrong for 3 hours. He looks at Ahrin. Not bad. He notes that after signing the contract with Da Wang, Ahrin has been communicating with him constantly. Her growth isn't just luck, it's the result of having a 300-year-old blade master shouting advice into her brain 24/7. He looks at Yanlang. She's still on the floor, looking completely drained. You alright? He asks. She admits it was dangerous. She realized mid-fight that if she hadn't deliberately moved deep into the sword's path, she would have been cooked. Here's the tactical breakdown. If she had taken the hit at the sword's tip, where the force is highest, she would have collapsed instantly. By moving closer to the guard, she took the hit at the point of lowest force generation. That's some high-level combat IQ right there. She looks at Ahrin, wondering if the holy relic is the only reason for the power spike. She looks at her own hands. She's not jealous, but she realizes she needs a patch to keep up with the new meta. Holy relic, huh? She's already planning her own upgrade. The sun sets over the academy. Another day of training, another set of broken bones. A few days later, we're skipping forward. The clock is ticking. Ju-hyuk is in a dark room. His expression is serious. The exact location of the catastrophe, I found it. He's talking to the witch. We open with the witch dropping the coordinates for the end of the world. Ju-hyuk isn't even surprised. He's just ready to get the where so he can start planning the how. The target is Sejong City. It's a major hub, which means if things go south, the casualty list is going to be a phone book. The timer is set for 3 weeks from now. This aligns perfectly with his internal clock. He knew the catastrophe wasn't going to wait for a convenient time. The witch reminds him of the strategy, ignore the small fry and speedrun the labyrinth to kill the boss. But Jo-hyuk points out a major flaw in that plan. While he's inside playing boss rush, thousands of monsters will be outside treating the civilians like a buffet. The witch gets a bit flustered. She reminds him that this is exactly why she told him to build a squad. She asks if he's found anyone useful yet. Jo-hyuk goes into a mental montage of his current roster. Ahrin, Yanlang, Soyeon, the Ventrics, and even the beak mask guy. He admits he's got a few volunteers who can actually carry their weight. His plan is to deploy his contractors across the city to hold the line while he dives into the dungeon. The witch agrees that's the best use of resources. He handles the god-tier threat, the squad handles the mob clearing. Jo-hyuk takes a moment to sort through the logistics. He holds up a ring, the one Luminous gave him. This is his cheat code for the mission. Instead of fighting through every floor of the dungeon, he's going to use the ring's authority to bypass the trash mobs and go straight for the throat of the labyrinth boss. The witch is impressed by the efficiency. She asks what he needs from her once the dust settles. She snaps her fingers, her eyes glowing with purple mana. She hands him a large purple crystal. It looks expensive, and it probably is. It's a disposable teleport crystal, the get-out-of-jail-free card of the magical world. All he has to do is pump some mana into it, and it will pull him back to her location instantly. Ju-hyuk is a bit skeptical. He asks why she can't just summon him back herself. She explains the lag. Once he's inside a high-tier labyrinth, her global vision gets blurry. She needs him to trigger the return signal himself. She looks down, her face serious. She's essentially betting the safety of the city on this one guy. She tells him to move the second the labyrinth is cleared. Every second he wastes is another civilian gone. See you in 3 weeks. She snaps her fingers again. In a flash of light, she vanishes, leaving the basement empty. Ju-hyuk walks out into the sunlight, looking like he's just finished a boring grocery run instead of planning for a massacre. Step 1. Call Adilia Ventric and tell her she's paying for the security contractors. Being a martial god means never having to pay for your own logistics. Step 2. Get his students out of the academy. It's the weekend in 3 weeks, so he just needs to put in a formal outing request. He pulls out his phone and scrolls to a contact named White Hair Poop. Yes, he actually saved Lilia like that. He calls her to ask for the permit, but Lilia picks up sounding like she's currently at a funeral. She screams his name, crying so hard she's probably flooding her apartment. Ju-hyuk, I'm in trouble! Ju-hyuk is genuinely confused. This woman is an elite instructor. What could possibly be breaking her like this? The bombshell drops. I was fired from Valhalla! Ju-hyuk's response? A stone-cold I see. Lilia is offended by the lack of sympathy. Ju-hyuk tells her she probably deserved it, which is the most martial god way to console a friend. She starts listing her resume like she's in a job interview. She's top-notch, her evaluations are perfect. She even submits extra papers on monster research. She's the model employee. Ju-hyuk starts to think, Firing a core instructor in the middle of a semester isn't a budget cut, it's a targeted hit. He asks if this has to do with the fact that the chairman changed recently. Lilia tells him to keep that a secret. She doesn't want the media catching wind of the internal chaos at the academy. Jo-hyuk realizes the timing is too convenient. The chairman changes, and the people closest to him start getting deleted from the roster. If Lilia is gone, he can't get his students out of the academy legally. He starts wondering if it's just time to drop out and start his own guild. He tells Lilia he's heading to the chairman's office to ask what happened. He's not asking for her, he's asking for his own convenience. Lilia tries to stop him, but he's already hung up. Suddenly, his phone vibrates again. A new message. It's from Yenlong. Hey, I heard I was kicked out of Valhalla? For what? Jo-hyuk is actually stunned now. Firing an instructor is one thing, but expelling a top-tier prodigy like Yenlang? He realizes this isn't a series of random incidents. Someone is deliberately clearing the board around him. He heads straight for the chairman's office with a look that says someone is about to get their subscription to Being Alive canceled. He kicks the door open and sees Black Cat sitting in the big chair. Jo-hyuk looks at him and says, I had a feeling. He asks Black Cat if he's the one who took over the school. Black Cat explains he's just the outward chairman. The actual owner is the holy constellation he serves. Jo-hyuk connects the dots. So Luminous kicked them out, didn't she? Black Cat just nods. He looks like a guy who has been forced to explain a toddler's temper tantrum to an angry mob. Luminous's logic pops up on a mental screen. I have identified and removed the vixens who dared to challenge the master. Peak yandere behavior. Black Cat reveals she also wanted to expel Ah-rin Choi. Jo-hyuk sighs. If she keeps this up, he'll be the only person left in the school. He tells Black Cat to do it in moderation and hire everyone back. He feels awkward that they're getting fired just for knowing him. Black Cat checks a hologram. The ruler of the underworld says all right, but she sounds extremely dissatisfied. Jo-hyuk asks the real question, why buy the school in the first place? It seems like a lot of work for a stalking habit. Black Cat reminds him that he refused to live in the money building back at the market because he had to stay in the dorms. He holds up a finger. Luminous said, if I purchase this Valhalla, the master can live in the building. She even connected a private room in the academy directly to her HQ in the market. It's the ultimate work-from-home setup. Jo-hyuk is speechless. The amount of money and magic used just to avoid a long-distance relationship is staggering. He asks if he can do whatever he wants with the school now. Black Cat says the teaching rights are still the same, but for Jo-hyuk, anything goes. Our guy gives a sharp, predatory smile. 3 weeks later, Sejong City. The sky is red, the buildings are on fire, and a massive gargoyle is screaming in the streets. We open with pure chaos. A massive ogre is smashing a car like it's a tin can. Civilians are running for their lives as a golem starts tearing through a glass storefront. In the middle of the burning street, we see Oh Se-hyuk. He's standing there with a face full of, I am not paid enough for this. He's only here because his parents live in the city, but he never expected a full-blown invasion. A scream rings out. A woman is cornered by a goblin with a jagged knife. The goblin lunges, looking like a green sleep paralysis demon. Se-hyuk moves. He catches the goblin's arm mid-swing. He lands a heavy punch right in the monster's face. He tells the woman to run, warning her that more goblins are coming. But as he looks at his hands, he's trembling. He realizes real monsters feel completely different than the virtual simulations at Valhalla. The weight of taking a life is hitting him hard. He tries to steel himself, but the numbers are against him. A dozen goblins, an ogre, and a golem are all closing in on him. He's sweating, wondering if he can even take half of them down before he's cooked. Suddenly, a blur of fur and steel flashes past him. Yenlong drops in like a tactical nuke, shattering a goblin's skull with a single kick. Ah-rin Choi follows up, a blue lightning streak from her sword cleaving through 3 monsters at once. In about 4 seconds, the entire immediate threat is reduced to trash day. Yu Soyeon walks up behind them, looking completely unbothered. Se-hyuk is stunned. Why the hell are you guys here? He recognizes the squad, but he can't process why the school's prodigy trio is in a disaster zone. Yenlong just points a thumb over her shoulder. Ask that guy. Jo-hyuk enters the frame, leaning against a broken pillar with his sword over his shoulder. He's got that just another Tuesday energy. 2 weeks ago, the Valhalla Auditorium. Ah-rin and Yenlong are standing in front of Jo-hyuk, confused why they were called for a private meeting. Jo-hyuk scratches his head, looking a bit sheepish about the secret school takeover. He points to Black Cat standing in the corner. Black Cat just stands there, sweating under his mask. He's effectively the world's most overqualified substitute teacher. Jo-hyuk introduces him as the new president of Valhalla. The girls are floored. They ask about the old, mustache chairman they had before. Black Cat explains the guy retired discreetly. which is billionaire code for we bought him a small island to go away. So Yeon is suspicious. She notes that the media hasn't reported a single word about a CEO change. Black Cat explains it was kept quiet for a reason. He's not there to run a school, he's there to run a base. He introduces himself formally. So Yeon's eyes go wide. Black Cat? The owner of the underground market? Jo-hyuk interrupts. He says the new CEO was brought in because he suggested a new department. It's a special class where students have the autonomy to skip traditional classes and engage in external activities. Basically a license to smurf. Yenlang is skeptical. She asks if this actually changes anything for her. Jo-hyuk tells her she can go out and hunt real monsters instead of hitting punching bags. Yenlang's face lights up with a murderous grin. I'm in. Arin agrees instantly, because if Jo-hyuk says jump, she's already halfway to the moon. Soyeon, however, is losing track of the conversation. She asks Black Cat for confirmation. Is he really the same guy from the internet rumors? She thought the market was just an urban legend or a dark web creepypasta. Seeing him in the flesh is like meeting a literal myth. Black Cat just nods. That's how it happened. Soyeon turns to Jo-hyuk. She asks how a 17-year-old student managed to get the approval of a literal underworld kingpin. She realizes Jo-hyuk isn't just insanely strong. His connections are officially off the charts. Jo-hyuk looks at her. So, you coming too? Soyeon agrees. No one in their right mind would refuse a chance to ditch exams for real combat training. Black Cat raises a finger. There's a catch. They are exempt from written tests, but they are required to participate in public exams and debates. Jo-hyuk looks annoyed. He thought he was done with the school drama. Black Cat explains his position. He needs to convince the other instructors and students that this special class isn't just a group of slackers. The first batch of students are the strongest in the school, so that's not the issue. But taking the top 3 prospects out of the main curriculum is a loss for the school's public image. He wants them to actively participate in external activities to elevate Valhalla's status. He's treating them like a professional esports team. He wants them to showcase that strength in front of the whole student body. This isn't a request from Black Cat, it's a direct order from the CEO. Jo-hyuk is internally roasting the guy. He wonders if Black Cat developed a sudden sense of responsibility the moment he put on the suit. He asks the squad if anyone changed their mind now that there are strings attached. The girls are all in. They're built for the spotlight anyway. Jo-hyuk gives a satisfied smirk. Good. The first external activity for this class will be, back to the present, the burning streets of Sejong City. Jo-hyuk looks at Oh Se-hyuk with a deadpan stare. Se-hyuk is still confused. Why are you guys here? He explains his parents live here, but what is a school field trip doing in an active war zone? Jo-hyuk doesn't answer. He just looks at the horizon. He reaches for the hilt of his sword, his presence changing from student to god in a split second. Choi Arin, Yenlang, get ready! The squad takes their positions. In front of them, a fresh wave of monsters, ogres and golems is charging. The monsters are roaring, thinking they found more easy prey. Jo-hyuk gives one last cold smile. We came here to do this! He swings. A massive purple slash tears through the entire front line of the monster army. We're back in the trenches of Sejong City, where the apocalypse is currently mid-swing. Jo-hyuk is moving through the monster horde like he's playing a Dynasty Warriors game on easy mode. One swing, and entire rows of high-ranking demons are being turned into floor decorations. He looks back at his squad and casually notes that the monsters aren't actually that bad. The rest of the team just stares at him in dead silence. Even the seasoned pros are sweating because Jo-hyuk is one-shotting enemies they were told were boss level during their academy mock tests. Suddenly, a hooded guy named Mojiri appears out of the smoke, calling out to Jo-hyuk. He's a scout from the Ventric family, and he's found the source of the disaster, the Labyrinth entrance. It's 5 kilometers away and absolutely swarming with monsters, but Jo-hyuk is more interested in why the other Ventric agents are just standing around. He looks at Mojiri with those glowing red eyes and asks why their constellation hasn't woken up to help yet. Mojiri looks like he wants to disappear into his hood. Jo-hyuk is annoyed because it's been 3 months since that brat manifested, and she's still doing absolutely nothing while the city burns. He starts infusing his sword with a purple aura, basically calling the local gods lazy for only being able to handle minor trash mobs. Our guy is fully done playing nice. He tells Mojiri to tell the other Ventric agents to stop playing dress-up in their fancy capes and actually help evacuate the wounded. Mojiri is visibly shaken. You don't usually talk about one of the world's most powerful families like they're a group of cosplayers. Joo-hyuk hits him with a smirk and points out that saving civilians would actually help restore their tarnished image more than posing for photos would. Mojiri can't even argue, he just nods and gets to work. With the politics handled, Joo-hyuk looks toward the heart of the disaster, but he's not taking the squad into the danger zone this time. He orders Arin and Yenlong to stay behind and clear the monsters rushing the civilians. Soyeon gets paired with the musclehead Oh Se-hyuk to clear a path to his family home, which she is clearly thrilled about. Now it's just our guy in the monster horde. Time to go to the center of the disaster. The entrance to the labyrinth is a literal mountain of high-level mobs, including golems and armored ogres. Mojiri points out the raised area where the entrance is hidden, but he's already thinking of a safe strategy. He suggests gathering the family agents to break through a single point while Joo-hyuk follows safely behind. It's a standard, boring hunter tactic that minimizes risk. Joo-hyuk just gives him this "you must be new here" smile. He turns his back on the plan and the safety of the rear guard, and then he just jumps. The monsters at the bottom don't even have time to growl before a human-shaped meteor lands in their kitchen. He's looking at them like they're a buffet and he forgot his fork. The ogres are confused for exactly half a second before Joo-hyuk brings his blade down. The air literally screams as he swings. He lands right in the middle of the pack, surrounded by hundreds of enemies. And then, a massive flash of white light cuts across the entire panel. Mojiri is up on the ledge having a mental breakdown because this kid just cleared an entire battalion of elite monsters in a single hit. He's realizing that high school student is a very loose description for what he's looking at. This isn't hunter power, this is constellation level force. Joo-hyuk looks down at his hand, which is glowing with Luminous's purple mana. He mentions that he made a contract with Luminous to borrow her abilities just in case, and honestly, they're pretty useful for manual labor like this. No time to celebrate. He heads straight into the dark mouth of the labyrinth. He remembers one more thing Luminous told him. He needs to wear a specific ring she gave him to defeat the boss properly. He slides the silver band onto his finger. Preparations complete. He's going to speedrun this dungeon before the city's property value drops any further. Meanwhile, 5,000 miles away in Great Britain, the head of the Ventric family, Adilia, is sitting at her desk, looking stressed. She's tracking the situation in Korea and realizes the government there has absolutely no clue how bad the catastrophe actually is. She gets an update that Joo-hyuk has guided 50% of the civilians to safety and is now heading to the center alone. She's genuinely confused. Is this high schooler really planning to solo a labyrinth that's supposed to wipe out a city? Suddenly, her screen starts glitching out with a golden light. A digital seal appears, shimmering with a power that Adilia knows all too well. The holy constellation has finally woken up, and her first question is, how much time has passed? Adilia is practically trembling as she answers that it's been about 3 months. The screen goes silent as Luminous thinks. This is the god who owns the academy and views humans as ants. Then, the only question that matters to her pops up, where's the master? Adilia has to break the news that her master is currently walking into a death trap. Back in the dungeon, Joo-hyuk is currently treating the death trap like a light cardio workout. He's walking through piles of monster corpses without even breaking a sweat. Barcha pops up in his chibi form, asking if this is the Wuxin style, a merciless way of swinging that looks casual but hits like a truck. Apparently, Joo-hyuk's old disciples used to call it that back when he was the Tower Master. Joo-hyuk just thinks the name is lame. It's not a style, it's just how you hunt monsters efficiently. He realizes the labyrinth is bigger than he expected, and fighting every single mob will make him late for, well, probably dinner. He places his hand on the ground, blue mana explodes out of him, cracking the floor. Barsh is startled, but Joo-hyuk tells him to shut up because he's using mana detection to find the dungeon's core. Standard logic, the boss always spawns where the mana is the densest. His eyes go sharp. Found it. It's at the very bottom, hidden beneath layers of stone. Barshe points out that the labyrinth is magically reinforced and can't be destroyed easily. Joo-hyuk just smiles and says he bought another one of his students' abilities for this exact reason. The ground starts to spiderweb with white light, and then the entire floor just deletes itself. He drops straight through the labyrinth layers. He lands in a dark chamber and looks up with a cocky grin. Is it you? The boss? Standing in front of a giant blue crystal is a humanoid warrior in red armor, holding a massive spear. The boss is draped in a red aura that screams, "I have a high health bar." Joo-hyuk analyzes him instantly. Humanoid, spear user, high mobility. He knows he's at a range disadvantage with his sword, but with Luminous's buffs, he's not worried. The goal isn't even the fight, it's that blue labyrinthine core behind the guy. He decides that swinging wildly is a waste of time, he needs a precise counter or a clean stab. The boss moves first, leveling his spear with a practiced grip. He lunges with a speed that would turn a normal hunter into a kebab. Ju-hyuk just sidesteps the thrust like he's dodging a slow-moving car. He mocks the boss, asking if coming closer is supposed to be helpful for his counterattack. The boss's eyes glow with rage. He's not used to being treated like a training dummy. He unleashes a massive circular swing that tears through the masonry of the room. Jo-hyuk notes that the range is impressive because the spear is imbued with magic even in the wooden shaft. The boss grunts, putting more weight into his stance. He realizes this human is different from the usual souls the labyrinth harvests. He charges again, blurring across the room. Jo-hyuk blocks a flurry of strikes, steel clashing against steel with enough force to shake the dungeon. He finds it annoying that the boss is keeping his distance perfectly, making it hard to get a killing blow. The boss slams his spear into the ground, causing a shockwave of red energy. Ju-hyuk is forced to hop back as the floor explodes into shards. Shrapnel flies everywhere, and the boss follows up with a series of lightning-fast pokes. The boss plants his foot, preparing for a final heavy lunge. The spear comes whistling through the air, aimed right for Ju-hyuk's chest. It's a name-level attack, a strike designed to harvest the soul of the target, but Jo-hyuk catches the spear tip on the hilt of his sword. The impact creates a massive crater beneath him, but he doesn't budge an inch. The boss stares in genuine shock. No human should be able to parry that much raw mana. Barke starts teasing him, asking if the great martial god is actually being pushed back by a dungeon mob. Jo-hyuk tells him to shut it. He didn't get pushed back, he let the boss push him. He looks over his shoulder at the blue crystal. The entire struggle was just a bait to separate the boss from the labyrinth stone. He holds up his hand and Luminous's ring starts to glow. He decides to drop the borrowed god abilities and handle this his own way, the way of the martial god. The boss growls, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. The prey just became the predator. Ju-hyuk charges. He's not dodging anymore. 3 white slashes appear across the screen in an instant. He's already standing behind the boss before the blood even starts to spray. The boss tries to turn around, his armor shattered. He looks down at the white light glowing in the wounds on his chest. And then, he just disintegrates. No long monologue, no second phase, just gone. The boss's body turns into black smoke, leaving only his spear behind. The ring on Ju-hyuk's finger starts acting like a vacuum for souls. Blue light swirls into the band, absorbing every bit of mana the boss left behind. Barsh is curious, what exactly did the ring just eat? Ju-hyuk explains that it absorbed the name. Remember, in this world, souls are just currency for the system, and he just robbed the bank. He looks at Barsh with a terrifying grin and asks if he still thinks he was being pushed back. Barsh immediately apologizes for the disrespect. Ju-hyuk turns to leave before the labyrinth collapses, but he stops. The boss's spear is still lying on the floor. Usually dungeon items disappear when the boss dies, but this one is still here. He picks it up. It pulses with a red, ominous mana. He decides to take it as a souvenir. Meanwhile, in a location that looks like it belongs in a horror movie, a giant gnarled tree with a hidden door. A hooded follower walks down a red carpet toward a dark curtain. He addresses the labyrinth master and reports that the disaster is over. The shadowy figure behind the curtain, the maze lord himself, asks how many days it took this time. The follower's voice shakes. It took about 2 hours. The maze lord is stunned. The last catastrophe lasted 5 full days of slaughter. 2 hours means someone didn't just fight the monsters, they deleted them. He realizes the overall level of humanity has gone up, mostly because some names chose to become constellations instead of dying quietly. He asks if there was an exceptional individual in this disaster, but the follower says the labyrinth vanished so fast they couldn't even get footage. The maze lord doesn't seem worried. He says they'll find out who it is in time anyway. We get a close-up of his silhouette, he's smiling. He decides to move up his timeline. The slow harvest is over. We'll spread out the names, he says. He promises that the next disaster will be incomparable to anything they've seen before. He tells the follower to get ready for a different method of spreading chaos. The master of the labyrinth is looking forward to the next feat. The news cycle is absolutely losing its mind. Jo-hyuk is the trending topic on every platform after the Sejong City disaster was ended in 2 hours flat. But while the public is cheering, the Barry assassination squad is busy watching the VODs and doing some analysis. Their leader, Alchemist John, is sitting in his dark office, looking at Ju-hyuk like a pro player looking at a high-value bounty. He notes that Ju-hyuk didn't just stop the disaster, he wiped out an entire assassination squad along the way. Instead of being worried, this guy is actually smiling. He thinks Ju-hyuk is the perfect target to raise the value of their name. In this world, killing someone famous is basically the fastest way to level up. He's already planning a grand entrance by assassinating our guy. One of his masked subordinates warns him that they need to be careful. Ju-hyuk isn't exactly a standard target. John agrees, noting that Ju-hyuk has changed significantly since they first put an eye on him. He estimates that if Ju-hyuk was A-rank during the school entrance, he's giving off pure S-rank energy now. Because the threat level is so high, John decides he's going to personally lead the operation. He orders the members to gather. They're officially commencing a raid operation on a high school student. Meanwhile, back at the Valhalla dorms, things are a lot less dramatic. Ju-hyuk walks into his room looking like he just finished a 24-hour shift at a warehouse. He faceplants onto his bed because he is dead tired. He checks his stats, he's absorbed all the magic power from his storage stones, and his capacity has increased significantly since he started school. The problem is that he's still nowhere near his prime. His magic capacity is small, so there is a hard limit on how much power he can output at once. This is why a single dungeon run left him this exhausted. He's realized he still has a very long way to go before he's back at full martial god status. He remembers the Labyrinth boss and admits that the Maze Lord's named monsters are getting more troublesome than he expected. If he didn't have Luminous's borrowed abilities, that fight would have been a lot messier. He stares at the ceiling, thinking about how the system takes names and turns them into constellations. Barca pops up and asks why he looks so troubled. Ju-hyuk mentions he's thinking about the talk he had with the witch after the boss fight. The witch, looking as mysterious as ever in her massive hat, appears in a dark tavern-like room. She greets him with a smirk that usually means she's about to give him bad news. Jo-hyuk confirms that the Sejong Labyrinth is handled and the core was finished properly. He pulls out a purple crystal which promptly crumbles into dust in his hand. The witch doesn't care about the crystal, she asks about the red spear he's carrying. Ju-hyuk explains that it belonged to the boss, but Luminous's ring wouldn't absorb it for some reason. The witch thinks that's odd. Usually, everything associated with a boss gets sucked into the soul vacuum. She asks to see the ring, holding out her hand. Jo-hyuk hands it over without a fight. She inspects the ring as it glows with a dark purple mana. She confirms the name was absorbed properly, but her expression is serious. She tells him that the real part of the Maze Lord's plan is just beginning. The system is about to start spreading names around, not just regular ones, but high-quality souls. She's planning to sneak a peek at the system to see exactly what kind of people these new threats were. She drops the bombshell. There's a high possibility these names come from the Tower of Destruction, the same tower Ju-hyuk cleared 300 years ago. Ju-hyuk's face goes cold. He remembers the bastards from that tower. None of them were pleasant. He rubs his head, genuinely annoyed that he might have to fight his old enemies all over again. The witch tells him to hang in there and says they'll meet again before the souls are officially released. Back in the present, Ju-hyuk is still annoyed. Barke tries to help, but he admits he doesn't remember anyone from the Tower of Destruction despite being its owner. Ju-hyuk reminds him that the first floor was just mindless monsters who didn't even have names worth losing. The real threats start from the second floor and up. That's where the annoying bastards with personalities and actual names live. Ju-hyuk stops mid-sentence and looks at Barche. He asks a very direct question. Aren't you one of the Maze Lord's lackeys? Barche starts stuttering, which is basically the universal sign for guilty. Jo-hyuk calls him a son of a BH and says the stuttering makes it worse. He tells Barche that if he's telling the truth, he should say Maze Lord, you son of a BH. Barche shouts it twice just to be safe. Ju-hyuk lets him off the hook, though he thinks saying it twice was overkill. Despite the comedy, something still doesn't add up for Ju-hyuk. Barche had his name taken, but he has zero power. Every other disciple who became a constellation can still grant power to their contractors. Even Ju-hyuk is an anomaly. His name was stolen, but he was reincarnated as a human instead of becoming a star in the sky. He decides to stop overthinking it. You can't solve a systemic glitch by just staring at the wall. His new priority is consistent training until he regains his prime power. He'll find the answers once he has enough strength to beat them out of someone. The next day, after school, the Valhalla gym, Oh Se-yuk walks in looking like he's ready for a heavy session. He sees Ju-hyuk and stops. He remembers Ju-hyuk clearing the monsters in Sejong City like he was cutting grass. He admits to himself that deep down, he didn't want to acknowledge how much stronger Ju-hyuk was. But after seeing that performance, he has no choice. The gap is a literal ocean. It's not just Ju-hyuk either. All three of his special class students are monsters who can clear dungeons effortlessly. He clenches his fist. He wants that power. He wants Ju-hyuk to guide him. He shouts Ju-hyuk's name, ready to ask for help, but then he sees something that makes his brain reset. He finds Yenlang in the corner, and she's not training. She's currently doing something very questionable. Se-hyuk is standing there in complete silence. Yenlang looks back at him, and her face is bright red. She looks like a cat that just got caught on the kitchen counter. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with one of Ju-hyuk's swords. Yenlang was in the middle of a high-intensity workout. Jo-hyuk calls the session to an end. Yenlang is panting, totally exhausted but clearly satisfied. He hands her a towel. It's a small, normal gesture, but Yenlang reacts like he just gave her $1 million. He asks if she's finally stopped complaining about the intensity of the training. She gets defensive, yelling that she only struggled because she didn't know it would be that intense. Rin is standing in the background, noting that unlike the nagger Soyeon, Yenlang is actually keeping up well. Soyeon is currently a puddle on the floor, gasping for air and calling this insane overtraining. Rin points out that she followed them into this class knowing exactly what she was getting into. Jo-hyuk tells Soyeon that if it's too hard, she can just give up and go back to her original, easier class. That hits Soyeon's pride. She stands up, insisting this place is better and she will try harder. Rin hits her with a tss, which nearly triggers another fight. Rin is definitely the teacher's pet of this squad. Ju-hyuk decides to be a merciful master. He's canceling the sparring session because they're all still carrying fatigue from the Sejong mission. Rin asks what he's going to do since he's finished with them. He's heading back to his dorm to train his magic power. Rin immediately offers to follow him. He tells her to do what she wants, but then he remembers his towel. He reaches back and grabs it off a bench. He tells the girls that he's basically claiming the gym for himself later. Rin and Soyeon take their leave, leaving Yenlang alone in the gym. Soyeon asks if Yenlang is staying. Yenlang says she's not tired yet and wants to do a few more sets. Soyeon tells her she's amazing and tells her not to overdo it. The door shuts. Yenlang is finally alone. She stands there in the silence, her expression changing from intense to confused. She looks at her hands. She knows she's getting stronger under Ju-hyuk's guidance, but seeing him fight in Sejong City made her realize he is on a completely different level of existence. She's never seen anyone kill monsters that effortlessly. It was like he was just performing a ritual. She thinks to herself, he's incredible. Then she stops. Incredible? She remembers her original goal. She became his disciple to become stronger than him, not to worship him. She's frustrated that her brain is already admitting defeat. She admits that even during sparring, she felt the gap. It's hard to imagine being stronger than that man. So she asks the big question, then why do I keep being his disciple? She starts having a mental montage of every time he's helped her. He solved her family problems. He gave her a place to stay. He gives her free meals every day through the special class. She tries to convince herself that she's only staying for the free rent and food perks. She grabs her own towel and wipes her face, her hands shaking. "That's not it!" she shouts to the empty room. Her face is glowing red now. She admits the truth. Her heart races every time she thinks of him. And when her heart races, she just wants to be near him. She's panicking now, trying to convince herself she still takes her training seriously. She tells herself to calm down. She's not a pervert. She's a martial artist. But then she imagines Ju-hyuk with that slight cocky smile and a towel draped over his shoulder. She starts hitting her own head, calling herself a fool for thinking about him again. She catches sight of something on the bench. It's the towel Ju-hyuk was using earlier. He forgot to take it. Yenlang stares at it. Her heart is hammering against her ribs. The logic in her brain is currently losing a 1 versus 1 against her instincts. She reaches out and grabs it, telling herself she's just picking it up to wash it. She tells herself that Ju-hyuk is a busy man who forgets his chores, so she's simply doing this in his stead. She's trembling as she holds the fabric. She turns her back to the door, checking the room. "No one is here, right?" she whispers. She's officially entered the down bad danger zone. She brings the towel up to her face, closing her eyes. And she takes a deep, creepy sniff. Tiger Girl has officially lost the plot. This is exactly the moment Se-hyuk walked in on. Yenlang slowly turns her head. Se-hyuk is frozen. He saw everything. Yenlang's eyes go dark. She tells him that he saw her weakness. Se-hyuk doesn't even have time to say weakness before Yenlang's fist connects with his stomach. The impact is so hard, Se-hyuk actually spits out saliva. He collapses onto the floor, completely folded. Yenlong is crying and blushing at the same time, her body shaking with pure embarrassment. She lets out a scream and runs out of the gym at full speed, leaving Se-hyuk to die on the floor. Later that night, the Valhalla dormitory. Jo-hyuk is sitting in the middle of his room, meditating. Blue mana is swirling around him like a mini hurricane. He opens his eyes, sensing a vibration. He wonders who could be calling him this late. He picks up his phone. It's Adilia Ventric, calling from the UK. Adilia apologizes immediately, realizing it must be nighttime in Korea. She gets straight to the point. Luminous, the Lord Constellation, has officially woken up. Jo-hyuk calls that good news. Adilia asks if he has time today. Jo-hyuk tells her to hold her family relic and stay still. He gives the camera a sharp, red-eyed smirk. It's been a while since he met his disciples face-to-face. We start with a screen that looks like a Twitch chat during a major controversy. Black Cat is staring at the monitor, sweating through his expensive suit. Luminous is currently spamming the system with a message that would make a horror movie villain go pale. The ruler of the underworld is furious. Not mildly annoyed, but I'm about to delete this continent, furious. Black Cat realizes he messed up big time. He let a specific piece of CCTV footage play that was definitely not meant for yandere eyes. It's a quiet night at the academy, but the vibe is pure chaos. Rewind to 10 minutes ago. Black Cat is in his office, doing some late-night school management. He's exhausted. Being the face of the market while running a school is basically a 25-hour-a-day job. He decides to check the facilities one last time before heading home to catch some sleep. He opens up the security feeds with a snap of his fingers, expecting to see empty halls and sleeping students. He remembers Luminous's specific order after she bought the school: check the CCTV regularly. He thought she was just being overprotective or paranoid about people tailing Kim Joo-hyuk. Then, he sees something in the gym that makes his heart stop. There's someone still in the fitness room and they aren't exactly lifting weights. He thinks it might be Joo-hyuk, but the figure on the screen is lying flat on the floor. It's a body, just lying there, motionless. Black Cat's mask hides his expression, but the cold sweat says it all. He prays it's not a corpse, and luckily, it looks like the guy is just knocked out cold. Wait, that's Oh Se-hyuk, the tan, muscular student who usually looks like he's in a gym commercial. Suddenly, Luminous chimes in through the system. She wants him to rewind the footage. Right now. Black Cat obeys, clicking through the time logs with shaking hands. He goes back to the point where Se-hyuk was actually conscious. He needs to know what kind of monster could fold a guy like Se-hyuk this easily. He sees Yenlong, the tiger girl, standing over him. She looks suspicious. She's walking around the gym like she's looking for something. Then the footage shows the impact. She didn't just hit him, she buried her fist in his gut. She runs out of the gym like her life depends on it, leaving Se-hyuk to contemplate his life choices on the floor. Black Cat is confused. Why would Yenlang suddenly gank a teammate during a peaceful night? Luminous is even more specific now. She wants to see what happened before the punch. And there it is. The high-definition proof that Yenlang stole Jo-hyuk's sweaty towel and took a deep, creepy sniff. Black Cat realizes that Yenlang got caught in 4K, and that's why she silenced the witness. Luminous is now in full ruler of the underworld mode. She's screaming about tearing Yenlong to pieces. Black Cat is caught in the middle of a literal goddess's jealousy tantrum. He's used to her losing her temper, but lately it's only about Kim Joo-hyuk. He starts connecting the dots. Luminous calls this high school kid Master. But Luminous was a god before Jo-hyuk was even out of diapers. He doesn't have time to solve the mystery because the "I'll tear her to pieces" spam is getting louder. He needs to stop this rampage before she accidentally destroys the school buildings. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Black Cat jumps like he just heard a gunshot. It's Jo-hyuk. He's standing there in a hoodie, looking completely oblivious to the fact that his disciples are fighting over his laundry. Jo-hyuk walks in and asks if he was just talking to Luminous. He tells Black Cat to get ready. He wants to use his teleportation skills to go a long distance. Where? To the UK. It's time for the reunion. Cut to a different location. A massive Gothic-style mansion in the middle of the night. Inside, Alchemist John is holding a meeting with his assassination squad Barry. He looks like a generic webtoon villain who spent too much on his hairstylist. His men are explaining the defense systems at Valhalla. 200 magic circles are guarding the grounds. 100 of them are specifically concentrated around Jo-hyuk's dorm. John isn't impressed. He thinks his Constellations abilities will make those defenses look like child's play. He's bragging about his contract with the never-changing alchemist. The plan is simple. Nullify the magic, kill Jo-hyuk, and then take out his friends just to boost their PR. He wants to make sure their names are known globally by the end of the night. One member points out that targeting students is kind of a coward move. John just gives this oily smirk. To a villain, coward is just a fancy way of saying efficient. He officially gives the order to start the operation. Suddenly, John's eyes go wide. He senses something behind him. In the blink of an eye, the entire room is filled with shadow and blood. A new group of hooded figures has appeared out of thin air. The leader is a girl with purple hair and a skull mask. She's holding a blade to John's neck before he can even stand up. She mocks him, saying they were going to kill him eventually, but his plan to hit the master moved up the schedule. The skull mask guy next to her confirms it. They were sent by their own constellation. John is panicking. He's supposed to be the one doing the assassinating. The purple-haired girl points to a tattoo or mark on her neck. It's a symbol that John recognizes instantly, the one-horned god. He realizes he's dealing with a sect he should never have messed with. The guy in the skull mask notes that John isn't a complete idiot after all. Another member drops from the ceiling, screaming DIE with a blade aimed at John's head. A massive red slash tears through the air. Steel meets something much harder than steel. John has activated a glowing golden aura. The skull mask guy is unimpressed. He thought his strike would pierce through a trivial defense like that. John is shaking, his pride wounded. He doesn't know why these people are here. He pushes back with a blast of golden energy, sending the skull guy sliding across the floor. John catches his breath, but the room is already a graveyard for his own men. He starts glowing like a supernova. He's going to show them the power of an S-grade constellation. John is standing in the middle of the carnage, looking like he's trying out for a superhero role. He's bragging about having power that puts other S-rank constellations to shame. The golden light is filling the entire mansion, and the hooded squad is just standing there watching. The girl in the skull mask repeats his words, S-rank constellations? The blindfolded guy behind her mentions that they know exactly who his god is, the absolutely unchanging alchemist. John is genuinely surprised. It's not common for people to identify a constellation just from their aura. The skull guy points out the ring John is wearing. It's a relic of the destruction era. John's eyes go wide. These guys actually know the lore. The purple-haired girl laughs. These relics are famous for containing strong spirits. She mocks John, saying he only got famous because he accidentally picked up a relic and signed a lucky contract. She asks if the best he could do with all that power was create a pathetic, evil organization. John is fuming. His hand starts to crackle with concentrated golden mana. He screams at them to shut up, calling them sons of bees. The hooded figures don't move. They just look up as golden magic circles start appearing in the air. Massive golden chains erupt from the ceiling, aimed right at the intruders. The chains slam into the floor with enough force to demolish the room. The girl with the skull mask isn't even scratched. She asks if he pre-installed these traps. John isn't done. He's weaving spells with both hands, his face twisted in rage. He snaps his fingers, and more circles appear behind her head. She senses the mana and her eyes go sharp. She admits that it surprised her, but she dodges the point-blank strike with zero effort. John is getting desperate. He asks how many more magic circles he has to trigger to hit them. He calls them monstrous bastards because they're reacting to attacks they can't even see. He tries to convince himself he can still win even if he doesn't understand their powers. He reveals there are 1,200 magic circles installed in the mansion. He thinks his absolute defense and his volume of spells will eventually wear them down. He prepares a final, massive strike, glowing with enough mana to level the block. He screams DE and throws everything he has left. The room goes silent. The dust settles. The hooded squad is still standing there. They look bored. John is staring at his hands. Nothing happened. No explosion, no chains, nothing. The blindfolded guy speaks up. He says they detected every single hidden trap the moment they walked in. 1,200 magic circles, 1,200 simple spells, and every single one of them has been shut off. John is having a breakdown. Disarming 1,200 circles in a few minutes is technically impossible. The girl clarifies, they weren't disarmed, they were just turned off. She points to the blindfolded guy. Disabling magic is his specific talent. Then it's her turn. She vanishes in a blur of motion. A massive shockwave of red energy slams into John's golden shield. John screams that a low-level shockwave can't break his absolute defense. But then he hears a sound, a crack. The golden aura shatters like cheap glass. Blood sprays from John's chest. The girl grumbles that the hit was too shallow. She's disappointed she didn't finish him in one go. John is looking at his own blood in disbelief. His absolute defense was his ultimate trump card, and it just got deleted. The skull mask guy appears behind him. A blade slashes across John's face. Another hit. John is stumbling backward, his movements sluggish and heavy. He realizes these people are completely relaxed while he's fighting for his life. He tries to punch the skull guy, but his fist meets a palm that doesn't move an inch. The skull guy admits John has more basic combat skills than he thought, but basic isn't enough to survive this room. John realizes he's cooked. Without his defense, he has nothing left to stop them. The girl with the skull mask stops attacking and looks at the piles of bodies. She calls it a massacre. Every single member of John's group is dead. John tries to negotiate. He says he'll stop being an evil organization if they just let him live. The skull guy just tilts his head. He says John is misunderstanding the situation. They don't care if he's a villain. We're killing you because you tried to mess with someone who shouldn't be messed with. John's brain is spinning. He only planned to kill one high school student today. He decides to play his final, suicidal card. Manifestation. The room starts to shake with a different kind of pressure. He is calling his constellation to appear in the physical world. The ritual is consuming his own life force and permanent magic power. System alerts start popping up. The absolutely unchanging alchemist is manifesting! John is bleeding from his eyes, but he thinks he has a chance to win if his god is here. A hooded shadow with glowing yellow eyes starts to form behind him. The skull guy looks at the manifesting god and casually apologizes for what's about to happen. He says he has a message from his constellation, the belligerent devil. Alchemist, that guy tried to harm your benefactor, the martial god. The manifesting god stops moving. The golden aura goes still. It asks, is that true? John is panicking, shouting that they're setting him up. He just wanted to kill a student named Kim Joo-hyuk. The alchemist god looks at John with absolute disgust. Foolish bastard! The manifestation stops instantly. The alchemist is breaking the contract. John's power is being retrieved by the system. He's now just a normal human in a room full of killers. The skull guy gives him the final news. His god is gone, but their god just said he would personally slaughter him. Joo-hyuk is standing in his mental sanctuary looking like he just got the bill for a dinner he didn't even eat. Black Cat is trying to explain the logistics, but his mask can't hide the I'm in danger sweat. Apparently, meeting multiple Lord-class constellations at the same time is basically a server-crashing event. Joo-hyuk rubs his temples. In summary, the only way to get a group chat going with these gods is through a sanctuary, which is basically an expensive private server. Black Cat explains that the magic energy cost is insane because each contractor has to open their own respective gateway. There is a shortcut, the Holy Body contract, where the user sacrifices life force to manifest the god. Joo-hyuk's chibi self is currently fuming. He tells the heir that they should have mentioned the dying for mana part before he showed up. He realizes that even if they can't meet physically, he can use both Black Cat and Adilia as walkie-talkies. Black Cat hesitates. About that, Adilia looks equally stressed. They've been getting notifications ever since Joo-hyuk walked in. It's a literal wall of text. The gods are spamming the mental chat room like a toxic Discord server. Luminous is currently looking at Black Cat and calling someone a brat. The belligerent devil is responding by calling her mentally ill. The insults are getting censored by the system. Joo-hyuk is standing there while his two most powerful disciples act like middle schoolers. He remembers that these two have never gotten along. He used to discipline them back in the day, but clearly the lessons didn't stick. He snaps. He tells both of them to shut up and listen to their master. The room goes quiet. He gets straight to the point. The Maze Lord, the bastard who started all this 300 years ago, is moving again. The Sejong City catastrophe was just a warm-up. Something much bigger is coming. Something that will make the last disaster look like a school play. Joo-hyuk admits he's currently too weak in this body. Until he hits his level cap again, he's going to be borrowing their power. Moron's contractor manifests his blushing, happy face. Of course, master. Luminous follows suit, her yandere heart glowing. This lowly disciple is always ready to help. Joo-hyuk gives a small, satisfied smirk. That's 2 down, 3 disciples to go. He needs to find the rest before the Maze Lord hits the delete world button. He orders Black Cat to create a permanent passage between Valhalla Academy and this sanctuary. He needs a quick travel point because he plans on being here a lot. He decides to head back to school first. He tells the 2 contractors to play nice and get to know each other. He vanishes. Adilia and Black Cat are left standing in an awkward silence. Adilia finally speaks up. She asks if he really is Black Cat, the legendary owner of the market. He confirms it. He's also the chairman of Valhalla, which is a weirdly specific career pivot. Adilia is confused. Why is the world's richest man running a high school? Black Cat points out it's for the same reason a member of the elite Ventric family is currently acting as a high schooler's bodyguard. Adilia realizes he's right. They're both just employees in the Kim Joo-hyuk fan club now. Cut to a different location that night, a dingy building in the city. The hooded Bone Squad is sitting around a table surrounding a glowing purple crystal. One of the skull-masked guys looks up as the crystal vibrates. He confirms that the Berry assassination group has been completely erased from the map. Then, the belligerent devil manifests his voice through the crystal. He has a new order. They are no longer just assassins. They are now the guardians of Kim Joo-hyuk. The silver-haired guy in the blindfold notes that protection usually requires being close by. The skull mask guy suggests they reveal themselves so Joo-hyuk doesn't accidentally kill them for being sus. The god shuts that down. No need to reveal themselves yet. They are to stay hidden in the shadows. They are to move only when he needs them. But there's a catch. When the master says a specific set of words, they must reveal themselves instantly. The god tells them the phrase. The skull guy is confused. Is that really the right word? The god just gives a dark, creepy smile. Whatever that word is, it's probably something only the original martial god would say. Back at the Valhalla gym, Oh Se-hyuk is currently bowing so low his head is touching his knees. Accept me as your disciple! Jo-hyuk doesn't even hesitate. I don't want to. Se-hyuk is heartbroken. He thought his beefy gains would at least earn him a maybe. Se-hyuk sighs. As expected, the rumor must be true. Joo-hyuk's face goes full-blown fire demon. What rumor? Se-hyuk mentions people are saying Joo-hyuk is building a harem because he only accepts girls as disciples. Joo-hyuk is fuming. He points out that Arun and Soyeon begged him to teach them. The only one he personally recruited was the tiger girl, Yenlang. He gets in Se-hyuk's face, telling him if he doesn't want to die, he'll stop spreading that internet brain rot. He admits he's just busy. His own training is more important than babysitting 3 high schoolers, but then he looks at Se-hyuk's determination. It's always helpful to have more allies. He has an idea. He calls over Yenlang, who is currently trying to be invisible in the background. Yenlang, you will teach him. He figures that since they both use physical combat and brute force, they'll have good synergy. He tells him to talk it out while he goes to lift some weights. Se-hyuk looks at Yenlang. He's terrified. Yenlang is glaring at him, her face still glowing red from the sniffing incident. Se-hyuk mentions that she stepped on his face while he was unconscious. He assumes she did it because she was embarrassed about being seen wiping sweat? Yenlang's eyes go wide. He couldn't see what I actually did! She immediately leans into it, telling him he better be careful from now on, punk. She tells him to follow her so she can show him the meaning of pain routine. Jo-hyuk is lifting a massive dumbbell when Arun walks up to him. She mentions that vacation starts next week and asks what his plans are. Joo-hyuk is confused. Vacation? Didn't we miss the final exams? Arun reminds him that the practical exam was soloing a labyrinth during a citywide catastrophe. Since they basically saved the world, the school decided they could skip the written test. Joo-hyuk doesn't care about the break. He's just going to stay here and increase his training intensity. He tells Arun she should go home and have a life instead of following him around. Arun looks him dead in the eye. I'm doing it because I want to. I want to be stronger, just like you. Jo-hyuk smiles. That's the kind of disciple energy he likes. Soyeon and Yenlang both chime in that they're staying for vacation training too. The grind never stops. 1 week later, USA, the Hero Academy. President Beck is sitting in his office looking like he's aged 10 years in a single week. Suddenly, a red, pulsing sword slashes through the air in front of him. The sword is sheathed in a dark, demonic aura that would make most hunters faint. Beck is sweating. He knows this energy. Flashback to not long ago. Beck walks into his office and finds a man standing by the window. It's Logan, also known as the One Destroyer. Logan looks at Beck with a cold, detached expression. Beck asks if he came to see his son before the vacation starts. Logan says no, he'd only be a distraction. Logan mentions he recently wiped out an evil group called Soul Fanatic because they messed with his kid. Beck is shocked. Soul Fanatic was a high-tier cult, and Logan deleted them like a side quest. Logan notes something weird. Their leader was already hacked to pieces when he arrived. He thinks it might have been infighting, but he's disappointed he didn't get the kill himself. His real goal was finding out about the Blood Envoy, a group connected to his father's murder. The Blood Envoy, another group of hooded bastards working for the Maze Lord. Beck points at the sword Logan is carrying. It's the Mad Sword, a legendary cursed blade that allegedly drives its users insane. Beck is terrified. He heard that sword was lost after it caused a massacre in a previous guild. Logan admits the sword has been talking to him recently. Beck backs away. He thinks Logan has been bewitched. Logan insists his mind is intact. It's just annoying having a piece of steel whisper in your ear all day. He asks Beck if he can store the sword in the Academy's holy relic storage. Beck agrees, but asks the obvious question, what has it been saying? Logan grips the hilt. Find my master. Beck is staring at the sword in its display case. He realizes the constellation inside this mad sword actually has a superior master somewhere. Suddenly, Beck's eyes go wide. A massive explosion shakes the entire building. He looks out the window. One of the school buildings is currently a bonfire. He realizes it's the garden side. There shouldn't be any students there during vacation. Suddenly, a massive red blur slams through the ceiling behind him. It's a giant red-skinned demon with horns and a face full of fangs. Beck is frozen. The catastrophe isn't just in Korea anymore. It's here. Meet the red demon. He looks like he just walked out of a heavy metal album cover and into a school hallway. President Beck is standing his ground, but you can see the sweat. He asks if this demon is the leader of the group attacking the school. The demon just licks his lips and laughs. He tells Beck he's the only one here. Beck's brain is currently short-circuiting trying to process that. He can't believe a single entity wiped out the security guards and protective circles solo. He looks closer and realizes this isn't even a high-ranking human. This is something else entirely. The demon just scratches his head like Beck asked him a really boring math question. He asks if Beck is looking for a name. He says he'd normally kill Beck just for asking, but he's in a great mood. Why? Because he just got his original name back. Beck is confused by the word reincarnation. He's heard of evil groups using that branding, but this feels way more literal and way more dangerous. The demon flares his mana and the room turns blood red. He announces his real name, Red Demon. Beck doesn't recognize the name, but he knows the vibe. He starts adjusting his sleeve, getting ready to actually do his job. He formally introduces himself as Beck, the president of Hero Academy. He isn't going down without showing this thing why he's in charge. He clenches his fist, and it starts glowing with a violent green energy. Back in his prime, Beck wasn't just a guy in a suit. He was an explosive-type hunter who could level city blocks. The red demon doesn't wait for a speech. He lunges with a grin that's all teeth. The impact is immediate and brutal. Beck takes a direct hit to the chest and feels his ribs considering a career change. The demon's hand is dripping with a heated, molten mana. It looks like he's literally burning through Beck's defenses. The shockwave of the fight is blowing out the windows of the academy building. Beck is sent flying through the air, crashing through the office furniture like a rag doll. He's coughing up blood and feels like his mind is slipping. The mental pressure this demon exerts is just as heavy as the physical hits. The red demon is on him in a flash, not giving him a single second to breathe. He brings his foot down with enough force to shatter the floor. Beck barely manages to block, but the floor underneath him gives way completely. His eyes are wide with genuine terror now. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. The red demon is enjoying the height advantage, hovering above his prey like a true predator. Beck is pinned against the rubble, clutching a massive wound in his stomach. The demon lands casually, walking through the dust like he's taking a stroll in the park. Beck is trying to analyze the power system. It doesn't feel like standard hunter mana, it's something older and much more primal. The red demon sounds almost disappointed that Beck is still breathing. He praises Beck's durability, but it's the kind of praise you give a chew toy that hasn't ripped yet. He looks around at the dead guards and calls them trash. Beck is the only decent thing he's found so far. Beck finally realizes the horrible truth. The reason no reinforcements came during the commotion is because this monster killed them all before the alarm could even be triggered. He grits his teeth, the anger finally overriding the fear. He calls the demon a bastard and gathers every last drop of his green mana. He puts everything into his right arm. This is a final move type of energy. He slams his fist into the ground, creating a localized earthquake of green flame. The red demon just watches the explosion with a hoe like he's watching a low-budget fireworks show. The explosion is massive, filling the entire room with blinding green light. Beck isn't dumb, he knows that hit didn't kill the demon. His real goal was just to create a smokescreen to mask his next move. He launches a follow-up strike from the side, aiming right for the demon's throat. He unloads a barrage of green energy blasts at point-blank range. He's huffing and puffing, completely spent. He's looking into the smoke, hoping for a miracle. His eyes widen. He sees a shape moving through the fire, completely untouched. The red demon is standing right in front of him. He tells Beck that if he wants to satisfy a demon, he's going to need a much bigger bang than that. He reaches out his clawed hand and the air around it starts to vibrate. He strikes Beck across the face, sending him spinning. Beck's skin is literally sizzling from the contact. The demon's mana is corrosive. Another massive red explosion erupts right in Beck's face. Beck is completely broken now, falling backward with no strength left to even keep his eyes open. He hits the floor hard. The red demon looms over him like a mountain of red meat and malice. The demon is actually impressed that Beck is still making noise. He mocks him for being persistent. At this point, Beck is just a stubborn bug that won't crunch. The demon mentions that even when he was the constellation of reincarnation, he never met a contractor this tough. Beck's eyes flutter. He catches that one specific word, constellation. The red demon gives him a smug, yeah. He reveals his true title, the Destroying Tyrant. A message window pops up in the air confirming his identity to the system. Suddenly, the system chat goes wild. Explosives enthusiast who loves art is shocked. This is a high-ranking god watching the stream of this fight and losing their mind. Beck is horrified. He realizes that if the constellations themselves are reacting like this, he was never fighting a monster, he was fighting a god. The red demon stands there, soaking in the fear. This is what he lives for. He decides the playtime is over. There's nobody else left to kill in this room. He raises his hand for the finishing blow. He just says one word, die. Suddenly, a voice rings out from the doorway. Hey Horn, stop bullying him and play with me. Joo-hyuk is standing there in a hoodie like he's just stopping by for a coffee, holding his sword over his shoulder. Beck looks up, barely conscious. He recognizes the young man from the news, Valhalla Academy's star student. He can't believe a kid from Korea just walked into this literal hellscape. Joo-hyuk looks completely bored. He's not intimidated by the giant demon or the dead bodies. This is just another Tuesday for him. The red demon turns around, eyes glowing. He asks Joo-hyuk if he's come here to die as well. Joo-hyuk just smiles that sharp, I'm about to ruin your whole career smile. He says he didn't come to die, he came to give the demon a beating. He tilts his head and says he actually thinks he knows who the demon is. He points out the overgrown horns, the forceful teeth, and the red skin. He's checking off a mental grocery list of things he's killed before. He drops the line that would hurt any villain's pride. You're that loser from the Tower of Destruction's second floor, red demon, right? The demon freezes. Being called a loser by a human is one thing, but Joo-hyuk specifically mentioned the second floor of the tower. Joo-hyuk calls him a dumbass. He starts drawing his sword, and the air in the room suddenly gets 10 times heavier. He tells the demon to just take the beating quietly. He promises that the demon will remember exactly who he is very soon. The red demon feels the mana coming off Joo-hyuk. It feels strangely familiar, like a nightmare he's been trying to forget for 300 years. He decides to stop thinking and just kill. He lunges at Joo-hyuk with a fistful of concentrated red fire. Joo-hyuk blocks it with his sword. The sound of the impact is like a bomb going off. The demon sees Joo-hyuk's face up close. He sees the absolute confidence in those red eyes. Joo-hyuk parries the blow effortlessly, his movements too fluid for a normal human. The demon feels the way Joo-hyuk's mana cuts through his own. It clicks. He finally gets it. He stammers out the title, the Martial God. He's shaking now. He says he never imagined the greatest hunter in history would be reincarnated into a teenager. Joo-hyuk just smirks. He tells the demon he never imagined the bastards he beat to a pulp would be running around acting like gods either. The demon tries to cope. He says that after they lost their bodies in the tower, people just started worshipping them out of fear. But now that he's back in the physical world and has a name again, he thinks he's a big deal. Joo-hyuk lets him finish his monologue, looking totally unimpressed. The demon points a claw at him. He says that after taking one hit, he realized something. Joo-hyuk has gotten weaker. Joo-hyuk shrugs. He says that's obvious. He's still a high school student with a growing body. The demon's grin comes back. If the martial god is weak, this is his chance to become a legend by killing him. He charges his mana to its absolute limit, his skin turning a darker shade of crimson. He thinks this is the greatest opportunity of his life. He's going to kill the man who once ruled the world. He unleashes a massive wave of red energy trying to swallow Joo-hyuk whole. Joo-hyuk's eyes sharpen. He's focusing his mana into the edge of his blade. The red explosion hits the center of the room. But Joo-hyuk isn't there. He's moving through the smoke like a ghost. The demon looks behind him, but he's too slow. Joo-hyuk is already in his blind spot. Another explosion rocks the hallway as the demon tries to hit anything nearby. He's huffing, looking around wildly. He can't track Joo-hyuk's speed. He asks if Joo-hyuk is just going to keep running away like a coward. Joo-hyuk stops. He realizes he still has a long way to go to get his old body back. He thinks back to his fight with the Shu family's god. In the mental world, he was a beast, but in reality, His current body is struggling to keep up with a fully manifested constellation. He realizes that if a second-floor loser is giving him this much trouble, the higher-tier bosses are going to be a real problem later. The demon sees an opening. He says there's no use running. He prepares a massive blast, a literal maximum output sphere of destruction. The entire building shakes as he releases the energy. It's a move designed to wipe the school off the map. Beck, watching from the floor, is horrified. He realizes the demon wasn't even fighting him with half of his strength earlier. He thinks Jo Hyuk is done for. You can't dodge an explosion that takes up the whole zip code. Jo Hyuk just sighs. He says he should stop being stubborn and rely on his disciple a bit more. A streak of purple lightning cuts through the red fire. The demon looks confused. His attack was just cancelled out? A single, clean cut appears in the ground. The demon feels a cold chill. He looks at his own chest. Jo Hyuk is standing right there. He's already completed the swing. The demon lets out a scream that sounds more like a dying tea kettle. He can't understand how Jo Hyuk survived the blast. He says it was impossible to dodge. Jo Hyuk just looks at him like he's explaining color to a blind man. He says he didn't dodge it. I just cut it apart. Imagine being so good at swordplay you can parry an explosion. That's our guy. The demon senses a different kind of magic power now. He realizes Jo Hyuk just borrowed power from someone else, likely Barshay or a storage stone. He stands there, trembling. The gap between them hasn't closed at all in 300 years. Suddenly, the demon does the only smart thing he's done all day. He leaps through the ceiling. He's running away. He just got his life back. He's not about to let the martial god end his second run in the first 5 minutes. He tells himself it hurts his pride, but staying alive is more important for the future. Classic loser behavior. Jo Hyuk watches him fly away. He calls him a ridiculous bastard for running away after killing everyone else. He raises his sword. The purple mana starts to crackle and hum, reaching a fever pitch. That is why you are a loser, you absolute red demon. He swings. A massive vertical beam of mana shoots into the sky. The demon looks down one last time, seeing his certain death approaching at Mach 10. The beam obliterates him instantly, leaving nothing but cinders. The red demon is officially a floor decoration. Jo Hyuk stands over the body, looking like he just finished a light jog rather than a fight with a manifested god. He raises his hand, and the ring starts to glow with a malevolent purple light. The red demon's remaining essence is pulled from the corpse like smoke being sucked into a vacuum. Jo Hyuk watches the process with a cold, analytical gaze. He's confirming that even manifested constellations can be harvested for their name data. Suddenly, he hears a groan from the rubble. He walks over to Beck, the academy chairman who is currently holding his guts in. Jo Hyuk asks if he's still alive, sounding about as concerned as someone asking if a phone is charged. Since his own healing skills are non-existent, Jo Hyuk just pulls out a phone to call 911. Beck manages a weak thanks, probably wondering why the guy who just killed a god is using a standard emergency line. Beck looks up at him, the realization hitting him. He asks if he's really Kim Jo Hyuk from Valhalla Academy. Jo Hyuk just says yes while waiting for the operator to pick up. He's genuinely surprised that a faculty member in America knows his name, clearly forgetting he's a walking PR disaster for the Hero Association. Beck tells him he's famous, which is the understatement of the century. Jo Hyuk tells him the ambulance is on the way and suggests he stays down before he leaks more. Beck tries to introduce himself properly as the chairman, clinging to some shred of professional dignity while lying in a crater. He thanks Jo Hyuk for saving everyone. Our guy just says he was actually late, which is his way of saying, I should have been here 5 minutes ago to save the furniture. He shows Beck the confirmation on his phone that help is nearby. Then, without a single polite take care, Jo Hyuk announces he's leaving. Beck is stunned. I have nothing else to do here, he says. A massive swirling purple portal opens up right behind him. He steps into the subspace hole and vanishes before the first siren even hits the street. Beck just stares at the empty space where the most powerful teenager on Earth was standing 10 seconds ago. Suddenly, a voice screams his name. Logan comes sprinting into the scene, looking absolutely panicked. He asks if Beck is all right, breathing heavily. Logan is the USA's #1 hero, and arriving after the fight is already over is a massive blow to his ego. Beck just points toward the ambulance. He tells Logan he'll fill him in on the details once he isn't actively dying. Fast forward to the hero's hospital. The hallways are packed with injured students. It's a grim reminder that while Jo Hyuk won, the Red Demon did a lot of damage before he got deleted. Beck is patched up and watching the news. He's crediting Jo Hyuk for the fact that most of his students are still breathing. Logan is sitting in the chair next to the bed, looking like he just lost a league match. He needs answers. Kim Ju-hyuk dealt with a manifested constellation? Logan repeats the name like it's a curse word. Beck confirms it. He notes that the demon had human-level intelligence and mana that felt like an ocean. Logan notes that while top-tier contractors can take down low-rank gods, Ju-hyuk is only 17. The math isn't mathing for him. He remembers Ju-hyuk as the kid who beat his own student in the competition. He realizes every top-tier hunter in the world is going to have this kid's name on a watch list now. Logan asks for the specifics of the kill, because the gap between a villain and a manifested god is the difference between a pebble and a mountain. Beck mentions that right before the final hit, he felt a strange, massive energy. He suspects it was the power of the constellation Ju-hyuk is contracted with. Beck's face goes serious. He says that the energy felt strangely familiar. He closes his eyes, trying to pin the memory down. He realizes it's the exact same mana signature he felt when he visited the market, the interdimensional trade hub for gods and hunters. He knows the god who runs that place is called the Master Behind the Scenes. Logan leans in. He's connecting the dots. If Ju-hyuk is contracted to her, then he's the key to finding the organization he's been hunting. Beck isn't 100% sure, but his gut feeling as a veteran hasn't failed him yet. Logan stands up, his eyes turning cold. He asks where the kid is right now. Beck assumes he went back to Valhalla Academy in Korea. Logan can't believe he left that fast. He's baffled. Korea is on the other side of the planet. Even with a private jet, it takes half a day. Beck drops the bombshell. He thinks the kid used teleportation. Logan stops in his tracks. Only a handful of constellations in history have granted their contractors the ability to manipulate space like that. Beck notes the subspace portal he saw. It's a level of power that shouldn't belong to a high schooler. Logan starts radiating a heavy, oppressive aura. The room temp feels like it just dropped 20 degrees. He knows how rare space-type constellations are. This confirms his suspicions about Ju-hyuk's backing. He clenches his fist so hard the leather of his gloves creaks. He's convinced Ju-hyuk is the direct link to the organization that's been destabilizing the global hero market. He's not just curious anymore. He's on a warpath. He announces he's looking into Valhalla Academy immediately. Logan is about to make a very big mistake by trying to interrogate a man who used to rule the world. Cut to Valhalla Academy at night. Black Cat is standing in his office looking like he's waiting for a delivery. A purple subspace rift tears open in the middle of the room. Ju-hyuk steps out, exhaling a long breath. Teleporting across the globe is clearly a drain on his current F-rank mana pool. He sees Black Cat and asks if he's been standing there the whole time. Black Cat gives a formal bow. He explains that Luminous ordered him to support Ju-hyuk with everything, so he was watching the fight just in case. Ju-hyuk is confused. Watched my fight? He asks. Black Cat explains he used a subspace hole to spectate from the safety of Korea. Ju-hyuk just calls him creepy, which is fair. Suddenly, we're in a flashback to Ju-hyuk's mental meeting with Luminous the Witch. She's sitting at a table, looking smug as usual. She warns him that a named one is going to appear next week. Ju-hyuk clarifies if she means the high-tier bosses from the Tower of Destruction. She confirms it. He notes that her information has become vague lately. Usually, she has a precise game guide for him. Luminous apologizes, looking slightly stressed. She explains that the Maze Lord, the guy running this whole apocalypse, has ramped up his surveillance. She's being careful. If the Maze Lord finds her, the cheat codes she's giving Ju-hyuk are going to get patched out permanently. She points out the Hero Academy in the US as the next spawn point. Ju-hyuk notes that he's heard of it and will look it up. Her instructions are simple: go there, wait for the manifestation, and speedrun the boss. She adds that after today, it's going to be hard for them to meet face-to-face in this mental sanctuary. The surveillance is too tight. They need to lay low and communicate through intermediaries like Black Cat for a while. She looks at him with those yandere eyes, clearly hating the idea of not seeing her master. As a parting gift, she decides to teach him how to actually use the ring she gave him. She asks him to take it off for a second. She explains that the ring has two specific modes of operation. You can transform the captured name into pure energy to permanently boost your own stats. Second, you can keep the name intact and use that specific monster's unique abilities. Both have major drawbacks. If you take the energy boost, you only get a fraction of the power because they aren't the Maze Lord who can digest souls perfectly. Ju-hyuk asks about the second method. You can't develop the abilities? Luminous explains that if you use a monster's skill, it stays at the level that monster was. If you absorb a guy who shoots weak water, you're stuck shooting weak water forever, no matter how much mana you have. She tells him it's his choice. One is for raw scaling, the other is for utility. Back in the present, Ju-hyuk looks at the ring on his finger. He doesn't hesitate. His goal is to get back to his prime strength as fast as possible. The ring flares with a blinding blue light as it starts breaking down the red demon's soul into raw mana. The light fades. Ju-hyuk flexes his hand, looking slightly underwhelmed. He asks himself if he actually got stronger. He can't feel a massive difference in his baseline, which shows just how much XP he needs to reach his old level cap. Black Cat clears his throat, breaking Ju-hyuk out of his internal monologue. Ju-hyuk apologizes, noting he was distracted. Black Cat is fine with it. He's used to being ignored by the strongest man on Earth. He asks Black Cat why he called him in the first place. Jo-hyuk looks tired. He just wants to go to bed, but the grind never stops. Black Cat asks about the fight with the red demon. He's curious about the final move. He shows a mental image of the space slash Jo-hyuk used. He notes that the technique was incredibly refined. Jo-hyuk confirms it was one of Luminous's techniques. Black Cat nods, his suspicions confirmed. Then, Black Cat gets a bit gutsy. He asks if Jo-hyuk wouldn't mind showing him the technique in person. Jo-hyuk is confused. Shouldn't you be able to use it too, since you're her contractor? Black Cat looks away, sounding embarrassed. He admits he can't use it perfectly. He asks the master's master for a quick lesson. Ju-hyuk tells him he should have asked Luminous, but he agrees anyway. Black Cat bows so low his mask almost hits the floor. They head outside to a training field near the academy under a full moon. The forest is quiet, and the air is crisp. Perfect for property damage. Ju-hyuk finds a clearing and decides this spot is good enough. Black Cat stands back, ready to take notes. He's watching the martial gods form like a hawk. Ju-hyuk draws his blade. He whispers, "Space slash." Black Cat holds his breath. The pressure in the air is starting to warp. Ju-hyuk explains the mechanics. You gather magic power into the edge of the blade until it's thin enough to slip between the atoms of space. All you have to do is twist your waist and cut while releasing the ability, he says, making it sound like he's explaining how to boil an egg. He swings. A horizontal line of white-hot light tears through the darkness. The trees in the foreground are sliced clean through before the sound even registers. The cut is perfect. It looks like the world itself was just unzipped for a split second. Ju-hyuk sheathes his sword and tells Black Cat it's something like that. He turns around, looking casually over his shoulder. Easy, right? He asks. Black Cat is staring at him through the mask with a look that says no. Actually, it is not. Black Cat thinks to himself about how Luminous taught him. She apparently just screamed, "Twist your back," and got irritated when he couldn't do it. He realizes Ju-hyuk is just as bad a teacher as she is. They're both so naturally gifted that they can't explain the how to normal people. Suddenly, a low rumble echoes through the forest. A massive crack appears in the distance. Ju-hyuk looks back at the horizon, looking genuinely confused. Black Cat asks if he also intended to cut the mountain behind the forest. Ju-hyuk's eyes widen. He adjusted his power to only hit the trees. He didn't mean to delete a mountain range. He looks at the ring on his finger. It's glowing. He realizes the energy he absorbed from the red demon boosted his output far more than he thought. He gives a dark, satisfied smirk. He decides to call it a day, telling Black Cat he'll check his posture next time. They walk back toward the academy. Ju-hyuk is already thinking about the next named one he can farm for XP. He's becoming quite strong again. Not bad, he whispers to himself. His eyes turn predatory. He has a message for the Maze Lord's servants. I will absorb whoever comes down next. Cut to a different location. A massive ancient tree with a stone door built into its roots. Inside is the reincarnation area. A glowing red holographic globe of the earth sits in the center of a dark room. The Spear Lord is standing there. He looks like he hasn't slept in 3 centuries, and he's probably 10 times more dangerous than the red demon. He's watching the red dots on the globe, which represent manifested souls. He's stoic, his eyes glowing with a faint, unnatural light. He murmurs Spear Lord to himself, acknowledging his own status in the hierarchy. A voice calls out to him. The Blade Lord walks in, looking annoyed. He asks if Spear Lord has finished deploying the names the boss saw across the planet. Spear Lord confirms it, noting he spread out the second-floor fodder according to the plan. The Blade Lord stops. He notices Spear Lord is gripping his weapon. The spear is massive, looking like it's made of bone and dark mana. Spear Lord doesn't let go of it for a second. Blade Lord asks if there's a reason he's holding it so tightly in a safe zone. Spear Lord just ignores him. Blade Lord gets irritated. He points out that Spear Lord was only chosen by the Maze Lord 300 years ago, making him a newbie compared to the old guard. Spear Lord finally speaks. He tells Blade Lord that wearing a weapon and holding it isn't the same thing. One is for show, the other is for readiness. Blade Lord calls him an annoying son of a bitch under his breath. The power dynamic here is clear. Spear Lord is the favorite, and Blade Lord is salty about it. He thinks to himself that if it weren't for the Maze Lord's favor, he would have killed Spear Lord already. Suddenly, the globe glitches. A red dot on the US side of the map simply vanishes. Spear Lord looks at the spot where the red demon was supposed to be. Blade Lord asks if he deployed them properly. Spear Lord is silent. He knows they were cannon fodder, but dying this quickly shouldn't be possible unless there's an S-rank variable on the field. Blade Lord says he's going to report the failure to the Maze Lord. He leaves with a smug look, happy to see Spear Lord's plan failing. Spear Lord watches him leave. His expression doesn't change, but his grip on the spear tightens. He knows something is wrong. The martial god is back, and the game just got significantly harder. Cut back to Korea. Black Cat is sitting in his office, his cat mask hiding his exhaustion. He looks up at the man who just walked into his office without an appointment. It's Logan. The USA's #1 hero has officially arrived at Valhalla Academy. Logan is standing there with a look that says he's skipped his morning coffee and is ready to start a diplomatic incident. Black Cat doesn't even look up from his desk. He asks Logan what brings the #1 all the way to Korea without an appointment. Logan isn't here for the small talk. He says he has a very specific question regarding a student at this school. Black Cat is already sweating under that mask. He realizes that despite his efforts to scrub the internet, the news of Juyuk soloing a god has reached the top players. He gestures toward the couch, suggesting they take a seat. This is going to be a long conversation, and he'd rather not have Logan looming over his desk. They sit across from each other. The tension in the room is high enough to snap a steel cable. Logan gets straight to the point. He asks if a student named Kim Joo-hyuk actually went to the Hero Academy in the States. Black Cat sighs and admits it. There is no point lying about something witnessed by an entire school and the Academy's president. Logan leans in, his eyes narrowing. He has two main things he's currently losing sleep over. He's looking for any sign of a lie in Black Cat's posture. How did a high schooler from Korea know a constellation was attacking a specific US school before the US military even did? How did he move directly from Valhalla to the States in the blink of an eye? Logan's voice is rising now. He's not just asking, he's demanding an explanation for what looks like impossible behavior. He warns Black Cat not to try changing the topic. He knows the energy he felt at the academy matched the master behind the scene from the market. Black Cat realizes the jig is up regarding the source of power. He admits that a Lord Constellation used her power to help the student. Logan confirms the title, the master behind the scene. He's been tracking her influence for a long time. He asks if Juyuk and this god signed a contract. Black Cat downplays it, calling it a temporary contract to avoid making it sound like Juyuk is her main agent. Black Cat says he can't give away personal details, but he knows exactly what Logan is really fishing for. He watches Logan's reaction carefully. He asks the big question, "Are you wondering if Kim Joo-hyuk is a member of the Blood Envoys?" Logan's expression shifts instantly. The mention of the Blood Envoys triggers every bit of his trauma. He admits that's the real reason he's here. It makes the conversation a lot less abstract now. Black Hat explains he's been looking into the Blood Envoys too because they've been messing with the market's business. He thought they were just common thugs, but they have a history with Logan. Logan's face darkens. He says it plainly, "Those bastards killed my father." A flashback shows a younger Logan standing over a battlefield. After he gained power, he spent his life hunting down every criminal he could find just to get a lead. But he found nothing. It was like the group completely vanished into thin air overnight. The frustration is visible on his face. He's been chasing ghosts for years. But he did find one common thread between all the members of that group. Every single one of them was a contractor who could use teleportation. It's their signature move and Logan's biggest trigger. Black Cat nods. He says he found the same information, and just like Logan, he has no idea where they went. But he states firmly that Kim Joo-hyuk is not one of them. He admits that while the kid can teleport, it's strictly the power of the constellation he serves, not some secret criminal technique. Logan asks if it's really just a part of the master's abilities. Black Cat confirms it. He explains that one of her specific perks is being able to detect a god's attack faster than anyone else on the planet. This explains how Juyuk was able to intercept the red demon. Logan leans back, letting the information sink in. It sounds plausible, but he's still not fully convinced. Suddenly, Logan's eyes turn cold again. He asks if Black Cat really thought a simple story would be enough to get him off their back. He points a finger at Black Cat. He suggests a reasonable doubt. What if the market is a member of the Blood Envoys? Black Cat calls that an excessive assumption. He notes that while they run a black market, they don't make a living by murdering people. Logan isn't buying the honorable thief routine. He notes that since teleportation is so rare, it's more natural to assume they are all connected. He takes a drink, looking completely unimpressed by Black Cat's diplomacy. He slams the cup down on the table. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. He points out that the owner of the market is supporting a mere high school student for no obvious reason. To him, the only explanation is that they are both part of the same secret club. Black Cat remains calm. He tells Logan if he's that suspicious, he's free to hire a private investigator, but they are not the Blood Envoys. Then, he warns Logan that he's officially crossing the line. The yellow eyes of the cat mask glow with a dangerous intensity. Logan's face twists. He's not used to being told no by anyone, let alone an administrator. Black Cat says he's trying to be polite, but it's going to be troublesome if Logan keeps cornering them based on zero evidence. He suggests they stop for today. He wants Logan to leave and cool his head before things escalate into a fight they'll both regret. He also asks Logan to keep the details about the Constellations' abilities private. Information like that is worth a fortune on the open market. Logan is fuming. He worked so hard to get here and he's being dismissed like a persistent telemarketer. He asks, "What if I don't want to leave?" Black Cat doesn't flinch. He says if Logan doesn't leave, they'll have no choice but to kill him. Logan actually laughs at that. He stands up, telling Black Cat to try it if he has the guts. Black Cat clarifies. He personally can't kill Logan because Logan is the one, the strongest among contractors, but he warns him that if he keeps pushing, the Lord Constellation herself will step in. Suddenly, a red rift opens in the air. A terrifying voice echoes through the room. If you've gotten your answer, leave. Luminous appears in a projection, looking absolutely murderous. She tells Logan to manage his attitude or she won't let him off next time. She even adds a "effing bastard" for good measure. The projection vanishes. Black Cat just looks at his tablet, acting like a god didn't just verbally abuse the world's #1 hero. Logan is stunned. He's staring at the space where she was. A system message pops up in front of him. His own god, the Destroyer, tells him to get out without making a fuss. Even his own backer is telling him to fold. Logan is speechless. When your own constellation tells you to run, you know you're out of your league. He finally agrees to leave for today. He knows when he's been beat. He walks to the door, promising that next time he won't leave empty-handed. This isn't over for him, it's just a tactical retreat. The door closes. Black Cat lets out a massive phew. He was seconds away from seeing his office turned into a smoking crater. He realizes he needs to control the information better. He decides he should talk to Adilia Ventric to coordinate their stories. The sun sets over Valhalla. The school looks peaceful, but the gears of war are turning. Inside his room, Joo-hyuk is meditating. He's surrounded by a vortex of blue mana. He exhales a long, chilled breath. He checks his stats. Just by training and absorbing the red demon, he's gained about a month's worth of experience in a single night. He realizes his physical body is still the bottleneck. His mana is growing fast, but his F-rank muscles are struggling to contain it. He decides he needs to focus on raw physical training again. If he doesn't balance his stats, his body will eventually tear itself apart. He refuses to be like the children of this era who just borrow power. He wants to be a complete monster again. Barshay appears in his spirit form. Jo-hyuk asks him if he felt anything weird about the red demon last time. Jo-hyuk is worried that the Maze Lord's brainwashing might be returning to Barshay. Bark denies it, saying he's too weak right now to feel anything from his old boss. But Bark has a question for him instead. Did Jo-hyuk feel anything strange at the Hero Academy? Jo-hyuk is confused. Besides the red demon? Bark says he felt a familiar scent of magic power inside that school, something that didn't belong to the demon or Logan. Since Barshay shares Jo-hyuk's senses, he's absolutely sure of it. Jo-hyuk gets that predatory smirk on his face. He realizes his trip to America might have left some stones unturned. A new location, a dark mountain under a full moon. Hidden in the forest is a rundown, abandoned building. It looks like a horror movie set, but the things inside are much worse than ghosts. Inside, a group of names, the reincarnated souls of the tower bosses, is gathered around a table. The fishman stands up. He asks if everyone who has received a name is present. The Deerman confirms that most of them are here, with a few exceptions. The fishman asks about Hongwei the Red Demon. He calls him a stupid bastard. He can't believe that after waiting for 300 years to get a body, Hongwei went and caused a scene immediately. He laughs at the fact that Hongwei just died like that. He assumes the demon underestimated the opponents and got caught with his guard down. To him, it's just pathetic. Dear Man warns the others. If they die here, they go back up there, meaning the tower storage, and will have to wait another 300 years as formless souls. He reminds them their mission is to cause destruction, but they were supposed to take it easy and blend in. Hongwei's arrogance ruined the plan for everyone. The fishman asks if there are any other variables among the bosses they can't contact. Dear Man mentions a name that makes everyone go quiet. Huacha. Fishman recognizes the name. The guy who loves corpses? He hopes Huacha doesn't die early like Hongwei. If they lose too many names, the Maze Lord is going to start deleting them himself. Suddenly, Dear Man gets a mental notification. They've received a message from Huacha. The message is simple. Global competition. I will cause a commotion there. A shadow of a hooded figure with glowing eyes appears behind them. The next arc is officially set in stone. Cut back to the Valhalla gym. Jo-hyuk is doing rows with a dumbbell that looks like it weighs more than a small car. He's focused, his face dripping with sweat. His disciples are there with him. Arin Choi, Oh Se-hyuk, and Yu Soyeon are all grinding alongside him. Jo-hyuk looks around and notices someone is missing. Yanlang girl isn't in her usual spot. He remembers a text from her. She said she was going to visit her family for a few days. He remembers she was on bad terms with them after he dismantled the Su family. He figures she'll come back when she's ready. He's not the type to micromanage his students' personal lives. He calls for a break. The disciples all let out a breath of relief. Training with a martial god is a different kind of torture. Jo-hyuk wipes his face with a towel. He notices Arun looking at him. She asks where Yanlang went. Jo-hyuk tells her she's handling family business in China. Arun is annoyed. They were supposed to exercise together, and she thinks Yanlang is just skipping out. Jo-hyuk points out that Arin has also skipped a few times to visit her family, which shuts her up immediately. He tells them to prepare for sparring soon. The vacation is over and it's time to see if they've actually improved. The disciples huddle together, talking about their progress. Jo-hyuk watches them with a small, rare smile. Barsha notes that he looks strangely proud. Jo-hyuk just asks if it isn't kind of funny. Even after reincarnating, I'm still raising disciples, he says. It's a moment of genuine reflection for a man who spent his last life alone at the top. But then his face turns serious. He says it's a bit disappointing. He wishes his former disciples, the current Constellations, could gather together like that and chat, but being gods means they are physically separated by the laws of the system. Barke stays quiet for a moment. Then he admits that there was a time in the past when Constellations gathered together. He looks off into the distance, lost in a 300-year-old memory. He explains that a long time ago, a door suddenly appeared in the realm of imagination. Barke was helplessly trapped at the time, but he was curious and opened the door. Inside, he saw all the constellations gathered in one space. Arin's god, Logan's god, even Luminous, they were all there. Jo-hyuk is shocked. The constellations were together? Barsha explains he left quickly because he didn't want them to recognize him as the former Tower Master. Everyone there was wearing a surprised expression like they had been summoned by force. Jo-hyuk asks what happened to that door. Barsha says it disappeared after 2 days and the space likely vanished with it. Jo-hyuk thanks him for the info. Barsha is confused. Well, what? Jo-hyuk's eyes gleam. A door between realms is exactly the kind of exploit he needs to find his old students. He realizes he needs to dig deeper into this mystery. Cut to China. The White Lotus clan headquarters. A voice says, "I'm really surprised." Seo Ryan, the head of the White Lotus clan, is sitting on her throne. She's refined and calm, fanning herself slowly. She tells Yanlang she can't believe her niece contacted her first to meet. Yanlang is polite but tense. She calls her aunt and asks to see the sacred relics of the Snow family. Seo Ryan says that won't be difficult at all. She offers to take her to the Snow family estate personally. They walk through the traditional stone streets of the compound. Yanlang asks what happened to Seo Yanhua, the previous Snow family head. Seo Ryan explains that she was forcibly removed from her position. She looks ahead, her expression unreadable. She reveals that Yanhua's contract with her constellation was terminated, and she was expelled from the Snow family entirely. Yanlang is shocked. Being expelled from a top Chinese clan is a fate worse than death. Seo Ryan explains the reason. Yanhua became the head by deceiving her god and suppressing the other elders with pure force. And the reason everyone found out? Because a student named Kim Ju-hyuk met the constellation in person and revealed the manipulation. Yanlong blushes. She realizes her master was busy dismantling her family's corruption while she was away. Yanlong asks if the position of head is still vacant. Seorian confirms it. Yanlong suggests that her aunt take the position. Seorian laughs. It's forbidden for one person to lead both the White Lotus and the Snow family. It would be too much power for one person. She notes they need a new head quickly, because if the vacancy is delayed any longer, she's cut off by Yanlong's scream. Aunt, over there! They look at the horizon. The Snow family's main building is engulfed in a massive fire. Seorian realizes her worries have come true. Let's go! They sprint toward the flames. Yanlong asks what's happening, sensing that her aunt knows more than she's letting on. Seorian explains as they run. The Snow family was the #1 clan in China, but that was only because Yanhua suppressed all the other families. Now that she's gone, the rival families are moving in to claim the top spot. They are attacking the Snow residents to wipe out the remaining heirs. They reach the massive iron gates of the estate. They burst through, ready for a fight. Yanlong's eyes widen as she sees the courtyard. It's a bloodbath. The rival families have already breached the defenses, and the ground is covered in bodies. Yanlong and her aunt arrive at the courtyard, and the vibe is immediately rancid. The guys in black masks are standing around with blood on their blades, like they're proud of the mess they've made. The ground is covered in Zhu family members who didn't even get a chance to draw their weapons. The invaders look up, surprised that anyone actually had the guts to walk through the front gate during a massacre. Auntie Seo Ryan is normally the definition of refined, but even she's looking at this and thinking it's a bit much. One of the mooks laughs and asks if there are actually people left to kill, but his leader stops him. He's looking at Yanlong's hair. He recognizes the tiger stripe pattern. This is a member of the main Shu family. They realize she's related to the previous matriarch, the one who basically ruled China with an iron fist. Instead of being scared, the lead mook gets a disgusting grin. He decides they're going to treat her exactly like the bodies on the floor. Yanlong asks her aunt if the previous matriarch was this cruel to other families. Auntie says no, she beat them up, sure, but she never slaughtered them like animals. Yanlong clenches her fist so hard you can practically hear the bones creaking. She didn't even like her family, but seeing them treated like trash by these low-tier thugs is the final straw. She doesn't wait for a signal, she just launches. She's a blur of silver hair and raw violence. The lead mook barely has time to register she's moved. He swings his blade, calling her a name, but he's already lost the initiative. Yanlong doesn't dodge. She just punches the flat of the blade with her bare hand. The sound of the impact is like a car crash. The guy is terrified. Who blocks a sharpened steel sword with their knuckles? She bares her teeth. Her eyes have gone full predator mode. One punch. That's all it takes to send him flying back into his own squad. He hits the floor so hard he takes 2 other guys down with him. The other invaders are frozen. They've never seen a student move with that much weight behind their strikes. Yanlang is already looking for her next target. She isn't just fighting, she's hunting. She ducks a swing, her movement fluid and low to the ground. A spinning kick sends another pair of mooks to the Shadow Realm. She's moving through them like a lawnmower through grass. It's not even a struggle, it's a cleanup. Auntie Seo Rayon is watching from the back, and for the first time, she looks genuinely shocked. She realizes Yanlong has become several times stronger than the last time they met. She wonders what kind of training Ju Yuk put her through to turn a teenage girl into a human tank. She looks at Yanlong and sees a future for the family that she didn't think was possible anymore. Even Auntie decides to join in, flicking her fan and sending a blast of blue mana that folds an invader instantly. She makes a mental note. Once this is over, Yanlong is becoming the matriarch. No debate. Deeper in the estate, we see the surviving sisters. This is Yilin, the eldest. She's exhausted and barely holding her sword, and the younger sister Fenyi is literally crying. They've been cornered, and they're waiting for the end. Yilin is trying to keep it together. She knows they were caught off guard because the family hasn't had a leader since Ju Hyuk visited. She looks at her younger sister and realizes Fenyi is at her limit. She grits her teeth, swearing she doesn't want to die like this. Suddenly, the doors behind the invaders are blown off their hinges. Yanlong enters the room like a tactical nuke. Behind her, Auntie is freezing the invaders into popsicles with effortless grace. The sisters can't believe their eyes. The failure of the family has returned as a savior. Fenyi starts sobbing for real this time, but they're tears of relief. Yanlong and Auntie stand between the sisters and the remaining thugs. Yanlong tells them they probably have a lot to say, but they should wait until she's finished taking out the trash. The sisters find their second wind. Seeing Yanlong fight like that is the ultimate morale boost. Yilin lunges forward, determined to help finish this. She lands a solid hit on an invader's face, reclaiming some of her pride. Fenyi joins in too, stabbing her blade through another mook. Yanlong sweeps the room with a massive kick that clears out the entire front line. She's looking focused, her silver hair flowing as she maintains her combat rhythm. A guy tries to drop on her from the ceiling thinking he's an assassin. Yanlong doesn't even look up. She just sends a backhand into his jaw that probably rewrites his DNA. She lands a final stomp on another guy, and the room goes quiet. The immediate threat in the hall is handled. Yanlong turns to her sisters, her voice softening for a split second as she asks if they're all right. Fenyi wipes her eyes and thanks her. The family dynamic has shifted 180 degrees in 5 minutes. But the invaders aren't done. A fresh group of guys in masks starts backing away, looking terrified. A voice from the shadows asks them if they're scared. One of the mooks is grabbed from behind by a massive hand. The guy is shaking. He starts apologizing to his boss for being a coward. The boss calls him pathetic and slams his head into the floor. He's not here for excuses. The sound of the impact echoes through the courtyard. The boss steps forward. He's massive, bald, and looks like he eats gravel for breakfast. Auntie Seo Ryan recognizes him immediately. Even with a mask, that muscle mass is unmistakable. This is Qi Yiwang, the patriarch of the Qi clan. He's a big deal in the Chinese underground. He rips off his mask, laughing. He says there's no point in hiding his face since Auntie already called him out. He stands there looking down on the women like they're already defeated. He admits that everyone here is part of his family. He says they gathered to reclaim the #1 family position in China. He thinks the Shui family had a good run, but it's time for a change. Yanlong points out that reclaiming doesn't usually involve murdering everyone in their sleep. Yiwang just smirks. He says he's just doing what the previous Shu matriarch did to him years ago. It's just business. He offers them a proposal because he likes Yanlong's fighting spirit. He tells them if they agree to become slaves for his family, he'll stop the killing and withdraw. He actually thinks he's being generous. Yanlong looks at him like he's a piece of gum on her shoe. She asks if he's not ashamed of himself for attacking now after being too scared to move when the previous matriarch was alive. Yuang's face turns red. She hit the nail on the head. He was a coward who waited for a vacuum to act. He says that without a leader, the Su family is nothing. He prepares a punch, his aura turning a violent red. He lunges at Yanlong with everything he has, screaming that the Su family is finished. The impact creates a massive cloud of dust and blood-red energy. Auntie Seo Ryan just closes her eyes and calls him foolish. She's not worried at all. She knows that the child standing in front of him is already on a level that would make the previous matriarch look like an amateur. Hashtag Chapter 82 script. Yuang's fist is glowing with red mana as he puts his entire body weight into the strike. Yanlong is just standing there, her own blue aura starting to flare up. They clash mid-air. The shockwave blows out the remaining windows in the courtyard. Yanlong blinks. Something is weird. From her perspective, the world has suddenly ground to a halt. Yuang is moving like he's stuck in maple syrup. She realizes she can see every single opening in his posture. He looks super slow to her. She realizes this is the true result of Ju Hyuk's hellish training sessions. When you train with a god, everyone else starts looking like an NPC. She clenches her fist, the blue mana concentrating into a single point. One hit. She strikes him right in the solar plexus before his own punch even lands. Yuang's eyes bulge. He's coughing up blood and air simultaneously. The patriarch of the Sai clan hits the ground face first. He doesn't get back up. The remaining invaders are having a collective panic attack. Their boss just got one tap by a teenage girl. The word run echoes through the crowd. They scatter like cockroaches when the light turns on. Yanlong watches them leave, calling them trash. She has zero respect for people who only fight when they think they've already won. She turns to her sisters and suggests they go outside to help the family members who are still breathing. Yilin looks at Auntie Seo Rayon. She admits she finally understands why Auntie recommended Yanlong for the top spot. She formally agrees to Yanlong becoming the new matriarch. She has a small smile on her face. The jealousy is gone, replaced by genuine respect. Fenyi nods along. She's just happy to have her big sister back. Auntie Seo Rayon smiles, closing her fan. Everything is falling into place. But she has one more thing to show Yanlong. After the survivors are stabilized, Yanlong helps one of the elders walk toward the back of the estate. Auntie leads Yanlong toward a massive stone gateway. They step through and Yanlong is confused. One second she was in a burning building, the next she's in a frozen wasteland. She looks around at the massive snow-capped mountains. Auntie explains that this is Yanlong's first time here. This is the Constellation Room. It's a unique barrier realm that protects the Shu family's most sacred relics. They walk across the ice toward a small pedestal. Auntie looks focused. This is the moment that determines the family's future power scale. She reaches into a hidden compartment in the snow. She pulls out an ornate wooden box that looks like it's been frozen for centuries. She opens it and a burst of blue fire erupts. This is the relic of the Lord Constellation Deep Snow King. Yanlong leans in. It looks like an ordinary white glove, but the energy coming off it is staggering. She's mesmerized by the blue flames. She asks herself if this relic will let her grow as fast as Arin. She gets a bit of a blush going, thinking that if she gets stronger, Juhyuk might watch her train more often. Our girl is still down bad, even in the middle of a snowy abyss. Auntie watches her with a knowing look. She asks Yanlong if she's interested in the relic. Yanlong jumps, trying to act cool. She says yeah while blushing like a tomato. Auntie says she knew Yanlong didn't come back just for a visit. She knew her niece needed power. Yanlong tries to lie and say she just wanted to see it before going back to Korea, but Auntie stops her. She says it's written all over Yanlong's face. She has no intention of criticizing her for wanting strength. Yanlong finally admits it. She wants to be someone who can stand beside Joyuk, not just behind him. She says she wants to make a contract with the constellation inside the relic. Auntie notes that Yanlong is already strong after training with the martial god, but Yanlong says it's a different kind of strength she's looking for. Auntie closes her eyes. She tells Yanlong there is a specific method she recommends. Will you become the Shu family matriarch? Yanlong is stunned. She never thought of herself as a leader, just a brawler. Auntie asks if she knows the types of promises one can make with a god. Yanlong says she knows about blessings and contracts. They stand facing each other in the silent snow. Auntie explains there are actually 3 types: general contracts, real contracts, and something deeper. Yanlong mentions she heard about it at Valhalla. A real contract is a single agreement that only one person can hold. Auntie nods. She confirms that the power of a real contract is incomparable to a standard blessing. It's like switching from a flashlight to a lighthouse. Yanlong's eyes light up. Really? Auntie explains that in families with a guardian constellation, the real contract is usually reserved for the family head. She gives Yanlong a meaningful look. She repeats the question, you want to be stronger, right? Becoming the matriarch and taking the contract is the fastest shortcut to the top. Yanlong is hesitant. She's only 17. She thinks it's too early to be a boss. Auntie agrees she might think so. But she points out that the family is currently exposed to every bottom feeder in China because the throne is vacant. She looks out at the mountains, her voice cold. Today's attack was just the beginning. Without a leader, the Su family will eventually be picked clean. She formally nominates Yanlong for the position. She reveals that both Yilin and Fenyi have already given their blessing. Yanlong is shocked. She didn't realize her sisters had already accepted her. Auntie tells her not to worry about the boring business side of things. She says she'll handle the paperwork and logistics so Yanlong can just focus on being the family's sword. What she needs from Yanlong is the qualification of strength. Yanlong is silent for a long time. She looks at her feet, processing the weight of the crown. She looks up, her eyes finally clear. I will do it. She announces it to the empty mountains. She will become the Zhu family matriarch. Auntie says great. She has a look of absolute triumph. The White Lotus and the Zhu family are finally united. She tells Yanlong to hold the relic and enter the mental image world to get the constellation's acknowledgement. Yanlong reaches out, her hand shaking slightly. She touches the glove. Suddenly, the snowy wasteland disappears. She finds herself in a massive ice palace. Sitting on a throne of blue ice is a man with white hair, tiger ears, and a bored expression. This is the Deep Snow King. He looks at her like she's an interesting bug. He gives a small, predatory smile. He's been waiting for a worthy contractor for 300 years. Back in the real world, Auntie watches as Yanlong is engulfed in a pillar of blue light. She knows the contract is being finalized. Yanlong wakes up looking different. Her aura is colder, sharper. She looks at Auntie and gives a confident nod. The tiger has its claws back. Auntie smiles. The China arc is closed, and the new matriarch is born. A few weeks later, the scene shifts to a massive skyscraper in the USA. This is the new Heroes Academy building. The crowd is roaring. It's the opening day of the global competition. The crowd is absolutely losing it. You can practically feel the hype through the screen, with thousands of people packed into the stadium for the event of the year. Down on the field, the representatives are gathering, but our guy is looking like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. He's already over the whole international competition thing before it even starts. He's looking up at the stands, wondering why they decided to schedule this massive grind right as the new semester kicked off. To understand why we're even here, we've got to jump back a few days. We're in the chairman's office where Black Cat has summoned Juhyuk for a little one-on-one. Juhyuk walks in mid-workout, clearly annoyed that his gains are being interrupted. Black Cat is playing it cool, apologizing for the bad timing, but he's got a huge favor to ask. He's sitting behind that massive desk like he's about to drop a main story quest on us. He reminds Juhyuk that school starts next week, and our guy realizes he hasn't even looked at a calendar lately. The real news is that the international competition is happening that same week. Juhyuk's heard of it, but Black Cat explains that this one is different from the school trials they've done before. Since it's international, it's not just the top 3 academies, we're talking about the best students from every corner of the planet. The twist is that they only select first-year students to be the representatives. Joo-hyuk catches that immediately and asks why the upperclassmen aren't invited to the party. Black Cat explains the politics. The second and third years are usually already signed to guilds for field training. The guilds don't want their future assets getting distracted, while the first years use this stage to bait high-tier scouts and sponsorship deals. Basically, it's a global talent show, and Black Cat wants Valhalla's biggest monster to lead the team. Jo-hyuk's just staring at him, thinking this favor sounds a lot like a chore. He asks where the competition is being held, and his expression shifts. He's calculating something, his hand on his chin as he waits for the answer. It's being held at Heroes Academy in the USA, the same place that recently got turned into a construction zone by a villain attack. Black Cat points out that the damage wasn't as bad as it could have been, mostly thanks to Joo-hyuk stepping in last time. The Americans are stubborn, they're forcing the tradition to continue even if the stadium still smells like fresh paint and concrete. Black Cat starts to offer the spot to someone else in the special class, but Joo-hyuk cuts him off instantly. He's in. He wanted to go back to Heroes Academy anyway to finish what he started. Barke pops up in his head, asking if this is about that familiar mana he felt during the last fight. Jo-hyuk confirms it. This is likely connected to his old disciples. Black Cat is relieved and mentions that each academy sends 2 reps, so Jo-hyuk gets to pick his duo partner. He's looking for someone who can actually keep up with the martial god's pace. Jo-hyuk's first thought is Yanlong because she's an absolute unit, but she technically isn't a Valhalla student. So, he goes with the reliable choice, Choi Ahrin. She's been peaking lately and she's the only one he trusts to watch his back. But before the trip, he has a private meeting with Luminous and the vibe is heavy. She manifests with a look of genuine panic, which is rare for a goddess. Jo-hyuk's just chilling in his room, wondering what could possibly rattle her this much. Luminous apologizes for the sudden contact, but the news she has is urgent. The Red Demon wasn't just a one-off spawn, he was just the scout. Every single name from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction has officially descended into the human world. In his past life, these guys were fodder, but right now, Joo-hyuk's stats are still a work in progress. Luminous explains that the Maze Lord probably told them to keep it low-key since mass murder ruins the soul quality of the harvest, but because they're all here, she won't be able to warn him as easily without getting caught by the system. Jo-hyuk gives her a confident smirk, telling her she's the one who needs to be careful. He tells her to play it safe and not get flagged by the Maze Lord while acting as his guide. Luminous blushes, completely caught off guard by the concern. She realizes it's been centuries since anyone actually cared about her safety. She leaves with a smile, and Joo-hyuk is left preparing for the storm. Back in the present, Joo-hyuk is standing in the stadium, having already made a quick contract with Moron to borrow some support abilities just in case things get weird. He hears his name called and snaps out of it. It's Ahrin, looking as sharp as ever in her uniform. She's beaming because she found out Joo-hyuk specifically handpicked her to be his partner for the global stage. She promises to give it 110%, her eyes sparkling with that classic disciple energy. Joo-hyuk just tells her to take it easy and not sweat the small stuff. After all, they're winning this regardless. Ahrin just nods, fully believing that whatever he says is law. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, 2 familiar faces are watching them. Logan Jr. is sweating a bit, seeing that Valhalla actually sent their final boss to compete. He knows that with Joo-hyuk there, the championship is basically Valhalla's to lose. He mentions they have unsettled debt with him, but Melissa isn't looking for a fight. She remembers Joo-hyuk saving her life from the villains in the forest, and she's looking at him with respect. Logan Jr. admits that he's not just there for the trophy, he wants to talk to Joo-hyuk. He's obsessed with figuring out how a fellow first year obtained that kind of overwhelming power. The feedback from the speakers cuts through the chatter. A man steps up to the mic, looking tired but determined. He welcomes everyone to the competition, trying to keep the mood professional. This is Chairman Beck of Heroes Academy, the guy currently carrying the weight of this entire disaster-prone event. He acknowledges the anxiety in the room, pointing at the bandage on his face as proof of the recent attack. He claims the culprit has been dealt with and that they've beefed up security to over 200 elite personnel. He tells everyone they can rest easy, which is usually the universal sign that things are about to go horribly wrong. Joo-hyuk is silent, his internal "something is wrong" radar pinging like crazy. Beck dives into the rules, explaining the first phase of the competition. It's a marathon event lasting 2 days and 1 night. The first day's task is to clear a massive underground maze. In a secure room overlooking the stadium, a man is watching the monitor with a grim expression. Logan Sr. is here, and he looks like a man who hasn't slept in a week. He's interrupted by a voice he clearly knows. It's Lania, a rank 3 contractor who looks like she just walked off a training field. Logan asks what she's doing there, and she snaps back that she's actually working for a living. Since Heroes Academy is a magnet for high-tier villains, the government hired her security company to ensure no one crashes the party this time. Logan just sighs, his mind clearly on other things. Lania asks if he's here to watch his son, but Logan shakes his head. Not even close. The only person he's interested in seeing is Kim Joo-hyuk. But before he can finish his thought, a massive tremor shakes the entire building. Lania and Logan both sprint toward the window, hearing a sound that definitely isn't part of the opening ceremony. They look over the railing and their faces go pale. Lania's eyes widen in absolute horror. Outside the stadium, a literal sea of ghouls is flooding the streets, moving like a coordinated army. The sound is deafening. Thousands of unliving voices screaming at once. Logan and Lania are frozen for a split second, trying to process how an army this big just appeared out of nowhere. Lania's radio starts screaming, her team calling for orders as the perimeter collapses. She unloads on them, asking how a horde this size managed to sneak up on an elite security detail. Down on the ground, the guards are panicking as they watch the ground literally split open. The ghouls aren't marching in, they're rising directly from the dirt beneath their feet. Lania grinds her teeth, realizing they've been flanked from underground. Logan jumps into action, telling her he'll handle the ones outside while she secures the interior. Lania flares her mana, glowing with a golden light as she rallies her guards. She knows if these things reach the students, it's going to be a bloodbath. The ghouls are already over the fences, looking like something out of a perma-fried nightmare. Lania throws a punch that carries enough force to shatter concrete. A massive explosion of light clears the first wave, but more are already crawling over the corpses. She's surrounded in seconds, weaving through the horde like the rank 3 pro she is. Every strike she lands obliterates a ghoul, but for every one she kills, 3 more rise from the cracks in the pavement. One gets crushed under her heel, its body turning into a dark sludge. She notices something important. These things are glass cannons. Their endurance is garbage, but their numbers are infinite. She's sweating now, looking at the endless horizon of monsters. She asks her team if there's a dungeon gate or a maze opening nearby. The answer is no, which makes this situation impossible. You don't get this many monsters without a catastrophe event, and the sky is perfectly clear. Inside the stadium, Joo-hyuk is watching the chaos unfold with a bored expression. Ghouls are crawling up from the stadium floor, surrounding the students who are mostly just screaming and running in circles. The speakers blare again, officially canceling the competition and ordering an immediate evacuation. Chairman Beck is still at the podium, his voice booming over the panic as he tries to maintain order. Internally, the man is falling apart, wondering if he's cursed to watch his school get destroyed every other Tuesday. He blames himself for pushing to hold the competition here when the security was clearly still compromised. One of his senior instructors, Rover Jack, tries to get him to run, but Beck isn't a coward. He's the chairman for a reason. He tells Jack to lead the students out while he holds the line. He's taking full responsibility. He smashes his fists together, and a massive surge of green energy ignites around his hands. He charges the first ghoul, his eyes glowing with power. A single punch creates a shockwave that turns a dozen ghouls into green mist. Joo-hyuk watches this and nods. The explosion ability is decent. It's why Beck survived the last attack. But Joo-hyuk realizes that just punching these things won't work because they're being sustained by a specific type of necromancy. He looks at the way the ghouls are moving and it clicks. He remembers this pattern from the tower. Arin draws her sword, her silver hair flowing as she enters a combat stance. She grips the hilt, waiting for the first one to step into her range. She moves like a blur, her blade creating a red lattice of cuts in the air. Heads and limbs fall to the floor in a perfect rhythm. But even she looks frustrated as more ghouls climb over the stadium seats. She tells Joo-hyuk that she's cleared hundreds, but the density isn't dropping at all. Joo-hyuk steps forward and tells her to stop wasting her stamina on the small fry. He explains the mechanic: as long as the source is alive, every corpse buried under the stadium is just a rechargeable battery. He slams his hand into the ground, and a golden shockwave ripples across the floor. The ghouls in the immediate area stop mid-scream. They look confused for a second, their bodies vibrating. Then, they start to liquefy. Joo-hyuk used Moron's melting ability. It's a specialized crowd control move that specifically targets low-tier undead. Chairman Beck stops mid-punch, staring at the floor. His eyes go wide as he sees the entire horde in front of him just melt into the grass. The green fire in his hands flickers as he looks at the empty field. He can't believe his eyes. Thousands of monsters just turned into puddles in 3 seconds. He knows none of his instructors have this kind of mass purification skill. He looks back and sees Joo-hyuk standing there, looking like he just finished a casual stroll. Joo-hyuk tells Arin it's just a temporary fix. The caster will just respawn them if they don't find him. She asks what his next move is. Joo-hyuk gives that sharp predatory grin we love to see. He's going to go find the bastard who's treating the stadium like a sandbox game. In a dark, ritualistic chamber deep underground, a hooded figure is standing over a map of the stadium. This is Hwacha, and he looks confused. He can't feel his ghouls inside the stadium anymore, which shouldn't be possible. He wonders if there's a strong contractor he missed in his scouting. But then he shrugs it off, his voice sounding like dry parchment. He decides that whoever did it is just a named soul waiting to be harvested. He lets out a disgusting laugh, saying he's going to make his new puppet crazily pretty and cute. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the room, calling him a perverted son of a bitch. Ju-hyuk drops from the ceiling like a meteor, his sword already drawn. Hwacha spins around, his swirly mask glowing as he sees the intruder. Ju-hyuk lands with a smirk, his red eyes locked onto the villain. The hunt is over. The execution is about to begin. We're back in the basement. Jo-hyuk has just crashed the party, and Hwacha looks like he just saw a ghost, which is ironic considering his job description. How did I get here, our guy asks, sounding like a bored teacher. He doesn't even wait for an answer before delivering a kick that would send a normal person's head into orbit. Hwacha skids back across the stone floor, his swirly mask probably the only thing keeping his face in one piece. He's hissing through his teeth, calling our guy a little bastard like he hasn't realized who he's dealing with yet. He decides to stop playing 1v1 and summons a fresh wave of ghouls from the floor. He really thinks numbers matter at this point. Jo-hyuk just sighs. He calls Hwacha a disgusting bastard and adjusts his grip on the sword. One swing. That's all it takes to turn the entire wave of ghouls into a pile of sliced ham. He's already closing the distance, his blade hovering an inch from Hwacha's throat. Hwacha lets out a pathetic eeeek and scrambles backward, realizing his personal space is officially gone. Jo-hyuk gives him a small smile. You're still good at dodging. Hwacha. The room goes ice cold. Hwacha freezes because our guy didn't use an alias. He used his true name. Hwacha's eyes start glowing behind the mask. He's connecting the dots, and the picture he's drawing is terrifying. Martial God, he screams. He remembers those words. He remembers that specific oppressive mana. Ju-hyuk doesn't deny it. He just adds necrophiliac to the title because, let's be real, Hwacha's hobbies are weird. No more talking. Our guy moves. Hwacha barely brings up his arms to block, and we hear the sound of bone cracking under the impact. A follow-up strike sends the villain flying into the wall. Hwacha is panting, leaning against the rubble, one of his limbs looking like it was put through a blender. His eyes glow red now. He's dropping the act and going full monster mode. Jo-hyuk is loving this. He hasn't had a proper workout in days. He launches another attack that literally carves the ground open. Hwacha is forced to burn mana just to keep his physical form from evaporating. He's huffing and puffing, realizing he's just been playing tag with a lawnmower. Jo-hyuk threatens to cut his arms off just like he did to Hongwi, the red demon. Hwacha stops. Hongwi? You defeated him too? Jo-hyuk just shrugs. He explains that Hongwi made a scene, so he took care of him. Same way you take care of a bug on your windshield. Hwacha is trembling now. The arrogance is completely gone. He decides it's time for his ultimate move and summons a massive beloved ghoul, a 10-foot monster that looks like it ate a gym. It looms over Ju-hyuk, casting a shadow that covers the whole room. Hwacha claims they only came down to carry out orders and that killing them is meaningless. He's shouting about how killing them is a meaningless act because they'll just respawn in the tower. The giant ghoul throws a punch that looks like a falling building. Ju-hyuk doesn't even move his feet. He just tilts his head, letting the fist whistle past his ear. No meaning, huh? He lights up his sword with a green, toxic glow. He drives the blade into the giant's torso, and the impact sounds like a wet sponge hitting a wall. The green energy starts bubbling and hissing. This isn't just fire, it's the high-tier melting poison we saw earlier. Hwacha is having a mental breakdown. He realizes Jo-hyuk is using multiple Constellations' powers at the same time. His beloved ghoul starts melting into a pile of green sludge before it can even finish its first attack. The giant collapses, and Hwacha is left sitting in the middle of his melted project. He's staring at the puddle, wondering how a human is doing things that even the Maze Lord hasn't authorized. Jo-hyuk doesn't give him time to mourn. One swift slice, and Hwacha's head is literally rolling across the floor. Even without a body, the head starts laughing. I'm strong, but you're not as strong as before. Jo-hyuk just looks down at him. He remembers Hwacha rambling like this back in the old days, and clearly, death didn't fix his personality. The head keeps talking, saying this body is just a vessel and he'll be back soon. He's gloating that his name will rise again and he'll just respawn for a rematch. I'll come down again with Hongwi! He really thinks he's in a lobby waiting for a revive. Ju-hyuk just asks one simple question. Where do you think Hongwi is right now? He gives a smile that would make a shark nervous. Hwacha blinks. Well, obviously upwards in the tower. He's in here, Ju-hyuk says, tapping the ring on his finger. The realization hits Hwacha like a freight train. You absorbed it? You ate a name? Ju-hyuk admits it's just an imitation of the Maze Lord's power, but honestly, he doesn't care about the details as long as it works. Anyway, you're next. Hwacha starts begging. All that respawn confidence is gone because being absorbed means permanent deletion. The red energy starts flowing from his head into the ring. It's a violent, glowing process, like a vacuum cleaner for souls. Ju-hyuk watches the last of the mana disappear. That's another floor boss's worth of stats added to his baseline. He stands alone in the empty chamber. Another name off the server. We cut to a surveillance room where a purple portal is showing the aftermath. Chairman Black Cat is watching, his cat mask hiding whatever he's feeling. Beside him, a blonde girl is staring at the screen with her jaw on the floor. She looks like she just watched a high schooler delete a hurricane. Unbelievable, she whispers. Black Cat, or Lord Ventric as he's known in certain circles, asks which part is shocking her. The girl tells him to call her Adilia. More importantly, she wants to talk about what she just saw. She asks if Ventric saw Ju Hyuk use their Constellations technique. She explains that normally, Constellation abilities are a closely guarded secret, but since they're allies, she'll spill the beans. The ability of their god, Moron, is Poison. It's a specialized mana transformation that turns your energy into a lethal toxin that can be injected or spread on a blade. She explains that for a regular contractor, it's just a supplementary attack. You use it to make the enemy collapse or feel pain, but it doesn't kill instantly. Even she, who has a genuine contract, usually has to land a direct hit to melt an enemy's insides, which is why what Ju Hyuk did is completely illegal in terms of the power scaling. He only formed a temporary contract, yet he managed to melt thousands of enemies without even touching them. She's genuinely impressed. She's seen the best of the best, but this is some next-level application. Ventric just nods, looking pleased with himself for recruiting the martial god. Suddenly, a glowing screen pops up in front of Adilia. Her constellation Moron is speaking. The screen says, "Isn't it obvious? I learned it from my master." Adilia blushes, realizing she was being short-sighted by comparing a mortal skill to the guy who trained the gods. She turns to Ventric with a serious look and says she has a favor to ask. She wants Kim Ju Hyuk to teach her. Imagine being an elite pro and asking a freshman for tutoring. That's our guy's life. We cut to the stadium ruins. The ground is still cracked and smoking. The surrounding buildings look like they were through a war zone, which they were. Rania is crouching on the ground, looking exhausted and covered in dust. She's ordering her personnel to help the fallen and assess the damage. She's trying to be a leader, but her head is spinning. She keeps replaying the scene in her head. What on earth just happened? There was no dungeon gate, yet ghouls appeared in the thousands. And then they just stopped. Right after Kim Ju Hyuk showed up, she's starting to suspect the coincidences are piling up too high. She remembers the ghouls screaming as they rushed her. She was throwing everything she had, punching with her fist faster than light ability. Every strike was clearing ghouls, but she was barely making a dent in the horde. The corpses were piling up, but more were just crawling out of the earth. It was a never-ending cycle of death. She was panting, her mana reserves hitting the red line. She knew that no matter how many she killed, they'd just multiply again. Her Constellation's ability is great for 1v1s, but it eats way too much mana for a marathon fight against a horde. She was looking for the source, the one person controlling the army. And then, she saw him, a single student in a blue academy uniform standing in the middle of a literal sea of monsters. She couldn't believe her eyes. Where did he come from? No way. A student? She screamed at him to run away, thinking he was just a confused bystander. Instead, he just grinned and drove his sword into the ground. That green shockwave cleared the entire stadium in a single heartbeat. The monsters didn't just die, they turned into liquid. It was the most efficient mass execution she'd ever seen. She just stood there, watching the back of a high schooler as he casually ended a national crisis. Now, in the aftermath, she realizes it was Kim Ju Hyuk, the guy everyone's been talking about lately. She's questioning her own sanity. Does this even make sense? A voice interrupts her thoughts. It's Logan, looking surprisingly calm given the circumstances. He asks if everything is okay inside. Rania just nods, her mind still in the basement. She tells him the Valhalla students and Chairman Beck handled it before she even got in. She remembers Logan was interested in a specific participant. Could that participant be Kim Ju Hyuk? Logan confirms it immediately. Rania drops the bombshell. Would you believe it if I said it was him who ended this chaos? She explains how he rushed in alone and melted the entire swarm. Logan puts a hand to his chin. Melted, huh? He knows the ruler of the underworld, the god Ju Hyuk is supposed to be contracted with, doesn't have an ability like that. He's silent for a long moment, the gears in his head turning. He asks where Ju Hyuk went, but Rania has no idea. Our guy is the king of Irish exits. Logan sighs. He wanted to ask the MC something, but he'll have to wait. He tells Rania he's going to talk to Beck and then head back. Rania is shocked. Wait, you're just going back? Don't we need to investigate his connection to the undead? Logan stops. He turns back, and the look in his eyes is something we haven't seen from him. Pure, unfiltered warning. Rania, he says, his voice dropping an octave. Don't dig too deep. You'll end up dead. He doesn't explain. He just walks away, leaving Rania standing in the rubble, terrified of a first-year student. We cut to a remote tropical island shrouded in mist. A horned man with green hair is looking at a communication stone. Hwacha got caught, he says to the room. A massive blue fishman with sharp teeth looks up. Already? He wonders if it was too quick, just like what happened with Hongwei. The green-haired guy says it doesn't matter if that pervert died, but losing 2 bosses this fast is a bad look for their group. They realize things are getting messy because they keep moving one by one and getting picked off. 2 more names step into the light, a tattooed guy with a skull on his head and a dark-skinned demon, walking through the city like they didn't just survive a world-ending event. Arin is looking a bit down, realizing the tournament was cancelled before she even got to show off her training. Ju Hyuk is perfectly fine with it. Less paperwork, more time to grind. She asks if there was anything unusual in the stadium, and our guy hits her with the classic "everything is fine" while hiding the soul-eating ring. Arin looks at him suspiciously. She knows he's a walking plot twist, so she asks point blank if he stopped the ghouls. Well, you can say so. He admits the monster looked familiar, so he went to go collect it like it was a rare Pokemon card. Arin is internally screaming because he makes killing a floor boss sound like he was just picking up groceries. She realizes they aren't heading toward the airport and asks where the hell they're actually going. She's worried about finding a flight back since the whole city is on lockdown after the attack. Ju Hyuk tells her to relax. He knows a shortcut that doesn't involve waiting in TSA lines for 12 hours. He's navigating these back alleys like he's got a mini-map overlay in his vision. He stops at a random, sketchy-looking door in the middle of nowhere, grips the handle, and leads her into what looks like a dusty old warehouse. Arin is confused, but Ju Hyuk explains that the building isn't the point, it's what's inside. He flashes back to a conversation with Chairman Black Cat about the market. The chairman is looking serious, explaining the logistics of international travel for high-tier students. Apparently, there are entrances to Luminous's market hidden in every major city on Earth. Jo Hyuk asks if they can use these as portals to skip the jet lag. Black Cat says it's possible, but the physical distance inside the market makes it a long walk if you're going from New York to Seoul. The strat is to enter a local entrance and head to the central tower in Area 7 of the market. From that hub, you can basically fast travel to any other country's entrance instantly. It's like the hidden paths in an MMO that only the devs and top players know about. Ju Hyuk wants to use the secret passages so regular market users don't panic seeing kids in school uniforms walking through a trans-dimensional shopping mall. Black Cat agrees, realizing that Ju Hyuk already knows more about the market's layout than he does. Back in the present, Jo Hyuk senses something and stops. He motions Arin toward a door, and she's blinded by the glow as they step through the portal. In a literal blink, they're standing back in Korea under a full moon. They've just arrived at the Valhalla Academy dorms, completely bypassing the international incident happening in the US. Walking down the hallway, Arin still looks like her brain is trying to catch up with the physics of what just happened. Ju Hyuk tells her she did a great job and to go get some rest while he handles the report. Arin smiles, thanking him for the trip, even if it was a bit of a disaster. She walks off, and Ju Hyuk is left alone in the corridor. He digs into his pocket and pulls out the soul ring he used to eat Hwacha. That makes 3 high-tier souls absorbed so far, including the first Labyrinth boss. He can feel himself getting closer to his original martial god power levels with every feast. He decides to save the stat check for later and heads toward the chairman's office. The doors look heavy and intimidating, but he just pushes them open without knocking. Black Cat is there, acting like he's been waiting all night for the report, but there's a blonde woman in a fur collar bowing deeply in the middle of the room. Ju Hyuk recognizes her, Adilia Ventric, the elite from the Bone Squad. She tells him to drop the formal name and just call her Adilia. She's bowing because she has a favor to ask, and her voice is actually shaking a little. She asks for his guidance, which is basically code for "please train me, you absolute monster." Ju Hyuk is genuinely annoyed. All of a sudden? What caused this? He realizes they've been spying on him again through the portal monitors. He calls it creepy, and honestly, he's right. Black Cat starts sweating, trying to blame it on the Constellations, but a message pops up on his screen from Moron, the Bone God. The message says, "The ruler of the underworld will kill you if you speak of my master's training." Adilia hushes Black Cat immediately. She admits she was truly impressed seeing him use the poison skill to melt the horde. She bows again, begging him to teach her the real way to use her god's powers. Jo Hyuk sighs and scratches his head. He tells them to just learn from their own constellations like normal people. He explains the fundamental flaw in modern contractors. They rely too much on borrowed mana from their gods. He reveals his secret. He adds his own mana into the activation of the constellation's skills. He complains that kids these days just pump up their mana capacity without learning control, so they tire out in 5 minutes. Adilia and Black Cat exchange a look. They're realizing they've been playing the game wrong for their entire careers. Ju Hyuk decides to give them a shot since they're contracted to his old disciples. It's basically professional courtesy. He tells them to show up at the training room tomorrow for physical training, which usually means hell. He leaves, but his expression turns serious as he thinks about the mana he felt in the US. He's annoyed he didn't get a chance to enter the school building because of the zombie distractions. I'll definitely find out next time, by any means necessary. Our guy is officially on a mission. We cut back to America. The Contractor Association building is a needle in the skyline. One floor is still lit up late into the night. Logan is standing there looking like he's about to punch a wall. His eyes are locked onto his tablet, and the file on Kim Joo-hyuk is currently open. Who on earth is this guy? He asked the best info agencies on the planet, and they came back with a blank screen. There is zero information about him prior to his school incidents. He's a total ghost. Logan realizes calling him a super rookie is an understatement. He's wondering why Valhalla and a top-tier constellation are protecting an orphan with no background. He's also concerned about a conversation he had with his own constellation, the Destroyer. Logan asked if the Destroyer knew the ruler of the underworld. The Destroyer said yes, and gave a warning that Logan can't stop thinking about. Beware of the Silent Moon fanatics. Logan looked them up and found nothing. Not a single trace. He feels like he's falling into a labyrinth. If Joo-hyuk isn't a blood hunter, then Logan is completely lost. Suddenly, the air in his office goes cold. A massive, purple-tattooed monster with a skull mask is floating right behind him. This is Bakwi, and he's currently looking at Logan like he's a snack. Logan doesn't even flinch. He just asks who the hell is spying on him in the middle of the night. Bakwi is actually impressed. Most people would be screaming, but the No-One Contractor is built different. The monster grips his spiked club, purple energy flaring around him. He launches an attack, swinging that massive club with enough speed to break the sound barrier. Logan blocks it with a single hand, his destruction mana shattering the glass around them. The impact sends a shockwave through the entire tower, shattering the floor. Logan skids back, his arm looking a bit charred from the mana clash. He realizes this thing has high intelligence. It's not just a drone monster, it's an incarnated name. He ignites his fists with golden fire. I must not underestimate him. Bakwi just laughs, watching Logan charge up his stats. Logan lunges forward, throwing a punch that looks like a miniature supernova. The monster swings his club to meet it, and the collision creates a localized explosion that wipes out the entire office. Bakwi gets blasted back, but he's still standing. Keke, aren't you pretty good at this? The monster is actually enjoying the challenge. Logan is disgusted. He doesn't want compliments from a names monster. He flares his mana again and delivers a massive destruction strike that tears through the floor and into the levels below. From the outside, the skyscraper looks like it's being eaten by golden light. A few floors down, Rania is sitting at her desk when the building starts groaning. She thinks it's an earthquake, but she realizes the vibration is coming from directly above her. Don't tell me something's happening in Logan's room? Upstairs, Logan is panting, his hands covered in rubble dust. He knows he hit him hard. He felt the impact land. But when the smoke clears, the monster is gone. The room is empty. Suddenly, a shadow looms behind him. Logan is hit from the side before he can even turn around. He's sent tumbling across the wreckage, crashing into a concrete pillar. Damn it! He's strong! Logan is realizing that this isn't a low-tier boss. If it were a normal monster, his destruction would have already deleted it from the server. Bakwi mocks him. Does the #1 contractor only amount to this much? Logan tells him to shut up. He hasn't even used half of his power yet. Here is Logan's dilemma. His destruction ability is so high tier that if he goes 100%, the entire skyscraper collapses and kills everyone in it. He needs direct physical contact to activate it safely, but he can't even touch the monster. Rania bursts into the room, looking horrified at the destruction. She asks if Logan is alright, having brought the association security guards with her. She realizes she's the only association member in the building this early in the morning. She freezes as she looks up. Well, what the hell is that? She's staring at the purple monster like it's the end of the world. Bakwi is happy to see more bugs crawling out of the woodwork. He decides to finish them all off with one massive strike. Rania tells her guards to step back. This thing is way out of their pay grade. Bakwi lunges, and Rania throws a volley of explosive strikes at him. The monster just passes through them like they're holograms. Rania is in shock. He dodged every single one? She readies her fist for a point-blank hit. She connects with his chest and screams, "It hit him!" But her hand passes right through his chest. It's an illusion. What the? How? Bakwi appears behind her, raising his club for a killing blow. He's got that evil grin, ready to turn her into a red smear. Logan dives in, taking the hit to save her. Rania screams his name as he's smashed into the ground. Logan looks up, his face bloody. He projects himself as an illusion, only revealing his true body when he's attacking. Bakwi is impressed that Logan saw through his illusory eye so quickly. He decides to step back and hide in the illusions again to reset the fight, but he freezes. He can't move his foot. Logan has his heel pinned down, his golden mana pinning the monster to the physical world. Bakwi is panicking. He can't escape into the illusion now. Logan's eyes are glowing. Try enduring a single hit from me! He winds up for the one punch of the US server. The golden fire is absolute. He launches the strike, but his arm stops mid-swing. His whole body suddenly freezes. You were too careless, Bakwi. A second voice echoes from the shadows. A dark-skinned monster, Hoikwi, appears. He has the petrifying eye, and he's been watching from the start. Bakwi laughs, thanking his partner for the save. Rania is trembling. A second monster? Hoikwi asks who he should kill first. He reveals he's also immobilized Rania and the guards. They're all sitting ducks. Bakwi raises his club, ready to start the execution with Logan. Suddenly, someone drops from the ceiling, landing right on top of the monsters. Ju-hyuk is here, looking down at the two names. Last time we saw Logan, he was literally frozen in place, watching his life flash before his eyes. Then, Ju-hyuk drops in and immediately starts editing the room. He doesn't even look at Logan, he just looks at the monsters like they're annoying pop-up ads. Hoigui is looking at him like, wait, who let this kid in the server? Logan and Rania are just staring, trying to figure out how an F-rank student just walked through a petrification field without a scratch. Jo-hyuk casually cracks his neck, and Logan realizes he can actually move his fingers again. The aura coming off Jo-hyuk is so heavy it's basically canceling out the monster's debuffs. Even back then, you bastards were trouble, Ju-hyuk says, sounding like a tired manager. He looks Hugui dead in the eyes and reminds him that he killed him first in their last match 3 centuries ago. Bakwi is panicking now. He asks how this little kid knows his true name and his past death. Logan tries to be professional and thank him, but Ju-hyuk isn't even listening to the number 1. He remembers Chairman Black Cat warning him that Logan might come looking for him at the association. Ju-hyuk thinks to himself that he doesn't really care about Logan, but since he's here, he might as well finish the job. Bakwi screams, "Stop blabbering!" and swings that massive spiked club down. The ground shatters as Logan and Ju-hyuk dodge in opposite directions. Logan asks if he has a strategy, and Ju-hyuk just blinks. Strategy? For these losers? Ah, I spoke without thinking again, he mutters. He explains to Logan that Bakwi is an illusionist. You have to bait him into attacking so his real body becomes tangible, and then you have to kill him before he can despawn back into an illusion. Bakwi's jaw drops behind that mask. He realizes his entire kit has been leaked. He realizes this is a martial god level threat and decides to do the only logical thing, run for it. Rania is shocked. Why is a monster that just stomped the US number 1 currently doing a marathon away from a high schooler? Jo-hyuk explains that the thing running away is just an illusion. The real body is hidden nearby, waiting for them to chase the fake. Jo-hyuk wants to use a massive area of effect attack to delete everything in the building, but he's out of temporary contracts and doesn't want to waste his absorbed soul mana on trash mobs. He sighs, looking at the ceiling. It might become a little messy, but I'll slice through the entire building. Suddenly, a golden notification screen pops up in front of Logan. His constellation, X-Jung, the god of destruction, is screaming through the UI, "The martial god?" Jo-hyuk senses the mana and smiles. I was wondering why I felt a familiar magic power. He addresses the god of destruction informally, calling him X-Young and asking if he's still hanging around. He asks Logan if he's got a sacred relic he can borrow. The god of destruction literally shouts, "Yes, he does," through the text box. The god is practically begging Logan to hand over whatever the martial god wants before the MC gets annoyed. Logan is completely lost, but he knows better than to argue with a screaming god. Bakwi is halfway through the window now, thinking he's safe. "The sacred relic! Hurry!" Ju-hyuk reaches out a hand. Logan hands him a set of glowing orange beads, an absolute top-tier artifact. Ju-hyuk catches them and grins. This is exactly the battery he needed. Bakwi is leaping across the city skyline, thinking to himself that he has to warn the others about the resurrection of their nightmare. He realizes that even if he's in a little kid's body, that mana is definitely the martial god. He's trying to reach the others to let them know the martial god is back on the server. Suddenly, the entire sky behind him turns bright orange. Jo-hyuk isn't even using a sword, he's just winding up a punch. Bakwi turns around and sees a golden mana cannon the size of a skyscraper heading straight for him. The explosion clears the entire city block of clouds. Bakwi is caught in the middle, his body literally disintegrating into purple dust. The impact is so massive it clears all the illusions and leftover ghouls in the city. Back at the office, Logan and Rania are looking through the shattered window at a sunset that wasn't there 10 seconds ago. Rania asks if that was Logan's Constellations ability. Logan says it's impossible. He explains that while it carried the flavor of his god's power, no human should be able to wield a newly borrowed relic with that much efficiency. He's looking at Ju-hyuk's back, realizing he's not just a rookie, he's something that shouldn't exist. The ambulances and fire trucks are arriving at the association building, but the fight is long over. Logan is getting his arm patched up, looking frustrated. Jo-hyuk walks up and casually says he's taking his leave. He says he's accomplished his purpose and wants to avoid the paparazzi. Logan asks, "Was stopping the monsters your purpose?" Jo-hyuk scratches his head. "Well, I guess you could say that." Internally, he's thinking that if he doesn't handle Logan now, the guy will keep following him back to Valhalla like a lost puppy. He realizes that since Logan is the no-one hero, having him as an ally might be useful for his future retirement plans. He tells Logan he's tired and they can chat some other time. "When the time comes, I'll go to Heroes Academy and answer all your questions." He points at Logan and tells him to be grateful he's making time specifically because he's X-Young's contractor. Logan is stunned. A 17-year-old just told the USA's greatest hero to be grateful for a meeting. He tries to stop him, but the god of destruction flashes another screen, let that person go, and address him with respect. Logan is officially the junior in this relationship now. Rania comes up and says they can't even find the monsters' bodies. Logan tells her they disappeared like smoke, because Ju-hyuk ate them, though he doesn't say that out loud. Rania is terrified, realizing the name's monsters were beyond any regular hero's limit, yet Ju-hyuk deleted them like they were level 1 slimes. Logan stares into the distance. Who is he? We'll find out soon enough. Later that night, Jo-hyuk is walking through a quiet forest area in the market. Barca pops up, looking curious. He asks if the mana Jo-hyuk sensed from X-Young is the same one he felt at Heroes Academy. Jo-hyuk says no, it was different. He's relieved because he went through a lot of trouble setting up this meeting. He mentions that X-Young was a student, but not his direct disciple. He's looking for someone else. He whispers a name. I wonder where Sosimi is. Suddenly, a figure in a red cloak and a skull mask drops from a tree. The man is kneeling, looking like a high-level assassin. Jo-hyuk isn't even surprised. Who the hell are you? The man says it's an honor to meet the leader as a member of Ilgyo, the Silent Moon. Jo-hyuk plays dumb. Me? You've got the wrong guy. The man says his constellation, Tugui, told him to reveal himself if Jo-hyuk mentioned the word. Jo-hyuk's expression shifts. He knows he just got caught. The name Sosimi, don't tell me, he realizes who Tugui is. We're jumping back 300 years. A girl with a massive bull skull mask and red armor is sitting on a throne. She is the constellation Tugui, and she gave her followers a specific order. If a person ever utters a specific word, the Silent Moon followers must reveal their true identity. She looks nostalgic behind that mask. The word is Sosimi, and back in the present, Jo-hyuk just realized he leaked his own secret ID. 4 more skull-masked followers drop from the trees instantly. They're all bowing. It's our pleasure to meet the leader! The head follower asks if he has the sacred relic. Jo-hyuk sighs and hands over a red high-tier glove he was carrying. The followers vanish with the glove, and Ju-hyuk is left alone in the ruins of a memory. He's standing in a wasteland that looks familiar. The ground is cracked, and there are destroyed buildings everywhere. This is his old neighborhood. He looks at a wooden sign lying in the dirt. Mushinmun. Mushinmun. Huh, it's been a while. He smiles, and we're going back to the very beginning of the legend. He remembers founded this place. Not because he wanted to be a hero. A younger version of the bull-mask girl Sato is hiding behind a pillar. Jo-hyuk Wano back then tells her to stop hiding and come out. She bows, terrified of him. He realizes she hasn't changed at all in 300 years. He looks around her mind realm, which is a perfect recreation of their martial arts school from 300 years ago. For them, Mushinmun wasn't just a school. It was their home. Hyuno scratches his head. He never knew they respected it that much. He explains that 300 years ago, the world was a complete mess. We see Hyuno standing on a cliff with his original disciples, Moron and the others. It was an era of war and lawlessness. Soldiers were barely holding back monsters. Goblins were flooding the trade routes. People were living in constant fear. Hyuno was the only one who knew how to hunt efficiently. He clears a whole horde of goblins in a single sweep, saving a caravan. The corpses are everywhere. His original disciples are there, looking younger and less godlike. He was making money by protecting trade caravans or taking monster hunting requests. He was basically a freelance mercenary. It was a miserable world, but he was fine with it as long as he got paid. But then, he saw something that pissed him off. He saw a slave trader in a back alley. In that era, humans were bought and sold like livestock. A trader is looking at a young girl's eyes, checking her value. The girl is crying, looking completely broken. The trader gives a disgusting grin. The girl's parents are actually selling her for a bag of gold. The trader slaps the girl, telling her to stop crying. The parents are laughing, happy to have the money. Hyuno is watching this from the shadows, and his mana is starting to boil. He hated that more than anything. Why? Because he was a slave himself during his childhood. The trader draws a knife as Hyuno approaches. Hyuno doesn't even use a sword. He just winds up a punch. One hit. The trader's head is literally deleted from the server. He starts attacking every slave trader he comes across. He scares the parents off, leaving the girl behind. The corrupt adults run away, terrified of the monster they just saw. Hyuno looks at the girl. He didn't do it for justice. He just hated the look on her face. The girl looks at him with hope for the first time. She grabs his coat, trembling. He realizes he can't just leave these kids to die, so he starts taking them in as disciples. And that's where his life plan went completely off the rails. Originally, he planned to work hard, save enough money for retirement, and train maybe 1 or 2 kids to keep the slave traders away, basically setting up an automatic hunting system. But he kept rescuing kids. Now he has a whole squad to feed, and his retirement savings are hitting 0. So he decided to make use of them. He looked at the market. Every noble family had a martial arts school. He discussed it with his disciples and decided on a name, Mushinmun. They made the sign. Mushinmun was officially born. It looked like a school of justice. But Hyun-Oh's internal monologue is the best. He founded it to properly train them because they were actually talented, unlike him, who hit his limit early using wrong techniques. His plan was to train them until they could bring in new disciples and expand the school's influence, and then he would take a reasonable share of the donations and profits. He literally founded a martial arts school as a passive income stream so he'd never have to work again. But just as his passive income dream was about to start, the Tower of Destruction appeared, and his retirement was officially cancelled. We open on a sky full of lightning and the ominous silhouette of a tower. This is the visual representation of the Age of Destruction that haunts the world's history books. Jo-hyuk is staring into the distance, his eyes reflecting the storm. He's currently standing under a blood-red moon, reflecting on the weight of the past. He's at the Mushinmun Gate with Sosimi. This was his original martial arts school, and seeing the sign still standing after 300 years hits different. He apologizes for zoning out. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug when you've been dead for 3 centuries. Sosimi just stands there, completely submissive, telling him it's fine. He asks her what she's been up to since becoming a constellation, and more importantly, how she managed to track him down so fast. Sosimi's answer is simple. She never doubted he'd be back. Apparently, a system notification popped up for her right after she achieved godhood. It confirmed his reincarnation was a when, not an if. So she did what any loyal, slightly obsessed disciple would do. She picked a human contractor to be her hands and feet, and founded Ilgyo, her shadow organization. She named it Ilgyo specifically to signify that Jo-hyuk is the only leader she will ever recognize. Our guy is just sweating because he realizes how deep this devotion goes. And then she drops the real bombshell. To find him, she decided to kill every single person in the world who claimed to be the strongest. Jo-hyuk is genuinely concerned. Wait, you killed them all? She explains that she wasn't just killing people for fun. She watched everyone who took the title of strongest, and the moment they started bragging about it, she deleted them from the server. Her logic was flawless in a terrifying way. If she kept killing the fake strongest, eventually the only one left standing would have to be her master. Jo-hyuk realizes he's lucky he stayed low-key. If he had been a bit more vocal about his power early on, he might have been ganked by his own student. She lists off the victims. Johnson, the Blood Hunters organizations that targeted strong heroes, were wiped out by her cult just to clear a path for the MC. She's standing in front of an empty throne, waiting for him to take it. She notes that while he was undoubtedly the strongest, he was always humble and never boasted. This is high-key funny because he wasn't being humble, he just didn't care. He scratches his head thinking, I wasn't humble, I just knew the truth would come out eventually. He changes the subject, noting that they now have a solid core. Sosimi, Moron, and Luminous. Sosimi is surprised he's met the others. She explains that even though all 4 sisters became constellations, they can only see through the eyes of their human contractors. She knew he was meeting with the Ventric family in the black market, but she didn't realize those were her sister's contractors. The gods in this world are basically watching a fragmented livestream. Jo-hyuk gives her that classic MC smirk. Her timing is perfect because he's going to need her help very soon. Sosimi reacts like a fangirl getting a shout-out from her favorite streamer. She is visibly shaking with excitement. He wraps up the meeting, telling her he'll invite her contractor to a joint gathering soon. He waves her off as he walks away. Close up on Sosimi's eye behind the mask. She is blushing. She is fully down bad for the martial god's approval. She whispers a quiet okay as the moon hangs over the trees. Fast forward a few days. We are at the Heroes Academy, which looks like a futuristic skyscraper. In the conference room, Logan is sitting there looking like he hasn't slept in 3 weeks. Jo-hyuk walks in with the most chaotic squad imaginable: Adilia, Chairman Black Cat, and a guy in a skull mask. Logan is sweating. He's looking at this group and wondering what kind of multi-server raid party he just walked into. He recognizes Black Cat, the owner of the market in Valhalla's chairman. He recognizes Adilia Ventric, the head of one of the most powerful families. And then he sees the skull mask. Ilgyo? Logan knows the reputation. These are the people who have been assassinated the strongest for years. Jo-hyuk casually tells the Skullmoss guy to sit down, but he insists on standing at the back like a loyal bodyguard. Jo-hyuk takes a seat and gets straight to business. He realizes these people have no idea who he actually is. He looks at Black Cat and Adilia. They're both fidgeting. Well, aren't you the master of the constellations we serve? They ask. Logan is just in the corner having a stroke. Jo-hyuk decides it's time for the lore dump. He explains that he's finally pieced together what happened after his death. Adilia and Black Cat look like they're listening to a legend come to life. Logan is leaning in, desperate for answers. The Skullmask guy just nods. It's exactly as his goddess said. Jo-hyuk asks, "Are you saying it was you who destroyed the tower 300 years ago?" He admits it's embarrassing to say out loud, but yes. Black Cat points out that history books only say the tower collapsed. No one knew a single man was the wrecking ball. Ju-hyuk is confused. Didn't Moron or Luminous mention it? Black Cat explains that Luminous, the ruler of the underworld, never communicates with anyone except when she's with Ju-hyuk. To everyone else, she's a silent, terrifying deity. MC realizes his disciples have some memory issues. They'll regain their memories gradually now that they've reconnected with him. He explains the logic. Everyone who was famous 300 years ago became a constellation. That's why they only started appearing after the Age of Destruction. Adilia asks if all constellations are dead people from that era. Ju-hyuk confirms it's likely the majority. This explains why constellations go crazy for artifacts from that time. They're basically looking at their own old gear. Now for the heavy part. The person who created the Tower of Destruction is still active, and they are sending these disasters to the world specifically to prepare for the tower's return. Logan is shook. It's coming back? Ju-hyuk confirms, but notes they have about 4.5 years. He's gathering his disciples now to prevent the apocalypse and farming invading constellations to buff his stats. His goal is simple: eliminate the tower so thoroughly that the Age of Destruction never happens again. Logan stares at him. Honestly, it's hard to believe. Ju-hyuk gets it. He's a high schooler saying he's the martial god. Logan mentions that his own constellation told him Ju-hyuk was the martial god. But Logan needs more than words. He's looking at Ju-hyuk with a mix of respect and deep skepticism. Ju-hyuk waits. He knows what's coming. Logan stands up, the table shaking under his grip. If you really are the martial god, can I ask you to spar with me? Ju-hyuk smirks. Of course. They move to the training hall. The atmosphere is heavy. Adilia and Black Cat are watching from the sidelines, sweating. Black Cat understands Logan's position. It's one thing to hear the facts, it's another to accept that this kid is your god's boss. Logan erupts in golden flames. He's not holding back. He needs to feel the weight of the legend. Ju-hyuk isn't using magic. He's just standing there, wreathed in his own red aura. Logan wants to see if this is just a strong student or a man from an era of monsters. Logan lunges. A massive golden-powered punch flies forward. Ju-hyuk counters with a red-black strike. The impact is catastrophic. The entire building shakes as the two most powerful entities in the room collide. Logan is putting his entire soul into this punch. You can see the desperation in his eyes. Ju-hyuk is smiling. He's enjoying this. He's barely moving, but his power is overwhelming. The shockwave clears the room. The power difference is visible in the way the air itself is warping. Adilia and Black Cat are shielding their eyes. The wind from the impact is literally blowing the furniture away. The Ilgyo contractor just stands there, unmoved. He's seen his god's power before. This is just Tuesday for him. Cut to the director's office. Director Beck is sitting there when the building starts groaning. He looks out the window, terrified. Is the stadium under attack again? He remembers Logan telling him he was inviting guests today. Logan had told him it was a secret, but warned him not to panic if he heard loud sounds. Logan told him the noise would be because of him. Director Beck realizes Logan might have understated the situation. Beck is sweating, wondering who on earth Logan brought into the building to cause this much chaos. Back at the fight, the red aura is flooding the entire stadium. Ju-hyuk looks like a demon prince. Their fists are locked. Logan is straining every muscle in his body. Logan is gritting his teeth. Damn it, I'm being pushed back! He can't believe it. This isn't the strength of a high school student. It's pure, unadulterated end-boss energy. He realizes Ju-hyuk didn't just deal with the monsters using borrowed power, he is the power. Logan is thrown back, his feet skidding across the floor, tearing up the concrete. Ju-hyuk just stands there, perfectly calm. Logan stands up, his golden flames intensifying. He asks if it's okay if he uses his full magic power. Ju-hyuk realizes Logan was fighting with pure physical stats until now. Sure, do as you please. Then he adds the ultimate flex, but I'll keep fighting without using magic power. Logan lunges again, his speed tripled. The floor shatters where he steps. He throws a high-speed strike. Jo-hyuk blocks it effortlessly with his forearm. Even Jo-hyuk is impressed. Wow, that's intense! He admits to himself that he might have bragged a bit too much. Without magic, he's actually feeling a bit of pressure. He notes that while his magic is god tier from absorbing constellations, his physical body grows at a human rate. He's a level 100 wizard in a level 10 warrior body. But for a rank 1 hero, this physical-only defense is pretty good. He decides to call it a day on the honest strength test. Logan steps in for the final blow. The golden energy is blinding. Ju-hyuk slips under the punch like a ghost. He asks if this was the martial art Logan's constellation taught him. It's not bad, but you should put a bit more weight into it. He taps Logan on the chest. Because it's meant to finish the opponent in a single hit. He delivers a short-range strike. The impact isn't a punch, it's a structural failure of Logan's defense. Logan's eyes roll back. He faints, his body collapsing as the golden flames die out. Fade to white as Logan's consciousness drifts. He wakes up on a couch. His eyes snap open, pupils dilated. He sits up with a shout. Jo-hyuk is sitting right there in a chair, looking bored. Oh, you awake? Jo-hyuk explains he was going to move him to the infirmary, but the couch was closer. Logan is clutching his chest, feeling the phantom pain of that last hit. Logan is silent for a long moment. You really are a reincarnated person, Jo-hyuk just sighs. I already told you that. Logan apologizes. He needed to feel it to believe it. Jo-hyuk understands. Experience is the only teacher for some people. He notes that Logan's constellation X had the same stubborn personality. Logan is sweating again. The MC talks about gods like their old roommates. Logan gets serious. You said you were looking for your disciples to stop the tower, right? Yeah. Logan bows his head. Then, I will also support your goals, Mr. Jo-hyuk. The US Rank 1 hero has officially joined the squad. The skull mask guy speaks up. This is quite an interesting combination. He looks at Adilia Ventric, he looks at Black Cat, he looks at Logan, and then back to himself and Ilgyo. This is the most powerful, illegal alliance on the planet, all sitting in one room. Jo-hyuk stands up. Speaking of which, I have a question. He leans in. Have you seen anything that resembles my disciple here? Logan is confused. Resembles your disciple, like a relic? Jo-hyuk explains that he felt a familiar magic signature the last time he was here, but the academy is so full of magic relics that it's hard to pinpoint. Since it's a training academy, the signal noise is too high. Close up on an eye, a voice from the past. Please find my master. Logan's face goes pale. There is one. There was a relic that asked me to find its master. Director Beck walks in looking confused. Logan? He asks if the guest left. Logan ignores the question and asks to see the radiant sword. Director Beck looks at Jo-hyuk. Logan introduces him, but Beck is more worried about the noises he heard. Logan tells him he can't go into details. Beck sighs, rubbing his temples. That sword has been giving him a massive headache lately. Logan is surprised. A headache? Director Beck presses a button on his desk. A bookshelf starts to slide open. It reveals a hidden, dark corridor. Logan and Beck lead the way. They enter a vault. On a stand, surrounded by swirling dark red and black smoke, is a katana. This is the light sword, and it looks like it's screaming for its owner. We found another piece of the puzzle. Logan is staring at the radiant sword like it's a bomb about to go off. The vault is a disaster zone. Cracks everywhere, debris on the floor. This thing is literally too powerful to be stored in a standard sacred relic room. The magic pressure is so high it's physically warping the air around the pedestal. Close up on the sword. It's a beautiful katana, but it's wrapped in this swirling, sinister red and black aura that looks like it wants to eat the room. Logan asks the obvious, did the sword do all this? Director Beck just nods, looking like he's ready to file an insurance claim for his entire life. Logan is confused because Beck promised to store it with other sacred relics that have magic blocking seals. We get a quick flashback of Beck carrying the sword in a reinforced case. He reaches the high security door, scans his thumb, and prepares for a routine storage mission, but he couldn't even get inside. Here is the problem. The other relics in the room are sacred relics, meaning they have their own protective guardians. When the radiant sword showed up, those guardians felt the threat and released their own magic power to deadlock the door from the inside. It's like the vault's immune system realized a virus just arrived and decided to seal the entire wing. The radiant sword reacted to that rejection by fluctuating its own power. Beck explains that he had to move it to the secondary room just to keep the building from collapsing, but even this place is getting cooked. The sinister energy emanating from the blade is actually shattering the magic sealing spells carved into the walls. It's basically a magical hacksaw. Beck is relieved Jo-hyuk showed up because they were about 5 minutes away from a total containment breach. Jo-hyuk asks Logan if he heard that "please find my master" voice again. Beck shakes his head. Since the sword started its aura tantrum, it hasn't said a word. Jo-hyuk walks forward. Logan tries to stop him, but we already know how this goes. The sword's aura flares up, hissing like a cornered animal as the MC gets close. And then he just grabs it. No explosion, no loss of limbs. The moment his hand touches the hilt, the red smoke starts to dissipate. Beck is losing his mind. The magic signature is just vanishing. Logan asks what happened, but even Jo-hyuk looks a little surprised by how quickly it went quiet. I'll take this back, Jo-hyuk says, acting like he's just picking up his dry cleaning. Beck is like, wait, right now? You're still in a meeting? Logan gives that "don't ask, you don't want to know" look. Jo-hyuk walks out, telling Beck he'll understand everything soon. Beck just sighs. Logan is doing things his own way as usual, but the man keeps his promises, so Beck decides to trust the process. Jo-hyuk returns to the conference room and sets the sword on the table. He stares at it, his red eyes narrowed. Something is definitely wrong. The sword feels like an empty shell now, zero magic power coming off it. Logan confirms it was in this dead state when he first found it and brought it to the academy. He rubs his chin, thinking back. The only time it showed any life was that faint voice asking for its master. Jo-hyuk closes his eyes and tries to focus his soul on the blade. Complete silence. He snaps his eyes open, looking genuinely annoyed. I can't enter the realm of imagination. Adilia and Black Cat look at each other like he's speaking alien. For the newbies, the realm of imagination is the inner world of a relic or a constellation. Usually the MC can just walk in, but Adilia explains that entering requires the will of the constellation inside. If the spirit inside the sword says no entry, you're stuck on the outside. Ju-Yuk is offended. He's the master, and his own gear is ghosting him? He calls out to Bark internally. Barshay confirms he can feel a familiar magic power, but it's incredibly faint. Barshay is in his expert mode, wondering if there's a workaround. He asks Jo-Yuk if he remembers their previous conversation about the door. Barshay reminds him that a specific door once appeared within the realm of imagination. Jo-Yuk remembers. Here's the lore. Beyond that door is a neutral space where all constellations used to gather. It was basically a divine lobby, but it wasn't just one door. Behind every single constellation, there were doors leading back to their specific individual realms. Barsh's theory is that if they can get into that lobby space, they can use the side door to bypass the sword's refusal and break into its inner world from the back. It's a solid plan, but Ju-Hyuk spots a massive flaw. He looks at Adilia and Black Cat. He tried to get info on the lobby from them, but they're just modern contractors. Barshay agrees. The lobby event was a brief blip 300 years ago. Most modern humans and even some younger constellations don't even know it existed. Ju-Hyuk wonders if anyone still around knows how to find it. Then, it hits him. There is one person. He ends the meeting abruptly, telling everyone to head home. He turns to the Ilgyo guy, the one in the skull mask. He realizes he doesn't even know the guy's name. The contractor tells him names don't matter, they are just nameless protectors. Suddenly, 3 more skull mask guys spawn behind him like a weird emo boy band. Ilgyo greets the master! Ju-Yuk just points at the main one and says, "Fine, you're now former protector." The guy takes it like he just got a promotion. He sends them off with Adilia and Black Cat, noting that Sosimi probably wants to chat with her sisters. Translation, they're going to have a divine group chat. They leave the academy behind as the sun sets. A few days later, we're at a remote cabin in the woods. It's luminous. She's in her full witch outfit, looking way too happy to see him. Ju-Yuk is on edge. Second-tier constellations are descending everywhere, and he's been busy absorbing them like a magical vacuum cleaner. He holds up his ring, glowing with soul energy. He's getting much stronger, but the grind never stops. He tells her they met at the right time. Luminous blinks, surprised. He asks her straight up, "Do you know about the door where the constellations gathered?" Luminous smiles. "Ah, you mean the arena, don't you?" Lore time. Shortly after the Lord of Labyrinth created the constellations, he realized they needed a place to blow off steam. He created the arena, a unique space that could be accessed via doors in the realm of imagination. It was literally a divine fight club. Constellations would scrap there to earn new titles. Ju-Hyuk remembers titles like Ruler of the Underworld. Luminous nods. Those aren't just cool nicknames, they are epithets. Epithets carry literal power. The more you win in the arena, the more your name carries weight. But the arena disappeared almost as soon as it opened. Luminous doesn't know why, but it seems the arena didn't go the way the Labyrinth Lord planned. Maybe the constellations were too good at killing each other. Ju-Hyuk wonders if he has to go kill the Labyrinth Lord just to get the keys. Luminous says that's not necessary. The arena wasn't opened by the boss, it was opened by a specific constellation following orders, and she has a classic yandere smile on her face. She's already located that constellation. Ju-Hyuk smirks. "Tell me everything right away." We shift to another dark, overgrown building. The atmosphere is heavy. Close up on a pair of glasses. Someone is shaking. This is the Keykeeper. He's a nerdy-looking kid in a uniform, and he is currently lecturing a group of monsters. "Foolish ones! If we stay here, we're all going to disappear!" The monsters are confused. They think that even if they die, they just return to being a name. They don't realize the stakes have changed. The Keykeeper is biting his nails, terrified. He explains that wandering for centuries as a name is a fate worse than death. He describes the tree of names. When a constellation loses their physical form, their consciousness just endlessly circles this massive dark tree in the void. You have no body, no power, just helplessness. And eventually, for reasons no one knows, your soul turns into a fruit on the tree. You literally become a snack for the Lord of Labyrinth. The Keykeeper finally got a physical form after centuries of wandering. He is no tea ready to go back to being a piece of fruit. He mutters about the twin spirits. If they had just succeeded, things wouldn't be this bad. He's spiraling. Flashback to a few days ago. We are on a beautiful misty island. The green antler guy is there, looking grim. He tells the others, this is a big problem. He reveals that Hoikui and Baikui, the twin ghosts, were killed. The fishman monster is shocked. Those bastards? They were pretty strong. Antler Guy admits that the modern age has beings capable of actually fighting them, and their deaths have made their current plan troublesome. Fishman doesn't get it. Why? We just manifest ourselves and exist, right? Antler Guy asks if he even knows how they are maintaining their forms. Fishman thinks they just absorb magic power through their protective membrane. Antler Guy explains, if you're alone, that works. But when you gather a massive raid party of constellations and monsters, you burn through mana too fast. That's why they're on this island. There is a large floating magic stone buried underneath it. It's basically a giant wireless charger for villains. The monsters realize that's why the island feels so heavy with power. The nerdy keykeeper is in the background, listening. Fishman asks what's so troublesome then. Antler Guy drops the math, the stone is almost empty. At this rate, it'll be depleted in 2 months because there are too many hungry monsters devouring the magic. The Labyrinth Lord's orders will take longer than 2 months. The plan was to steal a second stone from the humans and use them to circulate magic indefinitely. And the twin ghosts, the guys Ju-hyuk just deleted, were the ones assigned to steal it. Antler Guy found out through telepathy. He has no idea where they went, but they headed for the Contractors Association. He explains that spying on humans is annoying, but he found out a specific company discovered a new magic stone and partnered with the association to guard it. The nerdy keykeeper is panicking. The plan failed, and the charger is dying. Antler Guy tells them to lay low until they find where the humans hid the new stone. The keykeeper has heard enough. He nopes out of there, running through the halls. "Everyone's a fool!" he screams internally. He realizes if the twin ghosts were defeated, no one on this island is safe. He's glad he left. If his magic ran out, he'd disappear. Suddenly, he feels a massive spike of energy behind him. Huh? It's Ju-hyuk. He's standing there with a casual smile wreathed in that terrifying purple and black aura. The keykeeper is shaking. "Who are you?" Ju-hyuk tilts his head. "You're the keykeeper, right?" The kid immediately bolts. He realizes this is the bastard who defeated the twin ghosts. There's no other way someone could have tracked him to this specific hiding spot. Jo-hyuk blurs forward, instantly appearing in front of him. "Why are you running away? I just asked a question." The keykeeper falls to his knees, begging for mercy. "Spare me! I've never killed anyone!" Ju-hyuk stops, a sword blade inches from the kid's neck. The kid is sobbing. Ju-hyuk is genuinely disappointed. "What the hell? This guy's more boring than I expected." He realized he didn't even need to use his absorption ring for this. This guy isn't a threat, he's a mascot. "You've never killed anyone?" The kid swears he's never done anything aggressive. He only opened the door to the arena once in the past. Ju-hyuk pulls back. He won't kill him, but he has a favor. The keykeeper's eyes go wide. "I need you to open that arena again." Ju-hyuk has that villain MC look in his eyes. We shift back to the cabin context. The keykeeper admits he can't open it by himself anymore. His magic power is too low now that he's in a human body. Connecting the doors to the imagination realms of all constellations is a global-scale task. Back then, he used a specific artifact to expand his mana capacity to barely get it open. Jo-hyuk asks if it's impossible now. The kid nods sadly. Jo-hyuk is annoyed. If he absorbed the kid, the ring would only give him the kid's current limited ability, not his peak power. The keykeeper bites his nail, thinking. He gets an idea. "You're strong, right?" he tells Ju-hyuk. "Help me gather something. When everything's ready, we can open the arena." Ju-hyuk is in. "What should I look for?" The kid points a finger up. "The artifact that descended with me." Transition to a massive temple complex nestled in the mountains. Someone takes a deep breath. It's Yanlang. She's stretching, her abs on full display. "Should I warm up a bit? It's been a while." We start back in China with Yanlang, who is looking like she's having the time of her life. An entire army of skeleton soldiers is marching her way, looking like a low-budget fantasy movie. She doesn't even use a weapon. She just lunges forward and deletes the first skull with a single punch. A high kick sends the rest of the group flying like she's playing a Dynasty Warriors game on easy mode. She's standing in the middle of the debris, looking totally disappointed that they didn't put up more of a fight. She realizes something is different though. She's barely trying and these monsters are turning to dust. This is the result of her formal contract with the Zhu family Constellation, one of the MC's former students. Even without using the active skills of the contract, her baseline physical stats have been buffed so much that the world's scaling can't keep up with her anymore. She checks her hands, confused why she's landing critical hits with zero effort. The skeletons are basically wet paper to her now. She remembers the MC's training and realizes he was right as usual. She blushes, thinking about how proud he'd be if he saw her right now. It is incredible how the matriarch of a legendary clan turns into a middle schooler the moment she thinks about Ju-hyuk. Cut to the Valhalla gym back in Korea. The atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. Yanlang walks in, making the most dramatic entrance possible to show off her return. She stops dead when she sees the room is full of high rankers. Adilia, Black Cat, and Logan are all just standing there like it is a normal Tuesday. She blinks, looking at the assembled Avengers and wondering if she missed a memo. Jo-hyuk just smirks at her. He's not impressed by the entrance, he's just annoyed she took so long to get there. He asks if she handled her family business. Yanlang is shocked he even knows she was busy being a clan leader. He tells her he watches the news occasionally. She gets all shy, which is a wild look for someone who can punch through a brick wall. She explains that her aunt basically forced her into the matriarch seat of the White Lotus clan. Ju-hyuk admits he didn't think she was the type to care about politics or family honor. She laughs it off, saying people change. But then she catches a look from across the room. It is Choi Ahrin. The two disciples are currently having a telepathic fight about who is the favorite. Ahrin asks her if she's staring because she wants to catch these hands. The gym energy just plummeted into the negatives. Yanlong ignores the threat, focusing on the fact that her new contract is what made her this strong. She tells Ahrin that she's looking forward to a training session soon. Jo-hyuk shuts it down immediately. He doesn't have time for a harem war when there are labyrinths to clear. He asks Yanlong if she's too busy to help out. She insists she is free. Her aunt told her that external activities like killing monsters would help the family's reputation. Apparently, her aunt is handling all the boring paperwork while Yanlong does the violent PR for the clan. It is a win-win situation. Arun is still pouting in the background. She definitely has a problem with this. Jo-hyuk tells Yanlong he is glad she's here. That single sentence makes her entire week. He drops the plan. They are going to systematically destroy the labyrinths. He asks if she's used her constellation powers in a real fight yet. He decides that since there are so many targets, they need to split up. Usually it's teams of two, but Yanlong is a raid boss herself now, so she gets solo duty. Her magic power is leaking out just standing there. She's like a walking nuclear reactor. She hadn't even noticed. She's the type of gamer who doesn't check her stat sheet until the end of the dungeon. Jo-hyuk tells her to go back to China and handle the labyrinth there. He wants her to burn as much magic as possible to get used to the new engine her constellation gave her. He explains that these specific labyrinths don't have traditional bosses. Instead, they house labyrinth stones, which are essentially high-density mana batteries. Some of them even contain relics from the era of the martial god. The plan is to have her rip the relic out and bring it back to him like a loyal golden retriever. Yanlong realizes this means Ju-hyuk is going to be paired with someone else. She looks at Arin and Adilia. The jealousy is reaching critical levels. She screams internally. She is the head of a major clan and she is currently losing her mind over a seating chart. Cut to her back in the labyrinth, punching another skeleton into a fine mist. She is using her frustration as fuel. One punch creates a shockwave that clears the entire hallway. Ice shards explode everywhere. She is venting her relationship status on the local monster population. She stops to catch her breath, her face red from effort and anger. She decides she's going to turn every monster in this cave into dust just to feel better. The skeletons are actually looking terrified. Transition to the USA. High-speed travel is great when you have god-level connections. Ju-hyuk, Logan, and his subordinate are walking through a desert canyon. Logan is checking a map, looking a bit lost. Ju-hyuk complains that it would have been easier if they had Luminous's fast travel portals, but the coordinates for this place are top secret. Logan explains that the US Heroes Association is keeping this location off the books. They've told the public they only found one magic stone, but this place contains a second large floating magic stone. They're hiding it because a resource this powerful could start a literal world war if other countries found out. Ju-hyuk feels a bit bad. They worked so hard to find it, and he's about to just take it for himself. Logan tells him not to worry. In the modern world, they have artificial storage for magic. The natural stones are more like collector's items now. Jo-hyuk accepts the gift with a smile. He remembers his deal with the keykeeper. The kid had told him that his lost artifacts were scattered throughout the world's labyrinths. The keykeeper gave him a magic scent tracker. These items are so high level that they reek of power to anyone who knows what to look for. And the most important item is that large floating magic stone. Ju-hyuk notes that these stones are basically magic nukes. They float when full and explode if you look at them wrong. The keykeeper explained that opening a door in the realm of imagination takes an absurd amount of fuel. The kid was literally shaking, terrified that he would fade away into nothing if he tried to open the door without enough mana. Jo-hyuk had given him a rare moment of genuine kindness, telling him not to worry. He promised the kid 2 stones. He's regretting that promise now because getting even one is turning into a whole thing. Logan stops. I think we've arrived. His eyes go wide as he looks over the cliff. A massive rock golem is standing in the middle of the canyon, looking like a natural disaster with legs.
Chapter 96.
The golem is absolutely massive. It looks like the canyon itself decided to stand up and choose violence. Ju-hyuk and the crew are tiny compared to this thing. It lets out a low, rumbling growl that shakes the ground. Logan is sweating. Isn't that a bit too big for a regular golem? He can't figure out why a high-level boss monster is just chilling in a random American desert. The golem slams its fist down. The team dodges just in time as the floor where they were standing turns into a crater. Logan looks at the impact zone, his teal eyes reflecting the dust. The golem is pulling its fist back for a second swing. It is slow, but the weight behind it is terrifying. Logan realizes size isn't the only problem. The magic density of the monster is off the charts. He decides it's his turn to shine. He's been playing sidekick for too long. He ignites his golden flames. He is looking like he's about to go Super Saiyan. He lunges forward, shouting at the monster. Who do yo think you're attacking? Joo-hyuk watches from the sidelines, looking like he's judging a talent show. He wonders if Logan is going for a one-punch-man moment here. Logan connects. The impact is deafening. A massive boom echoes through the canyon as the golem's entire left arm just disintegrates into pebbles. Logan's subordinate is floored. Amazing! He recognizes the power of destruction. It's a specialized magic that ignores defense and just deletes matter. The guy is fanboying hard. He's lucky to be on a team with the legendary one Logan, but then he looks at Joo-hyuk. He can't get over the fact that Logan, the strongest man in the country, talks to this Korean teenager with absolute respect. He's just glad he got invited to the party, even if it meant a sudden trip to the desert. He settles in to watch the legends work, but Logan's expression changes. He looks at his fist, then at the monster. Something is wrong. The golem is still standing, and it doesn't seem to care that it's missing a limb. Joo-hyuk walks up, noting that the golem is so big the core must be buried deep inside. A surface-level destruction punch didn't hit the off switch. Joo-hyuk decides to step in. He draws the light sword. He jumps onto the golem's back and stabs downward with everything he's got. The blade hits the rock and... nothing. It can't even pierce the surface. The golem's eyes glow red. It starts to stand up straighter. Suddenly, the missing arm starts to regrow using the surrounding canyon walls. It is like a time-lapse video of a mountain being built. Joo-hyuk jumps back, his eyes narrowing. The golem throws a massive punch at him. He blocks it, but the force sends him sliding across the ground. He's not hurt, but he is definitely annoyed now. I get it now. He realizes the golem didn't just find the magic stone, it literally ate it. He asks Logan about the anti-magic spell they put on the vault. Logan explains that they had a high-level contractor cast a concealment spell. It was designed to block the stone's presence from humans and standard detectors, but you can't fully hide that much mana. It's like trying to hide a bonfire with a single sheet of paper. Logan is confused why it matters now. Joo-hyuk explains that while humans couldn't find it, magic-born creatures are different. The golem tracked the faint scent of magic leaking through the spell. It wasn't just digging earlier, it was sipping the magic through the ground like a straw until it eventually reached the source and absorbed the whole stone. That's why there are no other monsters nearby. It probably ate them for the extra calories too. Joo-hyuk is genuinely impressed by the golem's hustle. It grew this large just on the scraps of magic. Now that it has the whole stone, it's basically an S-rank threat. He admits he should have brought his disciples' abilities for this one. He holds out his hand to Logan. "Give me the sacred relic, quickly!" Logan hands it over. Joo-hyuk gets that terrifying, "I'm about to end this man's whole career" look. "I'll show you a proper one punch." Transition to England, a dark, ivy-covered ruin. Someone is panting heavily. It is Adilia Ventric. She's leaning against a wall, exhausted. Behind her, Chairman Black Cat is holding his staff, looking perfectly fine. She mentions it's been a while since she had to exert herself this much. Normally, her family retainers do all the heavy lifting. Black Cat is wiping sweat from his forehead. He's being polite, but you can tell he's not even winded. Adilia looks at him, then pauses. Black Cat has removed his mask. He's a young, handsome guy with a sharp jawline and silver hair. Adilia is staring, her face turning bright red. We pick up right where we left off, the mask is off, and the chairman is breathing a sigh of relief. Close up on those yellow eyes. He looks like he just stepped off a runway instead of out of a monster-infested ruin. Adilia is just staring. Her eyes are literally sparkling. She's looking at him like he's the limited edition SSR pole she's been waiting for her whole life. He apologizes, saying it was getting too hot in the mask and he'll put it back on. Adilia panics, waving her hands like a manic fan at a concert. She asks if it's really okay for him to show his face. She's blushing so hard her internal temperature must be hitting triple digits. He's chill about it. He has a responsibility to stay hidden as the black market owner, but right now, he's not working. He notes that they're basically alumni since they're both contractors for the MC's students. It's a strictly business casual vibe that is definitely not helping Adelia's heart rate. Adelia's internal monologue is a mess. She was annoyed that Joo-hyuk sent her on this training mission, but now she thinks it was the best decision he's ever made. She gathers her courage and asks if he'll show his face more often. Girl is shooting her shot in the middle of a dungeon. He pauses, looking at her with that main character gaze, and he just smiles. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Someone check Adelia's vitals. She's cooked. Suddenly, a golden system window pops up. Sosimi, aka the Beak Mask, is yelling through the UI for them to hurry up. Then a blue window from Luminous, the ruler of the underworld, crashes the party. She's furious, asking why they're flirting instead of following the master's orders. The chairman is sweating now. Having two jealous goddesses watching your every move via a HUD is a special kind of hell. He quickly puts the mask back on. The break lasted a bit too long and the wives are getting restless. They bolt into the next hallway, running through the ruins at high speed. Romance time is over. It's grinding time. Back to the US desert. The golem is standing tall, wreathed in that stolen red magic energy. It slams its massive fist down. Joo-hyuk isn't even looking, he just sidesteps the impact like he's dodging a slow-moving shopping cart. He tells Logan to pay attention. He's about to give a masterclass in violence. He ignites his aura. He's using the monk relic beads he got earlier. This is the setup for the one punch. The golem senses the threat and starts charging up a counterattack. It throws a punch that looks like a falling meteor. Logan and his subordinate are watching with their jaws on the floor. The wind pressure alone is tearing up the desert. Joo-hyuk throws a single, straight punch. The shockwave doesn't just hit the golem, it splits the entire canyon in half. He shakes his hand out, complaining that the monk's powers are unfairly strong. It's been a while since he had to actually try. Logan is staring at the horizon. The golem is gone. The mountain behind the golem? Also gone. Joo-hyuk casually hands the relic beads back to Logan. Here, they were useful. Logan looks at the beads in his hands. He realized he's been using his power of destruction all wrong. He was playing checkers while this kid is playing 4D chess with reality. Mr. Joo-hyuk? Logan's voice is shaking. He bows his head. Before you go back to Korea, can you please teach me that punch? Joo-hyuk looks at him. He's got that classic villain MC grin going on. He realizes he's got the world's #1 hero begging for lessons. The leverage here is insane. He agrees, but there's a price. He needs one more large floating magic stone. He's basically charging tuition in high-density magical fuel. Logan doesn't even hesitate. He mentions that the Heroes Association has one in their private vault. He's ready to commit corporate theft for a training arc. Joo-hyuk says he'll return one if things go well. Logan is like, wait, what do you mean if? He tells Logan not to worry about the logistics and to just set up an artificial storage system to cover the loss. Joo-hyuk points back to the crater. The golem was digging for a reason. The second stone is still down there. He tells Logan's guys to get to work. A few days later, we're at a high-tech warehouse. It looks like a mad scientist's basement. The keykeeper is there, looking like he hasn't slept since the tower collapsed 300 years ago. Joo-hyuk walks in, casually dropping the artifacts and a massive glowing purple stone on the floor. The kid is vibrating with shock. You brought all of them? And th stones? Joo-hyuk explains the haul, 2 from Logan, and 1 thanks to Sosimi's cult. He's currently the richest man on the planet in terms of mana. He shoves the bag of artifacts into the kid's hands. Get to work. The kid checks the bag, and the light from the artifacts reflects in his glasses. He can't believe the efficiency. He confirms that this is more than enough power to open the arena. Lore check, he explains that the arena was just a big cave built by the Lord of the Labyrinth. He's going to use the stones to bridge the gap between their world and the realm of imagination. He notes that 1 stone was actually enough. He's looking at the other 2 like they're live nukes sitting in his living room. Joo-hyuk tells him to keep the change. He has other uses for the spares. He asks the kid about the other constellations that descended, the ones following the Labyrinth Lord's orders. The kid goes silent. Joo-hyuk's eyes get that cold, predatory look. He tells the kid not to bother playing loyal. He already knows where they are. He stares at the magic stone. He's going to use the stones against the villains. Tactical magic stone deployment is a wild strategy. He pokes the kid in the chest, telling him to hurry up and connect the arena. He calls over the Ilgyo guy, the former protector. He orders the cultists to guard the kid until the doors are open. He also wants to set up a contract with Sosimi. Then he whispers the real order. If the kid tries to snitch to other constellations, kill him on the spot. Cold-blooded. The cultist just nods. They don't care about gods, only the martial god. A blue fist slams into a table. It's the villain hideout. The fishman is throwing a tantrum in a warehouse full of dark-robed cultists. He's yelling about how they're going to die for nothing if they just stay hidden. His magic power is running out. He asks the antler guy if there's any word from the Lord. Hoikrok says it's been total radio silence since they arrived. The vampire-looking guy, Sukyoung, chimes in. He's tired of waiting and wants to go on a killing spree right now. Hoikrok stays quiet, his eyes shadowed. He's the sensible one, which usually means he's the next to die. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the room. I think your idea freaking sucks. The villains freeze. Joo-hyuk is standing in the middle of their base, looking bored out of his mind. He tells them he's been standing there for 10 minutes watching them blabber. He used Sosimi's concealment power, and none of these second-tier losers even noticed. He draws his sword, a terrifying smile on his face. Don't worry about disappearing naturally. I'll personally make you disappear. Chapter 98. We open with the MC surrounded. He's glowing with that golden monk aura, looking like a literal sun in a room full of trash. The fishman is panicking. Where did you pop out from? The vampire guy is confused. He couldn't feel a drop of magic power until Joo-hyuk decided to show himself. Hoikrok tries to act tough, asking who the hell Joo-hyuk thinks he is. Joo-hyuk mocks them. He explains that Sosimi's concealment is perfect for catching idiots off guard. He tells them they're spouting nonsense because they don't even realize who they're talking to. He gets into a fighting stance, the red and black aura swirling around his blade. You'll remember once you get beaten up, he calls them second-tier bastards. The disrespect is off the charts. Hoykrok's eyes go wide. He realizes something. Get down! A flash of blue light cuts through the warehouse. A circular slash deletes a dozen low-level cultists in half a second. The fishman barely dodges, his eyes full of fear. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. Hoykrok is trembling on the floor. He recognizes the technique. He is the martial god! The name drops like a weight, and every villain in the room stops breathing. Juhyuk disappears again. He's abusing the conceal mechanic like a high-ping player in a stealth game. The villains are looking around frantically. Sukyung tells everyone to stay sharp. He's somewhere in the room. Punches and kicks start landing from nowhere. One cultist gets his head slammed into the concrete. Another is sent flying into a pillar. Sukyung is losing it. The bastard is toying with us! He slams his hand onto the ground, a purple magic circle expanding. He creates a massive geometric barrier that fills the entire warehouse. The fishman asks why he's trapping them. Sukyung is sweating. He knows a barrier won't stop the martial god, but it serves a different purpose. He points to the dead bodies. He realizes how the twin spirits died so easily. It was this man. He explains their unique situation. If they die, they just return to being names and float in the void. It's not permanent death, but it means their mission is a failure. Hoykrok looks up, sensing a presence right next to his ear. Juhyuk tries to skewer him, but Hoykrok manages to block it, though the impact sends a shockwave through the warehouse. Hoykrok smirks. The barrier is working. It gives them a sense of where he is, even if they can't see him. The martial god has grown weaker. He says it out loud to boost his own morale. The fishman realizes he's right. This isn't the original body. It's a new, unrefined vessel. Hoykrok laughs. If Juhyuk was at full power, they'd already be headless. The fact that they're still talking is proof he's nerfed. Juhyuk appears behind the vampire, blade raised. He swings. Sukyung's head is sliced clean off in a fountain of dark blood. The body turns into a black mist as Juhyuk lands. The vampire's head regrows instantly. You revealed yourself for a blood clone, martial god! The villains surround him, floating in the air like they're the ones in control. Hoykrok shouts for everyone to dump their magic into the spot where the clone exploded. They all fire off energy beams at once. Boom! The warehouse floor is turned into a lake of fire. They're burning their remaining mana just to catch him. The smoke clears, and the villains are panting, looking down at the crater. Hoykrok is gasping for air. Did we get him? A hand grabs Hoykrok by the horn. I like your choice of words, you antlered bastard. Juhyuk is sitting on Hoykrok's back like he's riding a pony. He looks at them with absolute contempt. I'm impressed that even with your dumb little brains, you realize you can't kill me. He raises his sword. As a reward, I'll make sure you disappear painlessly. One stab. The blade goes right through Hoykrok's spine. The villain lets out a blood-curdling scream as the true martial arts energy dissolves his soul. A pillar of red light erupts from the body, blowing the roof off the warehouse. Juhyuk stands over the dissolving remains. One name down. The fishman is shaking. Hoykrok is gone. The vampire is sweating. He was so sure Juhyuk was weaker. He wonders if the MC was just lagging on purpose. Juhyuk sighs. Phew. He admits it, he is weaker. Back in the day, he could have deleted all of them with one sneeze. He says that dealing with them one by one is a hassle. He's a lazy god at heart. He holds up his ring. So, I have prepared a gift for you all. Purple sparks start flying through the air. The vampire looks up. The ceiling is glowing with an intense violet light. His pupils contract in pure terror. Two massive, large floating magic stones are hovering over their heads, crackling with unstable power. Juhyuk looks up with a grin. Wow, isn't that amazing? He gives a quick history lesson. These were used for mana channeling back in the day. But there's one thing you should know. When they're fully loaded and the core takes a hit, the fishman realizes the punchline. Martial god, don't tell me you. Juhyuk waves goodbye. It was annoying seeing you bastards after such a long time. Let's never meet again. He clenches his fist. The stones start to implode, the purple light turning white hot. The villains try to run, but they're caught in the gravity well. The screen goes purple as the mana reaches critical mass. A massive mushroom cloud of pure magic energy levels the entire city block. Our guy just used a tactical nuke to save himself a 10-minute fight. King behavior. We start deep in the heart of the labyrinth, where trees don't grow leaves, they grow secrets. Inside, the Lord of the Labyrinth has a massive glowing orb that acts as his personal CCTV for the entire planet. Luminous is currently lurking in the shadows, looking like she's about to commit a very high-level felony. She's sweating, which is a rare look for her. Being this close to the boss's main computer is high-risk behavior. Flashback to a few minutes ago in a cozy-looking cabin. Our guy is doing a final status check. He asks if everyone besides the keykeeper is already gathered on the island. Luminous explains that she can't track everything in real time once they're inside, but the location coordinates are locked in. Juhyuk stands up. All right, time to go. He's moving with that, I have a raid at 8 and it's currently 7:59 energy, but Luminous stops him. She has a request, she needs to borrow the names he just absorbed. He's a bit confused since he usually just eats those souls for the stat boost, so he checks his inventory to see if there's any spare change left. He hands over a small glowing ring. It's basically a soul battery. He asks what the plan is, considering he's about to go up against a literal stadium full of angry constellations. Luminous takes the ring and starts channeling her mana. She knows exactly what he's planning. He's going to walk into the arena and pick a fight with everyone at once. He just shrugs. If he deletes too many gods at once, the world balance breaks, and that's a headache he doesn't want to deal with. The ring floats between them, glowing with the power of the monsters he just nuked. Luminous reveals her role. She's going to use these souls to create a smokescreen and blind the Lord of the Labyrinth. Back to the present. The big red orb is glowing, pulsing with data from across the world. Luminous stares at the orb. This is the source of the system that's been farming humanity for centuries. She takes a deep breath and exhales a cloud of dark, purple mana. She blows the smoke directly onto the globe, covering the map in a thick, magical fog. The dark mana clings to the surface, successfully jamming the signal. She smiles. For a few minutes, the Eye of God is looking at a static screen. Who are you? A spear tip appears at her throat before she can even finish her victory lap. It's Beak Mask. He's looking down at her like he just caught a thief in the server room. Luminous keeps her cool. She puts her hands up and tells him to relax. She's not doing anything. Beak Mask isn't buying it. He's got that I'm a professional guard stick up his soul. He tells her that this isn't a place for randoms and he's going to have to escort her to the boss for questioning. He's taking his job way too seriously. He tells her the Lord will decide her fate. Luminous is thinking fast. If she fights him now, the alarms go off and the whole mission is cooked. She needs a way to slip out without turning this into a boss fight. She tries the classic I'm just a nameless wanderer who got lost excuse. Beak Mask doesn't blink. He's got a duty to report anything unusual, and a red-haired witch blowing smoke on the world map is definitely unusual. Luminous shifts her tone. She commends his loyalty, but asks him to lower the weapon first. The mention of loyalty seems to hit a nerve. Beak Mask's eye twitches. He slams the butt of his spear into the floor, shattering the tiles. Don't you dare make assumptions about me, he says. Apparently he's not a volunteer. He reveals he was given this job 300 years ago, but he has zero memories of his life before that. He lacks the strength to defy the Lord, so he's just holding on to his post like a ghost in the machine. There's one sentence stuck in his head, hold on to the weapon. It's the only fragment of his past he has left. He catches himself getting emotional and tells her to forget everything and just follow him. Luminous sees the opening. She realizes this guy is suffering from a major identity crisis. She tells him she has the talent to read people. She asks him the one question he can't answer, don't you want to know who you really are? She offers him a deal. She knows someone who can give him his memories back. Beak Mask hesitates. You can see the spear trembling just a little bit. The catch? He has to pretend he never saw her today. He's currently weighing 300 years of duty against a chance to actually be a person again. A few days later, a different location. Our guy is standing in front of a massive scaffolding-covered building with the chairman and Adilia. The keykeeper is there too, standing in front of a purple, flaming door. Jo-hyuk looks at it and is unimpressed. It looks like a normal door to him. Keykeeper clarifies, this isn't the arena. It's a passage that leads to the door that actually opens the arena. He's done the research. There's no way to connect directly to the arena from the human world. Jo-hyuk's face goes dark. He's thinking they wasted their time, and his I'm about to kill everyone aura starts leaking out. The kid panics and tells him to let him finish. The arena hasn't disappeared, it's just located up. Up basically means the divine server where the Lord lives. The kid explains the spatial geometry. Before they descended to Earth, everything was connected. Now, they need a bridge. Thanks to the magic stones Jo-hyuk provided, the kid has upgraded his key. Once they open this door, a corresponding door will open in the Constellations realm. Jo-hyuk tells him to get moving then, but the kid starts sweating again. The passage is a spatial mess. It's crawling with monsters that got sucked in and mutated over centuries. Jo-hyuk just stares at him in silence. Then he gives a small, dangerous smile. You want me to escort you? He's basically offering a free carry. The kid is crying tears of joy. Jo-hyuk turns to Adilia and the chairman. He gives them strict orders. When the door opens in the realm of imagination, tell the other constellations not to enter. A shadow guard, another of Sosimi's cultists, appears out of nowhere to confirm the message to Sosimi herself. Keykeeper, open up! The kid slots the massive key into the air and turns it. The doors creak open, venting a cloud of dark purple mana. Jo-hyuk looks inside. It's a digital-looking nightmare of shifting blocks and glitchy light. Keykeeper. Jo-hyuk gives him the only advice that matters. Stay close if you want to keep your head. The kid nods, clutching his key like his life depends on it. Because it does. And with a let's go, they dive into the glitch. Hashtag chapter 100, we drop straight into the combat. A mutated werewolf thing lunges out of the glitch, looking for a snack. Joo-hyuk doesn't even slow down. He's moving through these things like they're cardboard cutouts. He's got his sword drawn, looking completely bored while blood sprays across the digital floor. He cleaves through 3 of them in a single horizontal slash. It's not even a struggle. It's just house cleaning. The keykeeper is running behind him, trying not to trip over the severed limbs. Jo-hyuk tells him to stop zoning out. If he falls behind, he's going to perish in about 4 seconds. The MC looks back with a smirk. He's actually enjoying this. He spins into a crowd of monsters, turning them into purple mist before they can even growl. Debris is flying everywhere. The passage is literally falling apart around them as he fights. All clear! Run! He's paving a highway through the monster horde. Suddenly, he stops. His eyes narrow. Ahead of them, a massive glowing door covered in clockwork gears appears. The kid confirms it. That's the Great Hall. They're at the finish line. But wait. The kid's face goes pale. Something massive drops from the ceiling, shaking the entire passage. It's a werewolf, but this one is the size of a small house and glowing with blue mana. It lets out a roar that probably broke a few nearby windows in the real world. Joo-hyuk looks it up and down. He's never seen a mutant this beefy before. Keykeeper explains that the spatial distortion in the passage probably mutated this guy into an S-rank threat. Joo-hyuk just grins. He was worried his disciples would tear the passage apart if they fought, so he didn't bring them. Guess I'll have to have some fun myself. The beast lunges. It's fast. But Joo-hyuk is faster. The air screams as the wolf's claws miss him by an inch. Joo-hyuk counters instantly, burying his blade into the beast's side. He's smiling that scary martial god smile again. He unloads a flurry of slashes, carving chunks out of the wolf's hide. The wolf howls, its wounds knitting back together in seconds. High-speed regeneration. It tries to crush him with an overhead slam, but he just slides between its legs. Oh ho, your regen isn't bad. He's talking to it like it's a puppy that just learned a trick. Then his aura shifts to a dark, murderous red. Playtime is over. He raises his sword high, channeling enough mana to make the entire dimension tremble. One vertical slash. The screen goes white. When it clears, the wolf has a clean line running down its entire body. It lets out one last cue before its internal organs decide to go their separate ways. Joo-hyuk lands behind it, flicking the blood off his blade. But he's not done. He turns back and delivers one final massive swing. The slash literally cuts through the wolf's head and the space behind it. The beast is split perfectly in half. Total annihilation. The pieces of the monster dissolve into pixels. The keykeeper is absolutely stunned. This thing was stronger than most high-level constellations, and the MC handled it like he was cutting a cake. He's starting to realize that Joo-hyuk isn't just strong, he's a different species. Joo-hyuk looks over his shoulder. Hey, keykeeper, your turn. The kid snaps out of it. Okay. He approaches the Great Hall door holding his master key. He channels green, glowing mana into the key, activating its true power. He slots it in. The gears on the door start spinning like a clock on fast forward. He turns the key with both hands. The door groans and starts to open. This is it, the gateway to the divine. It's open, the kid says, breathless. Inside the Great Hall, a figure in a plague doctor mask is already waiting. Moji, the beak mask. He's standing in front of another set of massive ornate doors. Beside him, Luminous appears. She's looking elegant and deadly as always. Sosimi is there too, sitting on a stone bench, looking nervous under her bull skull mask, and Barshe, the sword spirit, manifests in his human-like form. Barshe walks toward the door. It's finally open. Narrator mode, Joo-hyuk takes over. After they opened the passage, the real-world news went into a meltdown. The disappearance of constellations and sudden alliance shifts, the world is in chaos. But there's a problem. Jo-hyuk tried to enter the Great Hall himself, and he failed. Every time he stepped toward the door, it would vanish. The Keykeeper's theory? The Great Hall itself is denying him because it was created by the Lord of the Labyrinth. The boss essentially banned his IP address from the server. Jo-hyuk is pissed. He can't get all his disciples in one place, and he can't even see who's inside his sword. He's standing in a dark room, looking at his broken katana. His original plan was to walk in there and confirm the identity of the constellation inside the sword. But then he has an idea. Wait, the disciples can enter, but he can't. He gives a dark, scheming smile. If the system won't let him in the front door, he'll just send his strongest units to kick it down from the inside. Back in the Great Hall, the doors are huge. Beak Mask is lurking. You're late, kid. He's talking to the shadow guard who just arrived. Luminous and Sosimi walk up. Moji tries to act tough, but Luminous is not having it. She gets right in his face. Kid? Is that how you talk to your senior sister? You crazy? She threatens to slice through space and make him even shorter. The seniority argument is heating up. Sosimi is in the middle, stuttering, trying to tell them this isn't the time to fight. Luminous and Moji stare each other down through their masks. High-tier toxic sibling energy. Moji backs off. She's right, even if she's timid. Other constellations are watching them, whispering. Luminous smirks. The orders from Master are clear. They aren't here to be polite. They are here to tear this place apart. We start with a flashback to a few days ago. Our guy is doing some high-level coaching with Sosum. Jo-hyuk is checking the map, making sure the squad is ready for the most disrespectful raid in the history of the Great Hall. The doors to the hall swing open, flooding the room with a light that says, "You're about to get your stats checked." The doors slam shut. The lobby is officially locked. Sosum is the first one through. She's rocking the new stealth hoodie and looks like she's ready to solo queue a competitive match. She lets out a sigh of relief. Even for a high-level disciple, sneaking into the Labyrinth server room is a workout. She runs into Beak Mask, who we now know is Moji. The senior sister talk starts immediately, and it's already clear who the favorite child is. Back in the real world, Adilia is watching a holographic ping. The infiltration successful message just popped up. Jo-hyuk is standing there with the chairman, looking like a proud, albeit slightly murderous coach. Moji is genuinely impressed. She asks Sosum how she found her way here, considering the labyrinth is a spatial nightmare. Sosum, being the shy overachiever she is, explains that she just erased her presence and walked through. Simple enough if you're a god-tier assassin. Also, she has a cheat code. She knows all her seniors' mana sense by heart. Moji's face says it all. Sosum explains her logic. She knew all 4 of the original brothers would eventually become constellations, so she used her cultists to track down their holy items. She memorized those scents centuries ago. Basically, she's been running a 300-year-long search history for her family. Jo-hyuk takes the info and turns to Adilia. He needs to borrow her holy item to test a theory. He grabs the dagger. This is the item that should grant him access to the imaginary realm. He powers up, his mana flaring like he's about to enter a transformation sequence. The room goes quiet as he tries to force the connection. And nothing. He's still stuck in the real world. He looks genuinely confused for the first time in 100 chapters. He pings Moji in the Great Hall, asking if she's the one denying his request to enter. A holographic window appears in front of Adilia. Moji is panicking. She would never block her master. She explains that it feels like something else is physically stopping the connection from forming. I think a great power is blocking you in particular. Basically, the admin put a specific firewall just for Jo-hyuk. Jo-hyuk isn't even mad, just annoyed at the inconvenience. He turns back to the squad. He asks Sosum if she can track the scent of the radiant sword. Sosum explains the difficulty. If a constellation is active, they're easy to find, but if they're dormant inside a weapon, their scent is basically masked. Jo-hyuk shows her a projection of the radiant sword. Sosum checks the data. She calls it a holy item that was once legendary, but none of the juniors she knew used a longsword, so she never bothered to check it. Even now, she can't feel any mana coming from it. It's like the sword is in airplane mode. Jo-hyuk's eyes sharpen. If there's even a 1% chance it's a disciple, he's going in. Sosum asks the logical question, there are thousands of doors in the Great Hall. How are they supposed to find the right one if they can't sense it? Our guy gives the smile of a man who just found an exploit in the game. There's a way. You guys just take down every single constellation in the Great Hall. Process of elimination, baby. If they kick everyone else out, the only door left standing has to be the one. Luminous, Moji, and Sosum turn toward the crowd of random constellations. Luminous is already smiling that scary, bloodthirsty smile. She's been waiting for an excuse to do this. Moji stops her for a second. They need to do this properly. They shouldn't just fight. They need to let everyone know whose name they're doing this in. She slams her hand down and the Great Hall's reality begins to crack. Massive stone pillars explode out of the floor. A giant gate manifests with the name Mushin Moon written across it. It's a literal guild flag planted in the middle of heaven. Luminous is blushing. She loves the nostalgia and the sheer disrespect of it. Moji explains she learned how to manifest territory back when she was first training in the imaginary realm. She gets serious. It's time to start the list. She's been taking notes for 300 years on every constellation that talked trash about their master. Whether they said it to a contract holder or whispered it in the dark, she heard it all. Up until now, she couldn't reach them. Now, they're all in the same room. Moji is definitely the petty revenge specialist of the group. Luminous agrees. Shall we go and destroy those ones first? The random constellations in the lobby are starting to notice the giant building that just appeared in the middle of their floor. They're confused. Mushin Moon was the martial god sect, and that guy has been dead for 3 centuries. One guy with a white mask is laughing, calling them crazy for building a monument to a dead god. A sneaker-clad foot suddenly appears in his face at Mach speed. Moji doesn't even use a weapon. She just stomps the guy into the floor so hard it creates a shockwave. The guy's buddy is frozen in shock. He's starting to realize these aren't just random fans. I know these guys! They're Mushin Moon's fanatics! Luminous appears behind him. She hates the word fanatics. She catches the guy in a spatial grip and tosses him like he's a piece of trash. Moji is impressed by Luminous's dimension slash. Even disciples can appreciate a clean kill. Sosum isn't talking, she's just moving. She's a blur of bull mask and red cape. She's dropping bodies before they even know she's in the room. This isn't a fight, it's a harvest. Moji wants to keep up. She can't let the seniors show her up. She grips her hand, charging it with a green, toxic-looking mana. Luminous asks if she's planning on poisoning everyone, including them. Moji just tells her to watch. The randoms start coughing up green smoke and collapsing. She's selectively targeting the poison so it only hits the enemies. High-level crowd control. Luminous notices something interesting about the corpses. The constellations are already healing. In the Great Hall, you apparently can't actually kill each other. It's like a PvP zone with forced respawns. Luminous doesn't care. Well, we can just take them down mentally. Basically, she's going to spawn camp them until they quit the game. A huge explosion of water mana hits the center of the hall. A buff guy with a massive katana appears. This is the Dao King, guardian of the Choijin family. He's looking at the disciples with a very tired expression. He knows exactly who they are. Another guy leans on his shoulder. This is the Fist King of the Osun family. The real players have finally joined the lobby. Hashtag chapter 1020. Fist King and Dao King are catching up like they're at a high school reunion. Dao King hates his title. He thinks Dao King sounds like a name a middle schooler would come up with. But they don't have a choice. They've been Constellations for so long, they literally forgot their human names. Fist King asks who the sweaty tryhards are making a mess in the lobby. Dao King explains that these are the original disciples of the martial god. Fist King is a bit slow on the uptake. He's heard of Mushinmun, but he's never seen the legends in person. He's heard the stories about the original martial god, how he soloed every disaster and carried the entire era on his back. Dao King reminds him that they were basically countryside heroes back then, so it makes sense they never met the A-list celebrities. Turns out, Dao King actually learned his basic swordplay from the martial god himself. He used those basics to create his own style, which is how he met the Fist Idiot later on. He remembers being surprised that the Fist King had already built his own dojo while he was still traveling. Fist King gets embarrassed. He's the type who acts tough but can't handle a compliment. The tone shifts to something heavier. If we think back, all of us failed. Flashback to the Age of Destruction. The tower appeared and monsters flooded their villages. They fought until they ran out of strength and died. They protected who they could, but they couldn't stop the world from ending. They taught martial arts to save lives, but in the end, they were just human. They view their own deaths as a personal failure. That's some deep-seated survivor's guilt right there. That's why they've spent the last 300 years training in the afterlife. They're obsessed with reaching the perfect technique so they never fail again. Fist King looks over at the disciples. He's getting that I want to test my stats look in his eyes. He says he's interested in them. Dao King thinks he's being a creep. Not in that way, you idiot. I want to fight them. He's a total battle maniac. Dao King warns him that the Mushinmun disciples are completely crazy, but the Fist King is already mid-jump. He lands right in front of the girls. He acknowledges their lineage, the disciples of the martial god. Let's fight! He's got zero chill. Luminous is just annoyed. She looks at him like he's a bug that just interrupted her lunch. Sosim identifies him as the Fist King, one of the top-tier guardians of Korea's families. She notes that he's actually grown significantly stronger since becoming a constellation. He's not just fodder. Luminous asks why he came here himself, considering they were going to come for him eventually anyway. Fist King just wants a challenge. He's been a god for too long and he's bored of winning easily. The disciples take offense to him comparing himself to them. Sosim's aura goes cold. The term strong can only be used to describe our master. Fist King laughs. He's never seen someone get mad after being called strong. He's really poking the bear now. Luminous is about to slice him in half, but Moji steps in front. Moji wants this one. She's the hand-to-hand specialist, so this is her lane. She explains her logic. The guy knows exactly who they are. If they win with some cheap trick, it tarnishes the MC's reputation. She manifests a blazing golden aura. Martial god style. Fist King powers up too. His aura is pure flame. Now we're talking! Luminous and Sosim watch from the side. Luminous thinks Moji is being too kind by fighting fair. Sosim is actually worried. She doesn't doubt Moji's skill, but the weight class difference is massive. Sosim thinks she should have stepped in because she's a tank. Luminous tells her to relax. She might not like Moji, but she knows that kid is a monster when it comes to technique. Moji moves. She starts with a tremor step, shattering the ground to build momentum. She throws a punch that looks way too small for the guy she's hitting. Fist King identifies it as the crushing fist. He's seen it before. He thinks she's too small to generate real power, especially since he can't feel any magic in the strike. He decides to tank it head-on to show off. Big mistake. The punch connects with his abs. What the? This much is noth, RGH! He gets sent flying across the hall like he just got hit by a freight train. He barely recovers, coughing up blood. He realizes the crushing fist was a feint. The moment it touched him, she shifted her power into an inch punch. She didn't use magic. She used her internal weight and the ground support to amplify the force. It's pure, 100% mechanical efficiency. Fist King is hyped now. Now that I know your strength, I'll go all out too. He gathers all his mana into a single explosive point. Take this! The impact creates a massive mushroom cloud of fire in the middle of the hall. Sosim covers her mask. Even she's impressed by the raw output of a great family guardian. Luminous is still calm. She remembers something the master used to say. The bigger the technique, the bigger the opening it leaves behind. Moji is already behind him. She targets the back of his neck. Fist King realizes too late that weight class doesn't matter if you know exactly where the off button is. She delivers a devastating strike to his vital point, glowing with golden energy. The Fist King is face down on the floor, officially out of commission. Moji walks away, looking completely bored. Now that the nuisance is gone, let's get moving. They walk deeper into the hall, leaving a trail of defeated gods behind them. But someone is watching them from the shadows. Someone with a blue mask and tears in their eyes. Is that another disciple? We start with a shot of a massive, ornate door in the Great Hall. The shadow of a coward is looming over it. It's Barke. He's sweating through his mask because he knows the neighborhood has gone to hell. Jo-hyuk pings him through the mental link to ask how the disciples are doing. Barche jumps like he just got a text from his boss while he was supposed to be working. The MC isn't in a joking mood. He can't check the lobby himself because of that IP ban, so he asks if Barche has a death wish. Barche trembles. He knows what's on the other side of that door, and it's not a welcome party. He's literally vibrating with fear. This isn't just, I'm scared of monsters fear, this is, I'm scared of my ex-roommate's fear. He visualizes the disciples, Moji and Sosum, looking like literal demons. He's worried that if he opens that door, they won't care that he's working for the master now. He tries to justify his past to himself. Sure, he was the overseer of the Tower of Destruction, but he was forced into it. He admits it was evil, though. At least he's self-aware about being a former villain henchman. The problem is, back then he had power. Now, he's basically just a talking sword accessory. Ju-hyuk pings him again. You still haven't checked? Barca panics and says he was just about to. He reaches for the handle. This is the bravest thing this talking utility knife has done in 50 chapters. He creaks the door open just a tiny bit. He peeks through the gaps, sweating buckets. The lobby explodes. There's a massive bam as a constellation gets vaporized into digital dust right in front of him. Jo-hyuk asks for the status report. Barcha says they're incredible. He can barely track their movement because they're moving at speedrun velocity. Most of the constellations are already horizontal. Jo-hyuk is pleased. It's like watching his children win a regional tournament if the tournament involved beating up gods. Barche stares closer. Something is wrong with the power scaling here. He realizes they are significantly stronger than they were 300 years ago. Constellations can grow through training, but it's rare. These women didn't just grow, they evolved. Oh my. It's been a while, Trash. Luminous is right there. She's looking down at him with a smile that would make a shark rethink its life choices. Moji and Sosum notice the interaction. Moji remembers that Master said not to mess with Barche yet. She wonders if Luminous got the memo. Barche tries to play it cool. You know me, I haven't seen you before. Worst lie in history. Luminous gets in his face. She calls him the former overseer with zero respect. She remembers him looking down on them from the top of the tower like they were ants. Now the tables have turned and she's the one with the magnifying glass. She admits she'd love to delete him like the other trash behind her, but Master's orders are the only thing keeping him alive. She delivers a brutal kick directly to the door. The door slams shut, sending Barche flying back into his private server. He hits the floor hard. Luminous didn't kill him, but she definitely gave him a don't come outside warning. She tells him through the door that they'll remember which room is his, but if you come outside, I'll make you wish you were dead. Total psychological warfare. Barsh is left whimpering on the floor. He really needs a union rep or something. We shift back to the real world, to the ruins of the island our guy nuked recently. Jo-hyuk is calling for Barche. He's confused why his sword spirit has gone radio silent all of a sudden. He notices his students arriving and cuts the mental link. Arin, Logan, and Yanlong walk up. They're confused why they were called to a deserted, bombed-out island separately. Yanlong is the most vocal. She looks at the crater and asks what happened here. Buildings are leveled, the ground is torn up. Jo-hyuk just says, sort of a war happened. He's not going to mention he was the one who pulled the trigger. He gathered them here to teach them the next step. He tells the chairman to just watch. This is a private lesson for the frontliners. He points out that both Ahrin and Yanlong have divine contracts. They've been keeping up with his hellish training, so it's time to show them how to actually use a constellation's power instead of just borrowing it. He asks Ahrin to hand over her Cheong Waldo, her massive bladed polearm. She hands it over immediately. She knows whenever Master takes a weapon, something is about to get deleted. Jo-hyuk walks toward a clear space, looking completely relaxed in his gray hoodie. He stares out at the horizon. He's looking for a target that's far enough away to show off. He grips the handle. He says it's not his style to be serious when swinging a sword, but a demo needs to be perfect. He takes a stance. Blue lightning begins to crackle around his body. The lightning isn't his, it's the attribute from Ahrin's contract. He's manifesting it through pure technique. Ahrin is shocked. That's her family's signature lightning, but Jo-hyuk is doing it with just a basic contract connection. He lets out a scary grin and swings. A massive blade of blue energy screams through the air, heading straight for a distant mountain range. The air splits. The sound hits them a second later. The top of the mountain simply vanishes. The impact sends a shockwave across the water. He turns back. totally casual. He says it wasn't as clean as Luminous's space cuts, but this should be their new standard. The chairman is sweating. He realizes Jo Hyuk has grown even stronger since the last time he showed off the space slash. Jo Hyuk tells Arin to go practice in the forest until she can match that timing. Next up is Yanlong. He asks for her sacred relic, her ice-imbued gloves. She hands them over. The gloves are glowing with a freezing blue flame. He puts them on and complains that ice is annoying to use. He leads her over to a large, half-destroyed building. Yanlong follows, looking at him with literal stars in her eyes. They stand in the middle of a massive impact crater. Yanlong asks if this was a bomb site. Jo Hyuk tells her not to worry about the details. Look closely. He pulls back a fist, charging it with a deep, frozen blue mana. He slams his foot down to anchor his weight. The ground shatters as ice spikes explode outward in every direction. In a single second, the entire building and the surrounding crater is encased in a massive fortress of jagged ice. Yanlong is breathless. This isn't just an attack, it's an environmental overhaul. He didn't just make icicles, he changed the weather. It's literally starting to snow on the island. She calls it amazing. She's staring at him like he just invented fire. Jo Hyuk just shrugs. It's her own Constellation's power. He's just showing her the master setting on the thermostat. He tells her she'll be able to do this too with enough practice. She's hyped now, ready to grind. He turns to the chairman. It's time to move on to the next objective, getting that thing from the Black Cat. We open inside the priest's realm. It's a disaster zone. Broken pagodas and ruins as far as the eye can see. Moji and Luminous peek through the door. They can't believe this guy actually found a way to maintain an imaginary realm in this state. They step inside. The whole place is tinted in a blood red and black color scheme. Luminous notes that the owner must really like red and black. It looks like a goth's fever dream. Sasam sniffs the air. The scent is familiar, but she needs to find the source to be 100% sure. They see a ruined wall blocking the path. Luminous says they'll have to step over it. Wait. Luminous spots a small gap in the debris. She thinks they can squeeze through. It's more dignified than climbing, apparently. They start hunching over to crawl through the rubble. Luminous is complaining. If she knew they'd be doing this, she would have just blasted a hole through the wall. Suddenly, Sasam stops. Her eyes widen behind the mask. They reach a clearing in the ruins. A man is sitting in the center, back turned to them. He's wearing a red vest with the East symbol. The aura coming off him is thick and dark. Moji recognizes him immediately. Junior brother. The man turns his head. He looks tired, messy, and very confused. He stares at the three women standing in his ruins. Luminous says it's been a while and asks what's with the edgy interior design. The man stands up. He tells her she's the last person he wants to hear design advice from. He asks how they even got here. He thought they all became constellations and went to the upper server. Moji explains that the Great Hall opened up. They took the back stairs. The man realizes she means the arena. He looks away, sounding completely defeated. He says it's been a long time, but he doesn't want to see anyone. He's in rot mode. He explains his backstory. He fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but when he heard rumors of the master's reincarnation, he was overjoyed. But he couldn't find him. For 300 years, he searched the real world from his seat in the divine realm. He tried to use the holy relics he resided in to send a message. He ordered every person who picked up his sword, "Find my master." But nobody listened. They just got drunk on his power and used his blade to start wars or win duels. Just when he thought he found someone strong enough to handle his power, the guy just left him in a basement to collect dust. Cessed in peace, Logan's career. So he gave up. He decided to just rot away in silence. He tells them to go back. Moji stops him. She tells him he'd be surprised if he knew why they really came here. She takes off her plague mask. Master ordered us to find you. She adds that the holy relic he was rotting in is already in the master's hands. The man freezes. The master is back? Moji confirms it. The man begins to vibrate. He drops to his knees and starts slamming his head into the floor. He's screaming "Master" while literally cracking the ground with his skull. Luminous and Sasam look at each other. They remember this guy now. His nickname from 300 years ago, the Freak. He's currently laughing and crying while bleeding from his forehead. Zero chill. Luminous wonders why Master didn't give Sasam a nickname like that. Sasam just tells her to be quiet. The Freak stops slamming his head. He's breathing heavily, looking refreshed. He stands up, wipes the blood from his eyes, and thanks his senior sisters. He says he's going to clean up his realm and get ready to meet the master properly. Moji puts her mask back on and tells him they'll see him later. Mission accomplished. We shift back to the real world, to a massive skyscraper, the Contractors Association. Logan is standing there, looking like he just saw a ghost. Jo Hyuk and the chairman are standing next to a massive purple glowing magic stone. Jo Hyuk promised to return the magic stone he borrowed from Logan's guild. Logan points out that this one is twice the size of the one they gave him. Jo Hyuk just tells him to take it. It's interest on the loan. He walks away, looking pleased with himself. Back at the island ruins, the chairman asks what the plan is now. Jo Hyuk is looking at the ground. He's deduced that there should be another large floating magic stone buried on this island. He remembers the constellations he fought here. They were all overflowing with mana. If they had physical forms and kept emitting that much power, they should have run out of gas and vanished. The only reason they didn't is because something was acting as a stable flow battery for the whole area. His eyes glow. It's here. He tells the chairman to transfer the entire mass of land that reeks of magic power to Valhalla. He warns him to be careful. If you mistreat a magic stone this big, the resulting explosion would be visible from space. The stone is successfully transferred to a lab in Valhalla. Logan is standing in the back wondering how these people even function. The chairman gets a ping on his tablet. His eyes go wide behind the cat mask. Mr. Jo Hyuk. He reports that the disciples in the Great Hall have found the soul. Jo Hyuk smiles. So it's the one in the light sword? The chairman confirms it was his disciple. Jo Hyuk tells him not to spoil the name. He wants to confirm it himself. He gives Logan a final piece of advice. Come to Valhalla if he wants to learn the one-punch technique for real. Logan is hyped. Jo Hyuk and the chairman walk through a spatial portal back to the academy. They arrive in the chairman's office. Valhalla Academy at night. It looks peaceful. They approach the main desk. The spatial portal closes behind them. Jo Hyuk lets out a sigh, ready to call it a day. The chairman stops. He notices someone is already sitting in his chair. A man is standing in the shadows, hand on a sword hilt. The light hits his face. It's the mustache veteran. So, we're back in the chairman's office. Our guy and the black cat are staring at a man who clearly thinks he's the main character of a different anime. The chairman is not happy. This is his office, and Mustache here is trespassing in a restricted zone. The man stands up, looking entirely too smug for someone about to get his life insurance premium raised. Meet Franch Rodmuller, commander of the Hosted Knights and the number 5 ranked contractor in the world. The chairman's heard of them, a startup guild that's been making waves in Europe recently. Franch starts giving the villain monologue special. He talks about how the Great Hall opening has forced families into alliances. He explains that Europe is all about the old money families, unlike the guild-centric system in America. The 9 great families formed an alliance that's supposedly strong enough to rival the U.S. Contractors Association. And his family, the Rodmullers, are leading the charge because they serve the King of Knights. He mentions the Ventric family, Adilia's people, refused to join. Honestly, based on Adilia's IQ, she probably just smelled the L coming from this guy. The chairman cuts him off. Cool story, bro. Why are you in my chair? Franch gives a condescending little smile. He's not here for a tea party. He was commanded by his constellation to gather sword-type sacred relics. Since they serve the King of Knights, they claim they're the only ones qualified to handle high-level blades. Their mission? To control any sword that might bring chaos to the world, which is just a fancy way of saying they're stealing everyone's loot. They got some intel that caught their eye, the Radiant Sword, a cursed blade that tempts the wielder to cause bloodshed. Franch is basically describing a Monday morning for Jo Hyuk. He stares into the camera like he's in a dramatic K-drama zoom-in. He tracked the sword to Logan first. Logan, being the smart intern he is, passed the hot potato to the chairman. Franch admits he believed in Logan, but now he has doubts about the no one ranker's responsibility. He looks down, acting all disappointed. He says the sword eventually reached the leader of the market, the Black Cat. He points a finger. Hand over the sword, Black Cat. Franch powers up. A blue flaming aura erupts around him. He claims he can't let the sword stay in untrustworthy hands. He insists they hand it over to the Hosted Knights. Do you comply? He's really asking for a hospital bed at this point. The chairman's aura goes dark purple. He's been polite for 20 panels, but Franch just crossed the disrespecting the business line. Jo Hyuk puts a hand on the chairman's shoulder. Stay put, Black Cat, I've got this. Our guy steps forward. The height difference is there, but the aura diff is a canyon. Hey, Mustache, you got the wrong guy. The sword is mine. Franch recognizes him. He's seen the VODs of Jo Hyuk catching villains and stopping disasters. Jo Hyuk is just annoyed. What are you, a stalker? Franch goes quiet for a second. His face starts to tremble. Just how lacking is Korea in talent, he starts bawling. Tears are literally streaming down his face as he laments that a mere high school student has to carry such a grand duty. He reaches out like he's Jo Hyuk's long-lost dad. Fear not, my boy! I shall take responsibility for the cursed sword. Jo Hyuk's internal monologue. I've met countless idiots, but this guy is one of a kind. Our guy is physically vibrating with the urge to slice this man into confetti. He's asking himself if he should hold back. He pushes Franch's hand away. He clarifies that he hasn't made a contract with the sword, but it belongs to him regardless. If you want it, you'll have to defeat me. The challenge is on the table. Franch hesitates. As a noble knight, he thinks it's beneath him to fight a child. They move the party to a training hall. They face off. Franch says he'll handicap himself and fight without his sword to make it fair. Jo Hyuk just grins. Don't regret it later. I'm using mine. But before they start, Jo Hyuk pings the chairman. He whispers the most petty order in history. Gather all the disciples and tell them to beat the crap out of that King of Knights guy. Franch thinks he's being a mentor. He tells Juhyuk to just play along and lose. Juhyuk agrees. Thanks. I'll go easy on you too. He draws a sheathed Hwando. He's not even going to unsheathe the blade. Because there won't be anyone left to harass me after this! He's going full menace mode. One hit. The impact of the sheathed sword against Franch's defensive stance is massive. Franch's eyes go wide. It's heavy! He can't believe a blunt stick is hitting with this much mass. Joyuk mocks him. You blocked that? No wonder you're a commander. Total sarcasm. Franch is losing his cool. He calls Juhyuk arrogant. He counters with a punch, identifying himself properly this time. I am Franch Rodmuller! He powers up his aura, thinking the vanguard of Europe wouldn't go down this easily. He swings with his arm, creating a blade of golden energy. Juhyuk just dodges it like he's playing a rhythm game on easy mode. He notes that Franch is using sword intent with a lot of magic power. He lets out a terrifyingly wide smile. How ridiculous. Juhyuk brings the sheathed sword down like a hammer from God. The floor shatters. The shockwave fills the entire training hall. Out of all the people I've met, you're the most disgusting one. Juhyuk is right in his face now. He mocks Franch's chivalry. The moment Franch starts losing, he channels a massive amount of magic power to swing at a student. That's your level, trash. Juhyuk powers up his own aura, a bright electric blue. He delivers a point-blank blast of pure magic. Franch gets sent through the wall like a human cannonball. He hits the ground hard, sliding across the floor in a daze. He's thinking to himself, did he just push me with pure magic? That's incredible. He's finally realizing the gap. He realizes he's not getting that sword back today, or ever. He decides to call for backup. He tries to contact his constellation. The system screen pops up. The King of Knights, yo you! The message from his god is just one line. Franch is staring at the system message like it's a death warrant. He's confused why his dear constellation is swearing at him. A golden hologram of a sword appears in the air, pulsing with panic. Looks like they found him, Franch says, but he still doesn't get the subtext. Juhyuk doesn't give him time to think. He's back on the offensive, hitting Franch with a flurry of blows. He tells Franch not to bother dodging. It's just a countdown to a funeral now. Franch looks at the wall behind him. It's completely pulverized. He realizes that if that kick had landed on his ribs, he'd be a different shape right now. He asks what Master meant by found him. Juhyuk just looks at his sword. He says he usually explains things in detail, but I've got nothing to say to someone like you! He lets out a crazy laugh. He slams the sheath into Franch's guard again. The impact is so loud it probably set off car alarms in the parking lot. Franch is sliding back, his boots leaving scorch marks on the floor. He's panicking now. He can barely block, and he hasn't landed a single hit. He begs his constellation for power, but the King of Knights has gone ghost. Elsewhere, a silver helmet is vibrating on the ground. It's the King of Knights. He's being stepped on by the butcher. Our hobo disciple has finally found his hobby. Luminous is walking through the lobby, looking bored. She remembers Master's order to find the King of Knights. She wonders if they already beat him up during the first wave. She pings Moji. Moji confirms he wasn't in the original group of fodder they handled earlier. She identifies him, the guardian of Germany's Rodmuller family. He's the one who controls a round table of other knight constellations, a literal guild leader god. Luminous is impressed. Moji knows so much. Moji admits she likes to keep a burn list of all the famous European constellations. She remembers Franch stopping by recently to invite her to the alliance. He clearly didn't know who he was talking to. Why bring him up now? Moji asks. Master's orders. Beat the shit out of him. Luminous claps her hands together with a devilish grin. All right, let's go to the realm of imagination. They're about to raid a god's house. They arrive at the gates of Mushinmun. Sosum is waiting there. She nods. She understands the mission perfectly. They find the fourth brother, the butcher, and give him the target. The butcher looks up. His eyes are glowing with that unstable fanatic energy. This is the Sanctuary of the Knights, a massive, floating white tower. Inside, the knights are already fighting each other. One guy with an eye patch is screaming at a green-cloaked knight about betrayed families and late weapon deliveries. Typical internal drama. They're all sitting around a massive table, bickering like a group of toxic gamers after a lost match. A knight in a bucket helm slams the table. Silence! You stand before the king! The green knight isn't having it. King, my ass! We're here for an alliance, not to be your interns. The eye patch guy agrees. The hierarchy is falling apart. The King of Knights sits at the head of the table, silent. Suddenly, the room starts to burn. A dark red fire begins to leak from the king's visor. You're quite noisy. It's not the king talking. The ceiling explodes. The butcher drops in like a meteor. He lands right on the table, shattering the stone. He looks like a demon unleashed. Red aura is pouring off his body. You garbage dare to go against the master? He's growling like a rabid dog. The knights draw their swords. They don't know who this hobo is. One female knight recognizes the aura. Her eyes go wide. It can't be! Mushinmun's fanatic, the butcher! Before she can even finish the sentence, the butcher has her by the throat. He's grinding his teeth, looking like he's about to eat her. He slams her into the ground with enough force to crack the foundation of the tower. He starts running through the other knights, a blur of red destruction. He's not even using a weapon. He's just using his hands to tear through their armor. The knights are flying everywhere. It's not a fight, it's a horror movie. One massive explosion of red mana clears the room. The dust settles. The butcher is standing over the King of Knights. He grabs the king's helmet. "Are you the King of Knights?" The king stutters. "I am, but..." The butcher doesn't wait for the but. He's mid-swing. "Do you not know how to manage your contractors, huh?" He unloads a massive punch directly into the king's face. The butcher is currently turning the King of Knights sanctuary into a very expensive demolition site. He's shouting at the king to manage his contractors better, because the mess Franch is making on Earth is getting annoying. He follows that up with a punch that literally shatters the divine atmosphere. The King of Knights is currently wondering how his life went from divine ruler to stress ball in under 5 minutes. Outside the building, the senior sisters are just watching the smoke rise. Luminous looks genuinely unimpressed by the architecture. Moji notes that these guys were nowhere to be seen when they were hunting other constellations, meaning they've been hiding in this alliance. She figures out that this building wasn't made by one god, but a group of them pooling their resources to hide from the disciples. So Simi is getting worried about the junior brother being in there alone while he's this tilted. Luminous says it is better to wait until he calms down, because a freak in a state of flow is basically a natural disaster you don't want to stand next to. She starts wondering why the master gave her the nickname Ruler of the Underworld instead of giving it to the butcher, considering he's clearly the crazier one. Moji notices the screaming has stopped and suggests they finally head in. They walk in to find the aftermath of a one-man riot. The butcher turns around, looking like he just finished a light cardio session. He's still got his hand on the king's helmet, pinning the god to the floor like a common thug. The remaining knights in the room try to show some backbone, accusing the Mushinmun disciples of working together to steal the sword. Moji's eye glows through her mask. She's already bored of this conversation. The knights realize they are staring at 3 high-tier constellations who could delete their entire existence if they sneeze too hard. The butcher gives them one warning: stay out of the way or things will get messy. They decide that OK is the only safe answer to give a man with blood on his vest. The King of Knights finally finds his voice, asking what they mean by stealing. He claims he never ordered Franch to steal anything, he just wanted a trade. The butcher scoffs. He tells the king that his contractor is currently trying to jack the Red Fang sword. The king is shocked. He realizes Franch went rogue and tried to pull a fast one to impress his god, which was a catastrophic miscalculation. He asks who exactly Franch is fighting. Back on Earth, our guy is currently moving so fast he's basically a blur in a hoodie. He lands a hit on Franch that sends the rank 5 contractor flying across the room. Juhyuk is just getting started. He's treating a world-class hero like a tutorial mob. Franch is panicking because his constellation has gone completely silent on him. He remembers hearing a curse through the link right before the connection cut out. Suddenly, the golden screen of the system pops back up. The King of Knights is screaming through the text box. He's telling Franch he never said to steal and that he should have stuck to a humble trade. The message is clear: forget the sword and get your head on the ground immediately. Franch is lagging in real life. He cannot process that his god is telling him to grovel. He tries to mention his pride as a knight, which is a bold move for someone currently being used as a floor mop. In the divine realm, the butcher slams the king's head into the floor again to make sure the message gets through. Franch finally takes the hint and slams his forehead into the concrete with maximum velocity. Johyuk stops, looking confused. He asks if their god told them to pull this sudden 180. He leans down, mocking the guy for having zero backbone the moment the system tells him to apologize. Johyuk tells him to get up, saying the groveling ruined the fun of beating him senseless. But then, he adds the fine print. He decides he needs to land one last hit so that small fries like Franch stop picking fights with him. Franch tries to negotiate, saying he'll tell everyone how strong Juhyuk is without needing the punch. Our guy just smiles. He's already charged up a true martial arts strike that makes the air scream. Impact. Franch's soul is currently leaving his body. The contractor is down for the count. Permanent L delivered. Juhyuk calls for Black Cat. He tells the chairman to ship this guy back to Germany and then heads over to check on the Red Fang sword. The sword is vibrating on the rack, emitting a thick red mana that looks like blood. Juhyuk realizes the mana is flowing because the 4th disciple is trying to manifest. He reaches out and grabs the hilt. He enters the sword's mental realm and sees a familiar silhouette. The butcher is already there, kneeling so hard he's cracking the mental floor. He's ecstatic to see his master after 300 years. Juhyuk tells him to wipe the blood off his forehead, noting that he still has the habit of smashing his head into the ground when he's excited. Our guy is looking at him with a very complicated expression. Internally, he's panicking. He realizes he has no idea who this guy is. He remembers the nickname Bullshit, but he can't remember why he gave it to him, even though the guy is clearly full of it. The butcher tells him he can keep calling him bullshit if he wants, or he can use his constellation name, the Slaughterer, but Juhyuk decides bullshit is a much better fit for the vibes. Juhyuk asks why he chose a sword as his relic when he used to be a bare-handed brawler. The butcher explains that this sword, Red Fang, was a trophy the master won in his past life, so he entered it to stay close to his legacy. Juhyuk smiles. He appreciates the sentiment, even if the guy is a total menace. He tells him he'll use this sword whenever he can. The butcher starts tearing up. He's the most violent guy in the Great Hall, but around the MC, he's basically a puppy. We flash back to 300 years ago outside the gates of Mushinmun. A younger Kim Hyuno looks down at a raggedy kid standing in the rain. The kid is missing teeth and covered in bruises. He's begging for martial arts training so he can take revenge on the guys who beat him up. Young Luminous is peeking through the gate, trying to tell the master that dinner is ready. She stops when she sees the kid. The kid is still shouting about revenge, looking like he's about to pass out from sheer spite. The other two sisters show up, wondering what the holdup is. Luminous points at the kid, who just appeared out of nowhere. Hino isn't feeling it. He tells the kid he doesn't have time for this charity work. The kid is devastated. He asks why. He points at the Mushinmun signboard, arguing that this is supposed to be a school. Hino tells him the disciples made that sign up as a joke and that they aren't actually looking for new recruits. The kid looks like his entire world just ended. He explains that he's knocked on every door in the city, but everyone rejected him before he could even finish his sentence. Hino realizes he only came out because he was bored and had no work requests lately. The kid drops to his knees. He slams his head into the dirt, begging for just one chance to learn how to fight. He keeps doing it until the ground starts cracking. Hino relents. He tells the kid to stop before he gives himself a permanent concussion. The sisters are watching this, horrified. Luminous thinks the kid is insane for using self-harm as a recruitment strategy. Hino sighs. He remembers a brat who wanted to create a sword style, and now he's got a revenge kid. He looks at the kid's eyes. They are filled with a very specific kind of hunger. He decides to give him a quick demo. He asks where the guys who beat him up are hiding. Hino tells him to lead the way. It's time for a field trip. They find a group of older thugs hanging out in a village alley. The leader of the thugs is currently opening a bag of coins. It's a jackpot. A huge pile of gold coins. The thugs are laughing, talking about how lucky they got. They mock the kid, saying that even though he looks like a beggar, he was carrying a massive pouch. They justify the robbery by saying he should have shared with his poor brothers. They joke about how they had to hit him more than once because he was resisting so hard. Hyuno and the kid walk around the corner. Hyuno asks if these are the guys. The kid points at the pouch, screaming that it's his treasure he gathered from doing years of errands. The thugs just laugh. They ask if he brought his dad along because he lost a fight. The kid shouts that they are cowards for jumping him and that they should be embarrassed to steal from a child. The lead thug gets annoyed, but the guy next to him tells him to wait. He looks at Hino and realizes he looks familiar. The guy's pupils shrink. He's starting to connect the dots. He remembers where he's seen that face. He points a shaking finger, shouting that this is the master of the Mushinmun clan. The bald thug has heard of it too. He knows it's nearby. He remembers the rumors, a master who only takes female disciples and refuses to teach anyone else. The lead thug scoffs. He thinks if the master only teaches young girls, he must be a fraud or a weakling. He tries to act tough, telling Hino that they only extort people to make a living. He asks for mercy from one adult to another, saying they are just healthy kids trying to grow up. Hino's expression goes cold. He doesn't like the healthy kid excuse. He tells them that when he was their age, he was seriously fucking poor. He explains that he survived by doing every miserable job available. Errands, farm work, logging, even monster hunting. He did the grind. But unlike them, he never scammed or robbed people weaker than him. His eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. He admits he wanted to rob people too. He wanted the easy money. But he realized that the moment he stole, his entire struggle to survive would become a waste of time. He'd be no better than the trash he hated. He gives them one choice. Leave the money and walk away, and he won't touch them. If they don't, he's going to provide them with a very painful education. The smart one in the back immediately says I'm out and starts backing away. The other two are confused. They think they can take one guy. Hyuno cracks his neck. He likes that some of them are choosing the hard way. He tells the kid to watch closely. This is what real martial arts looks like. The thug lunges forward, shouting that Hyuno is just bluffing. Hyuno doesn't even move his feet. He just catches the punch. The thug's face goes blank. He just hit a brick wall that hits back. Hyuno flips him with one hand, sending him headfirst into the dirt. He shifts his weight, pure mechanical efficiency. He lands a strike on the second thug that sounds like a gunshot. The third guy, the bald one, is frozen. He's watching his friends get dismantled like Lego sets. Hyuno is suddenly behind him. No sound, no mana sent, just a shadow. He winds up a punch. Impact. The ground underneath the bald guy literally explodes from the pressure. The thug is coughing up everything he's eaten for the last 3 days. The shockwave clears the alley. It's total silence. 3 thugs, 3 seconds. Absolute efficiency. They are out cold. They won't be robbing anyone for a long time. Hyuno turns to the kid. He explains that martial arts is just the most efficient way to defeat an opponent with minimal power. The kid is mesmerized. He's never seen anything that clean before. He realizes Hyuno wasn't even trying. It was just a casual stretch for him. The kid drops to his knees again. He says he doesn't care about revenge anymore. He wants to follow this man. He begs to be accepted as a disciple. Hyuno smiles. He figures he might as well take the bullshit kid in. From this moment on, the 4th disciple is born. Jo-hyuk stands in the mental realm of the Red Fang sword, eyes closed, feeling the familiar hum of the blade. He opens one eye, looking at the manifestation of his 4th disciple. This little brat, he thinks. He realizes the butcher chose to manifest as a sword purely because Jo-hyuk used to use one, even though the butcher himself was always a brawler. He's already got his old legendary sword, but having a sentient, bloodthirsty relic that doubles as a loyal student is a solid mid-game upgrade. Back in the real world, the chairman, Black Cat, teleports into the room. He reports that Franch has been shipped back to Germany, hopefully with a new sense of humility. Jo-hyuk asks if there was any pushback from the European alliance. The chairman explains that Franch was basically a weeping mess, so there wasn't much of a fight left in him. Apparently, the moment they arrived, Franch's Constellation, the King of Knights, reclaimed his powers, essentially abandoning his contractor. Jo-hyuk asks about the Horsted Knights, the elite group Franch led. The chairman explains that the order is actually intact because their backbone, the King of Knights himself, is now a forced subordinate to Jo-hyuk's disciples in the Great Hall. This means the MC effectively just inherited a private army of European elite knights without even having to fill out the paperwork. Jo-hyuk accepts this news with a neutral look, but his mind is already moving toward his final disciple. There's one left. We cut back to the Divine Great Hall, where the atmosphere is significantly more tense. A silver-haired warrior holding a massive spear stands in a darkened corridor. He's standing before a shadowy, glowing-eyed figure hidden behind a curtain. The shadow asks what happened to the forces sent down to Earth. A red-haired subordinate reports that their numbers are gradually decreasing. The spearman stays silent, watching the exchange. The concern is the names. When a constellation's manifestation is destroyed, the soul is supposed to return to the system, but that isn't happening. Suddenly, Luminous appears in the room, looking like she owns the place. She tells the spearman that she's been doing him a favor by covering the Maze Lord's eyes. The spearman is shocked, realizing Luminous has been manipulating the Maze Lord's vision of the entire world. She explains that the big boss sees the world through artifacts and reports, both of which are things she can easily mess with. There used to be a specific constellation meant to relay information about the maze's status. Since that guy doesn't exist anymore, likely deleted by the disciples, Luminous has been subbing in and feeding the Maze Lord fake news. The spearman asks if that's why a certain constellation's name was sent down as a medium of disaster. He's stunned that she knows the inner workings of their deployment schedule. She just gives him a none of your business smile and says she'll explain later. She gets to the point. The reason she's hiding the truth from the Maze Lord is simple. She wants all the names from the tower's 2nd floor to be dealt with simultaneously. The spearman asks if she's planning to send an army of high-tier contractors to do it. Luminous just laughs. Heh, no way. It's just one person. She puts a finger to her lips. She's talking about the MC, and she knows he doesn't need an army. The spearman looks genuinely horrified. He's starting to realize the scale of the smurfing happening on Earth. What? Luminous continues, saying they need to be careful because if all the names disappear at once, the system will flag it as a critical error. The spearman is sweating now. He's stuck between a witch and a god. If the 2nd floor is cleared too fast, the 3rd floor constellations will flood the gate, and the disciples aren't ready for that level of chaos yet. She points to a glowing globe and says she'll make the marks, the enemy presence, disappear slowly to keep the Maze Lord from panicking. The spearman asks the logical question, why are you telling me this? Luminous gives him a look that says she's already figured him out. She says there are 2 reasons. First, he clearly hates the Maze Lord. She saw the resentment in his eyes the moment she walked in. The second reason is that the one person she mentioned, Jo-hyuk, is the only one who might know this spearman's true identity. She tells him to aid that person going forward, predicting that they're going to end up as comrades anyway. The spearman tells her to stop talking nonsense, slamming his spear down to try and regain some dignity. Luminous just waves it off. I understand, I understand. She puts her hands up in a fake surrender, mocking his intensity. She looks him dead in the eye, dropping the playful act for a second. She tells him she has one last request to ensure their plan works. The shadowy figure behind the curtain speaks up, saying something is strange. His eyes glow through the fabric like red headlights. He notes that the constellations sent down should have respawned in their name slots by now, but there's no signal. The spearman interjects, trying to distract the shadow before he looks too closely at the data. He leans in, effectively gaslighting his boss by suggesting the system is just lagging. They might have just temporarily lost their way, he says. He reminds the shadow that this has happened before when manifestations got stuck in the maze's transit layers. The shadow pauses. He decides that if he moved directly, he'd find them, but since they always return eventually, he'll stop worrying. He tells the spearman he'll postpone the next floor's deployment and dismisses them. The spearman and the red-haired subordinate walk out of the throne room. The redhead is shocked. He's never seen the spearman speak up so much or express an opinion to the higher-ups. The spearman looks annoyed. What's unexpected? He claims he was just answering a question in his own way. He tells the redhead that managing the names is his job, so he was just sharing his professional experience. He tosses a final insult, saying that unlike the redhead, he isn't planning on losing his name anytime soon. The redhead is fuming. This guy is basically the arrogant elite of the divine realm. The spearman says he's going to the reincarnation office to check the fruits and tells the redhead to just do his job. He enters a side room, looking over his shoulder to make sure he isn't being followed. He stands before the glowing globe again. He stares at the glowing dots representing the enemies on Earth. He taps a panel on the base of the globe. The red globe flickers and dissolves. It transforms into a deep blue light. A massive, glowing tree appears in the center of the room, its branches filled with hanging orbs. These are the fruits, the stored souls or power sources of the constellations. He stands under the tree, looking at the sheer amount of energy being harvested. His eyes glow with a soft blue light. He's clearly not who he pretends to be. He grips his spear. Whatever his mission is, it's directly tied to what Ju-hyuk is doing. A few days later, we're back on Earth at the Valhalla gym. Ju-hyuk is standing there in his workout gear, looking like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. He told a few people he'd help them train, but he didn't expect the entire Avengers squad to show up at once. Standing before him are Logan, Adilia, and the chairman. It's the world's most overqualified training class. The three heroes are standing in a line, looking like students waiting for their professor to start the lecture. Logan is the most hyped. He's here because Ju-hyuk promised to teach him one fist properly. The chairman is here because he wants to master the space manipulation techniques Ju-hyuk showed off. And then there's Adilia. She's blushing, claiming she wants to learn about the poison ability her family's constellation used during the tournament. Ju-hyuk sighs. He's got some free time, so he tells them to follow him to the private training room. As they walk away, the regular students in the gym are just staring. One guy asks who the hell Ju-hyuk is, noting that the three strongest people in the building are using honorifics when talking to him. His friend has a look of pure dread. He says he's given up on understanding the who, he just knows that Ju-hyuk is overwhelmingly strong. Inside the private room, the MC faces his three students. He tells them he doesn't have time to fix everything today, so they're going to focus on the essentials. He points at Black Cat and suggests it would be better to take off the mask so he doesn't pass out from the heat. The chairman pulls the mask off. The reveal is basically a flashbang of handsomeness. Ju-hyuk looks genuinely annoyed that the guy is this good looking. Logan is surprised the chairman is showing his face, but the chairman says it doesn't matter since they aren't in the market and Adilia has seen it before anyway. Adilia is currently having a crisis. She's covering her face, trembling because she's so glad she came to the training session. Ju-hyuk ignores the rom-com energy and starts his critique. He tells Black Cat his stamina is fine. He notes that even though the chairman doesn't usually fight monsters directly, his movements show he's been keeping up with his training. He promises that with his routine, the chairman will catch up to the top rankers quickly. The chairman is flattered, noting that his mumbling, likely his internal mana management, has been helping him stay sharp. Ju-hyuk tells him that his ability usage is great, but the way he utilizes those abilities in a real fight is lacking. He blames it on the chairman's constellation, Lunatic, who is talented but clearly forgot to teach him the boring fundamentals. The MC notes that doing both martial arts and swordsmanship like Lunatic is a nightmare for most people. He tells the chairman to pick one and stick to it for now. The chairman chooses swordsmanship, manifesting a purple energy relic into a blade. Ju-hyuk agrees that's better for space manipulation. Next up is Adilia. Ju-hyuk tells her point blank, her issue is a complete lack of stamina. She tries to make the "I've been busy with matriarch duties" excuse. Ju-hyuk shuts that down instantly. He notes that as a contractor for the Moron constellation, his third disciple Moji, she should know poison is the hardest element to master. He explains the mechanics. Poison can paralyze from a distance, but killing with it usually requires direct contact. He asks if she's ever tried to melt an enemy from a distance. She says no, and he tells her that should be her ultimate goal, but it requires massive physical foundation. He gives her an exercise routine but says today she's going to practice martial arts. Adilia is confused, but Joo-hyuk points out that her constellation, Moji, eventually chose daggers as her main weapon. Because Moji had a small build, martial arts were essential for her to survive long enough to apply her poison. He asks Adilia if she's formally learned any family martial arts. She says she has, explaining that a previous head of the Ventric family actually crossed into the mental realm of Lord Beakmask to learn. She claims to have mastered those ancient styles, though they differ from modern techniques. Joo-hyuk looks interested. All right, now we're getting somewhere. He delivers the punchline, "You two should spar." Adilia starts vibrating with fear. She points out that Logan is literally the #1 ranked hero in the world. Joo-hyuk sets the handicap. Logan fights with 0 mana, while Adilia can use up to 20% of hers. Logan asks if this spar is related to his one-fist training. Joo-hyuk gives him a predatory smile. Yeah, once it's over, you'll know exactly what's lacking. The two square off. Logan looks like a mountain, and Adilia looks like she's about to faint. The chairman leans in and asks Joo-hyuk if this is really okay. He's worried that even with the mana adjustment, the sheer experience gap between the world's Hag-1 and a family matriarch is too wide. Joo-hyuk asks why he's so worried. Is there something going on between you two? The chairman blushes, but Joo-hyuk just tells him to watch. Logan takes a low stance. Even without mana, his presence is massive. Adilia takes a traditional martial arts stance, her eyes narrowing. Logan moves. It's a blur of raw speed and power. He closes the distance in a single step, throwing a punch that would crack a tank. Adilia doesn't panic. She parries the strike with her forearm, her movements fluid and precise. She uses Logan's own momentum to deflect him, landing a palm strike to his side. Joo-hyuk watches with a satisfied look. As expected, Logan is genuinely surprised. He didn't expect her to have that level of technical skill. He realizes her martial arts level is way higher than her ranking suggests. He resets and goes in again, this time with a series of rapid-fire strikes. Adilia is dancing between the blows, her 20% mana boost helping her keep up with his raw physicals. Logan slams his foot down, trying to disrupt her footing. He throws a straight right. It's too fast for a normal human to see. Adelia's eyes go wide. She realizes she can't block this one head-on. She takes the hit on her shoulder, using the impact to roll backward. She hits the wall, but she's already back on her feet. She looks up, her gaze sharpening. Logan is already there, his hand reaching out to end the match. He throws a heavy punch, expecting her to dodge left. She dodges right instead, her movement looking like a flicker of shadow. She exhales. Phew. Before Logan can react, she lands a kick directly to his chin. Logan's head snaps back. It's a clean hit. She follows up with a series of palm strikes to his chest, each one echoing through the room. Logan is actually grunting in pain. Without mana, he's feeling every bit of those strikes. He slides back across the floor, his feet leaving marks on the mat. Joo-hyuk steps in. "That's enough!" He looks at Logan, who is currently catching his breath. "You understand now, right?" He tells Logan that he's been relying solely on his ability, his raw power and system stats, all this time. He points a finger at the Hack-1 hero. "Logan, you don't actually know how to fight." Joo-hyuk is laying it out plain, "Logan, you've been a stat checker your whole life, just showing off raw power because your numbers were higher. Even with the mana handicap, Logan should have won on physicals alone, but he got folded in CQC because he lacks efficiency." Joo-hyuk gives that smug MC smirk. He asks if Logan is curious as to why he couldn't touch Adilia. Adilia is in the background, literally gasping for air like she just ran a marathon in a sauna. Logan asks if there's a specific reason, and Joo-hyuk is more than happy to drop some lore. Logan mentions he learned his style through divine communication with his monk Constellation. Joo-hyuk expected that. He knows exactly who that monk was back in the day. He tells Logan he lost specifically because his Constellation's martial arts were basically a series of bad habits. Cue the wavy screen. We're going back 300 years to see where this holy man actually came from. A crowd is gathered in a village square, listening to a young guy with a rosary and a salesman's voice. This is the future monk Constellation. He points to a massive rock behind him, claiming it's a legendary trial of strength. He invites people to check it out, proving it isn't a prop or a hollowed-out fake. The younger Joo-hyuk and his 3 original disciples are watching from the back, looking like they just walked into a Tier 3 scammer video. The monk holds up a divine strength pill, claiming it was forged with the mercy of Buddha himself. He swallows the pill with a dramatic gulp. The crowd leans in. The music in the monk's head is probably peaking right now. He starts chanting Amitabha Buddha while literal flames of mana erupt around him. He winds up a punch that looks like it could delete a zip code. He taps the rock. Just a light talk sound. Young Luminous and Moji are eating snacks, completely unimpressed by the theatricality. Joo-hyuk's eyes are sharp. He's looking past the show. Then, the rock starts to groan. Cracks spiderweb across the entire surface in a split second. The whole thing crumbles into pebbles. It's a clean demolition. The monk flexes, telling the crowd he barely even touched it and it still turned to dust. He pulls out a pot full of the pills, offering inhuman strength to anyone with a few coins. Only 10 geons. It's a limited time offer on god tier stats. The villagers start throwing their money at him. Ju-hyuk just watches the bag get secured. Jo-hyuk explains to his disciples that this guy isn't a martial artist, his abilities have simply bloomed. Think of it like an awakening from modern manhwas. He didn't work for the power, the system just handed it to him. He breaks down the lore. Abilities bloom based on luck and talent, not necessarily on how many hours you put into the gym. He uses himself as an example, saying a guy like him with a shitty meditation technique would never find a hidden power, he just has to get good the hard way. But then you have guys like this monk who win the superpower lottery without ever breaking a sweat. Ju-hyuk admits that blooming talent is fine, but using that talent to scam innocent people is where he draws the line. The monk is celebrating, hugging his giant bag of coins like it's his firstborn child. He's sold out for the day and is already planning his next get-rich-quick scheme. Ju-hyuk walks up to him, and the monk tries to play it cool, saying they're out of stock. He starts to offer a pre-order for the next batch, but Ju-hyuk isn't there for a subscription. Ju-hyuk lands a flick to the forehead that sends the monk flying back into his own table. The monk is clutching his head, screaming about why he was just attacked by a random passerby. Ju-hyuk stands over him, asking why he's out here running a pyramid scheme on regular people. He mocks the guy for using Buddha's name to peddle sugar pills, asking if he has even an ounce of shame. The monk looks up, and for a second, the scammer persona drops. He says the money is actually for rebuilding his temple. He looks dead serious. Later that evening, the sun is setting over the mountains. The monk is leading Ju-hyuk through the forest, asking if the 3 girls with him are his disciples. Ju-hyuk asks how he guessed that, noting that most people don't see the master energy on him immediately. The monk stops in his tracks. He's figured it out. He realizes this is Kim Hyuno, the legendary leader of Mushinmun who is famous for taking in strange little kids as students. He tries to introduce himself, but Ju-hyuk cuts him off, telling him he doesn't care about his name. Ju-hyuk dubs him Monkey on the spot. The monk is not a fan of the new branding. Ju-hyuk explains that he left his disciples behind to verify the temple story. He admits that usually he's too lazy to care, but he has nothing better to do today than debunk a fraud. If it turns out the monk is lying, Ju-hyuk is going to take that bag of money and return every cent to the villagers. They continue the hike, and Jo-hyuk asks about the rebuilding project. The monk admits he didn't even choose this life. He reveals a heavy backstory. His parents were so poor they sold him into slavery when he was just a kid. An old abbot monk found him in a slave market and begged the trader to release the boy, giving up everything he had gathered that day. Jo-hyuk is surprised. Slave traders aren't exactly known for their buy one get one free mercy. The old man was Monk Hyundok, and he was apparently such a W of a human that even criminals respected him. Monkey grew up in a small mountain temple, living a quiet, happy life with his savior. It was just the two of them against the world. Then, a giant golem, a literal living mountain of rock, attacked the temple out of nowhere. Hyundok used his last moments to get the boy to safety, dying under the rubble as the temple was leveled. The boy returned later to cremate the body, sifting through the ash with his bare hands. He found the sarira, the sacred crystallized remains of a holy person, and something snapped in his mind. He vowed to rebuild the temple and build a massive tower to house those remains. That's why he's out here scamming people. He doesn't care about his soul. He just wants to finish the old man's house. Jo-hyuk asks what happened to the golem. Monkey says it just dug around the ruins and then vanished into the earth. They finally reached the site. Monkey is actually smiling now. The sign reads, Seokjum Temple. Jo-hyuk is impressed. The entrance gates are massive and beautifully built. Monkey laughs, admitting he built the doors first to look professional, but the inside is still a total construction zone. He invites Ju-hyuk in for tea, but our guy is ready to clock out. He's seen the truth, so he's heading back. Ju-hyuk gives him one piece of advice. Next time, try making money without the fraud. Monkey rubs the back of his head and says he'll try his best. He's actually a decent guy. Suddenly, Monkey's pupils shrink. A massive boom shakes the mountain. The ground is vibrating like a subwoofer. Ju-hyuk turns around, sensing a massive amount of magic power approaching. Emerging from the dust is the giant golem. It's back, and it looks like it's been hitting the gym since the last time they met. The golem is a towering wall of jagged rock with glowing red eyes that scream end of days. Monkey is shaking. He recognizes this thing. It's the same monster that killed his master, but it's twice as large now. Jo-hyuk looks up at it, totally unfazed. He's just thinking about how this is going to cut into his nap time. Monkey confirms it's the same one. He's terrified that his new gates are about to be turned into toothpicks. The golem throws a punch that literal splits the air. Ju-hyuk steps in front of the monk and catches the massive stone fist with one hand. The impact creates a crater under his feet. He asks the golem if it really thinks it can wreck the temple a second time. How rude of you! The golem tries to smash him with its other arm, but Ju-hyuk is already moving. Monkey thinks the fight is over because Ju-hyuk looks like he's winning, but the MC tells him no way. He explains that golems are like machines. They have a core. If you don't delete the hardware, they just keep coming back. He realizes the reason this thing got so big was that it's been feeding on something nearby. He asks if there's a magic stone hidden under the temple. The temple's name actually translates to Hidden Stone Temple. It seems the old abbot was keeping a secret under the floorboards. Ju-hyuk explains the ecology. The golem didn't attack for fun. It smelled the high-quality magic and came to order delivery. Monkey realizes if they don't kill it now, it will just keep growing until it swallows the whole mountain. Ju-hyuk looks at the monk and makes a decision. He grabs Monkey's arm and forces him into a fighting stance. He tells the monk that he's going to be the one to kill it. This is the monster that killed his father figure. This is justice time. Monkey wants to, but he has no idea how a bloomed stat checker is supposed to kill a mountain. Ju-hyuk tells him to use the same rock smashing technique he used to scam the villagers. He tells him to focus. He's going to act as a booster for the monk's power. Tighten your fist. Spread your feet. Use your base. Ju-hyuk pours his own magic into the monk, acting like an external power supply. The golem winds up for a final overhead smash. Get him! Ju-hyuk shouts. Monkey lets out a scream that probably echoed in the next province. He lunges forward, his fist glowing with an intense golden light. Impact. His fist hits the golem's chest like a tactical nuke. The monk is gritting his teeth, feeling the sheer resistance of the stone. The golem's eyes flicker. It's the first time it's actually felt fear. The stone surface shatters. The shockwave travels all the way through the golem's torso. The core, a glowing red orb, is exposed and instantly cracks into a million pieces. The golem dissolves into a pile of regular rocks. The one-hit kill actually worked. Ju-hyuk tells him he has talent. He likes that the monk is humble enough to credit him for the magic boost. Monkey is emotional. He wishes he could have done this years ago to save Hyundak. Ju-hyuk looks at the sunset, then back at the monk. Do you want to be my disciple? He offers to take him in and foster his abilities alongside his other gifted Rizzi students. The monk looks down at his hands. This is the dream, right? Learning from the martial god? I'm sorry, but can I say no? He says he wants to stay and protect this temple. He promised the old man he'd restore it, and he's not leaving until it's perfect. Ju-hyuk smiles. He calls it admirable and lets it go. He respects a man with a goal. Back to the present. Ju-hyuk explains that he visited the temple occasionally to check on Monkey's progress. The monk spent his life developing that one-hit kill style, and even the other disciples were impressed by his raw power. But Ju-hyuk points out the flaw. The attacks were too linear. If an enemy dodged the first hit, the monk was a sitting duck. He says he was planning to fix that weakness once the style was complete. Logan asks the obvious question, why didn't you? Because of the Tower of Destruction. The MC notes that even though they missed that chance in the past, this training session is the perfect opportunity to fix it now. He tells everyone to follow closely. Class is back in session. He demonstrates movements with a wooden sword, showing how to transition from power to flow. Adilia is watching, clutching a clipboard and looking like she's about to have a mental breakdown from the complexity. Ju-hyuk physically corrects Logan's posture, showing him how to use his shoulders to hide the telegraphing of his punches. By the end of the day, the three heroes look like they've been through a war, but they're beaming. Logan is shocked. He only came to learn First Fist, but he feels like his entire concept of combat has been rewritten. Ju-hyuk tells him to stop moving like a freight train and start moving like a river. He tells the chairman to stop throwing magic and start releasing it with precision. And he tells Adilia to, well, just keep running until she doesn't pass out. The three students bow and head out, looking completely drained but satisfied. Night falls. Ju-hyuk is walking back to his dorms, alone with his thoughts. He's thinking about the future. With this level of training, his students can probably handle most disasters, but he's worried about the third-level constellations, the heavy hitters who could barge in any day now. He checks his names. He hasn't absorbed all the second-level souls yet, keeping some as a snack for later. Suddenly, a blue light flickers. Barshay pops out, and he looks like he's just seen a ghost. Barshay is panicking. He tells Ju-hyuk to warn his disciples in the Grand Hall immediately. Ju-hyuk tells him to slow down. You think you're in a position to make demands? Barshay is sweating. He says he has a very valid reason for the sudden request. Ju-hyuk stops walking. His expression goes dead serious. Tell me. Barshay drops the bombshell. It's them! The Tower of Destruction! They're already inside the Grand Hall! Barshay is absolutely losing it. He's screaming that the Tower of Destruction guys have basically moved into the Grand Hall like they pay rent there. Joyuk is remarkably calm for someone who just heard his old enemies are respawning in the Divine Lobby. He tells Barshay to stop vibrating and explain it properly. Barshay starts the debrief. He went to scout the Grand Hall to see how the other constellations were reacting to the disciples' recent rampage. While Juhyuk's students were busy making gods catch fades, Barshay was playing hide-and-seek in the corners of the hall. He noticed the place was ghost town quiet. Barely any constellations were visible in the main thoroughfare. He figured out they weren't gone, they were gathering. He found ruins being cleared and new buildings being constructed in a specific sector. The recent chaos with the King of Knights seems to have triggered a defense alliance among the lesser gods, and that's when Barshay felt a hand on his shoulder. It was the hidden strategist, a guy with glasses and a smirk that screams, "I have a detailed spreadsheet of your weaknesses." Juhyuk recognizes the rank. This guy is a heavy hitter from the 4th floor of the tower. Barshay confirms his alias. The strategist is the type of guy who never fights fair, he just maneuvers everyone else into losing for him. Juhyuk hasn't heard of him, which Barshay says is expected. One of the MC's original disciples deleted this guy before Juhyuk even reached his floor 300 years ago. The strategist told Barshay straight up, he's now the acting manager for all the constellations originating from the Tower of Destruction. Joyuk is confused. If he's only from the 4th floor, how is he leading the higher floor monsters? Barshay explains that the power vacuum is real. He asks if Joyuk remembers the hierarchy of the tower. Juhyuk gives the cliff notes, higher floor equals more delete power. Simple gaming logic. Barshay breaks it down for us. The tower has 6 floors. Floor 1 is just regular beefy monsters. Floor 2 is where they get strong enough to earn a name. Floor 3 has unique names, basically the mini-bosses. Floor 4 has great names, the guys who can actually alter reality. Floor 5 is for the 4 heavenly kings, the Maze Lord's personal elites. And the 6th floor? That was Barch's penthouse back when he was the tower master. The strategist is in charge now because the master is currently a sword spirit and the heavenly kings are still AFK. Johyuk asks if this strategist is the only tower guy he saw. Barshay says so far, yes. The MC realizes this is a code red situation. He presses the elevator button, his mind racing. If they're in the Grand Hall, it means they are active constellations. They have contractors, they have influence, and they have a grudge. The elevator doors close. Juhyuk asks the million-dollar question, how many of them is he managing? Barsha panics. He doesn't know. He explains that the moment the strategist saw him, the guys started bowing and asking Barsh to lead them again. See, the tower guys think Barsha is still a level 999 boss. If they find out he's currently a level 1 support item for a human, they will turn him into a paperweight. So Barca did what any legendary tower master would do. He told them the right time has not come yet with a dramatic pose and then sprinted for the exit. Juhyuk's face is doing a very specific twitch. He's processing the sheer cowardice of his guide. The MC starts laughing. It's not a good news laugh. It's the laugh of a man who is about to commit a crime. He absolutely unloads on Barshay, calling him a useless piece of trash and fucking worthless. He's pissed because he's been obsessed with clearing that tower, and he needs actual intel to plan a counteroffensive, not a dramatic exit story. He tosses his bag onto his bed. He's done being polite. He sits in his gaming chair and tells Barsh it's time for a mandatory business trip to the mental realm. Barsh is terrified. It's been a while since the MC physically smacked sense into him, and he's not looking forward to the reboot. Barshay tries to argue that you need permission to enter a mental realm, but Juhyuk just says he'll ask his disciples to force the door open. Main character privileges are real. Juhyuk starts sorting the data. Floor 1-4 guys are likely already active as constellations. Barshay didn't say much, but the fact that they are descending is the real problem. He realizes that from the 2nd floor up, these things were already gods in their own right. The MC looks at the sunset through his window. Names descending is the worst-case scenario. When a name descends, they fully incarnate. They aren't just projecting power through a contractor anymore, they are physically present and can break the world with their own hands. He wonders if they can just spawn camp them. If they crush the constellations in the Grand Hall before they descend, the problem is solved. He asks Barsh what happens if they destroy a constellation's physical relic, the item they inhabit on Earth. Barsh has no idea, so Juhyuk suggests smashing the Heaven Sword, Barsh's own house, just to see what happens. He's got a spare sword now anyway. Barsh starts begging for his life. He tells the MC they can just ask another constellation for the info. Juhyuk calls him clueless and useless again. Our guy looks at Barsh's manifestation. Something isn't adding up. Other constellations lost their names and identities, but Barshay still has his name, his memories, and his knowledge of mental realm mechanics. He wonders if Barshay is even his real name, or if being bound to that name is what's keeping him weak. He decides not to assume. Barshay could be lying, and in this game the truth usually comes out after someone gets hit. Barshay, I've got a job for you. He tells the sword spirit to go back to the Grand Hall and pretend to be the tower master again. He needs Barsh to manage the others, figure out their numbers, and keep them from causing trouble. The plan is simple. Fake it till you make it. Just act like you still have god-tier power and send back updates. The MC gives him the villain look. Refuse, and Ju-hyuk will turn his sword into scrap metal and see if Constellations can survive as homeless ghosts. Barshay chooses life. He heads for the door, looking like a man walking to his own funeral. Ju-hyuk smiles. With Barshay as an undercover agent, he can focus on the relics tomorrow. Next day, Valhalla Academy is looking peaceful, which usually means something is about to go wrong. We head to the director's office. Jo-hyuk knocks and walks in. He's looking for Black Cat. The chairman is inside, cat mask on, looking a bit stressed. He tells someone to please wait. The guy he's talking to is about to leave. He hopes the director reconsiders his decision. Ju-hyuk brushes past the man. He feels a weird energy off him. The man stops. He stares at Ju-hyuk with a gaze that is way too sharp for a regular teacher. Ju-hyuk bows slightly. He recognizes this man. Long time no see, instructor. This is Lee Sang-cheol, the chief combat instructor. He notes that Ju-hyuk has been making waves lately. Sang-cheol takes his leave, walking past the MC with a heavy, tired atmosphere. Ju-hyuk asks Black Cat what that was about. He points after the instructor. The chairman sighs. A single sweat drop is visible on his mask. He drops the bomb. Lee Sang-cheol, the top-ranking instructor at the most prestigious academy in the world, just asked to resign. The chairman confirms the news. Lee Sang-cheol is stepping down. Ju-hyuk is stunned. This guy is the top-ranking instructor. He's basically the face of Valhalla's combat program. Black Cat says it was a private discussion. Sang-cheol hasn't told the rest of the staff yet because it would cause a massive panic. He plans to stay until the end of the year and then vanish. Ju-hyuk notes that isn't a discussion, it's just a resignation notice. Black Cat pivots, asking what brought the MC to his office today. Ju-hyuk says he has a question for Luminous. He pulls out a purple relic and asks, if a sacred relic is destroyed, what happens to the constellation inside? We cut to the mental realm. Luminous is standing there looking like a gothic queen in a purple void. She explains that the constellation would likely be just fine. You can't kill a god by breaking their house. The mental realm would vanish, and the relic would turn into a regular non-magical item. The constellation would just be expelled. They would wander the real world like a ghost. They lose their anchor, but they don't stop existing. She adds that any magical item can become a new relic. It's like a hermit crab finding a new shell. Wandering constellations are drawn to items they used in their past lives. That's why the disciples settled into their old weapons so easily. They were familiar magic. Ju-hyuk finds this unexpected. He figured they'd be more fragile without their base. Luminous is amused. She's surprised he didn't already know this, but she loves being his personal Wikipedia. She recalls that the first thing she did after becoming a constellation was recreate the environment she lived in with Ju-hyuk. The desolate, bleak, purple landscape of her mental realm is actually based on her favorite memories of him. Ju-hyuk notes that it felt darker than he remembered. Her first contractor, a merchant, saw this space and asked if he could make meaningful use of it. He realized her ability to link spaces through subspaces was a cheat code for logistics, so he opened a store inside her soul. She saw the potential and turned it into an underground black market. Merchants wore masks to hide their identities, and that's how the market was born. She learned about relics and constellations by watching the most powerful beings in history trade and resonate with old items in her subspace. Jo-hyuk finally understands the lore behind the black market. It's just an old merchant's business plan that got out of hand. Luminous blushes, looking genuinely touched. She realizes that since he's asking her these complex questions, she must be his favorite disciple. She's currently having a best girl moment. Ju-hyuk's face goes flat. You weren't the first. He explains that Sosimi has been tailing him and hiding her presence constantly, so he actually asked her first, but she didn't know the answer. Luminous's mood crashes instantly. She looks like someone just told her the final boss is actually her little sister. Can I kill junior sister, she asks. Jo-hyuk just asks if she really thinks he'd say yes to that. The takeaway, constellations can't kill each other, which means the Tower of Destruction bastards are effectively immortal as long as they stay in ghost mode. Jo-hyuk wonders if he should just hunt down the locations of their relics, but he doesn't know what determines where they manifest on Earth. He thanks the chairman and gets ready to head out, but then he stops. Wait. One last thing. He brings up Instructor Lee Sang-cheol again. I'll talk to him. Black Cat is surprised. Why would a student care about a teacher's resignation? Jo-hyuk says it would be a shame to lose him. He's clearly noticed that Sang-cheol is one of the few real ones left in this system. Evening. The sky is a deep orange. We see the campus buildings in the sunset. It's the quiet before the storm vibe. A woman with silver hair and a long coat is walking down the hall. This is Lilia, the senior monster studies instructor. She's a researcher who looks like she lives on coffee and data. She spots Ju-hyuk walking ahead of her. She gets hyped. She hasn't seen him since he joined the special class, and she's a huge fan of his anomaly status. She has writer's block on her monster thesis and figures she can stalk him for inspiration. Professional behavior. She peeks around a corner and sees Jo Hyuk meeting with Instructor Sang-cheol. They look super serious. Sang-cheol asks if Jo Hyuk has business with him too. He sounds exhausted. Jo Hyuk asks to talk to him privately. Sang-cheol closes his eyes and agrees. A consultation, huh? He suggests going to a coffee shop instead of an office. He's off duty and probably needs a drink. Lilia is too curious to leave. She decides to tail them. They arrive at a quiet cafe on the edge of campus. They sit across from each other in a booth. The tension is high. Sang-cheol is aggressively drinking his coffee, trying to avoid eye contact. In the booth behind them, a mysterious figure in a hoodie, cap, and sunglasses is eavesdropping. It's obviously Lilia. She's sipping her drink, trying to look inconspicuous while listening in. Sang-cheol asks what Jo Hyuk wanted to talk about. Jo Hyuk is a man of zero subtlety. I heard you're thinking of resigning. Lilia immediately spits her drink all over her table. She's coughing and panicking. The top instructor leaving is news that could break the school. Sang-cheol sighs, realizing the chairman can't keep a secret for more than 5 minutes. He confirms it's true. He admits that for the first time in his career, he feels helpless as an instructor. And it's because of you. Jo Hyuk is genuinely surprised by that one. Sang-cheol says he used to take immense pride in teaching at Valhalla. He was the strongest hunter in Korea back in the day. He built the White Silver Guild into a global power. But he realized that no matter how strong he got, the monster count never went down. There were too few contractors and even fewer actual hunters. The previous chairman invited him to join the academy to train a new generation of true hunters. He was worried about the power gap between hunters and constellations, but the chairman promised relics would bridge the distance. He accepted the offer, hoping to make a real difference. And for years, it worked. His students became top-tier hunters, clearing labyrinths worldwide. He felt he was on the right path. But now, the trend has changed. He says the current motto of the school is ride Kim Joo-hyuk's coattails into special class. Students are getting lazy. They think that as long as they are near the MC, they get perks like skipping regular lessons. The special class is now filled with people just following Joo-hyuk around. Even high-tier heirs like the Snow family are doing it. He admits they are talented and have put in some effort, but they all come from top families with guardian constellations. Now, students are obsessed with S-class contracts just to be near him. Sang-cheol feels like his role as a teacher doesn't matter anymore. Since Joo-hyuk arrived, the entire academy revolves around one student. He leans in, his eyes narrowing. He's been unable to figure out Joo-hyuk's background. Who are you? He asks if Joo-hyuk has a secret contract with an S-class constellation that the school doesn't know about. Joo-hyuk gives him a small, knowing smile. Well, instructor, if you're that curious, how about you spar with me? H3 question test 1. So, our guy just dropped the invitation. A casual spar. Lee Sang-cheol looks like he just heard a Chihuahua challenge a Great Dane. He is genuinely baffled. Joo-hyuk leans in with that final boss grin, telling him this is the only way to see if he's actually a contractor or something else entirely. The instructor's face goes dark. He's a veteran, a legend, and he's being provoked by a kid in a school sweater. Usually, he'd ignore this kind of ego tripping, but there's something in Joo-hyuk's eyes that he can't look away from. Watching from the side, Instructor Lilia is sweating. She's currently in stealth mode with a cap and glasses, but her internal alarm is screaming. Lee sighs and accepts. He wants to see exactly what this kid is hiding before he hangs up the whistle for good. Jo-hyuk just smiles. It's time to take this to the sparring room. They walk out, leaving Lilia behind to process the fact that she's about to witness a car crash. She's frozen. A senior instructor versus the academy's biggest mystery? This isn't a spar, it's an event. Cut to the golden hour over Valhalla Academy. The vibes are peaceful, which is usually a sign that things are about to get violent. Chairman Black Cat is watching from his office window. He's always watching. The man looks concerned under that mask. He knows Joo-hyuk doesn't do things just because. Joo-hyuk walks in to see him and casually mentions he's going to talk to the instructor. He tells the chairman it would be a shame to lose someone like Lee Sang-cheol. Then he drops a bombshell. He was actually thinking about quitting the academy himself. See, the only reason he enrolled in the first place was a system notification about the Tower of Destruction reviving. It pointed him toward his Heaven Sword. That lead took him to Valhalla's Constellation Room and then the Eye of the Great Forest. But since then, 0 pings. Radio silence from the system. As far as he's concerned, his business here is done. Black Cat is sweating. The only reason Joo-hyuk stayed was because life got comfortable training his new disciples, and since he decided to stick around, he did a little background check on the staff. The chairman offers to give him their profiles, but Joo-hyuk just waves him off. He didn't need paper profiles. He used Soshim's investigation network to dig into the actual truth. Most of the teachers are just mid-tier NPCs doing their jobs, but Lee Sang-cheol stood out. He single-handedly turned the Silver Guild, the weakest guild in Korea, into a powerhouse. He's a legitimate legend among hunters. And here's the kicker. It wasn't because he had a broken constellation carry him. His contract is with a low-rank constellation. He's strong because he actually worked for it. He's one of the few people who openly criticizes how today's hunters are just mana battery puppets for their gods. But even a guy like him has to play the game to keep the academy afloat. Ju-hyuk notes that lately, Lee has been getting even more critical of the academy's management. The chairman is shocked he knows this much, but Ju-hyuk casually admits he hacked into the private inboxes. Our guy is a 300-year-old god and a casual cybercriminal. He read the emails Lee sent to the former director. Valhalla was running on dirty money from noble families who wanted guaranteed spots for their kids. Lee Sancheol tolerated it for a while to keep the lights on, but he demanded the actual education remain fair. This year, though, he hit his limit. He sent a furious email about donation-based admissions. It was likely because of Rockdil Ventric, that arrogant trash bag who caused problems for everyone. Adilia tried to pay to cover it up, which just made the stench of corruption worse in Lee's nose. Jo-hyuk found out that Rockdil's exchange student status was a total lie. He was kicked out of a British academy and his family literally bought him a new life at Valhalla. Lee Sancheol realized the academy he loved was being played by a single brat with a checkbook and felt helpless. That's why he wanted to leave. The dream was dead, and Jo-hyuk realizes his own presence might have been the final straw. The chairman can only stare in silence. Jo-hyuk explains that once events started revolving around an F-rank who broke all the rules, it reminded Lee of the corruption he hated. He doesn't care about the fuss, but he acknowledges that losing a teacher like Lee would be a massive L for the world. The chairman asks why he cares so much. Ju-hyuk's answer? It's just a waste of talent. He's reflecting on his past life now. He's looking at his own failures. He thinks back to when he lacked the strength to save everyone, but more importantly, he thinks about the low level of the hunters who were supposed to help him. In his past life, he lacked talent and had a bad start. He had to go through hell to get strong. But even after he made it, he ran out of time. He built a sect with his disciples, planning to recruit more members once they were ready. But the Tower of Destruction didn't wait for a recruitment drive. He and his disciples handled the tower, but they couldn't stop the endless flood of monsters pouring out of it. The world fell into the age of destruction because the front line couldn't hold. There just weren't enough strong hunters to fill the gaps. The chairman asks about the present day. Surely things are better now? Ju-hyuk admits there are more hunters now, and academies are everywhere. The average hunter is stronger than they used to be, but the strongest are actually weaker. They rely on constellations instead of their own soul. He can only raise so many disciples himself. He's just one guy. To stop the next apocalypse, he needs the few real instructors left to raise the standard for everyone else. He'll even use force to keep them in the game if he has to. He gives that terrifying grin again. Black Cat is genuinely surprised. He thought Ju-hyuk was just a selfish powerhouse, but the MC actually has a macro strategy. He's thinking about the survival of the species while everyone else is playing school politics. He's serious about stopping the tower. And that starts with keeping Lee Sancheol in his chair. Cut to the sparring room. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the floor. Lee Sancheol is standing there with a wooden practice sword. He's not playing around. Ju-hyuk faces him, looking way too relaxed for a guy about to fight a legend. The squad is huddled at the window. Logan, Sosham, and Arin are losing it. They can't believe the instructor is actually going through with this. Arin confirms Lee is the strongest teacher in the school. The atmosphere gets heavy. Lee tightens his grip. It's been a long time since he fought a human who made his instincts prickle like this. He moves. It's an explosion of speed. The wooden sword hums as it cuts through the air. The instructor is a blur. He's using years of veteran experience to close the gap instantly. Ju-hyuk shifts his weight. He's not even looking at the blade, he's looking at the man. The swords clash. A massive shockwave ripples through the room, shaking the very air. Ju-hyuk's eyes widen slightly. Oh, he slides back, his feet carving grooves into the floor. The instructor is relentless. Lee's face is focused. He's not holding back as much as he thought he would. He lunges again, aiming for a quick disarm. He's shocked. The kid is fast. He wonders if Ju-hyuk has an agility-based constellation carrying him. Ju-hyuk ducks a vertical slash that would have ended a normal student's career. They pass each other, the wind from their movement whipping their hair. Ju-hyuk spins his sword with a casual flick of his fingers. He catches Lee with a counter that forces the instructor to let out a pained grunt. Lee skids back, clutching his side. He's breathing hard. The kids at the window are stunned. They saw Lee disappear and then suddenly reappear behind Ju-hyuk, but Ju-hyuk was already waiting there. Arin is the only one who really tracked it. She's terrified by the speed they're moving at. She explains that Lee changed direction twice mid-air by kicking the ground. That's high-level physics-defying movement, and Ju-hyuk predicted it. He swung his sword behind his back without even looking. Lilia notes that Lee still isn't at maximum output. He stopped his blade just short of a lethal hit. The other students are confused. Why stop? They notice Lilia. She tries to hide her face, but it's too late. They've recognized her as another instructor. Back in the center, Lee is impressed. Reacting to that speed is one thing, but predicting it? That's mastery. Jo-hyuk thanks him for the mercy, but he calls out the instructor for holding back. He tells Lee to come at him like he's trying to kill him. No more safety rails. Lee is offended. He's a teacher. His job is to protect students, not send them to the ICU. Jo-hyuk tells him to forget the labels. This isn't a lesson. It's a fight between two warriors. That's the only way Lee will understand who he's dealing with. The instructor looks at his hand. He's starting to take this personally. Fine. All right. The air around Lee starts to freeze. He unleashes a flurry of strikes. Blue trails of mana follow his sword like a storm. Jo-hyuk realizes this is too fast to parry effectively. He has to switch to pure blocking. The impact is deafening. Clang after clang, a rhythmic beat of wood hitting wood. It's not just one strike. It's a multi-hit technique that's shredding Jo-hyuk's defense. The wooden sword starts to crack under the pressure. It wasn't built for this. The blade shatters. Splinters fly everywhere. Jo-hyuk is left holding a broken hilt. Lee sees the opening. This is it. He swings with everything he has, a massive arc of blue energy. But he misses. He feels a sharp pain in his chest and stops his follow-up. His eyes go wide. Through the dust and smoke, Jo-hyuk's silhouette stands perfectly still. He's standing in a strange martial arts stance, his hands crossed. Not a single scratch. Lee is losing his mind. He filled that sword with sword intent. It should have cut through anything. He asks if Jo-hyuk has a defensive constellation that deflects damage. Jo-hyuk sighs. He hates explaining the basics to modern hunters. He drops the bomb. He hasn't contracted a single constellation. It was pure mana. He explains that if your opponent's sword intent is weak, you can just deflect it by concentrating mana on the edge of your hand. Lee is staggered. He's never heard of that. Not in textbooks, not from world-class hunters. It's a lost art, a true martial art that died out long ago. Jo-hyuk notes that these skills were designed for fighting humans, not monsters. Lee is confused by the phrase, "for now." Standard hunter training has been the same for centuries. Ever since the Labyrinths appeared, countries stopped fighting each other and focused entirely on PvE. Sparring is just for show now. No one learns how to actually knock out another person efficiently. Those human-killing skills are only known by secret government units or criminals. Lee screams the question we've all been waiting for. What are you, Kim Jo-hyuk? Jo-hyuk just gives him a cool side-eye. If you want to know, you'll have to win. The instructor's pride is on the line now. He looks like he's about to go Super Saiyan. He feels ashamed as an adult to go this hard, but he prepares his most powerful attack. Jo-hyuk just asks, should I be scared? He's enjoying this. Lee vanishes. He's moving so fast the room is warping. Multiple afterimages appear, attacking from every angle at once. But Lee feels something wrong. He's pummeling the space where Jo-hyuk should be, but he's hitting nothing. He realizes too late the target isn't in front of him anymore. Jo-hyuk is right behind him. Oh, you caught on really quickly. It's over. Jo-hyuk clenches his fist. He throws a slow-looking punch. Lee thinks he can counter it. It looks so easy, so sluggish. But the moment the punch lands, a red shockwave of internal energy erupts. Lee feels the hit exactly where he was struck earlier. It's a delayed impact. Jo-hyuk's eyes glow purple now. The martial god energy is leaking out. The impact sends Lee flying across the room like he was hit by a freight train. He hits the floor, gasping for air, his vision swimming. Jo-hyuk stands over him, looking down at the legend of Korea. We open on the aftermath. Lee Sang-cheol is still processing the fact that he just got his soul rocked by an F-rank student. He sits up with a groan. That internal energy punch isn't something you just walk off, veteran or not. Jo-hyuk is just standing there, cool as a cucumber, asking if he's feeling okay. Lee stares at him. He's looking at a student, but he knows he's talking to a monster. He realizes they're in the lounge next to the training room. Jo-hyuk tells him he was going to take him to the infirmary, but Lee's veteran instinct saved him. He used mana to shield himself at the last microsecond. You held back, didn't you? Lee asks. Jo-hyuk just hits him with the silent treatment. The instructor looks like a man who just had his entire career flash before his eyes. He feels like a mess, losing to a student while going all out. He's back on the maybe I should quit train. He thinks he's obsolete, but our guy stops him right there. He tells Lee straight up that he hopes he doesn't quit. Jo-hyuk actually apologizes. He admits his special class probably messed up the school's vibe and made the regular instructors feel useless. He clears up a misconception. The special class wasn't created so he could slack off and skip regular lectures. Lee remembers seeing the special class training on his way in. He saw Logan, Soshim, and the others doing drills that looked more like torture than schoolwork. He asked if Jo-hyuk designed those routines himself since everyone was doing something different. Jo-hyuk confirms it. He's basically min-maxing his disciples, covering their specific weaknesses and boosting their natural stat growths. Lee is floored. He realizes this student is a better educator than anyone on the faculty. He asks the million-dollar question, why are you asking me not to quit? Jo-hyuk's answer is pure logic. He's great at one-on-one coaching, but he sucks at teaching a group. Plus, he's just a student. He doesn't have the institutional power to change the whole school. Lee is embarrassed. Being called essential by a guy who just three-shotted you is a weird flex. Juhyuk doubles down. He says if Lee quits because of him, then he'll just quit too and disband the class. Lee realizes that despite the disruption, no one actually wants Juhyuk to leave. The kid is the heartbeat of the academy now. He starts digging. He wants to know the real purpose behind the special class task force. Juhyuk teases him, saying he's asking for a lot of lore for a guy who just lost a match. Then he gets serious. Since he's recruiting Lee to stay, he decides to leak some intel. He explains that the special class is essentially a rapid response task force. He brings up that disaster from a few months ago, the one the media barely covered. Lee remembers it. It was resolved so fast that it barely made the news, and then all the info on it vanished from the internet. Juhyuk reveals that his class handled it. Lee is stunned. A group of students taking down high-level threats that adult contractors couldn't handle? Juhyuk explains their MO. They get there first, minimize collateral, and subdue the target before the government even finishes their coffee. He notes that he hasn't even told the rest of the faculty about this. I'm only telling you, Instructor. It's a move to build trust, and it's working. Lee realizes Juhyuk has basically built his own private army right under the academy's nose. Juhyuk just shrugs. I suppose that's one way to put it. Lee sighs, rubbing his temples. The legal and ethical headache of students hunting monsters is giving him a migraine. He argues that guild hunters and government contractors exist for a reason. Students shouldn't be in the line of fire. Juhyuk hits him with a reality check. Do you know how long it took those contractors to show up? 30 minutes. In a monster outbreak, 30 minutes is an eternity. By the time the pros arrived, Juhyuk's team had already evacuated the civilians, and he had personally collapsed the dungeon. The official team just showed up to take the credit. He tells Lee not to worry about his students, they're already stronger than most S-rank adults. But he repeats that he needs Lee for the future. The atmosphere gets cold. Juhyuk mentions that the disasters coming in the future are going to be much, much bigger. When the real Tower of Destruction returns, one task force won't be enough to save the world. They need as many capable hunters in society as possible to prevent a total collapse. And in Korea, Lee Sang-cheol is one of the only people who actually knows how to train real hunters, not just system puppets. Juhyuk stops there. That's all the lore Lee gets for today. Oh, and one more thing. Lilia came by earlier and specifically asked Juhyuk to make sure Lee doesn't quit. Lee is touched. He was the one who recruited Lilia in the first place, so hearing she cares hits home. He makes his decision. All right, I'll stay. He tells Juhyuk he doesn't need to quit or disband the class either. He admits he still doesn't know who Juhyuk really is, but it's obvious he's preparing for an all-out war. He acknowledges that Juhyuk is already leagues above him, even without a constellation. He gives a final warning. If they face something too dangerous, wait for the adults. Juhyuk just nods, though we all know he's the most dangerous adult in the room. Lee gets a mischievous look. He says seeing the special class gave him an idea to handle the unrest among the other students. He asks for Juhyuk's help with a new plan. Our guy agrees without even asking what it is. Lee leaves, feeling re-energized. The legend is back in the game. Juhyuk watches him go with a small smile. He thinks about how he never thought he'd be the one bowing his head and asking for favors, but he respects the man. If more guys like Lee existed 300 years ago, his past life would have been a lot less depressing. Suddenly, the air shifts. Barch, the sword spirit, is back from his scouting mission. The spirit looks like he just went 10 rounds with a blender. He's bruised and trembling. He asks Juhyuk if he forgot to tell his disciples that Barke was only pretending to be the leader of the Tower of Destruction. Juhyuk's face goes blank. Ah, right, I totally forgot to let them know. Sorry. Barke unloads. He was doing his job, getting appointed as the Tower of the End's leader when the disciples snuck up and beat the brakes off him. He describes them, masked women. One was a dummy, and the other was a shy soldier girl. Juhyuk is confused. He didn't send Sosimi or Moji to the Grand Cavern. Barche is equally confused. He thought it was a secret order. The narrator shows a flashback of Sosimi and Moji in their masks. They weren't there to fight. They were rebuilding the Mushin Moon, the Gate God School, right in the middle of the monster base. Cut to the Grand Cavern. The strategist is greeting the Tower Master. Barche is trying to act cool despite the bruises. He says he returned because he figured things would be fine. But he's sweating bullets. He sees it. A massive traditional gatehouse standing in the cavern. Mushinmun? The strategist looks nervous. They walk through the cavern, passing massive stone doors. The atmosphere is heavy with the weight of the past. Two figures are watching from the shadows. They recognize Barche instantly. One of the figures is Sosimi. Even under that bull skull mask, you can tell she's focused. Moji, the plague doctor, notes that Barche is a constellation from the tower. She thinks he looks familiar. They remember the day they wiped out the constellations in this hall. They realize the tower remnants must have gone into hiding when the purge started. Moji decides to hide their presence and follow them to find their hiding place. Back at the base, the strategist shows Barche a hidden area. He leads him to a massive reinforced door in the rock. He tells Barche he'll find out what's inside once they enter. The handle turns. The heavy door creaks open. Barsh's jaw hits the floor. Inside a massive pocket dimension, they've built a replica of the Tower of Destruction. The strategist explains that building mental realm structures is possible in the Great Hall. They're using it as a secret base. The floors aren't all populated yet, but it's a fortress. Barshe remembers his mission and asks what the strategist wanted to tell him earlier. He asks if that Mushin Moon building outside is the one he thinks it is. The strategist confirms it. He realized after becoming a constellation that the martial god created a sect with his disciples. Now those disciples are trying to revive the sect in the modern era. He notes that the constellations who used to be here were wiped out by them recently. That was the day the disciples locked the strategist in his mental realm. Now the hall is nearly empty. Barche plays his part perfectly, looking like a strategist himself. He tells the strategist that before he resumes leadership, he wants a head count. He orders a list of every tower constellation still active, starting with the ones in the Great Hall. The strategist is impressed. He thinks Barsh is assessing his available forces for a counterattack. He mentions some constellations are still inside the tower floors. Barsha tells him he'll keep that in mind. The strategist heads off to make the list. Barsha drops the act the second he's alone. He's glad he can still sense magic. He starts scanning the tower. Most of it is the typical black magic of the tower's higher-ups, but he feels two familiar types of magic, the same ones he felt when Juhyuk was fighting back at the academy. Trying to revive the Tower of Destruction, are you? Suddenly, a fist comes out of nowhere. Barshe gets absolutely folded. Cut back to the present. Barke is finished with his report to Juhyuk. Juhyuk asks why his disciples didn't tell him about the Mushimun building. Barke grumbles that he was too busy being a punching bag to ask. Juhyuk focuses on the important part, the familiar magic in the tower. Barke confirms it. He identifies the magic as belonging to Desera, Ventric, and Choi Jinjin. Juhyuk remembers them. They were pure evil, but their contracts should have been with different constellations. Their magic signatures were detected on the 3rd floor. This means there's a high chance they'll be part of the next monster invasion. Juhyuk tells Barsh to keep tracking them. Barke looks like he wants to cry. More spying means more beatings. The sun continues to set over the academy. Cut to Sosimi's mental realm. She's sitting on her throne, face-palming so hard it echoes. Joyuk enters her realm and asks if she was the one who built Mushinmun. She admits it was her. She's blushing furiously under that mask. She explains that while she was dealing with the constellations in the Great Hall, she got too excited and just started building. She asks if Barsha told him. Then she asks, dead serious, if she should kill him for gossiping. Joyuk tells her to forget it. She apologizes for building it without informing him and offers to go back and tear it down. Johyuk tells her to let it be. He's been thinking the same thing. It's time for the real revival of Mushinmun. Back at Valhalla Academy, where the air is fresh and the corruption is starting to clear out. Instructor Kim Lee-gun is following Lee Sangcheol down the hall, looking like he's about to enter a haunted house. He's skeptical. He thinks Lee has finally lost it if he's putting his faith in an F-rank student's special class. Lee just tells him to keep his mouth shut and use his eyes. He knows that once you see the meta shift, you can't unsee it. Just watch, Lee says. He's got that I know a secret look that usually ends in someone's ego being pulverized. He reaches for the training room handle. The door swings open and they walk in to find Juhyuk waiting for them. Our guy gives a casual smirk. The trap is set. Behind him, the special class is lined up like an Avengers assembly, looking way too intense for a Tuesday morning. Cut to the Valhalla arena. This is usually where the high-ranked students go to flex on each other. A crowd of regular students has gathered, whispering and wondering why they were called here. Most of these kids haven't been in here since the last big tournament. They're expecting a show, or maybe a prize. They're all wondering the same thing. What's the special class? And why does everyone want in? Lee Sangcheol steps up to the mic, looking every bit the legendary hunter he used to be. He announces a special lecture. He's brought the special class out of hiding to show the rest of the school what they're missing. He knows half the kids here have been complaining to the administration about wanting to join this exclusive club. The academy was getting flooded with requests from rich parents trying to buy their way in. So, he's going to let the special class show off their routine. The stakes are simple. Anyone who can keep up with today's training gets an automatic transfer into the class. The kids are cheering, thinking this is their lucky day. Lee looks at Juhyuk and tells him to take the wheel. Juhyuk tells them to change into workout gear. The regular students are confused. Don't they need their armor and magic staves? Then, he gives them the death stare. We're starting with a full-speed run. The special class starts stretching. They look like pro athletes getting ready for a championship. Then the hell begins. Step 1, a full-speed 20 km run. Step 2, 3 sets of 100 dumbbell curl punches. Step 3, 2 sets of tire flips. And we aren't talking car tires, these look like they came off a mining truck. Juhyuk wipes a single drop of sweat off his face. Phew, good warm-up. He turns to the applicants to start the actual martial arts and sparring section, but Lee Sang-kil tells him he can stop right there. Lee looks out at the arena floor and realizes the demonstration is over. The entire arena is empty. Every single regular student has vanished. They didn't just leave, they ran for their lives. No one wants to join a class where the warm-up involves 20 km sprints and truck tires. Lee thanks Ju Hyuk. The tension and jealousy among the student body have been resolved through pure, unadulterated terror. Ju Hyuk just shrugs. He tells the instructor they just showed them their usual routine. Nothing special. In fact, he admits they went easy since it was a group activity. Lee looks like he's having a minor existential crisis. Going easy? He realizes the gap between these students and the rest of the world is wider than a canyon. He tells the special class he's looking forward to their future. He's officially a believer now. Jo Hyuk thanks him and Lee heads off, promising to handle any administrative blowback. The sun sets over the arena. Another day of school, another group of children traumatized by basic fitness. Shift to the Great Hall. The Divine Realm is looking a lot more like a construction site these days. Sosimi is standing in front of the Mushin Moon Gatehouse. She looks proud. She's looking out into the distance, probably daydreaming about Master giving her a head pat. Suddenly, a voice calls her junior sister. Moji, the plague doctor, is sitting on top of a stone pillar. She's teasing Sosimi for being so proactive lately. Moji asks why she was called. She wonders if Master ordered a hit on Barshe or if they're supposed to wreck the building. Sosimi is all flustered. She says Master didn't order any violence today. Master asked us to revive Mushin Moon. Moji's eyes go wide under that mask. She's instantly jealous. She wants to know why Master told Sosimi first instead of his smartest disciple. She starts shaking Sosimi, calling her a mean bitch. This is the divine version of two sisters fighting over who gets to sit in the front seat. Sosimi squeaks out that Master said to call Moji too. Moji stops immediately. Huh. The vibe gets serious. Ju Hyuk wants Mushin Moon revived, but not as a traditional martial arts sect. It's going to be a constellation alliance, a union of divine beings who follow the martial god instead of the maze lord. Moji is impressed. She realizes Master is playing the long game. They know the Tower of Destruction and its monsters are currently squatting in the Great Hall. Jo Hyuk wants to monitor their movements from the inside. Moji notes that's why Barshe was sent as a spy. But Barshe is a useless coward who misses half the details. He's a C-tier spy at best. The goal is to sort out who is on their side and who needs to be deleted before the real war starts. Ju Hyuk apparently got the idea after talking to the King of Knights, a constellation they beat up a few chapters ago. Moji asks if there were any specific precautions they need to take. Ju Hyuk was clear. Force is fine for getting attention, but an alliance is built on genuine loyalty. He wants followers, not slaves. Moji thinks that's a fair point, but then she remembers her other sisters. The second and fourth disciples would have just jumped straight to torture. They decide to head out. Moji is in high spirits now that she has a mission from Master. Sosimi asks how they should propose the alliance. Moji's first instinct? Barge in and start with threats. Sosimi just sighs. Cut to a massive ancient tree somewhere else in the divine realm. There's a hidden door in the roots. Inside, a shadowy figure sits on a throne. The energy coming off this guy is oppressive. He's talking to himself about how the second floor names went silent and there's been no news from his contact, Sword. He's getting impatient. Even if it was just the second floor, someone should have reported in by now. He decides to heat things up. He holds out his hand and two spheres of pure red energy manifest. Shall I release a few third floor names? This is bad news. The difficulty level just spiked. We're back in the Great Cavity. Sosimi and Moji are walking through the divine snow. Moji stops dead. Her bird mask eyes are fixed on something above. She tells Sosimi to look at the sky. A massive swirling vortex of red lightning has torn open the clouds. It looks like a portal to hell. Two massive balls of red energy drop out of the sky like meteors. The Constellations are my disciples title card drops. Business is about to pick up. Sosimi asks what that light is. Moji says the magical energy feels disgustingly familiar. She tracks the trajectory. Wait a second, that direction is... The meteors are heading straight for the fake Tower of the End, the base where the tower monsters are hiding. Moji has a bad feeling. If these names are from the third floor, they're in a different league than the trash they've fought so far. She realizes the third floor higher-up has finally found names to send down. The energy matches what she sensed on the third floor of the actual tower. It's highly likely these things are going to descend into the modern world. She tells Sosimi to report to Master immediately while she goes to shadow the meteors. Back at the academy. The sun is setting, painting the school in gold. Yanlong is training, her claws glowing with blue energy. She's looking like an absolute menace. She lunges at Jo Hyuk with a strike that would turn a skyscraper into confetti. Jo Hyuk just blocks it casually with a training pad. Yanlong is panting, her energy flared out. Jo Hyuk is looking down, his face hidden in shadow. He notes that her strikes have gotten pretty heavy. He's standing there holding a massive target, steam coming off his body. Yanlong is frustrated. She doesn't think it did much damage since he hasn't moved an inch. Johuk points to his feet. He slid about 3 centimeters. For her, that's a massive W. Yanlong gets all grumpy, saying that's basically zero impact. Johyuk smiles. He tells them all that the training is starting to pay off. He notes that Choi Ahrin and Yanlong are following the magic-focused training well, and the others are improving steadily. He's got that proud dad look. This is the joy of raising disciples. Suddenly, a messenger appears. It's one of Sosimi's shadow servants, looking like a skeleton in a cloak. The servant tells him that Tugui Asimi's divine is looking for him urgently. The shadow pulls up a hologram. The message is clear. A name from the 3rd floor has descended. Juhyuk's face goes cold. 3rd floor? They've come already? He's annoyed because Barche, his supposedly reliable spy, didn't mention anything about this. He asks if it's the whole floor. The shadow says no, it's just 2 essences. They saw a hole in the great cavity and the essences headed toward the fake tower. They haven't fully arrived in the human world yet. Sosimi is currently tracking them. Johyuk realizes they have a tiny window to prepare, but he needs to know who these guys are. He calls for Barche. It's time for the sword spirit to earn his keep. Barche manifests, looking serious. He confirms the energy matches what he felt from the 3rd floor earlier. If that's the case, Johyuk realizes these are the constellations behind Desera Ventric and Choi Jinjin. He remembers those two, pure trash. Desera was with the One Stream sect and Jinjin was with the One Faith group, but he thought those groups were completely destroyed 300 years ago. He asks Sosimi Vyala if she remembers those factions. She says yes, they were the ones who tried to harm Master. She admits that she and Ilgyo the Furt wiped them out. Johyuk is like, so it was you after all? Sosimi is terrified now. She's worried she didn't finish the job properly since a constellation from those groups is descending. She's crying under her mask, apologizing for not killing the leaders too. Johyuk just sighs. If they're descending, they'll use the leaders' bodies. He asks if she knows any survivors who received blessings from them. She says they kept a few under watch. Good, let's go there. Our guy is moving to the offensive. He tells the interns to get ready. This is a real battle. Logan and the girls look hyped. Back in the divine realm, Moji is sprinting through the snow, a blur of blue and black. She reaches the gate of the fake tower. She lunges through the portal, her energy flaring up. She stops. Her eyes widen behind the goggles. The fake tower is pulsing with massive amounts of purple and red magic. It's a literal mana bomb. She confirms it. 2 massive signatures from the 3rd floor. The energy density is off the charts. This only happens right before a constellation descends, meaning they manifest physically on Earth. She draws her poison dagger. She has to stop them before they cross over. She slams her blade into the ground, sending a wave of green poison fire across the floor. The poison tracks toward the base of the tower, burning through the environment. A massive explosion of green and purple light erupts as her poison hits the descending essence. She's panting, her hands trembling from the output. A voice echoes from the smoke. It's useless. A massive, shadowy, dragon-like figure manifests. It tells her they've already received their names and are ready to descend. It mocks her, saying they aren't in the same league as a nameless being like her anymore. Even her full-force poison won't touch them. Too bad for you, fanatic of the Silent Gate. Moji just smiles under her mask. I don't know what you're babbling about. She tells him she was only trying to buy time from the beginning. The shadow pauses. What? I stalled long enough. I'll leave the rest to you, Master. Cut to the human world, a warehouse district. The sky is dark and the building is covered in weird black vines. Inside, a man is kneeling. Purple energy is erupting out of him, his eyes glowing like embers. His hands turn into claws, his skin turning a sickly gray. He starts laughing like a maniac. Ha 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 ha! At last I've descended! He's not the dragon that kills all things anymore. Now, he's simply the dragon slayer. Suddenly, a purple eye glows in the dark behind him. Yeah, welcome. Juhyuk is already there. Now get lost again. Our guy is moving. No flashy skills, no system prompts, just a straight line punch that carries enough force to reset a man's BIOS. The impact sends the Dragon Slayer flying through the warehouse like he was fired from a railgun. The lizard guy hits the wall and slides down, coughing up blood and wondering where his health bar went. Juhyuk stands there with a casual smile, admitting that he actually intended to break the guy's neck with that hit. He notices the girl the lizard was planning to rob and tells her to beat it before things get messy. She doesn't need to be told twice. She sprints out of there while the Dragon Slayer struggles to stand. The villain starts monologuing, explaining that the original owner of this body was just a low-tier grunt who used his blessings to rob people. He thinks the previous guy was pathetic, but now that a real constellation has taken the wheel, things are supposedly different. He calls himself the dragon who kills everything and says his only desire is to slay. He mocks the human body's limitations, but he's already regenerating. Joo-hyuk watches as the guy's broken teeth grow back instantly. He isn't fighting a human anymore, he's fighting a literal physical manifestation of a god. The lizard guy admits he's a little surprised by Joo-hyuk's power. He didn't expect a weak reincarnated body to put up a fight, but he still thinks he's the top dog in this room. He manifests a massive purple energy claw and swings it with enough force to level a building. Joo-hyuk just looks bored. What kind of bullshit is that? He throws another punch, meeting the energy claw head on. The lizard guy's eyes go wide as his energy construct gets absolutely shattered by a physical fist. The backlash sends him screaming. He's starting to realize that the martial god title wasn't just for show. Joo-hyuk teases him, asking if he's scared now. He remembers this guy from 300 years ago. He was the one who ran away the moment he felt real magic. The lizard guy tries to cope, claiming his body is just reacting instinctively to the cheap magic Joo-hyuk is using. Then, he makes a fatal mistake. He tells Joo-hyuk that he has way less magic energy now than he did 300 years ago. He thinks he can outstat the MC because Joo-hyuk is in an F-rank body. Joo-hyuk just grins. Oh, really? He closes the distance in a blur. He grabs the lizard guy by the face and slams him into the concrete. The impact is so heavy the entire floor collapses. Joo-hyuk is basically treating a third-floor boss like a dirty rag. The lizard guy is panicking now. He can't understand why this guy feels different than before. The debris clears, showing the scale of the destruction. Joo-hyuk is just standing there, not even breathing hard. The villain is gasping, asking how he can possibly have this much magic. He claims the energy he's sensing from Joo-hyuk now is even greater than what he felt at the tower 300 years ago. Joo-hyuk casually cracks his neck. Of course it is. He drops a major piece of lore. His magic was restricted back then. He and his disciples never actually showed their full power to the monsters in the tower. The lizard guy calls it impossible, but he's looking at the evidence standing right in front of him. Joo-hyuk notes that today is the last day. He puts on a ring, and his eyes go full god mode. He tells the guy he gets to act out one last time. The lizard guy tries one final, desperate charge, screaming that a constellation with a name can't have a last day. He unleashes a purple vortex of energy trying to swallow Joo-hyuk whole. Joo-hyuk just weaves through it like it's a slow-motion replay. He comments that for a third-floor guy, the lizard is at least keeping things semi-interesting. Joo-hyuk draws his blade, and the air around him begins to burn with red and blue energy. He's not even looking at the attack anymore, he's already calculated the end of the fight. He senses a massive energy buildup. The lizard guy prepares his ultimate move, Wave of Slaughter. A massive beam of purple destructive energy erupts from the lizard's mouth. Joo-hyuk doesn't dodge, he just holds up his blade. The explosion levels the entire warehouse district. It's a literal nuke of purple mana. The lizard guy is panting, sure that he's finally won. He starts laughing. He thinks a simple swing couldn't possibly have stopped his full power. The smoke clears. Joo-hyuk is standing there perfectly fine. He corrects the guy. It wasn't a simple swing, it was infused with tons of magic. The lizard guy is broken. He calls Joo-hyuk a crazy bastard, but then he gets a creepy look in his eyes. He's glad he never told the other tower constellations about Joo-hyuk's reincarnation. Joo-hyuk is confused. Why is that a good thing? The villain says it's because he wants to imagine the despair on their faces when they meet Joo-hyuk later. Joo-hyuk just calls him a pervert and tells him that despair won't be their biggest problem. He ignites his sword with blue divine flames. He tells the guy that if he dies by this blade, his soul can't return to his name. Lies is the last thing the lizard says. One clean slash. The lizard guy's body is cleaved in two, but more importantly, his energy signature completely vanishes. He's been deleted from the server. Permadeath. Joo-hyuk sheaths his sword, wondering how the interns are doing with their own fight. Cut to the woods. A massive humanoid lion stands there, glowing with yellow energy. He's the Black Wave, and he looks genuinely annoyed to be standing in front of a group of teenagers. Yanlong cracks her knuckles and gives him that predator grin. "We're here to beat the shit out of you!" The standoff begins. It's 4 students against 1 third-floor constellation. The lion guy, Black Wave, is laughing. He thinks they have no idea what they're up against. He claims he's on a completely different level than any contractor they've ever met. He slams his fist into the ground. Yanlong is confused. She thinks he's dumb for hitting the dirt instead of them. Arin's eyes widen. She's the only one who senses the mana shifting under their feet. "Everyone, run!" The ground erupts. Dozens of black steel blades shoot out of the earth like a trap from a Dark Souls dungeon. The kids barely dodge. Soyeon realizes his alias, Sword of the Mastermind, wasn't just a cool nickname, he literally controls the environment. Arin reminds them that Joo-hyuk warned them about this guy. He's a tactician who uses overwhelming numbers of blades. Logan is sweating. He realizes this is going to be a massive pain in the neck. Yanlong isn't having it. She decides that if there are too many blades, she'll just break them all. She lunges forward, her white hair flying. The lion guy is impressed. She shattered his blades with a single magic-infused shockwave. He realizes little blades won't work on her, so he decides to scale up. He summons a massive curved executioner's blade from the ground. Yanlong's instincts scream. This one is too dangerous to just punch. The lion guy throws the blade with enough speed to break the sound barrier. It's a blur of red and black steel. The blade curves mid-air, tracking them. Yanlong is cornered. She's too close to dodge. Duck, everyone! Arin steps in, her sword glowing blue. She unleashes a horizontal frost slash that meets the lion's blade head-on. The impact forces the lion guy to grunt. He's actually taking damage. This is the opening. Logan and Yanlong move in as a tag team. Logan lands a fire-infused punch right in the lion's jaw. Yanlong follows up with a blue energy strike to the gut. The lion is sent reeling. He's bleeding, and his ego is taking more hits than his health bar. He looks up, and his eyes go wide. Soyeon is coming down from the sky with a high-speed drop attack. She screams a battle cry, her blade glowing with purple energy. The impact creates a massive crater in the forest floor. She's panting, hoping that was enough to end it, but the dust clears, showing the lion guy holding her blade with his bare hand. Is that all you got? He looks terrifying now, his eyes glowing yellow in the dark. Soyeon is horrified. Her sword chi was infused with magic, and he just caught it like a toy. He twists her blade, the sound of screeching metal filling the air. He counters with a flick of his wrist. A small blade grazes Soyeon's face. She's sent flying back, clutching a cut on her cheek. Logan catches her, asking if she's okay. She says it's just a scratch, but she's visibly shaken. She realizes that Ju-hyuk's warnings weren't exaggerations. Incarnated constellations are on a completely different level of power. The group regroups, facing the lion, who is now wreathed in dark flames. Watching from a nearby cliff, Chairman Black Cat and Ju-hyuk are observing the whole thing. The chairman is silent, looking tense under his mask. Ju-hyuk asks him if he thinks they're doing a good job. He notes that they're fine and the lion is the one hurt, which is technically a win for the kids. He reveals he had the chairman watch them specifically so he could step in if someone was about to die. The chairman is skeptical. He doesn't think this was the right time to throw them into a fight like this. Ju-hyuk's eyes get serious. He explains that if these constellations had descended a little later, handling them would have been easy, but they didn't have that luxury. Back in the fight, the lion guy is silent, his wound bleeding. Then he heals himself with a surge of red lightning. The kids realize their best attacks were just healed in seconds. Arin wonders if her first blade skill was too weak. The lion guy starts baring his fangs. He tells them they should make decent names for him, meaning he plans to eat their souls. He screams that he's going to rip them apart, and dozens of massive blades erupt around him. It's a blizzard of steel. Yanlong steps forward. She's not scared, she's pissed. She slams her fist into the ground, creating a massive pillar of ice and blue energy. She's building a defensive wall to block the blade storm. The lion guy is irritated. The ice reminds him of someone from his past, someone who was way tougher than this girl. He's likely talking about one of Ju-hyuk's old disciples. The ice wall starts to crack under the pressure of the blades. Yanlong is sweating. She admits the ice wall was just a temporary measure and she should have practiced defensive moves more. She asks the group for a plan before the wall breaks. Arin and Soyeon agree to try and cut the incoming blades together. They tell Logan the muscle to time a powerful attack the second they create an opening. Logan is like, "I'm Muscleman now?" Yanlong counts down. 3! The ice wall shatters into a million pieces. The lion guy is right there, his blades flared out like a deadly flower. He's looking at them like they're already dead. But Soyeon moves first. Aran is right behind her. They're moving in perfect sync. Their combined sword chi starts eating away at the lion's blades. The lion guy realizes he needs to neutralize their chi before he can generate more blades. He roars, trying to push them back with sheer mana pressure. Now! Arin screams. Logan and Yanlang launch themselves forward. Logan has his fist cocked back, glowing with white-hot fire. He lands a direct hit on the lion's chest, the impact sending out a massive shockwave. The lion guy grunts in pain, his eyes wide with shock. The force of the hit lifts him off the ground. Yanlang is already in the air above him. She looks like a goddess of war, wreathed in blue frost and lightning. Dai! She slams down with a finishing move that freezes everything in a 3-mile radius. The lion is frozen solid. Our students are standing there looking like they just finished a Dark Souls boss on their last hit point. Yanlang is literally huffing. She's done. Logan tells them good work, and the girls are checking each other's wounds. They think the raid is over, but the ice starts cracking. Blackwave wasn't actually defeated. He was just waiting for them to lower their guard so he could go for a triple kill. Yanlang realizes she's about to be a cat-shaped kebab. Suddenly, a voice behind her says she needs to finish the job properly. Our guy steps in. He didn't even drop his hoodie. He mocks the lion for pretending to be frozen just to go for a cheap ambush. Honestly, it's basic NPC behavior. The lion feels the mana in the air and his soul starts sweating. He realizes exactly who he's looking at, the martial god, the guy who has been the tower's personal sleep paralysis demon for 3 centuries. Ju-hyuk isn't here to talk. One swing, The ice doesn't just break, the lion's entire name gets deleted from the server. Ju-hyuk turns back to the kids like he just took out the trash. Yanlung is confused. She thought he was off catching a different constellation. He just says, yep, casual, zero ego. He's just that guy. The students are having a moment of realization. They gave 100% and barely survived, and their teacher just ended the fight with a flick of his wrist. He tells them to head back through the gate. He'll handle the cleanup. Once they're gone, he pulls out a ring. He absorbs the lion's name. This is his fuel. Every boss he eats gets him closer to his original martial god stats. Later that night, a cabin in the middle of nowhere. Ju-hyuk is summoned. He's wondering why the guide called him outside instead of into the base. He sees her. Something is wrong. Luminous is sitting at a table looking like she just fought a lawnmower. She apologizes for the lack of heads up on the third floor attack. Ju-hyuk wants the full report. He needs to know what she saw in the labyrinth. She starts the story. She was tracking the Labyrinth Lord like usual. She found one of his main nodes, a massive glowing tree. It's basically the Labyrinth Lord's server room, a map of the entire world, glowing red with the names of constellations ready to descend. Luminous knew she couldn't take the whole room. Her plan was simple: erase a few key markings so the invasions wouldn't be too obvious. She snaps her fingers. The map glitches. She thinks she's being subtle, but she gets that feeling in the back of her neck. The room isn't empty anymore. The fruit on the tree, the literal souls of gods, starts reacting. Red mana floods the room. It's like the Labyrinth Lord's security system just got a ping. A figure emerges from the shadows. It's a silhouette holding two spheres of pure destructive energy. He slams them together. Luminous is fast, but this guy is on her instantly. She realizes these names are being sent to a reincarnation chamber. This isn't just a map, it's a factory. The Labyrinth Lord isn't waiting. He's rushing the timeline. She decides she needs to check the chamber herself before reporting back. She teleports. She finds the globe again. Nothing has changed yet. She thinks maybe the mist she put around it is actually working. Then a voice tells her to freeze. A sword is pressed against her back. The guy behind her tells her if she moves, he's putting a hole in her gut. He gives her 3 seconds to state her identity. She tries to talk him down. 3. He doesn't care about talk. 2. She realizes this guy is a brick wall. 1. He swings. Goodbye. She uses her signature distortion magic. The blade goes into a portal on her back and comes out of another one right next to her. She counters, but the guy dodges like he's got 4D vision. He backs off, eyeing her suspiciously. He's genuinely confused. He clearly felt the blade hit her, but it just phased through. Luminous tries one more time to de-escalate. She tells him they're both busy and should just mind their own business. She's bluffing though. She tells us her distortion isn't a spammable skill. The guy seems to consider it. Then he grips his sword harder. He figures out the mechanic: as long as he doesn't attack her directly, the distortion won't matter. He starts gathering sword chi. He's going for an area of effect attack. He swings a massive wave of red energy. Luminous is caught in the blast. She can't neutralize all of it. She's taking heavy damage. She's losing consciousness. This is looking like a game over screen. The guy stands over her. It's over. He raises his sword for the final blow. Then a purple spearhead bursts through his chest from behind. The Sword Lord is frozen. Literally. Luminous blinks. She was ready to meet her maker, and now she's watching the villain get backstabbed. A man with white hair is standing behind him. The Sword Lord is spitting blood. He calls the newcomer Spear Lord. He knew a betrayal was coming eventually, just not like this. The Spear Lord just tells him if he was so intuitive, he should have dodged. Cold. Sword Lord is malting. He is absolutely furious. The Spear Lord twists the spear. The impact releases a shockwave of purple energy. Sword Lord unloads his lunch and a fair amount of internal organs. He collapses into a puddle of his own failure. The Spear Lord sighs. He looks like he just did a chore he really hated. Luminous thanks him and asks if his name is really Spear Lord. He says no. It's just a title he got after the Labyrinth Lord stole his real name. He points at the guy on the floor. Same deal. That guy is the Sword Lord. He tells Luminous she needs to run. Immediately. She's confused. The guy took a spear through the heart. How is he getting up again? Here is the catch. Because they are bound to titles given by the Labyrinth Lord, they can't be killed by normal means. They just respawn in the chamber. The Spear Lord tells her he can only buy her this much time. Luminous realizes she can't just leave him like this. She kneels over the Sword Lord. The Spear Lord asks what she's doing. She says she's altering his memory. He won't remember her, or the betrayal, or anything that happened in this room. She can only do it because she's borrowing the power of a name. Spear Lord tells her he's off to report the new name to the boss. He's going back undercover, back to the present. The cabin. Ju-hyuk asks if she's okay. She looks rough. She admits she used up all the power he gave her. Tracking the Labyrinth Lord is going to be impossible for a while. Ju-hyuk expected this. He reaches into his pocket. He drops the ring with the lion's name on the table. He tells her to use it as much as she needs. She's shocked. He didn't keep any for himself? He just says he didn't feel the need yet. Big W master energy. He tells her not to worry about him, just recharge. She takes the ring and starts absorbing the mana. The color starts coming back to her face. Joo-hyuk has one more question. He wants a description of the Spear Lord. Luminous describes him. White hair, pale eyes, white scarf, and a very peculiar spear. Joo-hyuk's eyes sharpen. He knows that description. He tells us that if it's the guy he's thinking of, he could be a massive asset. We're talking 300-year-old veteran tiers. Luminous says she'll find a way to confirm it, but it'll take time. Joo-hyuk agrees. Cut to the Great Hollow. Soshim is gushing over how easily Master wiped out the third-floor bosses. She's the #1 fan for a reason. Moji is more grounded. Only 2 bosses descended, but there's no telling how many are in the queue. Master's orders were to monitor the villain groups. Most constellations in the tower are basically just evil gods looking for a sandbox to destroy. Moji asks if Soshim knows all the villains. Soshim stutters and says she only knows the ones who tried to kill Master, and most of those are already 6 feet under. They decide to stick to the plan. But the Great Hollow is eerily quiet. The other constellations are barely moving. They can't form alliances if everyone is hiding in their bunkers. Moji jokes that maybe they beat them up too harshly at the start. They decide to go after the constellations who actually liked Master first. The Old Guard, back on Earth. Valhalla Academy. Chairman Black Cat is sitting in his office. Jo-hyuk just asked him for an intel agency. Jo-hyuk explains that his disciples' networks aren't enough to track the local villain groups. He asks what the chairman can provide. Jo-hyuk knows the chairman runs the market, so he must have his ears to the ground. The chairman admits they gather some intel, but for the deep web stuff, they outsource. The group is called Karas. They are the biggest intel guild in the neutral city. They aren't just dealers, they're the top-tier players in the info game. Joo-hyuk has heard of the neutral city but never visited. The chairman warns him it's not a place for high schoolers. Jo-hyuk doesn't care. Introduce me. Next thing we know, we're meeting the guildmaster, Nakagawa Akata. He looks like he hasn't slept since the tower appeared. Jo-hyuk makes his offer. Akata doesn't even let him finish. I refuse. Kid, Jo-hyuk blinks. He's not used to people saying no to his face. Akata calls the offer to be Joo-hyuk's personal agency ridiculous. We're back in the neutral city, high up in the Karas Guild HQ. Joo-hyuk is sitting there looking bored while the most dangerous man in the city tries to figure out his deal. Akata asks the obvious question. What does a guild like Karas gain by becoming a high schooler's personal Google? Joo-hyuk's answer? No idea. He's not here to sell them a dream, he's here because it's convenient for him. Akata is having none of it. He explains that Karas only signed a contract with the market because it boosted their reputation. In this city, if your rep drops, you're basically a dead man walking. He points out the window at the skyline. Reputation is status, and status is survival. He spent 10 years building this empire from the ground up, and he's not about to throw it away for a kid. Working for an unknown student would make him the laughingstock of the underworld. Chairman Black Cat tries to vouch for him, asking if the director of Valhalla's word is enough. Akata's eyes narrow. That's actually what's bothering him the most. He asks why someone like the director is pretending to be a backer for a 17-year-old. See, Akata is an intel broker. He's already done his homework on our guy. The file is wild. Before high school, nothing. He was an F-rank nobody. After that, total menace. He's taking down S-rank disasters and stopping literal gods before they can even fully manifest. Akata thought he must be from a legendary bloodline, maybe some hidden heir to a top-tier clan. But no, he's an orphan. 0 family history. And yet, Black Cat, the Ventric family, and even the one cult sect are all backing him like he's their personal messiah. Jo-hyuk actually gives him a little credit for that. The top intel broker title isn't just for show. Akata flexes his source, the Blue-Eyed Guide. This constellation is basically a built-in lie detector for rumors. But even with a god-tier fact-checker, they couldn't find a single shred of info on why he's so strong. And that's the deal-breaker. Working with a complete mystery is too high a risk for a professional like Akata. Jo-hyuk just stares at him. He's heard enough corporate excuses for one day. He calls the whole situation ridiculous and notes that Akata is hiding his own identity behind that mask too. Then, he decides the talking phase is officially over. He tells Black Cat to take it out. A spatial rift opens in the middle of the office. Jo-hyuk pulls out the Red Fang, the Sword of Madness. The room immediately gets heavy. Akata recognizes it instantly. This is the sword that vanished from the world's records. He's shocked to see it in a student's hand. Joo-hyuk just grins. Akata tries to play his last card, the city's protection, the bearer of fragments constellation. In theory, if anyone starts a fight here, the city's protector will turn them to ash before they can even swing. Joo-hyuk is genuinely irritated now. He tried to be nice, he really did. Akata mocks him, asking if the sword's madness is taking over his brain. He tells Joo-hyuk to go ahead and try it. Joo-hyuk just sighs and looks at the sword. Hey, bullshit! A system-style window pops up. The slaughterer, the soul of the butcher inside the sword, answers yes. Akata is sweating now. He's never seen a constellation respond to a contractor with that kind of casual submission. Joo-hyuk asks the butcher if he can handle the city's protector constellation so they can negotiate in peace. The butcher manifests as a shadow and smiles like a kid about to enter a candy store. As you command! Joo-hyuk stands up and tells Black Cat they're leaving. Akata is frozen in place. As he walks out, Joo-hyuk leaves a recruiting message. If Akata changes his mind, he should come to Valhalla. He waves goodbye, looking like he's leaving a casual brunch rather than a high-stakes underworld negotiation. They vanish in a flash of purple mana. Akata is left standing in his office, completely stunned. He just realized he was trying to play checkers against a guy playing 5D chess with the rules of the universe. Meanwhile, back in the Labyrinth, the Sword Lord is standing there looking like he just tried to divide by 0. His head is fuzzy. He remembers the harvest of names being delayed, but that's about it. The Spear Lord is standing right next to him, acting like nothing happened. He reminds the Sword Lord that the second floor bosses were fodder and they're moving on to the third floor now. Sword Lord is freaking out internally. He has no idea how long he's been standing there or why he feels like he just woke up from a dream. He's a constellation, he shouldn't be losing consciousness. But Spear Lord just gaslights him, acting like it's just the stress of the job. Up ahead, the Labyrinth Lord's silhouette is watching. He's satisfied with the progress. He explains the plan. The names harvested from the Tower of Destruction are successfully being converted into constellations. He doesn't care how many souls he has to grind into the dirt, he just wants better quality results. He orders them to keep tracking the movements of the third floor constellations that have already descended. Spear Lord and Sword Lord bow and accept the mission. As they walk away together, the Spear Lord is the picture of professionalism. But as soon as they're in the clear, Sword Lord snaps. He grabs Spear Lord by the scarf, looking like he's about to explode. He demands to know what the Spear Lord did to him. He knows his memory isn't just fuzzy. Spear Lord just looks at him with those dead, pale eyes. He asks if he had a bad dream. Sword Lord screams at him to stop the bullshit. He woke up in front of the Labyrinth Lord with a gap in his memory. Spear Lord stays calm. He tells him to stop overthinking and reminds him that he's just a manager, not a god of memory. He claims the Lord called for them while Sword Lord was too busy obsessing over sorting artifacts in the armory, so he had to drag him along. Sword Lord blinks. He actually sounds like he's starting to believe the lie. Spear Lord shoves him off and tells him to get back to work before the Lord sends down new names to harvest. He walks away, leaving the Sword Lord looking at his own hands in confusion. The Spear Lord's face is hidden. He's successfully protected his cover, but the tension in the labyrinth is reaching a breaking point. A few days later, blue skies, falling leaves, a completely different vibe. We're at a high-end department store in the city. Soyeon is sitting in a cafe, looking stressed. She can't believe the first year of academy life is almost over. Arin is sitting across from her, calm as usual. At least they got exempted from finals because they were busy, saving the world. Arin asks why Soyeon called her out today. Soyeon is still annoyed that Arin keeps using that Babblebox nickname. Soyeon gets serious. She asks Arin about the divine contract she made with her family's constellation. Arin explains that it happened when she inherited the Blue Moon Sword relic. Soyeon sighs. She only has a normal contract through standard communication. She never got a physical relic, and lately she's feeling the limits of her power. Arin looks surprised. In her eyes, Soyeon is already insanely strong. But Soyeon isn't convinced. She knows she's not even close to Ahrin or Yanlong's level yet. She mentions that even Sehyuk-oh is pulling ahead. She's worried about being left behind as a side character. Suddenly, she stops mid-sentence. She sees something, or someone, entering the store. We see a blonde woman blushing. She looks incredibly soft compared to her usual vibe. Soyeon is losing it. She recognizes her. That's Adilia Ventric, the Ice Queen of Europe. And she's with a guy who looks like a literal K-drama lead. Arin doesn't miss a beat. She tells Soyeon that's the director of Valhalla. Soyeon's brain short-circuits. Are those two on a date? Soyeon asks how Arin recognized him since he's not wearing his cat mask. Arin just says she knows the scent of his magic. Soyeon is sipping her coffee in shock. Adilia Ventric dating? It's like hearing a Terminator just signed up for a pottery class. Arin asks why she's so surprised. Soyeon can't believe Arin doesn't follow the news. She explains the lore. Adilia is the head of the Ventric family now, but she used to just be the vice head. The previous head was a reckless idiot who drained the family's entire treasury and then pulled a disappearing act. Adilia had to step up during the chaos. She had one singular goal: restore the family glory. She wasn't just working, she was rebuilding a fallen empire from the ashes. She turned off her emotions, worked herself and everyone around her to the bone, and took over the business world. She even used her constellation, Beak Mask, to ruthlessly expand her influence. Thanks to her, the Ventrics are now the strongest family in Europe again, and now, that same woman is a disciple of Joo-hyuk and is apparently out on a casual date. Arin looks at them thoughtfully. It really is hard to believe once you hear the backstory. The couple starts moving. Soyeon thinks they're heading for a real date spot. She admits she's a little jealous. Seeing the top-tier elites being cute while she's worrying about her skill cap hits different. Arin stands up. Let's follow them. Soyeon's jaw hits the floor. Soyeon tries to stop her, saying they'll get in the way and it's super creepy. Arin just looks back and says one word, practice. She tells Soyeon that they might be on a date someday too, so they need to study how it's done. Soyeon is done arguing. She's following. Cut to the movie box cinema. Adilia is sitting on a bench, looking like she's about to vibrate out of her skin from nervousness. She's wondering how it even got to this point. She was so excited that she dressed up and got ready without even realizing she was going on a date. The director walks up and calls her name. She practically jumps out of her seat. He bought popcorn and soda. He's being a total gentleman, even sitting right next to her. Adilia is basically a puddle at this point. The director is actually nervous too. He bought the large popcorn just to appear confident. He admits he's never actually been to a movie theater before. He's run the market since he was a kid. He never had a childhood, he only had ledgers and spreadsheets. Adilia relates. She's only ever visited places for business purposes. The concept of fun is brand new to both of them. The director notes that this free time is only possible because of Joo Hyuk-nim taking over the heavy lifting. Flashback to a few days ago. Adilia is in her business attire, looking confused. Moji is explaining the master's vision. He wants an alliance with other constellations. But just getting the gods on board isn't enough. They need to build favorable public opinion in the human world too. Moji tells Adilia to work with the director on this. Adilia accepts the mission. We see her meeting with Black Cat in his office. He's confused about the public opinion angle. Adilia explains that Moji said he and the ruler of the underworld had done something like this before. The director gets awkward. He explains that before Master reincarnated, his constellation actually hated the world. But she wanted to praise the master's greatness to everyone, so she created a community that worshipped the martial god. It was just a small forum where she posted unconditional praise. No one joined, so it turned into her personal diary with made-up characters until spammers flooded it and he had to shut it down. Adilia listens to this incredibly nerdy backstory with a straight face. She asks if he'd consider reviving it. She wants to reopen it as a high-end fan site to manage Joo Hyuk's global image. Back to the theater. The director is laughing. The site is a huge success, and Master's image has never been better. Adilia blushes and asks why he suddenly wanted to go to the movies today. She quickly adds that she's happy about it, but she's dying to know the reason. The director gets serious. He says running the market was tough, but her help as a manager for the site meant a lot to him. He wanted to thank her properly. Another flashback. Joo Hyuk is in the training room looking at the squad. Logan is lifting weights, looking like he's trying to bench press a truck. Adilia and the director are there too. Joo Hyuk tells them to take a long break after today, just basic training and complete rest for a few days. Logan is hesitant. He hasn't mastered the first fist technique yet, but Joo Hyuk tells him he'll get it soon and that overgrinding is a rookie mistake. His style is about quality, not quantity. You need a rested mind to perform high-tier martial arts. Besides, things are about to get very busy soon. This is the calm before the storm. He tells Logan to keep an eye on America, and he tells the director to let him know the moment Karas makes a move. He walks out, leaving the team to their vacation. Adilia asks if they're really allying with Karas, the underworld brokers. The director says they're just requesting cooperation for now, but he expects a positive reply soon. Adilia asks why they need them when they have their own networks. The director explains that they need worldwide data on every villain group, not just local threats. He promises to explain more once they meet with Master. Adilia says she'll return to England for a bit during the break. She starts to walk away. The director looks like he's having an internal battle. He calls out to her. Adilia turns back and her heart is clearly racing. He admits he found the courage to ask her out because of the master giving them a break. He asks if it was too much. Adilia smiles softly. No, I appreciate it. Back to the present. The movie theater seats. They're both blushing so hard they could light up the room. The theater lights dim. It's time to head in. They walk toward the entrance together, finally looking like a normal couple. In the shadows, Ahrin and Soyeon are watching. Soyeon is cringing. She says they're so cute it's hurting her teeth and suggests they just leave them alone. Ahrin is undeterred. Let's go in too. She shows her phone. She already booked tickets for the exact same movie. This girl is a pro stalker in the making. Soyeon calls her a crazy bitch, but they're already inside. On the screen, a peaceful movie is playing. Looks like a documentary about sheep. Adilia and the director are sitting together. Adilia is still in her own head. She's worried her heart is racing so fast she won't be able to focus on the plot. The director tells her the film is starting. Suddenly, he senses something. The movie screen shows the sheep in a field. A massive, jagged blade of dark energy tears through the center of the screen. The director is on high alert. Adilia is horrified. A massive, muscular, gargoyle-like monster with a bird's beak and clawed hands steps through the rift. The theater goes from a documentary about sheep to a literal horror movie in 3 seconds. Everyone is screaming and running for the exits like it's a Black Friday sale. Gilwing just stands there, looking around with that bird-brained confusion. Adilia asks if it's a regular monster, but the director knows better. The magic signature is too dense, too heavy. He recognizes the pressure immediately. This is a full-blown constellation manifestation. Specifically, Gilwing, a former heavy hitter from the tower's 3rd floor. The bird guy is talking to himself, wondering where the Dragon Slayer and Black Wave went. He sensed them earlier, but now their signal is just gone. Adilia is confused because Ju Yuk never mentioned a 3rd name descending. The director explains a niche game mechanic Master told him about. Apparently, some constellations stay in rest mode even after being named, only waking up when they sense a nearby ally getting deleted. Basically, Ju Yuk killing the other 2 acted like a giant alarm clock for this guy. Gilwing is annoyed. He doesn't want to go back to sleep after finally getting a physical body. He decides if he's going to be awake, he might as well cause some problems. He starts gathering mana into a sphere. He wants to absorb some local magic before heading out. The director puts his mask on. Date night is officially cancelled. It's time for a raid. But before they can jump in, a voice screams, "Director!" He turns around and sees Arin and Soyeon standing in the aisle looking incredibly guilty. The director is stunned. Adilia is blushing so hard her face might actually catch fire. Soyeon claims it's a coincidence that they're in the same theater, which is the biggest lie told in this series so far. She asks if they can help. Gilwing tells them to shut up. He's trying to monologue here. He fires a high-pressure water beam right at them. The director steps forward and swings his staff. A purple spatial rift opens up and sucks the entire attack in. The impact still shakes the whole room, but the girls are safe. Gilwing is actually impressed. He asks if that was a subspace absorption. He says the technique feels annoying and familiar, which is a nice callback to how many times Master probably used it on his ancestors. The director notes the guy is fast for a bird. He realizes they might be outclassed here. He turns to the Stalker Squad. He tells Arin and Soyeon to run to Valhalla and get Kim Ju-yuk. He and Adilia will stall the bird brain until backup arrives. The girls take off. Adilia tries to shake off the embarrassment and get into a combat stance. Gilwing isn't waiting. He generates 3 spheres of water this time. He launches them like homing missiles across the theater. The director prepares to absorb them, but Gilwing is 1 step ahead. The water beams curve mid-air. He's not attacking them directly, he's aiming for the structure. The director realizes that playing defense in a shopping mall is a losing game. The range and AoE are too massive. He makes a snap decision. He tells Adilia to hold his hand tightly. She blinks, confused, but grabs on as a massive purple portal opens under their feet. Gilwing lunges forward with a claw swipe. He hits nothing but empty air and carpet. He looks around, wondering if they actually managed to escape his aggro range. Suddenly, the ceiling rips open behind him. The director and Adilia drop out of a portal right above his head. The director slams his staff down with a massive discharge of spatial energy. Gilwing catches the staff with his bare hand. He mocks them, saying he almost got split in half by that. The director is sweating. This guy's reaction time is actually cracked. Gilwing kicks off the ground. He delivers a brutal roundhouse kick that sends the director flying through 3 rows of seats. Adilia is left standing there alone against a 3rd-floor monster. The director is down. He's not dead, but that hit definitely took a chunk out of his HP bar. Gilwing laughs and asks the little lady if her boyfriend is still alive. He turns his attention to Adilia. Mistake. Adilia's eyes have gone completely cold. She calls him a trashy bird-headed bastard. She lunges forward. Her dagger is glowing with a sickly green mana. Gilwing doesn't even try to dodge. He thinks a tiny dagger can't pierce his hide. He goes for a massive punch. But Adilia isn't aiming for his vitals. She slides under his guard and stabs the dagger into his forearm. Gilwing responds with a backhand that sends her skidding across the floor. The director staggers to his feet, calling out her name. Gilwing brushes his arm, saying it stung a little. He decides to hit her harder next time for the disrespect. He walks toward them, but the director is already back in position. Adilia looks up, coughing. She's smiling. She says she made sure to get it in. She calls out the word poison. Gilwing stops. He looks down at his hand. Green veins are spreading up his arm like a digital virus. He screams. His arm is literally rotting and the corruption is spreading toward his chest. He doesn't hesitate. He grabs his own arm and rips it off at the shoulder. The theater goes silent. That is some hardcore self-amputation. Gilwing is breathing hard. He says he didn't expect this. He just wanted a snack and a nap. Now he's furious. He charges a massive water orb larger than the previous ones combined. The director realizes if that thing goes off in the mall, the death toll will be in the hundreds. He grabs Adilia and focuses all his mana into a single point. He tells her they're going somewhere wide where they can cause as much damage as they want. He teleports the 3 of them out. They burst through a portal high in the sky over a deserted mountain range. They're in freefall. Gravity is doing the heavy lifting now. Gilwing is screaming in midair. He's losing blood and his dignity at the same time. Even with one arm, he's still holding that water orb. He's committed to the spite play. He fires the beam, but since they're falling, his aim is complete garbage. The beam misses them and carves a canyon into the mountain below. Adilia sees her opening. She's not done with her Ice Queen routine yet. The director gives her a spatial boost, launching her toward the falling monster. She yells at him to stop bothering us! She stabs the poison dagger directly into his throat as they hit the ground. Gilwing makes a sound that is half gargle, half sob. The impact creates a massive crater, kicking up a wall of dust and debris. The bird guy is face down in the dirt, looking like a discarded rotisserie chicken. Adilia is huffing. She's exhausted, but she kept her promise. The director walks up and asks if she really got the poison in. He tells her to step back, just in case. Constellations have a nasty habit of having a phase 2. Adilia smiles, feeling proud. She thinks they've finally gotten strong enough to solo a constellation. Suddenly, a voice from the smoke asks, "Take down who?" The director lunges toward Adilia. Gilwing is back up. He looks like a zombie. His eyes are glowing red and the green poison is now pulsing through his entire body. He slams a water-infused fist down at them. The director screams, "Duck!" and swings his staff to parry. He pushes Adilia out of the way just in time. He goes for a space slash, a thin line of purple energy that cuts through reality. It passes right through Gilwing's head. Gilwing stops. He's confused. He asks what that attack was. The director can't believe it. He's a spatial mage, and his ultimate cut just missed? He apologizes to Adilia. He tried to act cool for the date, but he's failing the protect the girl mission. Adilia tells him not to worry. She points at Gilwing. He simply hasn't realized it yet. The director blinks. He sees it now. Gilwing is moving, but he's incredibly sluggish. The poison in his solar plexus is finally reaching his core. The slash didn't miss. It was a delayed effect. Gilwing's shoulder suddenly splits open, spraying black fluid. Adilia yells that now is the time. They both charge in for the finisher. They strike together. One spatial explosion, one poison stab. Teamwork makes the dream work. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 figures are sprinting toward the site. It's Juyuk, Arin, and Soyeon. A massive green and purple explosion lights up the sky ahead of them. Soyeon is panicking, thinking they're too late and their bosses are currently being digested. Jo-hyuk slows down. He tells them there's no need to rush anymore. He gives a small smirk. They've already taken out the constellation. He walks into the clearing. Adilia and the director are sitting on the ground, covered in dirt and looking like they just finished a marathon. Jo-hyuk just looks at them and says, "Great job." Adilia lights up. Getting a compliment from Master is basically worth more than her family's entire bank account. Jo-hyuk then kills the mood. He mentions he called them several times to warn them about the rift, but they were too busy on their date to answer. The director pulls out his phone. 3 missed calls from Kim Joo-hyuknim. He wants to die. He stammers an apology, saying his phone was on silent because they were in a theater. Jo-hyuk doesn't even care. He's already focused on the prize. He reaches out and touches Gilwing's corpse. He absorbs the name. That's another third-floor power added to his inventory. The director asks how he knew about Gilwing's movements in advance. Jo-hyuk reveals the big news. Karis has officially agreed to cooperate. Adilia is impressed. The underworld's biggest intel guild is now their personal search engine. Jo-hyuk jokes that Adilia's threat must have really worked because Akata looked terrified. He tells them to wrap it up. They'll finish the debrief at Valhalla. Shift to a few days ago. The Great Hollow. A lower-tier constellation is literally begging for his life. "Please don't torture me!" Moji and Soshim are standing over him. Soshim's bull mask makes her look like a final boss. Moji tells him to calm down. They aren't here to mess with him today, they just want to talk. The guy asks, "Alliance?" Like it's a foreign language. Soshim explains they are looking for constellations who align with the martial god under the Mushinmun sect. She notes how chaotic the Hollow has been lately. The guy snaps back, saying it's chaotic because of the Mushinmun fanatics. Soshim gets defensive instantly. "We don't mean us!" The constellation mentions the new hole in the Great Hollow. He's heard it's connected to the Tower of Destruction. Moji is surprised he knows about the tower. This makes the negotiation much easier. She tells him the tower will revive in a few years and they need an alliance to prepare for the fallout. The guy admits the martial god helped him in the past, but he's just a B-rank nobody with no contractors. He tells them they can do way better than recruiting someone like him. He points them toward a place called the Neutral Gate. It's a sanctuary within the Great Hollow where the more renowned constellations gather. He suggests they find real talent there. The girls turn to leave. The guy watches them go. He wonders if this alliance is the start of the martial god sect's revival. He wishes he was strong enough to join them. Soshim stops at the door. She turns back and looks him in the eye. Well, mask. She tells him he's wrong. Strength has nothing to do with their motives. If he's willing to help Master's will, he's welcome any time. The guy is stunned. He stammers that he'll think about it. By then, the girls vanish through the door. The Constellation stands in silence for a long moment. He mumbles that for a bunch of fanatics, they're unexpectedly humane. Outside, Sosham is having a total meltdown. She's clutching her head and blushing. She's screaming that she said too much and wants to curl up in a corner and hide. Moji just sighs. Sosham's social battery is officially at 0. Moji ignores her and thinks about the neutral gate. She wonders if they should ask for the exact location. Suddenly, a massive red explosion tears through a nearby portal in the distance. Someone else is definitely playing in the sandbox. The Great Hollow is currently having a very loud morning. A massive explosion of mana just leveled half a district. Moji and Sosham have officially arrived at the neutral gate. They find the constellations they were looking for, but the vibe is way off. A group of high-tier gods is standing there, looking like they just got caught in a 4K livestream doing something they shouldn't. Moji is looking around, trying to figure out the situation. Her junior brother, the Butcher, came here looking for remnants of power to find the blue-eyed guide. But what she finds is a bunch of constellations acting like they're at a high school reunion. She sees them grouped up and wonders if they're actually planning to launch a counter-raid on the Mushinmun sect. Honestly, she's wondering if they've all gone insane or just have a death wish. The Butcher steps forward, shouting that some of these guys should remember the Master's favor from back in the day. The blue-eyed guide admits it's true. When they were still human, the martial god basically saved their entire civilization from being deleted. But he claims that even a debt like that doesn't excuse the disaster the disciples caused within the Great Void recently. He points at the King of Knights, a guy in full plate armor who looks like he's currently having a panic attack under his helmet. The guide explains that not everyone wants to be under the Mushinmun thumb. Some of them want their own sandbox to play in. Moji isn't listening. She's staring at the King of Knights and connecting the dots. She realizes that shutting their mouths earlier worked better than she thought. They're scared, and fear is a great motivator. She and the Butcher share a look. They're ready to show these gods the difference between a local mob and a world-class raid team. The local constellations start panicking. The guide admits he was just bluffing to look cool and really doesn't want to get beaten up again. The Butcher lunges. A blue sleeve stops him mid-air. It's Sosham. She's finally stepped in to keep the kill-everything disciple on a leash. The Butcher is furious, yelling that they need to turn these bastards into a bloody mess for planning an ambush. Sosham just says no. She wants to understand the situation before she starts the graveyard shift. The local constellations are confused. They were 100% sure they were about to be deleted from the server. Moji explains they only came because they sensed the Butcher's power spike. She confirms this is indeed the neutral gate. She tells them they arrived just in time to hear a pitch. The guide is sweating under his bandages. A proposal? From the most aggressive guild in history? Moji officially offers an alliance under the name of Mushinmun. One goal, one banner. The constellation Fist Faster Than Light is skeptical. He points out the irony, they were literally forming a coalition to ambush the disciples, and now they're being offered a partnership. Moji keeps her cool. She notes they're being very honest about their ambush plans. The cold-blooded dagger says there's no point in lying when the Butcher already heard the whole conversation. They might be weaker, but they aren't idiots. Sosham asks Moji if the Master is trying to build this alliance because of the upcoming World War. The Butcher is still advocating for the beat them until they say yes strategy. Sosham has to tell him to calm down again. Moji agrees they would normally force them to kneel, but right now, the clock is ticking and they need numbers. She asks if anyone here actually knows about the Tower of Destruction. The fragment bearer steps forward. He says everyone here knows exactly what that is. He explains the history. Most of the powerful constellations today are the survivors who fought the tower's monsters to protect their villages. They have the trauma to prove it. Moji drops the bomb. That tower is about to resurrect. The room goes dead quiet. You can literally hear the sword shaking. The cold-blooded dagger has a mini breakdown. Those memories are not something you just get over. Sosham actually shows a bit of empathy, which is rare for someone wearing a skull on her face. The guide asks if it's true. He's noticed unsettling movements in the void lately, but he couldn't clarify them. Moji confirms. The constellations appearing on Earth recently? All third-floor bosses from the tower. Right now, they're just testing the waters with individual descents, but in a few years, the full tower will be back on the map. She admits they don't know how to stop the resurrection yet. That's why the alliance is mandatory survival, not an option. The dagger asks if they can really prepare for something that big. She notes that while humans have gotten stronger through contracts, there are strict limits on how much a god can directly intervene on Earth. Moji doesn't sugarcoat it. No, contractors alone won't be enough. The tower is adaptive. As the players get stronger, the monsters that spawn will be even more broken. The dagger is skeptical. Is this just a glorified social club for gods, or does it actually have a point? Moji looks at Sosham. It seems the King of Knights didn't leak the big secret yet. Moji decides it's time for the ultimate closer. She announces to the entire room the master has reincarnated. The guide is in denial. His ability lets him track every rumor in the current world, and he's heard nothing about the martial god returning. Moji points out that it's suspicious precisely because there is no record of him. The butcher points at the guide. He asks if he forgot who his contractor Akata was rude to today. The guide's eye widens. That student from Karis? The one he couldn't extract any information from? The butcher laughs. Yeah, that's him. He tells the guide that the only reason they came here was that Master told them to teach him a lesson for being disrespectful. Moji says she's leaving the guide's fate in the hands of Soshim and the butcher. It's an order from the top. Soshim and the butcher close in with glowing eyes. The guide's screaming is probably heard in the next dimension. Moji turns back to the rest of the group. So, you joining or what? The dagger looks down. She's in. The fist is in too. The fragment bearer smiles. If the martial god is back to finish the job, he's ready to follow. Everyone starts chanting their agreement. The hype is real. Moji smiles. Welcome to the Mushimun Alliance. Cut to a very different vibe. Someone is taking a massive bite out of a donut. This is the Key Guardian. He's basically a gaming god who loves microtransactions and carbs. He's sitting in a modern apartment, chilling, when someone knocks. He tells them to come in. It's Juhyuk. He's been putting this guy up in a nice suite, and everything seems comfortable. Juhyuk stops and stares. He asks if the Guardian has gotten bigger? The Guardian looks at the empty box. Turns out, eating 36 donuts a day as a spiritual being still has consequences. Juhyuk decides to ignore the weight gain and gets to business. He needs a favor. Open a passage to the Lord of the Labyrinth's house. Juhyuk wants to go straight for the throat. The Guardian almost chokes on his donut. He asks Juhyuk to repeat that, hoping he heard it wrong. Juhyuk repeats it with that "I'm not asking" smile. He wants a direct line to the final boss. The Guardian starts giggling nervously. Then he tries to bolt for the door. Juhyuk catches him by the back of the neck like a misbehaving kitten. Where are you going? He points out that if the Guardian is running, it means opening the passage is actually possible. The Guardian stammers that it's not that simple and begs to be let go. Juhyuk promises to let him go if he promises not to run away again. The Guardian is currently reconsidering all his life choices. He lets him down. The Guardian adjusts his glasses. He can't guarantee success. Opening a door to the Labyrinth Lord is infinitely harder than the Great Hollow. Juhyuk asks if he needs another artifact to power the jump. The Guardian reminds him that the last one disintegrated during the Hollow mission. He needs fresh fuel. He says he has a few minor artifacts left from his time in the Spirit Realm, but they're like trying to run a Tesla on a AAA battery. It's not happening. He shows a massive key. He's expanded his own capabilities, but the physics of the world are still the problem. He uses an analogy. Imagine doodling on a piece of paper. No matter how much you draw, that scribble will never be 3D. You can't touch it. Creating a passage from Earth to the Labyrinth Lord is like trying to turn that 2D drawing into a real object. Juhyuk notes that he didn't mention any of this for the Great Hollow mission. The Guardian explains why. That door wasn't open from Earth. It was open from within a constellation's mental realm. Different server, different rules. Moreover, Juhyuk isn't a constellation anymore, so he can't act as a bridge. The lag between dimensions is just too high. He warns that even if he succeeds, there's no guarantee Juhyuk won't get stuck in the loading screen between worlds. Plus, they can't keep the door open long, or the Labyrinth Lord will spot the intrusion. Juhyuk doesn't care. 1 minute. No, 30 seconds is plenty. He's a speedrunner, he doesn't need a long window. The Guardian sighs. If he tries his absolute best, they have a slim chance. Juhyuk immediately turns to leave. The Guardian is confused, going to find an artifact. Our guy doesn't waste time. He tells the Guardian to gather his magic and be ready. The Guardian is left standing in his living room, wondering what kind of monster he's working for. Cut to the US. A massive canyon, looking like the Grand Canyon, but with more end-of-the-world vibes. Juhyuk is trekking through the desert in his hoodie. He's checking the location Luminous mentioned. Flashback to Luminous in the cabin. She found a way. Juhyuk is all ears. She asks if the keykeeper is still alive. Juhyuk says yeah, he's harmless, so he's just letting him eat donuts in peace. Luminous says that boy is his potential way in, but they need to boost his output. He used an artifact for the hollow door, so he needs a high-tier power source to reach the Labyrinth Lord. Even then, it'll be a temporary portal, a few minutes max. Juhyuk repeats that it's more than enough. He's not there for a tour, he's there for an assassination. Luminous tells him the most important thing, he needs a specific artifact for power expansion. There's an S-rank dungeon in the US called the Abyss Colony. The reward for clearing the final boss is the compass pointing to the dimensions. That's the key. Juhyuk grins. Okay, back to the desert. Juhyuk arrives at the canyon. The entrance is heavily guarded by suits with earpieces. One of the guards stops him. Civilians aren't allowed here, kid. Juhyuk tells them to wait a second and starts digging in his pockets. He pulls out a document, a dungeon permit. The guards go pale. It has the signature of the One. That's Logan's official title in the US. Joo-hyuk tells them they can call and check if they're skeptical. Then he asks a curious question. It's okay if I wreck this place, right? The guard's expression is priceless. Welcome to the Abyss Colony. S-rank. Normally, these places are managed by the government and kept sealed because they're too dangerous for even S-rank teams to conquer. They just periodically cull the monsters that leak out. Standard operating procedure is to avoid a full clear because fighting in a cramped S-rank space is a suicide mission. But Joo-hyuk isn't standard. He's stretching, ready to go for the world record clear time. He enters the dark cave. A horde of skeletal warriors and werewolves immediately surrounds him. Joo-hyuk starts laughing. Let's get serious, shall we? He stomps the ground. The shockwave shatters the nearest skeletons instantly. A werewolf lunges at him, looking for a snack. Joo-hyuk draws a line of mana through the air, and the entire front line gets bisected. He's moving through them like a hot knife through butter. He notes that for an S-rank dungeon, their numbers are actually impressive. Most people would be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of mobs. Joo-hyuk just says he'll finish this quickly. He's got donuts to buy. Skeletal hands are crushed underfoot. Helmets are rolling on the floor like discarded soda cans. He sighs, clearing the room. It was barely a warm-up. But then the room shakes. A massive shadow falls over him. So, our guy is currently staring down the Labyrinth master of an S-rank dungeon, and honestly, he's not impressed. He says the guy looks a bit weird, which is a polite way of saying the boss looks like a budget robot from a 90s anime. The master isn't taking the insult well and unloads a purple energy blast that clears the entire floor. Joo-hyuk just stands there with that "is that it" face. The impact craters the ground, but he's already moved. He's calculating the power scaling mid-fight, noting that this guy is roughly on par with a second or third tier constellation from the Tower of Destruction. Suddenly, the air shifts. The boss teleports instantly, appearing right behind Joo-hyuk like a laggy player in a Call of Duty lobby. Our guy is actually surprised for a microsecond. Most monsters don't have this kind of frame-perfect movement. He blocks the overhead strike, steel meeting whatever metal this thing is made of. The force of the block grinds his sneakers into the stone. But then, he notices something even more annoying. The skeleton mobs he just cleared a few rooms back, they're suddenly standing right behind the boss. This isn't just high speed. He swings his blade, trying to catch the master in a wide arc. The boss doesn't even dodge, it just flickers. Joo-hyuk passes right through it like he's swinging at a ghost. And that's when the light bulb goes off. This guy isn't moving fast, he's literally shifting the space around him. The boss goes for a heavy punch, red eyes glowing with malicious intent. Joo-hyuk dodges, letting the fist shatter the floor behind him. He counters with a horizontal slash that should have cut the thing in half. Instead, the boss's torso just detaches. The top half floats up, the bottom half stays put, and the sword goes right through the gap. Then the two halves just snap back together like a magnet. It's like fighting a character with 500 ping and a hitbox that doesn't exist. Every time he lands a hit, the boss just pixelates and reforms. They're back at square one, staring each other down in the middle of the rubble. Joo-hyuk sighs. He's always hated floating-type monsters, and this one is the final boss version of that headache. He realizes that even though the body looks sturdy, the spatial separation makes it basically invincible to normal physical attacks. It's a gimmick fight. And if there is one thing a 300-year-old gamer knows, it's how to break a gimmick. He notices a restriction. The monster only teleports defensively or to reposition. It's not using it offensively as much as it could. He thinks to himself that if he'd brought Soshim along, this would be over in 3 seconds. But he specifically didn't bring any of his disciples' powers this time. He wanted to see how close he's gotten to his old prime strength using just this body, and a spatial manipulating golem is the perfect training dummy for a self-imposed challenge. Meanwhile, far away from the dungeon carnage, the sun is actually shining. We're in a quiet residential area in Korea. No monsters, no screaming, just peaceful city vibes. The front guardian is standing at an apartment door, looking significantly less threatening without his mask on. He checks a note in his hand, looking a bit hesitant. He rings the doorbell. A voice from inside says, "She's coming." The door opens, and he braces himself. It's the rear guardian. She's in a tank top and shorts, looking like she just woke up from a 3-day nap. He tells her he sent a message saying he'd drop by. She just stares at him with the most "I do not care" energy possible and says she got the message, but replying felt like too much work. She invites him in, casually mentioning the place is a bit of a mess. He hesitates at the door, and she gives him that look. "You shy about coming into a pretty woman's house?" He doesn't even answer, he just walks in. These two have been through too much for that kind of banter to work. Cut to the most important thing in any Korean manhwa. A fresh box of fried chicken. The front guardian is sitting cross-legged on the floor, looking like a man who has never been in a living room before. He asks if she bought all this for herself. She says it doesn't matter since she can't finish it anyway. He asks if there are any plain ones, and she immediately goes from 0 to 100, telling him to just shut up and eat what he's given. He takes a bite, and for a second, they're just two normal people having dinner. He mentions this is their first real vacation since their organization, The One, was formed. He came here because he honestly didn't know what to do with free time. He asks her how she's been spending her days, and she tells him to just answer the question himself first. She goes quiet, chewing on a chicken leg. He says he's been working on self-realization. She repeats the word like he just started speaking Latin. She looks down at her hands. She remembers the face in the mirror. Not the rear guardian, but the person underneath. She confesses that she's spent the entire week doing absolutely nothing, just lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling. She reminds him that they both lived worthless lives until Ju-Yuk found them and gave them a purpose. They abandoned their names. They became subordinates. They became tools for the fight demon and her master. From childhood until now, their entire identity was being a weapon meant to clear Ju-Hyuk's path before he even arrived. So when the goal of her life, Ju-Hyuk himself, told her to take a break, it felt like someone slammed on the brakes while she was going 200 miles per hour. She's not ungrateful. She still wants to be his shield. But she doesn't know how to exist when there's no one to hit. Unlike him, she doesn't have a side hustle like intelligence gathering. She's just a part-time food delivery girl who happens to be a world-class assassin. She smiles, but it's a bit sad. She thinks it's ridiculous that she's even thinking about this, especially since they literally gave up their souls and names to be part of the One. The front guardian looks at her and says it's not ridiculous at all. He tells her that's exactly what the vacation is for. They are servants, sure, but they aren't machines. Wrestling with these thoughts and growing as a person will actually make them more useful to master in the long run. It's not just a break. It's tempering. We're back in the Abyss Colony, and the master is literally being split down the middle. Ju-Yuk stands over the smoking remains, looking bored. He thinks he finally found the core this time. He smirks, calling the boss an annoying rascal. He's midair, dodging a spatial tear. He swings down with everything he's got. The blade hits the master's shoulder, but the spatial shift kicks in. He lands, eyes narrowing. He's looking for the pattern. The boss teleports behind him again. Standard AI behavior. Predictable. He realizes he's starting to get the hang of the boss's internal cooldown. There's a specific delay when the master uses its power for defense versus offense. He knows that golem-type monsters always have a core hidden somewhere, usually the head or the chest. He tried slashing the center earlier, but the boss reacted instantly, which means the center is exactly where the core is. The boss goes for a massive slam, purple energy erupting from its fist. Ju-Yuk dodges easily. He notes that for all its high-tier powers, its actual combat logic is basic. He just needs to find a way around that spatial defense. He charges in, blade held low. The boss attempts a vertical smash to crush him. Ju-Yuk slides under the arm, but the boss shifts space to try and trap his legs. He leaps up and delivers a horizontal slash right across the boss's eyes. The head separates. The spatial shift triggers automatically, and that's the second clue he needed. The core definitely isn't in the head. Second, the boss has to visually confirm the attack before it can activate its spatial ability. The master raises its hands for a final, desperate energy blast. It's a massive column of light designed to vaporize the entire room. The ceiling starts to melt from the heat. The beam hits the ground where Ju-Yuk was standing. The boss stares into the smoke, looking for a corpse. All you do is step back and swing down. The voice comes from the blind spot. Ju-Yuk isn't just attacking, he's kicking up a massive cloud of stone and debris. He's literally blinding the boss with the environment. He leaps through the dust cloud, appearing directly above the master's head. The boss can't see him clearly. It can't calculate the spatial shift in time. The blade plunges straight down into the center of the chest. A massive blue orb of light, the core, shatters under the pressure. The spatial energy goes haywire, and the master literally implodes. One final, clean cut to finish the job. The master is down. The boss is dead. But the ground is still shaking. Since the Labyrinth Master is gone, the entire dungeon instance is starting to delete itself. Ju-Hyuk checks the loot before the room collapses. There it is. The compass pointing to the dimensions. It's an ornate golden brass object that looks like a high-end steampunk watch. He tucks it away and heads for the exit as the walls literally turn into digital dust. Outside, the US government agents are having a collective panic attack. The Abyss Colony, a dungeon they've been trying to contain for years, is literally collapsing into a pile of rubble. Logan runs up to him, eyes wide. He asks if Jo-Hyuk seriously just destroyed the entire colony. Jo-Hyuk just shrugs. He says the boss was too strong for them anyway, so he did them a favor by clearing it out. Logan can't even argue. He's just happy his boss is alive. Jo-Hyuk mentions he has one more favor to ask. He needs that massive floating magic stone back, the one he gave the US Association earlier. Logan says, of course, it was a bonus loot anyway, and the US owes him big time. Ju-hyuk smiles. The components are finally all on the table. Back at the Valhalla dorms in Korea, the key guardian, the little blonde kid, is currently having a midlife crisis. Ju-hyuk walks in through a portal, dragging a magic stone the size of a small car. He reminds the kid that he needed a massive power source to open a portal to the Great Hollow. Then he tosses him the dimensional compass. The kid is speechless. He asks how on earth Ju-hyuk got the compass this fast. Ju-hyuk just says it took some effort, a polite way of saying he murdered an S-rank god. He tells the kid to open the passage now. They head out to a quiet hill near the academy. The kid looks nervous. Opening a door to the Labyrinth Lord's domain is basically like breaking into the Pentagon with a screwdriver. Jo-hyuk tells him not to push himself too hard. He doesn't want the kid to vanish from the strain. The kid grins his shark-toothed smile. He's been freeloading too long and wants to prove his worth as a constellation. He admits that opening the portal is a little scary though. He grips his giant golden key and green energy starts to swirl around him. A massive glowing green door starts to materialize in the air. The strain is immediate. The kid's glasses are glowing and he's grit his teeth so hard they might crack. He pours every ounce of magic he has into the lock. The chains on the door shatter. Kim Ju-hyuk! The door is open! Cut to a traditional-looking room in the spirit realm. There's a red glowing orb in the center. A silver-haired man stands by the orb, eyes narrowing. He senses a massive spatial distortion. He grabs his spear and turns toward the light. Who's there? His voice is cold, sharp as his weapon. He stares at the green door as someone walks through the light. Ju-hyuk steps into the room with his hands on his hips and a huge grin on his face. So Ju-hyuk just casually walks into the room like he's checking the mail and drops the most casual greeting in history. Bamboo Spear is frozen. This man is a legendary warrior who could probably level a city, but right now his brain is doing a blue screen restart. He hears that nickname, Bamboo Spear, and it hits him harder than any energy blast ever could. He remembers the core rule his teacher always taught him: do not lay down your weapon. He looks at the figure standing in the light. Even though the body is different, the soul is unmistakable. Jo-hyuk just gives him that signature I'm back smirk, looking completely at home in a dimension he just broke into. The Spear Lord's eyes start to water. He tries to get the word out, but his throat is basically closing up. He drops to his knees instantly, no hesitation. He greets his master the only way he knows how, with absolute unwavering submission. Jo-hyuk tells him to get up, acting like they just saw each other yesterday instead of 3 centuries ago. He reaches out and notices the white scarf wrapped around his disciple's neck. He's genuinely surprised. You're still wearing that old thing? Bamboo Spear smiles for the first time. Of course he's still wearing it. It was the first gift he ever received from the man who saved his life. He says that only after seeing Master again can he truly remember who he used to be. And who he used to be was, well, it wasn't pretty. We're going back 300 years. A desert wasteland, a line of slaves being dragged through the dirt. The shackles are heavy, the air is hot, and the man on the beast doesn't see people, he just sees inventory. Among the slaves is a young boy with silver hair, looking like he's one step away from the afterlife. He's pale, shivering, and his eyes are clouded with that specific kind of exhaustion that sleep can't fix. He collapses. The weight of the chains is too much, and his body finally just gives up on the whole living thing. The supervisor looks back and is immediately annoyed that his merchandise is malfunctioning. He yells at the kid to get up, reminding him that they have a lot more ground to cover before they can stop. The supervisor is riding a massive bull monster, looking down at a line of starving children and wondering why they find a desert trek so difficult. He's genuinely angry. He says he'd usually beat the lesson into them, but he's on a schedule today. He calls them pieces of trash, standing over the silver-haired boy with zero empathy in his eyes. The boy can barely whisper. It's too cold, the supervisor loses it. It's late autumn and he thinks the kid is just being a dramatic brat. He even threatens to strip the boy's clothes off if he keeps complaining about the temperature. Then, a voice from the shadows tells him to hold it right there. A man in a dark cloak is standing in the middle of the road. You can't see his face, but the aura is already screaming, main character moment. The supervisor asks who he is. The man simply says he's someone who has business with him. The supervisor thinks maybe it's a late customer. He's looking for a meeting that isn't on the calendar. Then it clicks. The realization hits him like a freight train. He thinks the cloaked man is an official from the Kingdom of Decrees and immediately starts groveling and apologizing for the delay in the slave supply. He explains that training these kids for the army takes time, which is just a fancy way of saying he's been torturing them into obedience. He points at the silver-haired boy as the reason for the delay, calling him a weak link in the chain. The man in the cloak tilts his head. Is that so? He pulls back the hood. It's our guy. 300 years younger, but still just as done with everyone's crap. He finally realizes where the Kingdom of Decrees is getting its fresh recruits. The supervisor's face goes pale. He recognizes that face. Martial God! The silver-haired boy looks up, hearing a name that sounds like a legend but looks like a man standing in a sunset. Jo-hyuk asks if even scumbags like him know who he is. The supervisor is already reaching for his sword, but he's moving in slow motion compared to a god. The supervisor screams that Jo-hyuk is famous for killing every slave trader he finds. He tries to go for a desperate strike. Jo-hyuk just smiles. Guess I'm doing a good job then. One punch. That's it. The supervisor's chest plate crumbles like wet paper as he's sent flying. He hits the ground and doesn't get back up. The bull monster is probably thinking about a career change right now. The kids are frozen. They just watched their nightmare get deleted in a single frame, and they don't know what comes next for them. Jo-hyuk turns to them, reaches out a hand, and says the 3 words they never thought they'd hear: "You're free." He tells them to come forward one by one so he can unlock the shackles. The cuffs click open. The shackles fall into the sand. The kids start crying. It's that overwhelming realization that they can actually go home, that the world isn't just a cage anymore. Jo-hyuk watches them, but his eyes drift to the silver-haired boy who is still sitting on the ground. The kid is still shivering. Freedom is great, but it doesn't fix hypothermia. Jo-hyuk asks if he's cold. The boy immediately starts apologizing, probably expecting a blow instead of a question. Jo-hyuk tells him there's no need to apologize and starts rummaging through his pockets. He finds what he's looking for. He pulls out a plain, white fabric. He wraps it around the boy's neck, tucking it in with a gentleness that contradicts everything the world says about the martial god. He tells the kid he'll buy him new clothes in the next town, but for now, this will keep him warm. The boy didn't have a home, so Jo-hyuk took him into the Mushinmun sect as a temporary guest. But guest turned into disciple when Jo-hyuk saw the kid pick up a spear and move with a talent that shouldn't exist in a starving child. He accepted him as an official disciple. He gave him a name, a home, and a purpose. A few years later, the peaceful training sessions are interrupted by a very loud, very annoying voice. King Ryan of the Kingdom of Decrees has arrived at the gates, sitting on a throne like he owns the concept of air. He tells the sect to open up and kneel. Jo-hyuk is inside, looking completely unbothered. He was thinking about beating the life out of them anyway, so the delivery service is appreciated. The silver-haired disciple, now a young man, asks if he can handle it. Jo-hyuk remembers. This kid has a personal grudge that needs settling. The king continues his speech, talking about borders and submission and how he might be merciful if they bow down right now. The gate creaks open. The silver-haired warrior walks out alone, his spear trailing in the dirt. The king's guards are confused. This isn't the martial god. They were expecting the big boss, not a teenager with a scarf. The disciple's eyes glow with a purple killing intent. He tells them they aren't even worthy to say the name martial god. He tells them to refer to his master as martial god Nim.